Qiao Lan.
Awkward. Maybe I was overthinking? Look at what kind of question this dog is asking. I went to bring back that old aunt. I lent you the toxin medicine. I personally sent your injured subordinate away. I risked crashing to save you from the fire. In the end, I was mistaken. You've called me dog more than once. I didn't hear it clearly the first few times. But recently you called it right next to my ear, and I heard it very clearly. That moment when you lie flat inside the plane and shout for help. And just now, you almost blurted it out again. Inside the headphones, Yigo's narration continued, with a cold and eerie tone. Is this the way to talk to someone who saved your life? Interrogation, perhaps? Qiao Lan took a deep breath. Officer, I think there's a misunderstanding. This matter. Miss Qiao, I've already told you today, I am not actually a police officer. You don't need to call me that anymore. Then, investigator. No need for formalities. Just call me brother. I'm only 3 years older than Xiaotang. Why is he becoming more serious?
Hey.
Qiao Lan got angry. I haven't finished settling the bill for the instant noodles. She snorted coldly, her aura rising sharply. Frowning fiercely, she said, Fine. Then you don't have to call me Miss Qiao anymore. Xiaotang is 3 years younger than me, and she calls me sister. You're 3 years older than her, so you should call me that too.
Hey?
Why aren't you saying anything? Hey. Hang up. Remember to get ready. When everyone is here, we'll leave at any moment. Yiqi sternly reminded and ended the call. Qiao Lan clenched her chest tightly. She casually grabbed the white cat beside her. Did you steal my crystal core? White cat. You did steal my crystal core. If I don't give it to you, you'll steal it anyway. You're not a good cat. Qiao Lan was sure of it. She hugged the white cat and stared fiercely. In the story about the safe house being invaded, Xiaoli said he saw the white cat pull out a small gray stone from under the old chef's quilt and eat it. Then, the old chef, who was not waking up, suddenly woke up after a loud cry. Such a strange process. Later, Qiao Lan checked her space and found that the second-level mutated rat's crystal core, which she hadn't finished absorbing, and the small gray stone-like thing, had disappeared. She had shown it to everyone when explaining the crystal core, so she must have forgotten to take it back, and the white cat secretly took it away, along with the stolen item, separated from the cat, and placed in the old chef's quilt. Really clever. If the situation weren't urgent, the cat probably wouldn't have dared to eat it openly, right? So, after eating that thing, did it gain some special power? Qiao Lan scolded the cat fiercely. Tell the truth. What secret do you have? When I first came back, you looked half dead, but now you seem almost normal. Only a little weak. The house was full of mutated beasts, and I didn't find a single crystal core. Did you hide them all? Meow. The white cat's bright blue eyes widened. It stared at Qiao Lan with big eyes. Suddenly, its eyelids drooped, but its eyebrows furrowed. The eyes are watery and full of sadness. Meow. A gentler meow comes from below. The little cow-like kitten feels its sibling being scolded and paces anxiously, rubbing against Qiao Lan's ankle. Over there, Xiaoli lies on the bed, looking worried and wanting to get up. Big Sister Lan, don't blame it. Even if it really took the crystal core to eat, it was to save us. It's our fault for being so useless. No, it's my fault, the young chef interrupts, standing up emotionally. Enough, both of you, stay lying down quietly. Qiao Lan can't get rid of the bad feeling, so she has to swallow her frustration. Meow. The white cat whines softly, then again. It seems to be saying something. But Qiao Lan doesn't understand cat language. The white cat tilts its head and glares at Qiao Lan. Then it suddenly jumps out of Qiao Lan's arms, carrying the little kitten away. It lies down beside Xiaoli's pillow, giving Qiao Lan a cold shoulder. Xiaoli gently strokes the two cats, looking like a happy family of 3. Qiao Lan shrugs. Oh well, this white cat isn't easy either. Even if its mental state is okay, it's covered in bandages and looks like a little mummy, which seems quite pitiful. Eat some crystal cores if you want, they're not high level anyway. But what exactly is its special power? Can it awaken the old chef? Maybe mental communication? Big Sister Lan, are you really going with them? Xiao Tang, holding a gun and guarding the passage, hears only bits of Qiao Lan's conversation and comes over with concern. Yeah, I'm going, Qiao Lan nods. Once Old Song's surgery is finished and the people in the house are settled, she will go with Yi Go and others to deal with Aunt He. Do you really have to go? Absolutely. Qiao Lan puts aside her teasing attitude and looks seriously at Xiao Tang. Aunt He is behind Chu Yinong. She finally learns the truth about her past being hunted. She and Xiao Tang were definitely targeted in the pursuit plan, becoming some of the triggers for mutations. And the so-called school beauty killing out of jealousy was just Chu Yinong's personal revenge, using the pursuit plan to vent her anger. Whether it was Aunt He's organization choosing them or Chu Yinong's vendetta, it all comes down to this pursuit plan. Chu Yinong is dead, but Xiao Tang's revenge for her tragic death isn't finished. The mastermind, Aunt He, must pay the price. And if they don't eliminate the dark organization, what if they're targeted again in the future? How can they continue to live safely in the hideout, enjoying comfort? Big Sister Lan, I'll go with you, Xiao Tang says. Her eyes are full of worry for Qiao Lan. From the information extracted under pressure from the Chu family, Aunt He's location is very dangerous. Zhou Lan shook her head and refused. Xiao Tang must stay behind. The captured person who invaded the safe house has confessed, but there is still a guy in a trench coat over there. He seems to be from the same organization as Aunt He, but they don't seem very friendly. The exact relationship is unclear, since the prisoner is just a subordinate and doesn't know much about the higher-ups. Zhou Lan flew her plane past the building and missed that person, then turned back to search carefully nearby, but found nothing. Later, based on the prisoner's confession, she went to their location but found no one, no people, no animals. She heard there was a big yellow rat. If Aunt He's side wasn't more threatening and needed to be dealt with sooner, Zhou Lan wouldn't have left her companions when the big rat went missing. Xiao Tang, we are family. I go out, you stay behind. Each doing your part. Don't think I'm dangerous. Actually, you might be in more danger. Remember, neither of us can die. Zhou Lan extended her little finger. Xiao Tang hesitated briefly, then also extended his finger. Hook fingers. Hook fingers. Neither of us can die. Their fingers hooked together. Outside, it was completely dark. Old Song's surgery was finally finished, and he could move around from a distance. Zhou Lan restarted her plane and sent everyone and the cat to the Chu family villa. The basement couldn't withstand a strong attack, so Xiao Tang, fighting alone, decided it was better to meet up with Yi Qi and the others. Zhou Lan's thoughts were a bit dark. After the outside team left, most of the villa's survivors were civilians. If enemies attacked, the chaos and numbers would be an advantage. Her few injured men could take the chance to escape in the confusion. It was better than being trapped in the basement with only a few people, which would make them easy targets. Of course, she hoped the attack would succeed, solving the problem at the source and preventing enemies from invading and causing trouble. Bang, bang, bang. A helicopter landed in the open space in front of the villa. Miss Zhou, perfect timing, everyone's gathered. Investigator Zhou came to greet her and led Zhou Lan into the villa courtyard.
Wow.
Zhou Lan saw that Yi Qi was impressive. In such a short time, he had gathered a special police team. In the small courtyard, more than 10 strong young men with guns stood straight in a line. Seeing Zhou Lan come in, they all saluted sharply. Hello, Commander. Zhou Lan was stunned. She instinctively straightened her back. Her gaze silently shifted to Yi Qi. What is he trying to do to me? I need to use the bathroom first. Yi Qi, injured all over, was wrapped like a zongzi and sitting in a wheelchair he found somewhere, still using his communicator. 5 minutes? Okay, I'll wait. If you can't make it in 5 minutes, we will leave. When you arrive, stay behind to guard the base. After putting down the communicator, he looked at Qiao Lan. There's another team. Wait a little longer. Qiao Lan felt a bit more at ease. There's still fighting strength? It's not easy to gather so many fighters at this time. Sure enough, It's thanks to the security system personnel with higher authority than ordinary police.
But
She looked at Yi Qi's wheelchair. Are you planning to stay and hold the fort? Otherwise, would he drive the wheelchair to crush the enemies? That's a joke. Suddenly, Yi Qi took a syringe and a vial from his pocket, quickly injecting himself in the arm. The large needle and the medicine inside looked painful. He jabbed it in with a quick push. Qiao Lan watched, feeling it hurt just looking at him. Yi Qi tossed the syringe aside, closed his eyes, breathing heavily, clearly uncomfortable. Veins on his forehead throbbed. What kind of medicine? An adrenaline shot? That was the first thing Qiao Lan thought of. Could this dog forcibly boost his energy just to go into battle? That's very dangerous. He's seriously injured now. Forcing a boost when extremely weak could easily be fatal. An ordinary person's body couldn't handle such reckless behavior. Xiao Zhou, nearby, looked tense, staring intently at the captain's condition, softly saying to Qiao Lan, "It's a drug issued by the higher-ups, similar to the one produced in the place we're attacking." Qiao Lan was startled, turning to glare at Xiao Zhou. How could the official have such things? Tell me clearly. From her past experiences and recent interrogations of prisoners, she knew that St. Yas Company had been spreading illegal toxins before the apocalypse, and after the end of the world, they became even more aggressive. They were trying every means to develop mutant biological agents, an extremely evil biotech company. Later in the apocalypse, a number of small companies appeared, either closely linked to St. Yas or far behind in research level. St. Yas was a giant that wreaked havoc on living beings, unmatched by others. And now, at the start of the apocalypse, Yi Dog had official drugs in his hands? Drugs similar to those from St. Yas? Could it be that the government and St. Yas, the state machinery working with an evil company, brewing some unspeakable conspiracy? No way. This isn't typical of our country's style. Xiao Zhou quickly whispered, "Don't misunderstand, Miss Qiao. The higher-ups have no connection to criminal organizations." And then, "It's like this, Miss Qiao. Recently, we've been in contact with headquarters through communication." Xiao Zhou explained rapidly. They were originally tasked with investigating a criminal group. In the past, they only knew that the organization possessed dangerous toxins that could be used to poison society. After arriving in City C, their main job was to watch the suspects closely, prevent poisonings, and gather more clues to understand the organization fully and catch all the suspects. As for what the toxin was, investigators didn't know much. They only knew it was a highly dangerous drug that could cause sudden death or rapid deformity if touched. Their surveillance of suspect number 6 in City C, the chase to Tsuehua Grand Hotel, and the accidental involvement of Qiao Lan all stemmed from this. But a sudden storm disrupted everything. After reconnecting with headquarters, they received more information. It turned out the toxins in the criminal group's hands weren't developed by the organization itself. They came from nature. 6 months ago, in the deep rainforests of Continent F, a team of explorers discovered a super deep cave. While exploring inside, they found fossils of creatures from tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years ago on the cave walls. The cave was too deep to reach the bottom, but probes sent inside captured images showing a hard ice layer at the bottom. This discovery seems very important, related to planetary archaeology and biological evolution. Xiao Zhou thought for a moment and decided to skip this part. He didn't understand much. Anyway, the scientific community was excited for a while, sending research teams and explorers. But 2 months later, everyone withdrew, and the place was sealed.
Why?
Because the cave released a potent toxin that could potentially destroy all humanity. Is it the same as the one Aunt He and the others have? No, when the scientific community decided to seal off that dangerous site, some private groups and secret organizations reached out to study and develop the toxin. Some even started live experiments and poisoned society. Now, the drugs they produce are modified versions of the original toxin. Qiao Lan understood. So, the team leader is using a secretly modified version from our official research? Based on her understanding of the authorities, Biological and chemical weapons research in their country never harms innocent people, but they also won't let others harm them. Some secret research is synchronized with other countries and organizations around the world. The goal is to prepare for the possibility of enemy nations causing trouble, so we won't be caught unprepared. Sure enough, Xiao Zhou nodded. Before they came to City C for investigation, the team was issued 3 vials of special agents. The higher-ups didn't specify what they were for, only warning them not to lose or spill them. It was only now that they were told these were modified toxins that could cause human mutations. They warned, do not use them unless absolutely necessary. Is it safe? Qiao Lan asked, looking at Yi Qi, who is still panting heavily. Supposedly safer than the cautious methods of criminal groups, Xiao Zhou said, though his face showed real concern. These toxins have no antidote?
Yes.
Our research prioritizes safety, so it might be a bit behind.
Xiao Zhou sighed.
It's not just the toxin research that's behind. They also haven't had time to intercept the criminals effectively. The criminal group they're investigating was discovered a month ago, but unfortunately, when they tried to intervene urgently, they encountered an unexpected storm.
Qiao Lan Frau Wen.
You just said some organizations? Are there other groups besides Aunt He's involved in toxin research? Miss Qiao, that's correct. Not just one organization. Also, from what we know, the suspect Aunt He is not a high-ranking member of her group. They have many branches around the world. Qiao Lan rolled her eyes, silently. This is serious. Aunt He isn't a top leader? So what did the higher-ups tell you to do? Adapt to the situation. First, eliminate the known gangs, then expand the crackdown. Only so few people? Qiao Lan glanced at the investigators and special police in the small yard. Including herself, there are fewer than 20 people. In a post-disaster environment with destruction everywhere, no transportation, no communication, and no support forces, how can they continue fighting evil? What a joke. None of them are Avengers with superpowers. Even the Avengers couldn't withstand a villain's snap of the fingers. At this moment, Qiao Lan felt like retreating. Revenge is important, and stopping the pursuers to avoid trouble is also crucial. But that only solves the problem if Aunt He is eliminated. If she kills Aunt He, there will still be endless high-level members of other criminal groups or even other gangs. The trouble would never end. She doesn't want to stir up a hornet's nest. Maybe she should stay far away from the hornet's nest, move to a safe house deep in the mountains and forests, and quietly survive in seclusion. Although there are mutated beasts in the forest, being cautious should be enough. It's probably easier to deal with in gangs armed with guns and evolved fighters. While I was thinking, there was a loud roaring sound. In the sky, a small helicopter quickly landed outside the courtyard. Four people jumped out, didn't use the door, and directly climbed over the wall into the yard. At the same time, Yi Qi suddenly stood up from the wheelchair. Her tightly closed eyes finally opened, and a faint purple glow flashed in her eyes. Captain, are you okay? Xiao Zhou exclaimed excitedly. They are here. Qiao Lan was even more excited than Xiao Zhou. She finally saw the early stage of Yi Yanwang's mutation. So, Yi Dog's special ability came from this. It turns out it was from a modification drug, definitely safer than Saint Yesi, and it didn't cause negative mutations. Although the process was a bit painful, he still awakened his ability. That faint purple light, isn't it Yi Yanwang's lightning element? She remembered hearing once in the apocalypse that Yi Yanwang was struck by lightning, and suddenly, dozens of enemies turned into blackened sticks. It was terrifying. Qiao Lan silently observed Yi Qi, wondering how strong Yi Yanwang was in the early stages and how many people he could defeat. Even though she was excited, she still kept her wits about her. She guessed he probably couldn't defeat many people. And that organization and he might have continuous reinforcements coming back. Could Yi Yanwang grow strong enough to counterattack quickly? Maybe not.
You all arrived.
Yi Qi's eyes dimmed, and he greeted the newcomers. He looked at his watch. Exactly 5 minutes, join the team, and get ready to leave. Stand at ease. Let's hear the plan. With that command, the new arrivals quickly lined up, and Xiao Zhou also ran over to join the line. Everyone stood straight, listening attentively. Yi Qi looked at Qiao Lan. She was surprised. Why did he still want me to line up? Excuse me, she whispered. I need to use the restroom first. You go ahead, I'll catch up later. She wanted to sneak away.
She wanted to stay far from the hive.
Everyone, it's not that I'm unkind, but I really need to. Truly. Everyone, this lady, Qiao, is the special envoy I mentioned earlier from the security system headquarters. Yi Qi's words made Qiao Lan, who was about to slip away, stumble and nearly fall. Me? Special envoy? Your superior? What do you mean? Hello, Commander. The young men saluted loudly and uniformly. This startled Qiao Lan, who was about to lose her temper with Yi Dog. She finally understood why she was called Commander upon meeting. It wasn't because the young men were polite, but because some malicious people had deceived them. Yi Qi pointed at her and said, Commander Qiao used the transformation drug before I did, risking her life to test it and set an example. She survived against all odds and gained a new ability, telekinesis. Let's salute her and congratulate her. Congratulations, Commander.
Qiao Lan.
Yi Dog, you're really a dog.
So, what do you want to do?
Yi Dog made a gesture as if inviting. Now, before we set out, please, Commander, say a few words for us. Commander Qiao, please. He moved a few steps aside to give Qiao Lan the center position. I'll punch you so hard, you'll forget your name. Qiao Lan immediately wanted to rush up and give Yi Qi a good beating to make him unable to take care of himself. Did your medication have no side effects? I could intentionally cause negative reactions. Whether she could fight him or not was another matter. Mainly, she was expressing her anger. But, in front of her, a row of well-organized police officers looked at her with clear, passionate eyes, full of admiration, making her swallow her anger. This was before the raid, when everyone was risking their lives, not a game. She took a deep breath. Inside, Qiao Lan cursed silently, but on her face, she maintained a kind smile and stepped into the center position.
Cough.
What should I say?
Comrades.
Scenes like this in movies usually start like this. Things are like this. Some people are poisoning our civilians. Yi Qi interrupted. Everyone knows the situation. Time is tight. Just say it briefly and encourage everyone. Qiao Lan shot him a cold look, then continued smiling. Comrades. This mission is dangerous, but we are united and determined. We will definitely succeed and triumph over the bandits. Yi Qi, no, we might not win. We could very well be completely wiped out.
Qiao Lan. Dog.
It's like you want me to encourage everyone. Yi Qi's face turned serious. Everyone, Commander Qiao is talking about the best-case scenario, but I'm talking about the worst. If we fail, not only will our team be wiped out, but the criminals might counterattack. They could be desperate and attack our temporary base, turning all civilians here into drug test subjects, or even turning all the survivors of City C's disaster into experiments. This is very likely. Everyone, thank you for coming to support. Post-disaster communication is difficult, and various conditions limited us, so we couldn't gather our forces in time. Through a special communication channel, I sent dozens of rescue requests. Now, only you have arrived, a special police team, and a military operation group. There are now 18 people in the yard, our entire fighting force for this mission. According to current information, the enemy probably has over 100 members, including mutants and mutated beasts, but the exact number is unknown. It's clear that the odds are heavily against us. We are going to face certain death. But I know that everyone who came today and stands here has already given up everything and is ready to face death. Everyone, no more talking. Let's go now. Though prepared to die bravely, we must also live with courage. Board the plane. Yi Qi stands at attention and salutes. Everyone in the team salutes together. Then, with a rush, fully armed, we charge toward 2 planes outside the wall. Yi Qi calls out to everyone's backs. Even if we die in battle, I, Yi Qi, and Jotai will lead the charge and die before you all.
Qiao Lan.
Just a moment ago, she was a bit inspired by Yi Dog's speech. She didn't expect to be called out and sent to her death so quickly. Jotai, these are hastily written farewell letters from everyone. Please take a look. Yichi takes a notebook from her wheelchair and hands it to Qiao Lan before she can get upset. Farewell letters? What's that? Qiao Lan instinctively takes the notebook and, under the flashlight Yichi holds out, sees page after page filled with messy handwriting, each with just a sentence or two. If I die tonight, little Qing, I'll be able to reunite with you in heaven.
No regrets.
Mom, I haven't contacted you yet, but I have something important to do. We will win. I won't die. I won't die. I will not. I'm a little scared, hee, but it's okay. I'll go. Little Tuan Tuan, Daddy is going to be a hero. You and Mom take good care of yourselves. Wait for me. Qiao Lan is stunned. These are all left by them. When they couldn't find paper, they just wrote on this notebook. There are 17 of us, 17 farewell letters, including mine. If none of us come back, the reserve team will keep these letters and hand them over to the authorities. Yichi looks at Qiao Lan. Commander, you should write one too. I'm not your commander. Don't put me on the spot. Qiao Lan swallows her words and closes the notebook with a snap. She changes it to, I definitely won't die.
All right.
Let's go. Yichi puts down the notebook, grabs Qiao Lan and quickly leaves the yard, boarding the helicopter driven by Qiao Lan. Everyone, check your guns and ammo. Adjust your headset channels. The helicopter door closes. Yichi takes the pilot seat and presses Qiao Lan into the co-pilot seat. I'll fly now. You learn carefully. Vroom vroom. Two planes took off one after the other. Qiao Lan looked very worried. How did I end up on this plane? Yigo was pulling so hard that she couldn't break free. I haven't gone to the bathroom yet, she muttered softly. I really don't want to go die. Is it still possible to jump out now? Yichi suddenly reached over and fiddled with her headset. He switched to another radio frequency used by everyone. Yichi was flying the plane and whispering on the radio. Qiao Lan. After calling her Miss Qiao, Mrs. Qiao, Qiao Special Forces, and Commander Qiao, he finally called her by her name normally.
Sorry for fooling you.
But we need you. Please join me in fighting. No, I don't want to go. Qiao Lan looked serious. Outside, the night was dark and vast. She felt like she was rushing into an unknown, very dangerous darkness, and she might never come back. 10 minutes. The helicopter was flying very fast. Based on the detailed address given by the captured Aunt He, it was a building in a suburb near the city, behind a scenic area in a small mountain valley. Flying from the city, including takeoff, landing, and changing course along the way, it would take at most 10 minutes to reach there. Yichi was much better at flying than Qiao Lan, smooth and steady. They were almost there. They were almost there. They would arrive very soon. Qiao Lan's heart was pounding from the moment they took off. She felt she was foolishly rushing toward death. The wings roared, and the armed soldiers at the back of the cabin remained silent. Some closed their eyes, some stared blankly, all showing a determined, resolute look, calm in the face of death. Qiao Lan looked back once, and then sat up straight again. She felt she didn't belong with them. I'm not as great as they are. I don't want to sacrifice. I want to go back, take Xiao Tang and Xiao Li, and find a safe place to hide. Even if it means leaving the chef and his son behind for convenience. Life is more important. High-end cuisine can wait. That's St. Yes, a huge organization. Even in the early days of the apocalypse, they had many branches, with a deep and mysterious background. Dealing with a few St. Yes little ghosts is fine. I originally just wanted to take down Aunt He herself. I didn't want to stir up a hornet's nest, I really didn't. But why did I get on this plane? Idiot. Qiao Lan blurted out accidentally. She cursed herself harshly, rushing toward death so foolishly. What else could she be but an idiot? You are not a fool, Yichi suddenly interrupted with a calm tone. Qiao Lan remained silent. Your special ability isn't mind-moving, is it? He glanced at her briefly while staring ahead at the sky. Qiao Lan's eyebrows twitched slightly. She instinctively looked at the reactions of others in the cabin. The roar of the plane was too loud. No one heard or responded. She let out a small breath and turned back. Yi Qi spoke again, through the specific frequency of her headset. The 3 thugs who hijacked you are gone, the truck is gone, and everything in your warehouse has disappeared. So you should be able to make things vanish. I didn't understand this before, but after learning about the strange powers, I had this bold guess. But you wouldn't spend millions just to buy supplies only to make them disappear. You're a smart girl, not a silly fool. Most likely, you can hide things somewhere unknown and then retrieve them when needed. And that place should be quite safe. The cosmetics and medicines you seized are probably stored there. Am I right? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. So what? Qiao Lan asked impatiently. The time on the dashboard showed that the plane had been flying for 6 minutes. They were probably about to reach their destination soon. Your sister is about to follow you into danger. Ye dog, does guessing her ability at this moment have any special meaning? Maybe you're just trying to make small talk on the way. Yi Qi pressed 2 buttons on the dashboard to control the joystick. The plane began to slow down and turn. Prepare for fire coverage. He picked up the radio and communicated with the combat aircraft behind. Then he lowered the radio and spoke to Qiao Lan through her headset. So, I don't force you to face the enemy with us. Although your close combat and long-range shooting skills are strong, if you choose to join us, that would be lucky. But you're a civilian, a girl who hasn't graduated yet, someone we were supposed to protect. Forcing you to come along is already unethical. I just hope he suddenly turned his head to look at Qiao Lan. Please hide behind us, stay concealed, and use your ability to protect these 2 helicopters. If the attack fails, take them back and return them to the guards. Then you can go far away and hide well. You don't need to worry about the rest. The outcome is up to our investigation system, and it has nothing to do with you. Thank you for saving us multiple times. You have made great contributions beyond your civilian status. Thank you, Qiao Lan. Whether you help protect the plane or not, thank you. He turned back, focusing on flying the plane. He kept switching various buttons and control sticks, making the flight path very fancy. Suddenly up, suddenly down, left and right, with ups and downs, spinning in the air. This was not the unstable flying of a beginner, but the fancy maneuvers of a skilled expert. Near the enemy camp, this was a counterlock operation to prevent the plane from being targeted and attacked from afar. He was focused and skillful. His sharp, defined side profile looked even deeper and tougher in the flickering light of the instruments. Qiao Lan endured the dizziness caused by the plane's spins. She silently looked at him for a few seconds. She asked, "Why do you insist on saving the plane?" He switched to another headset channel so everyone could hear the combat commands. At this moment, she had to raise her voice to ask, "What?" He responded loudly. "Asked why you insist on saving the plane." She shouted louder. This time, he heard her clearly. He answered because supplies are scarce. They are very valuable. The surveillance system was in City C, and only these 2 planes were available for now. Outside, disaster was everywhere. It was impossible to coordinate other fighters from afar, so for a while, these might be their only air combat resources. If the battle failed and no one returned, at least they could save 2 planes for the defenders behind. On the other hand, if everyone died in the fight, at least Qiao Lan, a civilian forcibly brought along, could survive. He gave her the task of returning the plane, so she could live. It was a win-win situation. Of course, he hoped Qiao Lan would help in the fight. She was too strong, stronger than his investigators. But he had no right to force her to sacrifice herself for the mission. High-profile kidnappings by special agents or leaders were partly jokes to ease tense atmospheres and partly encouragement for the young police officers who didn't know the full truth. Sometimes, if soldiers had a stronger belief, that subtle feeling might help them seize the moment to survive in the rapidly changing battle. But there was no need to explain too much. Time was limited. The sound of dense gunfire rang out. The accompanying combat aircraft had already begun a fierce air attack. Yi Qi pressed a few buttons, causing the plane to hover at low altitude, opened the hatch, and quickly led everyone to slide down the lift ropes. He only gave Qiao Lan a quick gesture, signaling her to leave the plane and hide away. Later, after a long time, whenever Qiao Lan recalls the details of that night, She cannot remember how she left the passenger seat and sat in the driver's position. Everything seems so clear, yet also very blurry. In any case, when she restarted the plane and took off again, the first soldier's scream of death was already coming through her headset. Enemies are ambushing. 3 per group, scatter and move.
Attack.
Yi Qi's low shout. The roar of the wings. In the view through the window, suddenly bright forest buildings appeared, and the tongues of fire from gun and cannon mouths kept bouncing. That was a moment of chaos and bloodshed. Qiao Lan forcefully pulled the control stick, and the plane quickly rose into the dark night sky. Blue sister, wake up, blue sister. Calls one after another, continuous. Close at hand, yet distant and empty, with a buzzing echo, hard to hear clearly. Qiao Lan groggily opened her eyes. What she saw was the blood moon hanging high in the sky, so round, so bright. Blue sister. The calling sounded a bit clearer, with a hint of surprise. She was weak, slowly turning her gaze toward the sound. The blood moon, the dark, broken wall ruins, and then it was Xiao Tang's face. Under the moonlight, his deep and shallow wounds on his face were very clear, scars, pus, almost unrecognizable. Looking further down his body, his clothes were very dirty and torn, with holes and rips. Those tears revealed his wounds, messy and chaotic like his face. And his leg. The leg affected by the explosion was swollen very high, with numerous terrifying wounds.
Qiao Lan.
Qiao Lan spoke, her voice hoarse, her throat burning painfully. Blue sister, water, quick, drink. Xiao Tang supported Qiao Lan's head, helping her sit up slightly, and handed her a broken mug with a chipped rim. Inside was a layer of clear water, only a few centimeters high. But Qiao Lan was surprised.
Where
did this come from? After the disaster, the city's water gradually became undrinkable. Sometimes it rained, but the rain carried toxins harmful to the human body. Drinking it could cause stomach issues, high fever, or even death. Such clear drinking water, even a single drop, was incredibly precious. That big brother gave it to me, blue sister, drink quickly. Xiao Tang poured water into Qiao Lan's mouth. This simple action exhausted him, making him gasp for breath. Qiao Lan instinctively took a few sips. Calm yourself quickly, be quiet, and refuse to drink anymore. Afraid of spilling water, Xiao Tang hurriedly stopped and picked up the cup.
Drink, said Qiao Lan.
Xiao Tang refused. Brother, you are badly hurt and need water. Lanjie, you're more hurt. You drink. Following Xiao Tang's pitying gaze, Qiao Lan looked down at herself. Her whole body was wrapped in bandages, arms, legs, stomach, and even her face. Though her face couldn't be seen, she felt it. Her whole body hurt. It itched, swelled, and felt numb. As she gradually woke up, these pains became clearer. She remembered it was Chu Yinong. Chu Yinong was sneering, holding a knife, cutting her into bloody pieces. Xiao Tang, badly injured, was pressed to the ground, shouting anxiously, trying to save her but unable to move. Then what? Where is that person? Qiao Lan finally remembered. It was that person who saved them. A man with a hood, whose face she couldn't see. Like an angel, suddenly appearing, scattering Chu Yinong's group. Before she completely fainted, she only saw his muddy boots and the strong, straight legs above them. Over there, Xiao Tang indicated. Qiao Lan turned her gaze. She saw a dark figure at the entrance of a ruined house, sitting with his back to them, looking up at the blood moon in the sky, motionless. What is he saying? She vaguely heard his deep voice. Xiao Tang listened carefully. It sounds like something about horizon? Blood red? He couldn't hear clearly either. But the man heard their conversation. Are you awake? He asked, his voice a little louder. I wasn't saying anything, just recalling some poems from when I was in school, very young, when the teacher read them aloud in class. Was he reciting poetry? School, teachers, classrooms. Such distant things. In this world after the disaster, Those memories felt like they belonged to another world. Xiao Tang asked Big Brother, "Did you also go to school?" The shadow's figure chuckled softly. "Why didn't I go to school? A few months ago, before the strong wind came, didn't everyone go to school? I mean,
You.
Xiao Tang hesitated. Someone like you. A hero who descends from the sky to save others in danger should be different from ordinary people. Do you know what poem I just recited? The man said to himself. Before Qiao Lan and Xiao Tang could answer, he began to recite on his own. The peaceful horizon separates the living from the dead. I can only choose the sky, never kneel on the ground, to show the tall figures of the executioners. A strong wind blocking freedom from the starry sky. Blood-red dawn will flow out. Zhou Lan and Xiao Tang silently look at each other. They don't understand. I know you don't understand, the man says. Actually, I didn't understand much before either. Back in school, there was a Chinese teacher who liked to talk about these things. He said poetry is the most powerful way to express feelings. When someone truly understands poetry, maybe they've already understood the world. Still, they don't understand. Zhou Lan begins to doubt. Perhaps this person isn't quite mentally stable? In the post-disaster apocalypse, many people's minds are affected, causing all sorts of unusual behavior. This angel of rescue might be showing his abnormality through endless chatter. Just when they don't know how to communicate with him, he suddenly stands up. I have to go now. Food and medicine are in that small bag, I give them to you. Wish you survive. He never looks back, steps out of the ruined house, and leaves under the blood-red moonlight in the night. I'm not a hero. In a time without heroes, I just want to be a person. He keeps muttering incomprehensible words, gradually walking away until his figure disappears completely. Later, the small supplies he left helped Zhou Lan and Xiao Tang survive the tough healing period. If not for him, there would be no me in the 4 years that followed. In the first few months of the apocalypse, I would have already died. Zhou Lan drifts into a daze, thoughts muddled, sometimes clear, sometimes foggy. She doesn't know where she is or who she is.
Bang, bang, bang.
A series of metal crashes. She feels a violent jolt and a flip. It's like a small boat about to be overturned by raging waves, making her suddenly alert. She opens her eyes wide. Beep, beep, beep. The dashboard makes a chaotic noise. The shaking aircraft suddenly snaps her out of her daze. She's flying the helicopter. Why did she suddenly fall asleep? Did she dream of her past life?
Bang, bang, bang. Ano thơ lao noise.
And the feeling of falling and lifting again. She quickly pulls the control stick, raising the rapidly descending plane. Checking the instrument panel, it's been only a minute since she took the pilot's seat. How did she fall asleep? Almost causing the plane to crash, destroying both the aircraft and herself. The banging sounds are from enemies firing at the plane below. The low flying height makes her a target in the sky. At this moment, she had not yet moved away from the target building and was still within the enemy's gunfire range. Strange. She adjusted the plane's altitude again to avoid ground fire. In her headset, a message from the entire combat team came through. Shimin has broken through. 2 members are down. I am continuing the attack. The sound of gunfire rattled in her ears. How is Shimin now? My team is moving in to support. Shimin team. Respond, please. No reply. A small team of 3, with 2 already fallen, apparently the last one too. Qiao Lan kept the plane circling, looking down through the window. A chaotic scene of gunfire, distant and unclear. The enemy was ambushing them. Even with the firepower of armed aircraft covering, the attack was a reckless act, almost like a suicide mission. She listened to the sounds in her headset, hearing the ongoing sacrifices. She couldn't see anything clearly, but in her mind, she saw the hurried notes written in her notebook, 17 farewell messages, each only a sentence or 2. Perhaps the person who wrote each one was already dead at this moment. I'm not a hero. In a time without heroes, I just want to be a person. The strange angel's murmurs, distant words from her dreams, suddenly became very clear. Qiao Lan clenched her teeth. gripped the joystick, slowly pushing it down. The plane began to descend. I need to go down. I might die. The attack is too dangerous. Everyone will die. I will die too. Everyone will die.
Judy, Idi, Everione dies.
Does that rhyme a little? Everyone will die.
Justi.
I want to be a person, not a dog that watches others die without helping. Qiao Lan's hesitant hand pushed down hard, and the plane plummeted rapidly. I am selfish. I want to survive. I have plenty of supplies. I can live for a long time. I am a civilian. Why should I care if you die or live? That's not my responsibility. But isn't that your responsibility? Who doesn't want to live well? The world is destroyed, the authorities are gone, police, doctors, soldiers, all just jobs. No one asked you to come and fight the bandits. Isn't it better to stay with your loved ones and help them survive? Why write farewell notes or pretend to be heroes? Pretending to be a hero is pointless, and I still have to go down and help. I am reborn. I must have a halo.
Ivontadi, Ivontadi, Ivontadi.
Qiao Lan recited like a prayer, holding her gun as she rushed out of the plane. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of bullets from somewhere, whizzing past her feet, almost sent her away directly. Qiao Lan rolled and tumbled, falling into the bushes more than 10 meters away. Living as a person is quite difficult. Living carefully is good, but passion is not allowed. She took out a gun from the space, a military surplus rifle. The latest long-range rifle. She mounted it, adjusted the scope.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 shots. The target building's window was suddenly silenced by a burst of flames. Ye dog, lead people through the west gate. I'll clear the roadblock for you. Qiao Lan pressed her earpiece and spoke. Her eyes behind the scope glowed faintly in the dark. Everyone listened to the order. Gather at the west gate. Attack from all sides with full firepower. Charge. Yi Qi's clear, shouting instructions responded on the radio. The night vision scope outlined the infrared figures, but in Qiao Lan's eyes, they appeared clearly. Even the hair could be seen. She saw Yi Qi himself rush into the building through the west side breach first. Leading by example, he kept his promise, rushing ahead of everyone. His bandaged body, wounded and wrapped, had open wounds during the brief fight, blood soaked through the white gauze, making him look like a bloodied person from head to toe. But perhaps because of the medicine, he moved quickly and nimbly, without showing any sign of slowing down or stumbling, and rushed into the building in the blink of an eye.
Bang!
Qiao Lan fired just in time. Her shot was incredibly accurate. It took down an enemy who was about to shoot at Yi Qi directly. Her bullet barely missed Yi Qi's head, hitting the enemy's forehead.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
She kept firing nonstop. The dense gunfire sounded as if she was using a machine gun instead of a rifle. But every bullet was precise. Except for the first 3 shots that took out the enemies behind the window when she was still a bit inexperienced, every other shot was a headshot or a heart shot. From dozens to nearly 100 meters away, in the dark night, her accuracy was almost unbelievable. She managed to send all the team members into the building. She alone cleared all external fire exits of the building. In just a few minutes, she took out 20 or 30 gunmen. Am I cheating? Qiao Lan couldn't believe herself. But holding the rifle, her smooth movements made her feel like a true expert, as if she had been shooting for several generations. My vision is unusually clear, and my mind is exceptionally alert. I can aim precisely at my target. Brothers, stay steady. I'm coming. Qiao Lan excitedly jumps up. No matter why she's so powerful, the fact is, she's impressive. So, what are we waiting for? Let's rush in and fight the enemies. When she rushes out from the hiding bushes, she switches her rifle to an MP5 submachine gun. This gun is a classic masterpiece from HK, a top-ranked submachine gun worldwide, often imitated but never surpassed. It's the latest improved version from the armory, with very low recoil and a high rate of fire, easy to handle with one hand. So, Qiao Lan holds a gun in each hand, both guns blazing as she charges straight into the enemy camp. Qiao Te Pai, hold the back. Protect the plane. No need to come in. Yi Qi's voice comes through the headset. But Qiao Lan ignores him. Without her protecting them, can they handle it themselves? She quickly runs into the building.
Boom.
But when she's about 20 or 30 meters from the building, she suddenly feels a sharp pain in her head, and everything goes black. Her body loses control, and she falls to the ground with a loud thump. Inertia causes her to flop onto the ground in a messy, unrecognizable state, rolling a few times. Her submachine gun accidentally fires.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
A burst of gunfire erupts wildly. She almost ends up shooting herself. Luckily, thankfully, not a single bullet hits her. But her head hurts terribly, so badly, she can't get up. A wave of dizziness crashes over her, making her want to a nauseous feeling and a spinning sensation of weightlessness that keeps her pinned to the ground. What's that sound in the headset? She can hear it, but can't react. Qiao Lan is lying on the ground, looking very disheveled, her consciousness fading into darkness. Whooshing sounds. A helicopter hovering nearby stirs up strong wind, making her clothes flap loudly. I'll go left, everyone else go right. We'll attack with all we've got. Inside the building, Yi Qi and his comrades split at a fork in the road. 18 members of the team, with Qiao Lan and the pilot of another aircraft not entering the building, while the remaining 16 have already lost 7 soldiers. Yi Qi heads alone to the right, while the other 8 form 2 tactical groups moving forward and supporting each other. Enemies keep coming to block their way, firing fiercely, making progress difficult. Soon, 2 more team members are injured. The team advances and retreats repeatedly, tangled in fierce fighting, stuck in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Yi Qi moves forward very smoothly. There was no gunfire stopping him, and nothing seemed unusual. He opened door after door in the corridor, each leading to clean, tidy rooms. Many rooms contained shiny experimental tables, but no test subjects. Bloodstains and scattered documents lay on the floor, clearly indicating that the people inside had left in a hurry. Yi Qi moved forward steadily. But he didn't feel relieved. In fact, his face grew more serious. First floor. Second floor. Now he reached the 3rd floor. This was a 3-story building, the top level. The corridor was still empty and silent. The noise came from another corridor, where gunfire echoed. Here it was quiet, dead silent. Click, click. Yi Qi's footsteps echoed clearly in the hallway. He slowed down, stopping in front of a tightly closed door at the end of the corridor. Heavy steel door, with a password lock. A faint growling sound behind the door confirmed his suspicion. He took a deep breath. From inside his clothing, he pulled out a small syringe. It was the same modified medicine he used before leaving, blue, transparent liquid inside the syringe. A fierce look appeared in his eyes. With a quick motion, he jabbed the syringe into his neck. The blue liquid flowed into his bloodstream through his veins. At the same time, a gunshot rang out. Sparks flew as the password lock was shattered. A sharp alarm blared, and the iron door burst open with a loud hum. A terrifying roar echoed. 2 large, bright eyes like searchlights, shining with beastly fury, looked directly at Yi Qi. Inside the door, it wasn't just a room. Beyond the door, there was only a small floating platform about 2 meters wide. No floor, this place was open from top to bottom. A 3-story high hall, 10 meters across, formed a deep pit. Yi Qi stood at the edge of the pit. His veins suddenly thickened and protruded, glowing faintly with blue light. Even his lips turned blue. In his eyes, a purple glow grew brighter and brighter. Roar! From inside the pit, a mutated beast, resembling a bear, stood upright. Over 5 meters tall, the creature lunged toward the platform. Yi Qi, a man about 1.8 meters tall, looked fragile against such a giant beast. The mutated beast roared loudly, opening its blood-red mouth, and lunged at Yi Qi. Yi Qi raised his hand gently. Suddenly, purple lightning like a snake appeared. It struck the beast's open mouth directly. A scream of pain echoed. The beast closed its mouth, staggered back 2 steps, and its fur bristled. Wow, even the officials have such impressive mutants, he muttered. Deep underground in the building. In a secret room, a shadowy figure calmly sits in front of a monitor, watching a fight scene unfold. The figure smiles kindly. Lightning element, not bad. Little he, how are the two-element users under your command? The woman's cold voice responds honestly, sorry, their conditions are unstable. They can't be used. That's a pity. The shadow reaches out and points at Yi Qi on the screen. Find a way to capture him alive for full research. That might not be possible. Really? Based on current data, his blood vessels seem to have been affected by a secret official reagent more than twice, with little time in between.
Ah.
A regretful sigh. It's said that using the reagent once has unpredictable effects, but twice almost guarantees the outcome.
Death.
No one can withstand the shock of the reagent twice in a short period. The bulging blood vessels are an early sign that the body can't handle it anymore. Soon, too much energy will sweep through the body, causing the user to burst from the inside out. The young man on the screen was probably using the reagent for the second time outside the door, right? TSK. What a brave person. With a desperate resolve, he forcibly increased his power to fight the mutated beast. Then, after the battle, gather some of his body parts and flesh, the shadow orders. It should help with research.
Yes.
The shadow slowly stands, placing a hand on his chest, watching the monitor. This is a gesture of respect. The young man is quite impressive. It's just a pity that he can only be eaten. In less than a minute on the screen, Yi Qi has already fought several rounds with the giant bear beast. Lightning has left some scorch marks on the beast's fur, but the beast, furious, has become even more aggressive and fierce. The platform is knocked over by the beast's punch, and Yi Qi falls into the pit below. The huge paw of the bear, much wider than his body, swings down to crush him. In front of the monitor, the shadow shakes his head and sighs regretfully. Such a pity. It's like moths rushing into the flame. On the surveillance screen, before the shadow's sight even finishes, Yi Qi is already under the beast's paw. The mutated beast seems very angry, roaring loudly, and stomping its foot down hard. Sizzle. Two purple lines seep out where the paw contacts the ground. Clearly, Yi Qi was still trying to release lightning in his dying moments to resist. But what he got in return was the beast's even angrier roar, stomping harder and crushing down again. The purple lines no longer appear. Blood pools on the ground. Two people in front of the monitor both look away at the same time, turning to watch another part of the fight scene. Because there is no longer any need to watch here. Two injection teams suddenly unleash their power, but what does it matter? The real threat is the mutated beasts.
Boom. Bang, bang, bang.
Crash, crash. The monitor was originally silent. After the shadow turned on the sounds of intense fighting from the other side of the building came through in real time. Gunfire mixed with grenade explosions kept ringing. Doors, windows, and stair railings were badly damaged, and many walls collapsed in some areas.
Run.
I'll cover the rear. You little brats, I'll fight to the end with you.
Charge. Don't worry about me.
Amid the loud gunfire, the angry shouts of the team could be faintly heard. In the footage, one police officer after another falls into pools of blood or is blown apart. The casualties are heavy. But the enemies suffer even more. Snipers on each floor are being cleared out. The well-trained soldiers work together smoothly, often exchanging one life for 10 enemies. When only 2 of them, covered in blood, rush upstairs, all the enemies inside the building have already been eliminated. Humans are fragile. The shadow in front of the monitor clearly looks dissatisfied with his subordinates. The woman whispers a few words into her communicator, then reports, "Leader, during this counterattack, we lost 57 gunmen, almost 99% of our armed forces here. That's not a loss. Fragile ants, trash, losing some doesn't matter. The evolved ones are our true strength."
So what now?
In the footage, the only 2 remaining soldiers quickly check every room on the 3rd floor. They are not connected to Yi Qi's side. At the end of the corridor, there is no iron door, only smooth wall. They quickly reach the end and turn back. Captain Yi, the building is cleared. No mutated creatures found. Captain Yi, where are you? We're coming down now to search the basement. Captain Yi? Your leader is no longer here. Suddenly, a friendly-sounding voice echoes in the corridor. The soldiers look up sharply and turn their heads toward the corner monitor. You really don't need to come. It's just hurting yourselves, the voice sighs. The shadow in front of the monitor lowers his head and presses a few buttons. Behind him, the woman calmly asks, Leader, are you planning to start the trial plan early? The leader smiles kindly, letting them out now isn't a trial. It's just a one-sided slaughter by us. Indeed. Currently, there are very few wild mutants and animals. Once our mutated creatures enter the city, they become unstoppable. The entire city of C will become their hunting ground. On the usually cold face of the woman, a rare hint of a smile appeared. She sighed, It's tragic for all living beings. That's all we can do now, the leader said slowly. If there's a first time, there will be a second. I don't like having enemies come repeatedly, interfering with our research, waiting for the wild mutants and creatures to grow, then releasing experimental beasts to fight and select the strongest. Looks like there's no chance for that now. These reckless young attackers disrupted his plans. So, the only option is to turn the whole city into a slaughterhouse. The woman said, That might be for the best. After entering the city, the mutated beasts, driven by bloodthirsty hunger, might find new opportunities to evolve. Maybe, the man replied. The shadow pressed the last button. Clang clang. In the corridor on the third floor, 2 surviving soldiers carefully retreated when suddenly a large hole appeared in the ceiling ahead. A metal cage fell with a loud clang.
Bang!
Another cage followed quickly. In an instant, the ceiling shattered, and cages kept falling one after another. Inside each cage was a fierce mutated beast. The cage doors automatically opened. The monsters, big and small, growled excitedly and charged at the soldiers. Open fire. Gunfire erupted, spewing fierce flames. Some mutants were hit and fell. Others only got grazed and then lunged more fiercely. These animals were clearly more skilled than those on Marshall's side.
Bang, bang, bang.
The intense gunfire lasted about a minute. The 2 soldiers, cornered, forcefully threw their submachine guns away. No more bullets. They exchanged glances. Without words, they simultaneously charged at the approaching mutants. Each had a hand grenade, connected to a detonator filled with explosives. That was their last resort before leaving. Kill the enemies, but also risk killing themselves. Fight to the end.
Boom.
A powerful explosion tore through the entire third-floor corridor, knocking down all the walls. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, smoke billowed. The 2 soldiers, along with a dozen mutants around them, were blown into fragments and scattered in the air. The loud explosion alerted the people in the underground monitoring room. It also caught the attention of the military aircraft circling outside the night sky. This is the cockpit, please respond. Unit 1? Unit 2? Captain Yi? Jodi? Repeated calls echoed, but on the other end of the headset, only silence remained. Even the sound of gunfire had ceased. The pilot turned on the spotlight. A fast-descending armed helicopter cast a huge beam of light, illuminating the corner of a building that was exploding violently. The building had already been torn apart. Clear to see, many strange-shaped, various-sized mutated beasts burst out from the rubble of the destroyed building. They barked and howled wildly, creating a shocking scene. At first, it was impossible to count how many there were. It was as if they were guided by some instinct, all rushing toward the city area of Sea City. The pilot remained silent. Out of the 18 team members, it seemed he was the only one left. But everything had gone wrong. Instead of stopping them, many dangerous mutated beasts had been released. It was easy to imagine how serious the consequences would be if these monsters entered the city.
Bang, bang, bang.
The pilot immediately activated the onboard machine guns and opened fire on the beast group below. Many beasts were hit, dying or wounded, but most of them became even more frantic. They paused their running, looked up, and howled loudly at the spotlight overhead. The plane circled above them, flying around.
Click.
Inside the cabin, a small flame flickered. The pilot pressed some buttons on the control panel, then took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it. He also pulled out a cigarette and lit it. During flight, it was strictly forbidden to slack off or smoke. He took 2 deep puffs, exhaling smoke comfortably, squinting happily. The onboard radio was also there, an attachment he had secretly installed himself. Click, it turned on. It played the last song from his saved playlist. Looking down, in the beam of light, more and more beasts gathered. There was no time to choose a favorite song, so he just listened casually. Us soldiers. What's different just because we wear simple military uniforms?
Haha.
Not bad to listen to. The pilot took a big puff. The cigarette burned down to the filter.
Puff.
He blew out the cigarette. Actually, we're the same, all in our youthful years, all brave young men. Suddenly, he pushed the control stick to the lowest point and locked it. He stood up from his seat. As the plane rapidly descended, he pulled out his sidearm.
Bang. He shot the fuel tank.
All the preset weapons and explosives on board ignited at the same time. Team Leader Yi, if you want to save the plane, this one might not make it. The pilot smiled slightly. A huge burst of fire exploded as the plane hit the ground. Nearly 100 mutated beasts sank into the flames amid a deafening roar, as the earth seemed to shake. Team. Complete defeat. Foolish, said the leader. In the basement. In front of the monitor. The leader's figure remained still, staring at the surveillance screen for a long time. Even though the external camera was damaged by a fierce explosion, the footage showing the outside of the building had already gone dark. But at the moment of the explosion, the huge fireball and bright white light seemed to linger on the screen, dazzling the eyes. After a while, the leader exhaled slowly, then said again, foolish. Behind him, a woman with the surname, he trembled slightly and lowered her head to admit fault. Yes, this time I was foolish. My arrangements were not thorough. Her hair was neatly tied at the back of her head, with 2 loose strands framing her cheeks, but she had no time to fix it. Her speech was much faster than usual. Leader, it's all my fault. All 132 mutated beasts were destroyed. This is a huge loss for us, and I should take full responsibility. Please punish me. No, I am not talking about you, said the leader calmly. I mean, they are foolish. The woman was stunned. She took a deep breath, then slowly sat back in the armchair. With a tone of pity, he lightly evaluated. In this world, there are always some young people who don't understand, who for certain ideals or beliefs or other equally vague things are willing to risk their lives, shed blood, and give up their own safety easily. But they don't realize that living is the ultimate goal for every individual creature, and even for their entire race. Only by living can they evolve, fight against harsh natural conditions, and explore the ultimate mysteries of the world. They are brainwashed by others, raised from childhood under strange, morally restrictive rules that go against their race's development, disregarding their own lives, and even abandoning the so-called bonds of family, friendship, and love they value, dying for nothingness and thinking they die nobly, calling it sacrifice. That is foolishness. Moreover, their meaningless sacrifice has severely damaged our current research results. The leader's tone grew slightly more serious, suppressing his anger. They are obstructing the grand plan for the survival of the human race. This is stupidity on top of stupidity. The ultimate foolishness. Foolish? A crackling sound of static. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged. The leader and the woman looked up in surprise. They looked at the monitor with the flashing communication red. It was the activation of the camera's voice communication function. Just now, when I was talking to the 2 self-destruct warriors in the corner on the 3rd floor, the leader turned on the voice communication feature of the entire surveillance system and later forgot to turn it off. That sudden sound was transmitted through the voice communication. What's that? The woman pushed up her glasses, eyes wide with disbelief behind the lenses. The monitor showing the source of the sound was. The leader suddenly stood up again. Leaning forward, he stared intently at the monitor. His tone carried a hint of anticipation and excitement. It's our bear beast home. The woman looked confused. But the person named Yi, the evolver, should already be dead. So who is speaking? Dead? Maybe. But I think I can come back to life. The voice sounded again. It was a bit hoarse, with strange scratching noises, matching the woman's confusion. It's that Yi, the mutant. He used 2 doses of medicine but didn't die, the leader said, rarely showing excitement. He quickly pressed a couple of buttons on the panel.
Swish.
The monitor zoomed in, from a small grid to covering half the wall. It showed the situation inside the bear beast pen in real time. In the deep pit, a huge beast was pacing back and forth, looking a little frantic. It seemed to be still recovering from the recent slaughter, or perhaps was driven wild by the loud explosions. It growled loudly and moved around restlessly. It occasionally roared. The 2 inside the room stared at the screen, searching for any possible human figures in the corner hidden behind the bear beast's eyes. But strangely, besides the bloodstains and the bones and flesh the beast usually chewed on, there was nothing else on the screen. Where are you? The leader asked proactively. I'll be able to see you soon, the voice replied, almost as if it was smiling. But the smile sounded distorted, more bizarre, making it hard to tell if it was really smiling. Where exactly are you? The woman asked, feeling a chill run down her spine. No visible person. Only the voice. Could it be a ghost? The scientist didn't believe in ghosts. She never did. But this strange situation made her feel a bit cold. Please wait a moment. The voice suddenly became polite and courteous. On the screen, there was still no sign of anyone. Could he have gained some very special ability from being triggered, like? The leader took a deep breath. Invisibility? Haha, that probably isn't it, the voice said. It was a cold laugh. This time, the woman heard clearly, though distorted. It was a very cold, murderous laugh. With murderous intent. Before you see me, he said, there are only a few seconds left. I want to talk about foolish. Suddenly, his voice became stern. I won't allow you to insult my soldiers. Foolish? Empty morals? Brainwashed and kidnapped?
Ha.
People who ignore the lives of their own comrades. What right do they have to talk about group interests or the survival of humanity? You are unworthy. A bright purple light suddenly erupted. Stronger and more dazzling than an explosion, it quickly filled the entire screen. The intense light made the 2 people in front of the monitor instinctively close their eyes or cover them. What is that? The woman tried to squint through her fingers, but the dazzling light was too bright to see anything clearly. The screen only showed a blinding flash, nothing else. Then, a series of loud explosions followed. Roar. Next, there were fierce, desperate screams from beasts. Booming sounds of thunder continued. It was deafening and heart-stopping. The woman's face turned pale. I'll go see what's happening. She turned to leave. But the leader said, no need. Clearly, there was no point in watching anymore. Go immediately and activate the evacuation plan. Send all staff and test subjects out of here. The leader ordered. Did you think he's very dangerous? The firepower from the sudden attack was so fierce that they lost many mutated beasts, yet there was no need to evacuate. Remember, never underestimate any mutant, especially those with exceptional talent, the leader said calmly despite the bright light, with a firm tone. This young man named Yi Qi has abilities far beyond all our test subjects. Yes. The woman immediately left the room to prepare. On the screen, the intense purple light and the rumbling continued for another minute. When the light faded, the screams of the beasts also stopped. The scene showed the ground covered with black blood and torn flesh, disintegrated bodies of the beasts. A tall figure stood upright at the bottom of a deep crater. He looked up and faced the camera. Yi Qi's deep-featured face appeared on the entire wall-size screen. You cannot leave, he declared coldly. He raised his hand, and a purple arc of light struck the camera, destroying it. The monitor went dark instantly. No sound came through. Silence filled the room. Ha, young man, the leader said slowly with a smile. You probably think that big bear is just a bigger fool, a secret weapon here, right? He took a remote control out of his pocket. He pressed a small red button. Deep pit. At the moment the camera was destroyed, Yi Qi's legs buckled, and he fell. He clenched his teeth, forced himself to stay upright, enduring the pain all over his body. Step by step, he stood up again. At this moment, he was covered in blood. Purple lightning crackled around him, making a loud buzzing sound. That was the uncontrollable energy inside him spilling out. His body, reshaped by the energy, was covered with cracks, bleeding constantly, with wounds still widening. The energy, the lightning element energy, all came from pushing his body to its limit. He was burning his life away. Maybe he wouldn't last much longer. But for his fallen comrades, he had to hold on. Even if he could only last 5 minutes, he would defeat the enemy within that time. Yi Qi stood up, stepping on the muddy, bloody ground. He gathered his strength and, in the blink of an eye, leapt onto a damaged platform on the 3rd floor. He descended the stairs along the original path, heading straight underground. Click, click. His footsteps suddenly echoed with overlapping sounds. A strange, eerie feeling arose. Yi Qi suddenly looked back. At the end of the stairs he just ran down, a cascade of black hair suddenly hung down like a waterfall. Following that was a woman's face hanging upside down.
Pale white.
Her large eye sockets were empty, filled with black eyeballs, staring directly at Yi Qi. The woman grinned, revealing sharp, densely packed teeth like pomegranate seeds, arranged like saw blades. She smiled at Yi Qi. Then, beside her, another lock of black hair hung down. Still a pale face. This one didn't smile, because her jagged teeth were gnashing as she chewed on some unknown raw meat, thick saliva and blood dripping down. Then another face appeared. One after another, 8 faces hung down in an instant, each with different expressions. The only common point was that their bodies behind the faces were like spiders, lying on their stomachs, arms and legs bent backward to support them. They hung upside down from the beams, moving quickly like 4-legged spiders, spreading out and surrounding him. Yi Qi stood firm. Electric sparks surged all over his body. Behind him, below another staircase, faces appeared one after another, climbing up like the ones above, also 8 in total. They shrank the circle, changing positions constantly, coordinating with each other, approaching within 1 meter of Yi Qi, then stopping. Yi Qi closed his eyes instead. He remained still, neither defending nor attacking, until the strange spider women suddenly attacked all at once. Yi Qi moved. Lightning crackled, monsters roared loudly, and crashes echoed as everything tangled together in an instant. It was chaos. Half a minute passed. Then, silence returned. The ground was covered with blackened, broken monster limbs piled like small hills, emitting a foul smell. Yi Qi crawled out from inside. Once again, slowly, he managed to stand. "I told you, you can't leave." He looked up at a camera in the corner of the wall. "Young man, you're very talented. I advise you to turn to the right path. Come to me, and I will train you thoroughly. I promise your current strength will be multiplied 100 times. The leader's voice came through. Yi Qi only sneered coldly. He continued downstairs, leaving behind bloody footprints with each step, monster blood and his own. "If you refuse to see reason, I can only say goodbye with regret." That voice sounded threatening. Yi Qi ignored it. When he reached the first-floor hall, just about to go down to the basement, a clicking sound rang out again. From all directions, like a tide, they surged in. This time, the strange spider women appeared, many of them, dozens. Yi Qi clenched his teeth. Electric sparks flashed around him once, and then faded. They flickered unstable and dim. His body was reshaped, but most of his stamina was used up killing the bear beast. The remaining energy was almost exhausted in the half-minute fierce battle. He knew he couldn't handle so many monsters. Was this the end? Let the mastermind behind the scenes escape and continue causing trouble? He wasn't afraid of death. He just hoped that person had already completed their mission at this moment.
Come on. Yeji siniret koldi.
With a desperate resolve, he looked at the dense monsters. Yes, they're coming. A clear, bright voice responded, full of energy. Yi Qi was startled. He looked toward the source of the voice. At the entrance of the hall, a chubby figure stepped out from the darkness into the light, holding a gun. Before the person reached him, the gun fired first.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A barrage of bullets precisely shot through the eyes of each monster, hitting their most vulnerable spots. The monsters squealed and howled in pain, dropping Yi Qi and lunging toward the newcomer.
Qiao Lan. Yevi's spirits lifted.
2 sparks of electricity shot out. They scorched the faces of 2 monsters. But they weren't killed instantly like before upstairs. Yi Qi's strength was nearly drained. Next, it was Qiao Lan's turn to show her skills. She wielded 2 submachine guns, spraying bullets like a waterfall. Every bullet hit its target. Most penetrated the monster's eyes or ears, with incredible accuracy and precision.
예지식 헤디 남아제만트. Bang!
A monster was hit by a bullet and was thrown into the air, crashing into Yi Qi. He staggered, his strength fading, and his wounds worsened. Blood flowed heavily. Yi dog, don't die.
Qiao Lan shouted.
She quickly shot and killed 2 monsters near Yi Qi. Leader, are you ready? Please board the plane first. In the basement, a woman hurriedly entered. On the screen, a short, chubby girl was surrounded by a large group of fallen mutated creatures. She had already killed half of them and kept fighting. The leader's back showed anger as he stood still in front of the screen. Leader, please board the plane. If you don't move, just relocating the test subjects is pointless, the woman urged, looking at the bodies on the screen. These are all incomplete products. Losing some is unfortunate, but once conditions are right, we can produce many more. The leader took a deep breath. You're right. They are just failed prototypes after all. Yes, leader. The more successful test subjects are already loaded and ready to move. Please board first. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge explosion suddenly erupted. The 2 looked shockingly toward the source of the blast.
That's...
The woman's voice trembled. It was where all the test subjects and researchers had gathered, preparing to transfer. Leader. This time, the woman didn't need to say more. The leader suddenly turned around and quickly walked out. I'm not dead yet. In the lobby on the first floor, Yi Qi responded to Qiao Lan. His voice was weak and quiet. Amidst gunfire and monster howls, Qiao Lan couldn't hear him clearly. A loud explosion shook the hall, causing one wall to collapse. Qiao Lan looked over in surprise.
예지 스미렛 그노진.
Finally, he relaxed and closed his eyes peacefully. That person had done it. All the death and sacrifice weren't in vain.
Hey, 얘
Don't sleep. Qiao Lan ran through the chaos of monsters with her gun, rushing to Yi Qi's side. She reached out and checked. No breath, no heartbeat. Her eyelids fluttered, pupils dilated. Don't sleep. Wake up. She was so anxious, she slapped him. Her sister, enduring a terrible headache to wake up and brave danger, wasn't doing it to just bury him. 2 monsters rushed over, trying to ambush while Qiao Lan looked down at Yi Qi. She didn't even lift her head and shot them twice, killing them instantly. All based on instinct. Hey, Yi dog, if you don't wake up, I'll take you away. Yi Qi remained still. Qiao Lan thought for a moment and said, collect. Yi Qi's body immediately disappeared. Qiao Lan was surprised. Yi Qi was inside her space. You can't collect living creatures in your space. Does this mean Yi Qi has died?
예지. 얘
Doggy doggy. She was shocked and called out several times, but Yi Qi was lying quietly in her space, just like other supplies, completely silent. Snap. Qiao Lan released Yi Qi again, because she suddenly remembered what Dr. Ouyang Mo had said. Recently, he successfully revived 2 patients who had no breathing or heartbeat, using continuous artificial respiration and chest compressions, making the unconscious patients breathe on their own again. Ouyang Mo explained that when a person just dies, especially in cases of sudden death or drowning, the body still retains some vitality. Only the heart has stopped beating for some reason. If you declare them dead at this moment and do nothing, you might miss saving a living person. Timely and proper chest compressions can stimulate the heart to beat again, giving a chance for survival.
Don't die.
I'm saving you. You need to save yourself too, do you hear me?
Qiao Lan shouted loudly.
If you still have a little awareness, think of a way to restart your heartbeat. She threw aside her gun and pressed her hand on Yi Qi's chest.
This.
It was all blood. The guy was covered in wounds, and she almost didn't know where to start. Determined, she pressed on several wounds on his shattered chest. It hurts, but better than truly dying.
Thump. Thump. Thump.
She pressed hard. She wasn't sure if she was making his heart beat again, but she definitely squeezed more blood out of his wounds. If this continues, he might not survive, and all his blood could flow out. But what could she do? Qiao Lan wasn't a professional doctor. She only knew this emergency method. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on. It's worth a try. A long-waiting spider-like female monster quietly sneaked behind Qiao Lan, taking advantage of her focus on pressing to leap forward. With sharp teeth, she bit down on Qiao Lan's back of her head.
Bang!
Qiao Lan shot back with her gun. The bullet pierced through her throat. The recoil from her machine gun knocked the monster away. But it was dead, and others rushed forward again. It seemed they thought Qiao Lan, holding a gun in one hand, was easier to deal with. So annoying! Qiao Lan was angry. She temporarily stopped pressing, stood up again, and drew her dual guns, unleashing a stronger burst of fire to clear the monsters.
Bang, bang, bang!
Another time when a magazine was empty, there were no monsters left to jump around the room. They were either dead or badly injured and unable to attack, only rolling on the ground and screaming. The screams were too harsh, so Qiao Lan switched to a different gun and went to finish off the monsters. She quickly took care of all the monsters and then rushed back to Yi Qi. This time, both hands were free. She put down her gun, knelt on one knee, and performed chest compressions on Yi Qi in a proper way. Following Ouyang Mo's emergency guidelines, she pressed on the middle of the chest between the two, about 1/3 down the sternum, pressing down about 5 or 6 centimeters with force. Too shallow wouldn't work, and too deep could cause injury or broken bones. In her panic, Qiao Lan couldn't really judge how deep she was pressing, so she just kept pressing hard and fast. She pressed about twice a second, doing 30 compressions, then opened Yi Qi's mouth and gave 2 rescue breaths. Following the 30-to-2 ratio, she did 5 rounds of compressions and breaths, checking the patient's condition each time. After 5 rounds, Yi Qi still showed no signs of waking up. Don't die on me. I even gave you my first kiss. You're risking a lot, you know? Can you please cooperate? Open your eyes and look at me. Qiao Lan angrily wiped her lips. Her mouth was salty and bitter, covered with Yi Qi's blood foam, making her feel like vomiting. But she had to hold it in. If she couldn't, and she accidentally spat into his mouth while blowing, it would be terrible.
Pop, pop, pop.
She repeated the process with another 5 rounds of 30:2. Still no sign of life.
She kept going.
The building was destroyed, dust filled the air, and all around were monster corpses, blood and mud everywhere. Qiao Lan knelt beside Yi Qi, pressing on him non-stop without caring. The underground control room was already empty. Under the urging of the woman named He, the leader moved through a secret passage to the helipad and boarded a plane to leave.
Please don't worry.
There's an old saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, you don't need to worry about firewood. As long as you are still here, everything we lost can be rebuilt quickly. I will work day and night to improve our research and develop better mutants. The woman vowed with a determined face. The leader sighed deeply. Better mutants. That young man named Yi was the most talented human he had ever seen. Even with the poorly made official drugs, he produced such excellent mutations. What a pity. If they couldn't use him, they could only destroy him. Leader, I will contact Marshall immediately. The woman's voice carried a threat. The crazy invaders have caused us huge losses, and they will pay 10 times over. Especially that fat woman who appeared last. She had killed many mutants, even semi-finished ones, suffering heavy losses. She wanted her to pay the price. It's not urgent, the leader said. How much experimental data is left? Woman. All destroyed. The last explosion wiped out all the finished experimental subjects she was trying to transfer, along with previous data and more than 10 researchers. Sigh. The leader sighed deeply. The woman gritted her teeth. Rest assured, I will do my best to restore the research. Restoring is necessary, but the leader said slowly, I have a new idea. A helicopter roared into the sky, flying away from the building into the night. In the lobby on the first floor, Qiao Lan heard the sound of rotor blades, but she had no time to care. She was busy giving first aid to Yiqi. She only hoped for a miracle. Besides that, she couldn't do anything about any monsters or enemies escaping at this moment.
Yidok.
Wake up, please.
Performing CPR was exhausting.
She was sweating all over. Her head throbbed painfully, making her dizzy and uncomfortable. Why wasn't the dog waking up? Could it really be dead? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Urgent footsteps rushed up from downstairs. Qiao Lan instinctively raised her gun, aiming at the staircase leading underground. Don't shoot. Friend. A short man appeared, hands raised high. Undercover.
I'm undercover.
The explosion just now was my doing. How's team leader Yi? He slowly approached, stretching his neck to look at Yiqi. Get out of the way. Stay still, or I'll you up. Qiao Lan shot at his feet, forcing him to stand 3 meters away. She didn't know if this guy was friend or foe. Being an undercover agent was what he claimed. She had called herself a beauty, but that didn't matter now. But she was also worried he might be a spy and accidentally hurt her allies. So she kept him at a distance. Saving Yiqi was the priority. I'll press on him. You look tired, I'll do it. You can point your gun at me, right? If anything's wrong, you can me up. The short man jumped excitedly, eager to help save Yiqi.
You? Qiao Lan Frauen. Her head was hurting badly now.
The pain was worse than when she first arrived, almost making her faint. She suspected that her increased shooting skill came at the cost of this headache. And the more active she was, the more it hurt. Pressing on her made her tired, and the pain worse. It would be good if someone could take over her emergency aid for a while. But the problem was, could she trust that person? Trust me, I'm one of you. The person assured, pounding his chest. Qiao Lan looked at him, hesitating. Suddenly, someone grabbed her sleeve. Yiqi opened his eyes and weakly said, You don't need him.
Zolan.
When did you wake up, dog? Stop. Qiao Lan moved her mind. On the ground, Yiqi was still lying there, not gone. She immediately relaxed, thinking he was really alive. Her space rejected living things. Then her face changed, and she said fiercely, How long have you been awake? You woke up and didn't say anything, making me keep giving first aid, trying to take advantage of me? Just woke up. Yiqi wanted to explain. But he stopped himself, his pale face showing a strange expression. It seemed to say, Do you think you're getting any advantage from me? Over there, the short man blurted out. Qiao Lan kept her gun aimed and suddenly fired a shot. The short man jumped up, screaming and dodging away. Friend, don't shoot. Team Yi. Quickly tell her. Qiao Lan fired several shots in quick succession, scaring him so much he jumped and ran back along the building they came from. But last time, he ran up. This time, he rolled away. Yiqi was lying on the ground, ears ringing from the gunfire, and he smiled weakly. Feng, that guy, always talking nonsense, he should have been dealt with long ago. Next second, Qiao Lan aimed her gun at him, with a dark barrel.
Yiqi.
Tell me, what were you thinking just now? Are you thinking the same thing that guy said? Qiao Lan asked fiercely. It's not the same. Qiao Lan snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking about my looks. Yiqi's expression turned strange again.
Zolan. Bang.
She shot again, scaring the short man who was just climbing up the stairs back down. Why are you shooting me again? I didn't say anything. His shouts came from below the stairs. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Qiao Lan stood up, holding her gun, and walked downstairs. Are you trying to say, what's with your looks? The short man saw Qiao Lan coming down and immediately raised his hands and pressed against the wall, standing still.
I didn't think that.
Absolutely not. Little girl, even though you have a bit of baby fat, you're very cute and your looks are high. Again, your features and bone structure are very good. If your current appearance is already a 90 out of 100, then a little bit more weight loss could make it a perfect 100. No, it might even go beyond to 120, 150. Definitely. Qiao Lan walked up to him and put down her gun. Who are you? Feng Feng. My family calls me Xiao Feng. My superiors call me Xiao Feng. You can call me Brother Feng. Are you a new team member recruited by Captain Yi, or are you here to help? I haven't seen you around in the capital before. Your shooting skills are amazing. Did you take out all those mutated monsters alone? You're so impressive, like a super girl. Do you also have a nickname called Talkative? Qiao Lan was annoyed by his non-stop talking, which made her head hurt more. She frowned and rubbed her forehead. She pointed upstairs. Captain Yi is awake. Since you're with his group, you go take care of him for a while. I'll be back soon. She carried her gun and went downstairs. Where are you going, girl? There are no enemies here anymore. I checked. Feng Feng called out. I'll be back soon. When I take the plane to bring you back, she replied, waving her hand and quickly walking into the flickering corridor, then turned a corner and disappeared. That's a pretty capable girl, Feng Feng said as he hurried to the first-floor hall, carefully looking at the bodies of the monsters on the ground. He praised Yi Qi. Is she also mutated? Where did you find such a strong little sister? Seeing how you got her all bloody and muddy, she's quite pitiful. Yi Qi's voice was weak. Are they all gone? Feng Feng raised his eyebrows. Of course. Do I ever fail when I take action? I wouldn't be my style if I didn't wipe out the monsters completely. And the mastermind. Feng Feng scratched his head. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Yi Qi looked at him silently. Feng Feng raised his voice. They have secret tunnels. I've only been here less than a day, so I can't know everything. Destroyed all their mature test subjects. That's already pretty impressive, okay? And when Aunt He and the leader left, they had bodyguards with guns. I was alone. So how could I chase after them? You know I'm not good at fighting people. All right, you've done a great job, Yi Qi said. What do you mean, just a great job? It's obviously a big achievement. Yes, Yi Qi agreed smoothly. Hee. Feng Feng chuckled proudly. The two looked at each other silently for a moment. Then, both spoke at the same time. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? A unanimous question and answer. Both people speaking at once. Silence. This time, the silence lasted a bit longer. Yi Qi lay on the blood-stained floor of the hall. Feng Feng crouched nearby, his eyes gradually reddening. Actually, both of them knew that their exaggerated, joking laughter just now was a way to avoid facing the harsh reality. Finally, Feng Feng asked how many people came. 18. Only you and that little girl are left? Yi Qi didn't answer. Feng Feng asked Old Song. He didn't come. He's badly injured and unconscious. Xiao Zhou, outside the building, didn't come in. They couldn't get in. They were among the first to be lost during the attack. Feng Feng's voice choked with emotion. He still owes me 200 yuan. Last time we took leave, we watched a game together. He guessed the winner and lost. He's been refusing to pay me that 200 yuan ever since.
Yeji coughed.
Coughing blood, one after another. Hey, are you okay? With all these injuries, do you have medicine and bandages? Feng Feng quickly wiped his tears, panicking as he tried to bandage Yi Qi. But Yi Qi was covered in wounds, blood pouring from everywhere. Where could he start?
I'm fine.
Cough. Yi Qi spat blood and gasped. Just let me lie down for a while. I've used 3 shots of medicine and my body seems to have gained a strange ability. Feng Feng was shocked. What? Are you risking your life? You've used 3 shots. How are you still alive? Am I talking to a ghost? Ignoring the noise beside him, Yi Qi carefully felt the energy flowing inside his body. Although it was faint, it was a strange energy. It moved around him, delicate, continuous, like an endless stream, washing over his battered body. The internal and external injuries, countless cracks and wounds, were slowly but steadily healing under the nourishment of this energy. 1, 2, 3. At this moment, at the explosion site underground, Qiao Lan endured her headache and dizziness, quickly moving through the debris of shattered experiments, searching and digging out crystal cores. Since the battle had already caused heavy losses, she wanted to bring back some trophies. The quality of these mutants is really high. Qiao Lan sighed as she dug. The mutants destroyed here were mainly human, with a few animals mixed in. Although they were all blown to pieces, blood and flesh scattered everywhere, she could still infer their strength before death from the state of their remains. These strange, mutated creatures are definitely at least 2 or 3 levels higher than the spider monsters that attacked Yi Qi and his group. Fortunately, they were killed by powerful explosives of a comparable size. Otherwise, even if Qiao Lan had 10 more guns, she wouldn't be able to kill them quickly. The quality of the crystal cores they extracted also shows their level. Each core is at least a first level and of high quality, with few impurities, making their energy quite pure. There are also second-level crystal cores, which are even purer than the second-level mutant rats Qiao Lan previously killed. In fact, Qiao Lan even found a third-level crystal core. A third level? Back in the day, she struggled for a long time in the apocalypse, but never managed to reach third level, only ever being a low-level second. Later, she was lucky to jump to fourth level with a high-concentration crystal core left by a powerful person. That was probably around the second or third year of the apocalypse. At that time, she knew that being at level 4 was relatively safe because most people were still at level 2. Level 3 was considered a small expert, capable of leading a small base or being a squad leader in a larger one. There were very few people above level 4, mostly high-ranking members of large bases. As long as she didn't confront them directly, her life was not in danger. So, it's shocking that Aunt He's secret research facility now has a third-level mutant. How terrifying! Saint Yace is indeed not exaggerating. The mutation progress is far ahead of the general public. Tonight, she followed Yi Qi and his group to destroy this place. This is a serious feud now. The other side will definitely retaliate harshly later. Sorry for dragging you down, Qiao Lan said as she returned to Yi Qi.
That was the first thing she said.
They both understood what he meant without needing to say it aloud. Qiao Lan, an ordinary citizen carrying a lot of supplies, could have just hidden quietly in some inconspicuous place. But now, she's involved in this mess. Hey, what are you talking about? I've already been dragged into this. Qiao Lan snorted. Feng found a simple cart in the building, usually used for transporting experimental subjects. Qiao Lan and he worked together to move Yi Qi onto the cart, then pushed him out to the plane. Qiao Lan sat in the driver's seat, reached into her pocket, and took out 2 quick-acting painkillers from her space. She chewed and swallowed them to suppress the headache that was making her vision black out. It seemed to be a nerve-related drug. After a couple of minutes, her dizziness and blackness eased a bit. She fastened her seatbelt, sat upright, and held the control stick. Little brother Yi, listen carefully. I don't like causing trouble, but when trouble comes, I'm never afraid. What is the burden? She voluntarily turned back to help in the fight. Once you get involved with Saint Yi's, you're in trouble. If there's retaliation later, the enemies will kill one of her enemies, and 2 of her enemies will be killed in return. If they don't come, maybe one day she'll feel better and even come looking for trouble herself. If she can fight, she fights. If she can't, she just dies. Reborn people don't have that kind of courage. Isn't that a waste of their second chance? Let's go. She pulls the control stick and the plane takes off. It speeds rapidly over the city. Inside the cabin, Feng quietly thumbs up to Yi Qi, looking at Qiao Lan's back with admiration. This girl is pretty good. By the way, why does she call you little brother? It sounds so warm and makes people jealous. Yi Qi coldly replies, she even calls me a dog. Are you jealous? Let's be dogs together. Feng. Please, you be the star. Big Sister Lan. Boo-hoo. Back at the Chu family villa. Before the plane even stopped, Xiao Li rushed into the cabin and hugged Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan was surprised. What?
Xiao Tang? He's fine.
Brother Tang is okay. Is he the chef? No. Old Song? The cat, that sister, we're all alive and well. Then why are you crying? We're worried about you. Qiao Lan let out a heavy sigh. It's not that she wanted to think badly, she just didn't want to see anyone else get hurt again. She was fed up with this sudden attack. Call the medical team to check Captain Yi. Qiao Lan pulled Xiao Li and pushed through the crowd to enter the villa. The survivors they saved at Suihua Hotel, along with 2 investigators left behind and medical staff like Ouyang Mo who came to help, plus some local soldiers and police who received Yi Qi's rescue invitation but arrived late and couldn't join the attack. There were dozens of people in total, filling the main building and the front and backyards of the Chu villa. Except for those seriously injured and unable to move, everyone gathered around the plane after hearing the news of the attack team's return. But all they saw was Feng Feng pushing a cart, bringing out Yi Qi covered in blood. Is there anyone else? People stretched their necks to look inside the cabin, then gazed at the dark sky before dawn, confused about where the others had gone. After learning the truth, tears gradually started to fall among the crowd. Please make way, please make way. Dr. Ouyang, who was tending to the injured, immediately led 2 assistants into the crowd, pushing Yi Qi to a temporary treatment room to bandage his wounds. How could they all be dead? How could this happen? Is that criminal gang really so scary? Are we in danger here? Oh no, what should we do? It feels like the end of the world. Even the police and soldiers have been killed, and the authorities can't control the situation. No one is left to protect us. The survivors, who barely escaped from the terrifying chaos at Suihua Grand Hotel, are naturally very sad about the fallen fighters and keep crying. But gradually some people start thinking about their own safety. Before, the city was in ruins after the disaster. There was chaos, food and water were hard to find, and there was a threat of harmful mutations. The harsh conditions made the survivors feel very lucky to have Yi Qi and his group around to protect them. They have guns and planes, so their safety is not a problem. Plus, they found a villa to stay in, brought in medical staff, and probably can find food and drinks later. It really gave everyone a sense of security. However, in just one day after moving into the villa, Yi Qi and his group were almost wiped out. They also got involved with a dangerous criminal gang. What if that gang has other members and comes back to attack? Wouldn't the temporary shelter become unsafe? Following them might be dangerous. Yeah, why go bother the criminal gang and bring trouble? The military and police are having a secret meeting, preparing for the next crackdown. Maybe we should leave first? Yes, there are other undamaged buildings in the city. Leaving them might keep us out of trouble. At dawn, some people quietly left the villa in small groups, 3 or 4 at a time. Xiao Tang knocked on Qiao Lan's door, waking her from rest. Xiao Li opened the door and let Xiao Tang in. Xiao Tang stepped inside with one foot, paused and asked, "Taking a shower?" Instinctively, wanting to leave. "Why be afraid? Nothing's blocking you," Qiao Lan said, pulling Xiao Li to bring Xiao Tang inside. The small room was dimly lit with a curtain drawn, a screen set up, steam rising, water splashing, and the scent of shower gel filling the air. Qiao Lan was taking a shower behind the screen. Xiao Tang glanced at the screen and looked away awkwardly, saying casually, "I didn't expect this room to have a water heater." "It didn't before, just installed it," Xiao Li replied. Xiao Tang was surprised. He had thought the buzzing sound he heard earlier outside was from a power drill, but it was from here. He had thought Dr. Ouyang was using some medical device again. "Once I finish and change the water, Xiao Tang, you can take a shower too."
Little Li, forget about it.
Wait until she heals before talking. Over by the screen, Qiao Lan was lying in the bathtub, splashing water on herself. "Lanjia, are we going to stay here long?" Xiao Tang asked. After the attack on the safe house in the basement, it's probably time to find a new place to live. But Qiao Lan said, "No, this place should be left to Captain Yi and the others. We'll look for somewhere else."
Then,
what about the water heater? Qiao Lan sighed deeply. "With all this stinky blood, it's uncomfortable not to wash. We'll take the water heater, when we leave. Even if she only stayed here for one day, she wanted to rest comfortably. The exhaustion from the fight and the persistent headache made her just want to lie in the hot water of the bathtub and forget everything. This small room in the corner of the villa's first floor was originally a servant's room or something similar. After Qiao Lan entered, she cleared out the old furniture, installed the water heater, plugged it in, filled it with water, and attached the shower head. As soon as the water heated up, she took off her clothes and rinsed off the monster's stinky blood all over her body. Then she took out a cat-foot bathtub, filled it with warm water, and comfortably lay inside. After experiencing so much hardship, the warm water wrapped around her body, seemingly healing her inner wounds to some extent. Xiao Tang mentioned that someone had left. He was very angry. How could they? How could they? How could they blame the soldiers for being involved? How could they abandon Yi Qi and others after sharing hardships, just walk away, and act like they were afraid of causing trouble if they moved too slowly? Weren't their lives saved by Yi Qi and the others risking everything? Weren't the soldiers protecting not just the city's safety but everyone's? They were also beneficiaries. Qiao Lan just smiled faintly. Xiao Tang, if they can leave, they can also complain and be ungrateful. That's their freedom. She had seen many betrayals and abandonments in life-and-death situations. In the apocalypse, pushing loved ones toward mutated beasts, taking the last bottle of water, and leaving parents behind in ruins, familial bonds could be easily broken. Why would it be different for Yi Qi? To those survivors, he was just a stranger. Everyone has the right to pursue survival, right? If they feel protected, they stay. If they sense danger, they leave. That's human nature. But those soldiers who sacrificed. Xiao Tang. What the soldiers protect isn't just those cold-hearted people. Xiao Tang was stunned for a moment. Qiao Lan took a deep breath, then leaned back and submerged her head into the water. When she turned back and risked her life to save others with a gun in hand, she wasn't thinking about protecting specific people or caring if they were cold or indifferent. She simply wanted to do it, so she did. When her emotions surged, she acted with passion. She didn't think too much or worry about details. But soldiers shouldn't die in vain. After being submerged in water for a long time and feeling suffocated, Qiao Lan suddenly surfaced with a splash, gasping for air. Vivid, bloody images flashed through her mind. Can they really die in vain? Little Tang, how many survivors are left? Probably fewer than 30, Little Tang calculated. Most are seriously injured and bedridden, unable to leave. So, only about 10 people are willing to stay and continue fighting with Yi Qi. Initially, nearly 1,000 guests at Suihua Hotel, many died from injuries, conflicts, or mutations. With those who just left, only a few remain. Yi Xiao, this is the result of your hard work. After a bath, Qiao Lan slept deeply. The next day, she went to Yi Qi's room, where he was resting. The first thing she said was this. Yi Qi was wrapped tightly in bandages by Dr. Ouyang, lying on the bed lost in thought. Hearing her, his usually cold face grew even more serious. He simply said it's a duty.
No regrets.
Impressive. Qiao Lan gave him a thumbs up. Her tone was light and insincere. I don't care if you regret it or not. What are you going to do with these people? Suddenly, the floor was filled with bloody, mutilated corpses. Some had been shot multiple times, with half their heads blown off, limbs gnawed by mutated beasts, and others were just a mass of blood and flesh. Some were mixed with debris from mutated creatures. The room was filled with a heavy, bloody smell.
Yi Qi's face changed.
He sat upright abruptly.
You
guessed my abilities, didn't you? Qiao Lan retracted the corpses from the floor. Bloodstains still remained on the tiles, shocking to see. Yi Qi was stunned for a moment, then finally recovered. He jumped off the bed and looked seriously at Qiao Lan. Thank you for bringing them back. All those who sacrificed themselves in the attack had been recovered by Qiao Lan. He truly didn't expect that. Qiao Lan said, I didn't just bring them back. She produced a small laptop and a tiny storage card. Plugging it in, a projection appeared on the wall, showing chaotic surveillance footage playing rapidly. During the attack, all images inside and outside the building that were captured by surveillance at that time are stored here. The moments when the soldiers heroically sacrifice themselves are all preserved. This includes a scene where Yi Qi is trampled underfoot by a beast. When Qiao Lan was exploring the building and extracting crystal cores, she not only took all the crystal cores from the bodies of mutated beasts inside and outside the building, but also stole equipment and storage cards from the surveillance room, along with computers and furniture from several rooms and 2 helicopters left on the helipad behind the building, as well as a few cars from the underground garage. The space is very large. When she finds undamaged items, she takes them. This was a habit from her previous life. Little brother Yi, I don't know what your plan is, but if I were you, at this point, I wouldn't just be a safety investigator. Fighting, eliminating bandits, and more. This base, this city, I should have some new ideas, right? Yi Qi looked at Qiao Lan for a long time, then slowly said, agreed. He picked up the walkie-talkie by the bed.
Fing fing, daci, come ir.
Soon, 2 investigators entered the room. They froze for a moment when they saw the bloodstains everywhere. Yi Qi's eyes were cold. Bring out all the prisoners. Everyone here gather together. In half an hour, we will hold a memorial service. Why bring prisoners to a memorial service? The 2 went to prepare, puzzled. 10 minutes after the memorial service started, there was a loud bang, gunshot. They realized that the prisoners had to be involved in this memorial.
Bang!
Yi Qi personally executed a prisoner with a gunshot. The bullet pierced through the forehead, spraying blood like flowers, and the powerful force shattered half of the skull. The prisoner collapsed and died instantly. The bloody scene shocked everyone present. Yi Qi, wrapped in bloody bandages and full of murderous aura, like a demon of death, raised his gun again, aiming at another prisoner's head. Don't kill me. The man was so scared, he wet himself and collapsed on the ground like mud. Did anyone ever beg you not to kill when you were following the Chu family, involved in drug trafficking and murder? When you were ordered by the criminal organization to bully and hunt survivors in the city after the disaster, did anyone ever plead with you?
Did you spare them?
Yi Qi asked coldly, shooting and killing the other. After several assassination teams under the Chu family were captured by the investigation team, hiding in wait at the villa basement, about 20 or 30 people, seeing their comrades being killed one after another, panicked and ran around. But their hands and feet were tied, and they fell under Yi Qi's gun after only a few steps.
No.
We can't do private executions. Among the military and police who came to support later, some were used to strict discipline and couldn't help but speak out. Yi Qi looked at the person and said, "Order is broken down. There is no longer a distinction between public and private punishment. These people have at least taken 2 lives each. The one with the most, according to his accomplices, has killed over 50 people. They have all confessed, and there's no point in keeping them alive. What's the use of keeping them? Should we let them keep killing, or share their food and supplies with others? Who among you has extra food to feed them?" The person couldn't answer. While Yi Qi was speaking, he shot and killed all the prisoners from the Chu family. Shouldn't we interrogate them first, or wait until after the disaster, until the authorities? After the gunfire, everything was silent. Finally, someone spoke weakly. Yi Qi looked at him with piercing black eyes. Follow proper procedures? Investigate. Presume innocence until proven guilty. Only prosecute with solid evidence. Then hold a public trial. Determine the sentence legally, and only execute if there are no objections and the suspect doesn't appeal? That's nonsense. I understand procedures better than any of you. During this long process, who will guard them? What if they escape and kill again? Who will take responsibility if they run away? Who will share their water and food, feeding them until they are executed? Everyone stay clear-headed. This is not the old days. During special times, we must keep things simple. Don't waste compassion and justice on bad people. Or, how can we face those good people who sacrificed and shed blood for us? Yi Qi's words were harsh and direct. The person who spoke earlier lowered his head in shame, face flushed. Next, Yi Qi said coldly, Another prisoner was brought forward. This wasn't the Chu family group, but one of Marshall's men who was attacked by mutated beasts while defending the safe house. Qiao Lan had taken him along when she moved. After some questioning, no useful clues could be found, so he was handed over to Yi Qi for execution and public display. Next, the target was Auntie Lao, who was caught at Suihua Grand Hotel. She was lucky. During the chaos at the hotel, no one deliberately protected her, and she survived by chance. Before Auntie He's Research Institute was shut down, she was kept around just in case. Now, she was no longer useful. Her level was much lower than Auntie He's, and she had already spilled all her knowledge. You will face divine punishment sooner or later. None of this will end well. Your friends, loved ones, everyone you've come into contact with will be blamed and punished because of your crimes. The gods will not spare you. She bravely shouted about divine punishment and fell into a pool of blood. Her desperate cry and mysterious smile before dying made the bloody scene seem even more strange. But soon, this strange atmosphere disappeared, because the large smart TV in the Chu family villa was brought into the scene, showing edited surveillance footage on the screen. Run. I'll hold them back. Little brats, I'll die with you.
Charge. Don't worry about me.
The soldiers' shouts amid gunfire, amplified through loudspeakers to everyone's ears, shook their eardrums and hearts. The bloody executions, shocking and perhaps confusing or questioning some viewers, were overshadowed by even more brutal scenes on the screen. A huge, abnormal beast stomped on Yi Qi, turning him into blood and mud. The last two soldiers rushing into the building ignited the explosives they carried as the mutant beast charged toward them. There were also fighter jets plunging downward, exploding in the sky with bright fire. Yi Qi, covered in blood, refused to give up even under attack by a spider-like monster, fighting to the end until exhaustion. Scenes of death after death, all leading everyone into that last night's impossible attack. The video played again, looping for the second time. Fong Fong and a few others carried stretchers into the scene. They uncovered white cloths, revealing the bodies of fallen heroes, many unrecognizable and badly damaged. Most were in their original state because they were too broken to be cleaned or beautified. What could be done to improve blood and flesh? Keeping the bodies as they were was the best way to preserve all parts.
Ugh.
People couldn't help but tears and mucus streaming down, gasping for air. Even though everyone had seen the bodies of disaster victims in the ruined city, the bloodiness before them was still too much to bear.
Do you want to?
Yes, these dismembered limbs, blood clots, broken bones, blood mud, and even chunks of monsters mixed together. It's disgusting to look at. But they were all living people just last night, healthier and in better shape than anyone here. They carried full determination and a strong fighting spirit, saying goodbye to their loved ones, and headed into a battle that might have no outcome.
Why?
To protect everyone present and to keep the city from being swallowed by evil forces and mutated monsters. All of them knew that this might be their last journey and a final farewell to the world. Yi Qi clenched his lips tightly, lowering his gaze to hide the tears in his eyes. Fong Fong stood nearby, opening a notebook with 17 farewell letters written inside. Mom, I haven't contacted you yet, but I have something I must do. We will win. I won't die. I won't die. I will not. I'm a little scared, hee, but it's okay. I will go. Little Tuan Tuan and baby Bao, Daddy is going to be a hero. Please take good care of Mom. Wait for me. His slow, deep voice echoed in the room, replacing his usual lively chatter. Each short farewell letter had a name written below it. But now, the names no longer matched the bodies. The special police officers, Yi Qi and the others, met for the first time last night. They exchanged names but were not familiar with each other. Even among a few familiar investigators, the bodies were badly damaged and unrecognizable, making identification difficult. The bodies were piled together, covered by a large white sheet with all the victims' names written on it. Then, they set it on fire. Normal flames are hard to reach the necessary temperature for cremation, and the smoke and smell are unpleasant. Yi Qi used his powers, Lightning struck the fire, causing the flames to roar and quickly turn all the bodies into ashes. The decision to cremate was to reduce bacteria and viruses in this city full of corpses after the disaster, and to prevent grave robbing or other unknown acts by criminals after burial. It was also to honor the heroes with a pure, fiery tribute. People watching held their breath, tears in their eyes, and silently bid farewell to the martyrs in the blazing fire. Not only the people from the Chu family villa, but also other residents from the neighborhood, who had heard gunfire, dared to quietly come and see what was happening. Once they understood the truth, they silently joined the mourning crowd. Some residents hiding inside their homes, afraid to come out, watched the scenes on the big screen, feeling the shock from the executions and sacrifices. The memorial service began around dusk. By the time all the martyrs' bodies had turned to ashes, stored in a box, the sky had darkened. As night falls, a bright star twinkles in the sky, its golden hue tinged with a hint of red. Another large fire is burning, consuming the bodies of those executed prisoners. Lightning strikes fiercely, almost turning the corpses into ash. The fire has become an extension of destruction. They are not worth saving or remembering. The ashes are blown into nearby bushes to serve as fertilizer for plants. Perhaps they still have some value. Everyone, from today onward, we will establish a survivor base here, starting with this small building. From now on, everything here is under my command. You can think of me as the dictator of this place. We will form a guard team, a medical team, a resource search team, and a logistics team. Everyone must participate, work hard, and even risk their lives if necessary. No idle people are allowed here. From now on, all resources found must be handed in and shared fairly. Those who hide supplies will be severely punished. Those who cause trouble will be severely punished. Traitors will be severely punished. Severe punishments include fasting, denying water, or even immediate execution. If you are unhappy with these rules, leave now. Those willing to stay and join, go over there to register, hand in all your supplies to show your loyalty. You have 10 minutes to decide. If you don't register, you are considered not to be part of this base and will be expelled immediately. Those who register must obey me absolutely. Life or death is in my hands. With a commanding and forceful tone, Yichi announced the establishment of the new base, leaving the decision to stay or leave up to everyone. The crowd was confused by this series of actions. First the brutal executions, then tearful tributes, and now the forced formation of a base, dividing everyone. 8 minutes left. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Yichi did not give anyone a chance to question or bargain. He only reminded them of the time every few minutes. People went from staring at each other in shock, to whispering discussions, to hurriedly deciding whether to stay or leave as time ran out. Everything happened quickly. Yichi watched expressionlessly as those who chose to stay or leave. Being tough and commanding was not his true nature. But in this special time, only strength and strict rules could quickly establish the basic order. Civilized morals and laws are necessary in peaceful times, but now they are obstacles. Carrying the sacrifices of many comrades, he must continue to shoulder the responsibility. Otherwise, he would be uneasy for the rest of his life. He will fight to the end for what he believes is right. He will also protect what must be protected, no matter what. He wants to build this base. Even if everyone else disagrees and leaves, he will do it alone. He will slowly expand it, save the city, and create a new order. Then, during the long, chaotic night, he will wait for dawn to return to the world. The old world is gone, but a new one will surely come. No matter how far away, it will arrive. He firmly believes this. Team E, I'm joining.
Meh.
I'm with you. I trust you all.
Count me in.
I can't fight, and I don't have many skills.
Can you accept me?
10 minutes later. What comforted Yichi a little was that although some people left, most stayed. Plus, other survivors in the neighborhood also volunteered to join. They not only signed up but also provided information about their water supplies and offered their homes. Maybe they saw Yichi's strength and power, or maybe they were inspired by the martyrs. In the end, 59 people signed up. Even if some left, the total was still more than the original number of people in the villa. Everyone, thank you for trusting me with life and death. From now on, I also entrust my life and death to you. We are now comrades in the same camp, together in good times and bad, through hardships and life and death. Among the ruins, in blood and fire, we will carve out our own world, waiting for the dawn of order to return. This is City C's first survivor base, named Blood Dawn. Yi Qi, I need to talk to you. Actually, I have something to discuss with you too. Once everything was arranged and night fell deep, Qiao Lan stopped Yi Qi on his way back to his room. They went inside, and she closed the door. How's your injury? Qiao Lan rarely spoke kindly to Yi Qi, which surprised him a little. In front of her, Yi Qi unwrapped the bandages around his head, revealing a large wound that had healed, though it was scarred. Then he removed the bandages from his neck, shoulders, and chest. All the wounds had closed. Qiao Lan was surprised. Just one day had passed. It turned out that Yi Yan not only had powerful lightning element abilities, but also a strong healing ability. This self-healing ability was part of a physical evolution, making him a dual element user. Enough, stop there. Qiao Lan stopped him as he was removing the bandage from his abdomen. It's not good to keep going further. She's a proper person. Yi Qi raised an eyebrow, took off the bandage on his stomach, and changed into a shirt. He had no intention of continuing to remove it. What was that girl thinking? The men's shirt found at the Chu family villa was unknown in origin. It was too large for him, making him look more slender and tall. His narrow, smooth muscles were not skinny or frail but well-defined, showing a fit body that looked good in and out of clothes. Before he fastened the buttons, Qiao Lan secretly glanced at his chest and abdominal muscles, silently admiring them. Despite having a big question in her mind, she didn't get lost in his good looks and quickly shifted her thoughts. Why did you call me? Yi Qi asked. Qiao Lan immediately took out her notebook. The one with the suicide note. She flipped to a certain page, pointed at some lines of writing and Yi Qi's name below. Before asking, her heart started beating faster. Did you really write this farewell note? What's wrong? Yi Qi glanced at the notebook. Every page in that notebook weighed heavily on him. Each one represented a life. Of course, the page he wrote himself didn't count. He just added it along with others when everyone was writing. He had already given up hope, so he didn't want to leave any farewell message. Qiao Lan read aloud, word by word, peaceful horizon, separating the ranks of the living and the dead. I can only choose the sky. She showed her first serious expression since meeting Yi Qi. Did you really write this farewell note? Your own handwriting? Yi Qi replied, yes, I did. Then why are these pages all written in the same handwriting? Did one person write them all? Qiao Lan quickly flipped through the notebook. On the following pages, there were several different farewell notes, but they all had the same handwriting as the one she read. Yi Qi explained, the ones on the later pages were written by some martyrs on the plane. They arrived late, and I told them everyone had written farewell notes. They each left one, and through communication, they asked me to write them down for them. Qiao Lan remembered that the fighter jet had indeed arrived in a rush later. The soldiers had joined immediately upon arrival and didn't have a chance to write farewell notes. So someone had already written them for them. Does that mean this one is really yours? Qiao Lan asked, flipping back to the page she read. But I didn't say those words. It's a famous poem. Why did you write this? Do you like the poem? I suddenly remembered it and just wrote it casually, Yi Qi replied. Why do you ask? Zhou Lan bit her dry lips slowly and clearly replied, this poem left a deep impression on me. Actually, I don't understand it very well. In class before, a Chinese teacher used to read these poems to us. He said that poetry is the most powerful way to express feelings. Yi Qi's expression gradually showed surprise and confusion. When was your Chinese teacher? What's his name? Zhou Lan shook her head. I forgot. Yi Qi was puzzled. Was he a man or a woman? Was his surname Feng? I forgot. Can people forget both men and women? Yi Qi's confusion cleared, and he suddenly had a realization. He instinctively thought that Qiao Lan might be up to something strange again, and became a little cautious. He couldn't help but remember that Qiao Lan had previously caused him some psychological shadow, like that cold ice cream smeared on her face. "What do you really want to do?" he asked. But Qiao Lan's heart was pounding faster and faster. After I said that, his first reaction was to verify who that teacher was, which probably meant he knew that person. He even asked if the teacher's surname was Fong.
So.
She continued seriously, "I only know that the teacher once said that when a person truly understands poetry, maybe he is already." She deliberately paused. "Understood the world," Yi Qi interrupted. "So how do you know I had such a Chinese teacher?" He felt that this girl was still mysterious and hard to understand. She wasn't even his classmate, and based on her background, she hadn't lived in Beijing, so she couldn't have been a student in the same school as that teacher's later classes. But how could she say the teacher's original words? He stared at her. If the current conditions allowed, he really wanted to investigate what else she was hiding. But Qiao Lan completely ignored Yi Qi's suspicious gaze. At this moment, her heart was so excited it almost jumped out of her chest. She took a deep breath to calm herself. "Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No way, no way, no way. How is that possible? How is that possible?" Fortunately, Fong read out every last word at the memorial service. Otherwise, I only skimmed through it quickly and didn't read everything carefully, so I missed this one. And luckily, I was imaginative enough to notice that this familiar content linked that person and Yi Qi tentatively, thinking, "Let's see if it works," and asked about it. But how could it be? That doesn't make sense. They're completely different. What's wrong? Yi Qi instinctively took a step back. Qiao Lan is now clearly very emotional, with tears in her eyes, reminding him of the first time he was beaten. At Sia University Library. She suddenly started crying inexplicably, and then acted out. Don't cry first, he even wondered if she was mentally unstable, like crying makes her want to hit someone. As for her nonsense about being angry over a breakup or hitting the wrong person, he never believed it. "Yi Qi, do you have depression?" Unexpectedly, Qiao Lan asked.
Yi Qi.
"I suspect you're irritable, and you think I have depression? How do I look like I have depression?" Qiao Lan immediately laughed excitedly. "I knew it. You don't look like it. So it must be that in a past life, the things he encountered were very dark and sad, which made him tend to depression, muttering to himself, liking to recite poetry, and behaving introverted. But now, he clearly doesn't seem to be in that state. Because in this life, he met her. She helped him catch the old lady, saved his teammate, saved him, and fought alongside him. She gave him a lot of warmth, you could say. Please call her Qiao Warmth. So today, at the memorial, although he was full of grief and heroism, he was completely rational, clear-headed, and confident. Very strong, very handsome. Watching from below, it almost felt like a fangirl before the end of the world, though not quite that extreme, just a way to describe the feeling. Wait a moment. Qiao Lan carefully placed her notebook on the nearby table. A martyr's farewell letter must not be desecrated. Then she searched carefully in the space. A windbreaker, a coat, a long jacket, a down jacket. Shali bought all kinds of miscellaneous outerwear, but none quite matched her memory. Got it. There was no ready-made solution, so she decided to make one temporarily. She found a set of bed linens, sheets, duvet cover, pillowcases, and took out a dark gray sheet, shook it out, and draped it over Yi Qi. What are you doing? Yi Qi naturally wanted to resist. Just cooperate. Qiao Lan tempted him. It's just cooperation. I'll give you a box of canned luncheon meat as a thank you. Yi Qi was silent for a second, and then said, 10 boxes. 3 boxes, no more. 8 boxes, or I won't cooperate. 5 boxes. If not, I won't cooperate at all.
Deal.
Using 5 boxes of canned lunch meat as a reward, Qiao Lan finally draped the bed sheet over Yi Qi, making it look like a cloak or coat. She also found some safety pins, created a hood-shaped pocket at the top, and put it on Yi Qi's head. Turn off the lights. The room went dark. Faint light seeped through the gap in the curtains, revealing shadows inside. A tall figure wearing a short cloak and a hood appeared before Qiao Lan. His height, build, and memories from the past life were very similar. Qiao Lan added a black mask to him, replacing the cloth mask from her memories. When he looked down, his face was completely hidden. When he looked up, only a pair of sharp, deep eyes could be seen. Is he really that person? Her memories matched, the poetry and Chinese language teacher matched, the appearance matched, but only the voice didn't. The voice in her past memories was lower, hoarser, different from Yi Qi's rich and clear voice. Qiao Lan studied the person in front of her in the dark, deep in thought. Do you have a twin brother, the same Chinese teacher as you? Yi Qi, no. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Right after, the door handle turned, and before Qiao Lan could react, the door was pushed open from outside. Why didn't you turn on the light? With a mutter, the person turned on the ceiling light near the door. The room suddenly lit up brightly. Yi Qi's appearance wrapped in the bed sheet was now very obvious.
Oh.
Qiao Lan instinctively rushed to turn off the light. Yi Qi hurriedly pulled the bed sheet down. The visitor froze. Equals. A single man and woman? No lights? Wrapped in a bed sheet? Panicked and flustered upon seeing someone? Sorry to bother you. The visitor quickly closed the door and retreated. Yi Qi's temple veins bulged with anger. Come back. He quickly tore off the bedsheet and threw it on the ground. Qiao Lan's strange way of wrapping herself was quite troublesome for him. Then he took a few steps out of the room, grabbed the person who had already run 10 meters away, and pulled him back. Why are you running? Sorry, I didn't mean to. The visitor was pulled in like a chick, repeatedly apologizing to Yi Qi. I really didn't expect you to like this kind of thing. What are you thinking? What's wrong with my thoughts? Both Yi Qi and Qiao Lan shouted angrily. Who is he? So annoying. Qiao Lan took out a knife from her pocket, looking fierce. The visitor had a square face, big eyes, thick eyebrows, a rough voice, and looked unfamiliar. Could he be new to the base? But he seemed very familiar with Yi Qi. Yi Qi pushed the visitor onto a chair and said, Sit down and stay quiet. It seemed the visitor no longer tried to run, so Yi Qi then told Qiao Lan, Feng. Qiao Lan looked surprised. What about this person resembles Feng? Isn't Feng's skin pale, and his eyes small and shifty? And he's at least 6 or 7 centimeters shorter. Yi Qi closed the door again. Facing Qiao Lan's shock, the visitor showed a bit of pride. I'm the best disguise investigator in the department. This time it was Feng's voice. Qiao Lan immediately understood. She put away her knife and looked closely at Feng's skin and around his eyes. What a perfect makeup job. Without looking carefully, you really can't tell, she admired. Feng covered his face and sighed. If only I had better makeup products. You wouldn't be able to tell even if you looked closely. The makeup I used here was just temporary, different from what I usually use, so it's not easy to see through. Then how did you change your height? With height increasing pads. They can adjust to different heights. Your team leader, Yi, also knows how to do this? Feng was a little proud again. He does too. Our department knows a bit about this. But they're all far worse than me. Can he also change his voice like you, to sound like someone else? Of course. Feng demonstrated several different voices on the spot. He could even sound like a woman or a child. Qiao Lan took a deep breath. She turned her gaze to Yi Qi. Which poem does that teacher like the most? Answer me, and I'll give you a box of ham sausages.
Yi Qi.
Is this girl acting strange tonight? He honestly answered for the sake of the base's ham sausages. Everything is fate, everything. Qiao Lan continued. All are illusions. Everything is an endless beginning. All are fleeting pursuits, Yi Qi finished. He still didn't understand why she knew that teacher. He was just an ordinary Chinese language teacher from his usual student days. Feng asked, What secret code are you guys talking about? The atmosphere in the room was starting to feel strange. Qiao Lan ignored everyone else and was extremely excited at this moment. After multiple verifications, she was sure, it's really him. It's really him. She remembered that in her previous life, When she defeated Chu Yinong and her group, she didn't use supernatural powers, just pure martial arts. So, was it because she hadn't awakened her powers back then? Could it be that in this life, because of her involvement, the butterfly effect caused many details to change, making him become a thunder-type powerful person earlier? Or maybe dual powers? Moreover, the survivor base in City C appeared much earlier in this life than in the previous one. Unknowingly, she had already changed the fate of many around her. Yi Qi, I promise you, Qiao Lan said very seriously. Although I won't join your base, anytime you ask, I am willing to help. Feng Feng whispered, any help I can give, right? You got the words mixed up. Qiao Lan shouted, that's what I mean anyway. She got a bit excited and misspoke. No, even if you don't ask, I am willing to help proactively. She corrected her words. Doggy, you are my lifesaver. Without you, I would have been stabbed to death by Chu Yinong long ago and wouldn't have had the chance for revenge or the following years of life. There would be no space left. After Rebirth, I can't just hoard supplies recklessly anymore. A small favor should be repaid with a big one, especially when it's a life-saving grace, as if reborn. I won't mind instant noodles. I'll forget the small grudge. From now on, we are good brothers who love and support each other. Qiao Lan stepped forward and tightly held Yi Qi's hand, shaking it up and down.
It's settled then,
she said excitedly. Yi Qi looked confused. He didn't quite understand Qiao Lan's emotional state. Does she really have a tendency to get easily excited and agitated? Angel Yi, you said earlier that you had something to find me about. What is it?
Qiao Lan asked.
Why do I keep being called an angel? Yi Qi was silent for a moment. I originally wanted to discuss with you about inviting you to join the base. He started. No way. I'm not used to living with so many people. But I will definitely help you. Just tell me if you need anything in the future. Qiao Lan promised, patting her chest. Anything I can do, I will do it for sure. If I can't, I will try hard anyway. Yi Qi remained silent again. Well, thank you then,
he said.
Qiao Lan's emotional state made him feel like saying thank you was almost disrespectful to her sincere kindness. No need to thank me. You all are busy. I'll go first. Qiao Lan excitedly said goodbye and left in a rush. She didn't go straight back to rest. Instead, she wandered around the villa courtyard for over 10 laps to calm her emotions. She never expected that Doggy Yi was actually the hooded angel. No wonder she beat him up the first time they met. That led to all the subsequent entanglements, and now she had a chance to learn the truth. This rebirth seemed to be arranged by some special luck, giving her the opportunity to make up for many regrets from her previous life. Suddenly, she felt more courageous about facing the future. She took a deep breath and looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. The yellow-white moon arc was tinged with a faint red. Is it almost time for full-scale mutation? Qiao Lan remembers that in a previous life, as people underwent widespread mutation and evolution, the moon changed from yellow to red, eventually becoming a blood moon. At that time, the city ruins also became a playground for mutated animals. Meow, a faint cat call sounds at the villa's entrance. A white cat carrying a small, milk bottle-colored kitten on its back walks gently over and stops at Qiao Lan's feet. The cat is wrapped in bandages, its tail gently swaying, and it squints its bright eyes. Together with Qiao Lan, they look up at the moon, whose color is unusual. The next day, Qiao Lan did not leave the Blood Moon Dawn base immediately. Although she didn't plan to join, the base was still new and unstable, so she decided to stay and help Yi Qi keep things in order. Also, Xiao Li and the cooks were injured and not fit to move, so they needed a few days to recover. Her own headache was still bothering her, healing slowly, making her reluctant to go through the trouble of finding and setting up a new place. After the big fight, she just wanted to rest, calm her mind, and relax like a lazy fish. She slept in late, ate breakfast, then curled up in bed again, took out her phone, and watched stored videos and variety shows. Besides the injured and sick in the villa, everyone else like Yi Qi was busy with the early stages of base construction, so Qiao Lan felt like she was on vacation. Miss Qiao, do you have a moment now? Could you please take us back? Near noon, Dr. Ouyang Mo from Renha Hospital, along with a few medical staff, came to find Qiao Lan. All the injured and sick here had been treated, medications given, bandages applied, surgeries performed. Long-term care and observation couldn't be done now because Renha Hospital still had many seriously injured patients waiting for them. Of course. Thank you for coming to help. Without professional medical care, the injured and patients here might be in great danger. Qiao Lan spoke kindly, sincerely thanking them, and said she could take them back to the hospital by plane anytime. Now, the city's traffic was paralyzed, roads in chaos. If they didn't fly, walking back along Route 11 would take hours. And if they encountered robbers or killers along the way, returning safely would be another matter. When she first brought them here, Qiao Lan promised that planes would pick them up and drop them off safely. Now that the medical staff was leaving, she wished they could all stay, but she kept her feelings to herself. She stepped forward, shook hands with each of the medical staff, and sincerely expressed her gratitude, polite and courteous. Don't call me Miss Qiao anymore, just call me by my name. By the way, it's almost lunchtime. Do you want to stay and have a meal before leaving? How was breakfast today? Was it okay? But it was too simple, just steamed buns, plain porridge, and pickled vegetables. It felt like a slow wait. When the medical staff heard this, they wondered why it was still so simple and why they were waiting. This was after a disaster. The outside environment was terrible and mutated beasts had appeared. Under these conditions, being able to eat steamed buns and millet porridge was like paradise. They had been at Renha Hospital for days. At first, they ate leftovers from the cafeteria. Later, even instant noodles weren't enough. Then, they went hungry every day, relying on a few volunteers who found some food in the ruins outside. They ate whatever they could find, dirty and unappetizing, but they had to eat. However, Qiao Lan looked very guilty, with no sign of modesty or politeness. She seemed to truly believe that eating steamed buns and porridge was a sign of being treated poorly. She patted her chest and tried to make up for it. Don't worry, I told them to add more dishes for lunch. There will be braised pork ribs with green beans, scrambled eggs with chives, cold cucumber salad, and tomato and egg soup. The main dish is rice. Yi team said this morning that today is the first day of the base's establishment, so we should make the lunch a bit more special to celebrate. At this point, Qiao Lan's smile became shy and she looked very embarrassed. Actually, well, it's not very fancy. It's just home-cooked food, much worse than eating out before. You've all been working hard saving lives. We should have prepared a big feast to thank you. But, well, the base is new and conditions are limited. Please understand, everyone, please understand. Her tone was very polite. Ouyang Mo quickly responded, no, it's already very generous. But we're in a hurry to go back. There are many patients at the hospital who still need help, so. Before he could refuse to stay for the meal, someone tugged at his sleeve from behind. Among the medical staff behind him, several people's stomachs growled at the same time, making loud gurgling sounds of hunger. Some people swallowed hard, their voices a bit loud. It didn't look very dignified. Ouyang Mo turned around and saw that Nurse Chen was pulling his sleeve. The old nurse, with tired eyes and bloodshot, looked at him eagerly. The others looked equally exhausted, their faces showing strong longing. Ouyang, we won't be long for a meal. Maybe. We haven't had a proper meal or good sleep in many days.
Yeah.
If we don't eat now, we won't be able to hold up. The most senior nurse leader spoke first, and others nodded in agreement. Really, the dishes Qiao Lan mentioned sounded so delicious. What ribs, green beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, and fragrant rice. After so many days of being tired and hungry, everyone was about to collapse. Who could resist such delicious food? Ouyang Mo, under the watchful eyes of his colleagues, softened his heart. Everyone had suffered enough. Back at the hospital, of course, food and supplies were still scarce, so. Actually, he was quite hungry himself. So, after a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, he nodded. All right, then let's eat first and leave later.
Miss Qiao.
Please just call me by my name. Qiao Lan then, sorry to bother you all. Oh, no trouble at all. You've worked so hard, saving so many injured patients. We should treat you to a good meal. Qiao Lan was full of enthusiasm, arranging for the medical staff to rest in an empty room, providing hot water, warm milk, coffee, candies, and small cookies. The medical staff's eyes lit up with surprise. Not only was there food, but snacks and drinks too. Such luxury. Qiao Lan appeared modest and polite, saying, "Just a quick snack for now. Lunch will be ready soon. After eating, you can take a short nap, just 10 minutes, and then head back to the hospital." She went alone to an empty room, released several simple folding beds, along with blankets and pillows, and carried them to the staff's resting area, setting everything up. "Eat your fill here, rest well, and with your energy restored, you'll be more effective in helping the injured back at the hospital. Don't worry about the time. Flying is quick, so it won't delay your return." Initially, the staff hesitated and felt a bit embarrassed, but upon seeing the clean, comfortable beds, soft pillows, and warm blankets, they all silently agreed. Even Ouyang Mo, the most determined, didn't refuse. Soon, the aroma of stir-fried dishes and stewed meat filled the entire building from the open kitchen on the first floor. Dozens of people in the base were all tempted by the smell, craving the delicious food. After all, everyone had suffered hardship and hunger after the disaster. Who wouldn't want a proper meal? A temporary logistics team, made up of lightly injured and uninjured personnel, brought plates of food to each room. The floors of the villa echoed with the sounds of chopsticks and spoons clinking as everyone eagerly ate. The meals for the medical staff were even more generous, with extra meat, small desserts before the meal, and fruit platters afterward. Some even cried from happiness. After such a long time, this was the first decent meal since the disaster. "Oh Yang, maybe you should go back first. I'll stay and observe the follow-up condition of the injured here. After all, there are quite a few seriously injured here." Someone timidly made a request. Dr. Ouyang, didn't you say that coming here to help could get us food and medicine in return?" Someone weakly asked. "Maybe I should stay behind to help count the supplies they gave us?" Ouyang Mo remained silent. The two colleagues who spoke understood the implication clearly. The conditions here are good, the living is comfortable, and they want to stay. They don't want to go back to the hospital. But he is just an emergency doctor who only temporarily took on the leadership role after the disaster to help save lives. In principle, he has no right or reason to stop others from seeking better living conditions. "So, you all." He was about to agree. Nurse Jin spoke up. "Let's all go back together. We are one team. In tough times like these, we should stick together. I know everyone wants to stay immediately, and I do too, but if we all stay here, what about the people waiting for help at the hospital? Also, we still have many colleagues there. Should we leave them behind and enjoy ourselves here?"
But
"Everyone, I think our Renha hospital might not hold out much longer," Nurse Chen said. "Since we now have a base here, with police and soldiers maintaining order, why not go back and discuss with all our colleagues whether to join us here?" Everyone's eyes lit up at her words. Yes, good idea. With people protecting this place, there won't be troublemakers causing problems. But it seems like we've gotten into some trouble. Wasn't there a group of people who left earlier to avoid getting involved? That seems to be an evil criminal gang, not only targeting this place, but all survivors. We might not be safe even in the hospital. Compared to that, this place seems safer. At least no medical disputes, and Team E is quite tough. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. They all wanted to join. They all looked at Ouyang Mo. After the disaster, although some colleagues had higher professional ranks than Ouyang Mo, he became everyone's backbone and team leader because of his clear mind and strong will. He needed to give a clear answer. Ouyang Mo looked into the eyes of his colleagues, feeling their hope. Lacking medical supplies and medicines, the Renha Hospital was a place where injured patients wailed and cursed, where healthcare workers faced self-harm and violence, and where chaos reigned. In contrast, this small base was orderly, with people doing their jobs diligently, brave soldiers willing to sacrifice, clear management rules, and surprisingly good food. The difference was striking. They paused for a few seconds in silence. Ouyang Mo nodded in response to his colleagues' hopeful gazes. Okay, we will hold a group vote to decide whether to join this place. Yes. Someone immediately cheered. It seemed like the decision was already made. But Ouyang Mo emphasized, even if we join, our first condition must be that we do not abandon the patients at the hospital. This is our fundamental duty as medical staff. Does anyone have objections? No. Nurse Chun was the first to speak. She was older and more experienced, and she was clear-headed. If the condition for us to join is to give up other patients and only serve here, then we would become servants of this place. A base that refuses to accept injured patients is probably not as noble as it appears. Staying here might not lead to a good life. Yes, Ouyang Mo agreed. He sensed that this base would not reject their and the hospital's patients from joining. Because at the memorial service that day, he was present and deeply felt the heroic spirit of Yi Qi and others. They wanted to do something in this world after the disaster, just like him. Maybe even more. Outside the door, Qiao Lan, who had been quietly listening, smiled secretly.
Great.
He didn't expect it to be so easy, just a meal to persuade a group of medical staff. On the other hand, if they truly agreed to join just for a meal and abandon their hospital colleagues and patients, she wouldn't hesitate to doubt their character. Such people are concerning, but they didn't give up or waver. That was wonderful. Having a medical team like this made her feel at ease. She quietly left without disturbing the medical staff's rest after their meal. As a result, these exhausted medical workers, after resting, slept for several hours. When the first one woke up, it was almost dark. They had promised only 10 minutes of rest, right? Yawning, everyone struggled to get up. The simple foldable cots were surprisingly more comfortable than a big bed, probably because they were so tired and sleepy these days. Suddenly full from the meal, a wave of exhaustion hit, but the decision to join the base eased everyone's minds. This sleep was truly refreshing. So, her good impression of the small base grew even more. Qiao Lan pretended not to know about the medical staff's secret decision. When they came to find her, she immediately boarded the plane to send people back. The cargo hold was filled with boxes of food, drinking water, and medicines, supplies prepared in advance for them. At the hospital, after leaving the medical staff, she stayed behind with Little Tang. She equipped Little Tang with communication devices and bullets, so he could protect the place and contact her anytime if needed. Then she left without hesitation, boarding the plane and departing, without letting the medical staff notice her desire to control and possess them. The medical staff stood on the rooftop platform, waving goodbye to the plane. Looking at the boxes of valuable supplies and Little Tang, the special ability user who stayed as a bodyguard, their desire to join the base grew even stronger. Angel Yi, is the braised pork ribs tasty? What do you want for dinner tonight? Maybe we can braise chicken, lamb chops, or beef brisket. Back at the base, dinner time was approaching. Qiao Lan asked Yi Qi about the menu. Yi Qi looked serious. We can't keep wasting like this. That noon's meal was to celebrate the base's founding and to bribe the medical staff. If every meal was like that, they wouldn't be able to afford it later. Right now, every grain of rice was precious. I know you have a space and bought a lot of supplies in advance, but those are all yours. The base can't just take your things for free, Yi Qi advised sincerely. We already appreciate what you use today. In the future, store your supplies well. The world might not return to normal for a long time. Don't waste them casually. Even if you eat alone, be frugal. Wow, you're so thoughtful, Qiao Lan said softly, her tone gentle as water. This advice makes me feel your deep care and warm concern. Thank you. Yi Qi felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know what had happened to this girl. Since last night, she seemed like a different person, which made him very uncomfortable. Don't worry, Angel. I won't waste things easily. I won't contribute ingredients for tonight's dinner either. We'll cook separately, just the few of us, Qiao Lan said. Yi Qi refused. Thanks for the kindness, but no need. No matter how she persuaded him, he wouldn't accept. All right then, I'll bring you some other tasty food, she said, pulling out a handful of crystal cores. What's this? Qiao Lan grinned. Come on, I'll teach you how to use crystal core energy to evolve. They sat in the room, each holding a crystal core in their hands. Yi Qi followed Qiao Lan's instructions, slowly feeling the energy inside the crystal cores, guiding it to nourish his body. Why are you so weird? Qiao Lan discovered that Yi Qi had absorbed a high-purity crystal core in just a few minutes. This was a crystal core seized from Aunt He's research institute, with a lot of energy inside. He had absorbed it all in one go. Are you okay? Qiao Lan placed his hand on Yi Qi's chest and the other on his neck to feel the energy. If there was a danger of his body exploding, these two spots would show the first signs. What are you guys doing again? Feng Feng pushed the door open and saw Qiao Lan with one hand on Yi Qi's chest muscles and the other around his neck. They were sitting so close. He also faintly heard Qiao Lan say things like pervert and are you okay? Before entering. Is he arriving at the wrong time again? Are they doing something inappropriate inside? Come here, together, Yi Qi called to Feng Feng, who was about to close the door and leave. Feng Feng held his chest and exclaimed, together? Truly. A pervert. A purple lightning bolt struck behind Feng Feng, stopping him from stepping out. Feng Feng quickly obeyed, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed next to Qiao Lan and Yi Qi. Are you really going to do it together? He smiled shyly, rubbing his hands. Qiao Lan rolled his eyes. Your look is really creepy. Isn't it because I saw something tasty? Feng Feng drooled and took the two first-grade crystal cores that Qiao Lan handed him, holding one in each hand. Now he understood what the two inside the room were doing. He also sat cross-legged on the bed and started absorbing energy under Qiao Lan's guidance. It surprised Qiao Lan again. This guy's speed of absorbing crystal core energy wasn't slow. Although not as fast as Yi Qi, among ordinary evolvers, he was quite talented. After he finished absorbing most of a crystal core, he asked carefully and learned that Feng Feng had awakened at the very start of the wind disaster. He was one of the very few successful awakened evolvers in official internal research. It turned out that during a secret toxin research accident, some personnel accidentally came into contact with the toxin. Some lost their lives, while others gained special abilities. Feng Feng was one of them. This information was top secret, and even Yi Qi didn't know before. Feng Feng's awakening was in the body enhancement system, giving him extraordinary strength and speed. So, during the mid-stage of the wind disaster, when the wind temporarily stopped, he was secretly sent by the authorities to visit and contact various places. He was accompanied by a few teammates who were dropped by plane in different areas. He mainly focused on the southeast region. After a brief stop in City D, which was already flooded, he arrived in City C. On the day he arrived, he successfully contacted Yi Qi and took part in a surprise attack. Using his super-fast speed, he arrived early at the criminal group's research lab, disguised as one of the staff members, and waited for the right moment to act. After listening to Feng Feng's explanation, Qiao Lan suddenly had a realization. She looked at Yi Qi in shock and asked, before the attack, did you already prepare for the possibility of dying? Yi Qi pressed his lips tightly and nodded in agreement.
No wonder.
Qiao Lan suddenly understood everything. She had been thinking about that night's attack. It felt a bit strange. Why did Yi Qi lead the team straight to the target's front? Why didn't they sneak around or gather intelligence first? Why did they attack directly with full firepower? Even if they got some inside information from prisoners, shouldn't they have verified it before fighting to avoid unnecessary losses? That would be the normal way to handle such a battle. But Yi Qi and his team flew in quickly and started fighting immediately after landing. At the time, Qiao Lan thought they were rushing to save time and seize the initiative, preventing Aunt He from attacking their base early. But now she understood. Yi Qi's direct attack was to give Feng Feng, who had sneaked inside, a chance to act. The intense frontline battle wasn't the real goal. The real purpose was to protect Feng Feng. Because destroying the many mutated beasts and humans in the research lab and keeping City C safe was the true goal of the surprise attack. Fortunately, Feng Feng fulfilled his mission and blew up all the mutant experiments about to be moved. Otherwise, this attack would have been a total failure, even though Yi Qi and Qiao Lan survived by luck. Those soldiers might have died in vain. The situation was so harsh. Relax. Now that things have come to this, don't think too much. If we can survive, we must stay strong and do more. Qiao Lan patted Yi Qi's shoulder and handed him a second-level crystal core. Yi Qi took the crystal core. Looking into Qiao Lan's eyes, he felt her warm encouragement.
He was a bit surprised.
He didn't expect Qiao Lan to be so sharp, noticing his moment of sadness and offering comfort. Just then, he remembered the soldiers who had sacrificed. Many people in the base were mourning their loss, but he was not only sad, he also felt deep guilt and self-blame. It was he who led them to their deaths. Before the attack, he had already prepared a battle plan. Everyone was focused on distracting the enemy to give undercover agent Feng Feng a chance and time. However, the plan was kept secret and no one knew about it. You could say that those soldiers didn't realize until their death that they were only part of the fight, not the whole thing. He led by example, fighting alongside the soldiers, risking his life to face a heavy bear monster. He took 3 doses of medicine to launch a suicidal attack, breaking into pieces under the beast's feet, enduring intense pain to rebuild himself, and standing up again to continue fighting. He thought all of this was nothing special. It was nothing compared to the tragic sacrifices of his comrades. Because he had kept secrets beforehand and didn't die as he had hoped, instead surviving alone. Hiding things felt like half a lie. If only the soldiers could see from above. Maybe someone will ask, "We agreed to die together, so why did you survive while we all became sacrificial pawns?" Yi Qi said aloud. As soon as he finished, he was surprised by his own words. He wasn't someone who easily shared his feelings. But at this moment, under Qiao Lan's comforting gaze, he couldn't help but speak out. It was as if Qiao Lan's look had a magical power. He felt a bit embarrassed. Sharing his feelings openly was not his style, and exposing his thoughts in front of others made him uncomfortable. He kept a calm, expressionless face, wanting to take back what he had just said, but he couldn't. "It's not like that," Qiao Lan said. Feng Feng loudly exclaimed, "Why would you think that? Those who sacrificed, they definitely wouldn't blame you. Because they didn't fight just for you." Exactly. If I hadn't completed the mission, if I hadn't blown up the experiment and was caught or killed, I wouldn't blame you for not attacking hard enough. The mission is the mission, the fight is the fight. Everyone was ready to risk their lives. Living is lucky. Dying is just bad luck. There's nothing to complain about. Yi Qi, you're worried that your comrades might blame you, but you're underestimating them. If they did blame someone, it would only be you. Exactly. Who do you think you are? The two kept talking, and Yi Qi's heart gradually warmed. "Thank you," he said. Qiao Lan's eyes lit up. "Your smile looks a little handsome." Feng Feng sneered. "Ha." Yi Qi pursed his lips. Had he smiled? He didn't even realize. But suddenly, he felt much lighter inside, as if a heavy stone that had been pressing on his heart for a long time was beginning to. The next day, Feng Feng left to investigate in another city. Meanwhile, Yi Qi secretly gave Feng Feng all the crystal cores that Qiao Lan had given him. The two of them shook hands tightly. In dangerous times, no one knows when they will see each other again. No one can guarantee they won't die. Maybe there will never be another meeting?
Take care.
You too. Feng Feng walked away. Yi Qi watched him go for a long time until his figure was no longer visible, then turned back to the base. But unexpectedly, they met again so soon. Within 10 minutes, Feng Feng, true to his name, came rushing back like a gust of wind, faster than a car going full speed. "Help.
Quick.
Over there, there's a huge mouse. I can't beat it."
Ah.
Qiao Lan was in her room absorbing a crystal core when she heard Feng Feng scream. She grabbed her gun and ran out. A mouse? Could it be the golden giant mouse the prisoner mentioned? Marshall's mouse? Where? Along with Qiao Lan, the investigator Qi and a girl named Fu Xingyuan also ran out. She was the only positive survivor among all the mutated guests at Suihua Hotel. After tests, they found her special power was support type. When she concentrates and uses her energy on someone nearby, that person's elemental attacks become stronger. For example, Deqi's palm-held flames, which normally burn through wood in 3 seconds, become faster. Only 2 seconds, and the flames are brighter. After confirming her power, the girl asked to be taken to battle next time, so she could contribute her strength. When she heard someone scream about a giant mouse, she immediately ran out. I'll go check. Others stay on guard. Qi always leads from the front, willing to face danger first. Add me. If it's that golden rat, it'll be hard to handle alone. Qiao Lan checked her magazine. Feng quickly said, it's not golden. One's black, the other's gray. Both are about the size of a kitten. He gestured with his hand, probably describing their size, near the 4th Street corner to the east. The 4th Street corner? That's at least 2 miles away. Did they chase you all the way? Qi asked. Are there 1 or 2? Where are they now?
2.
The black one is bigger, the gray one smaller. They're still over there, not coming over. I ran into them halfway and didn't dare get close, so I hurried here to find you guys. Everyone. With how loud he screamed, everyone thought he was about to be bitten on by a mouse. After asking clearly, it turned out he usually takes a quiet shortcut when going out of town. While walking, he suddenly found a mouse nest in a narrow alley between 2 ruined buildings. The nest had a bunch of small mice guarded by 2 obviously mutated large mice. When he passed by, they charged to attack. He was quick and turned to run, narrowly avoiding being caught by the mice. He ran far away and looked back. The mice had returned to guard the nest. Qiao Lan asked, Are your eyes red? Is there gold color all over your body? No, my eyes are light red, not very red. That means the mutation just happened a couple of days ago, and it's still in the early stage of mutation, not level 1 yet. The mice are a bit bigger and pose a threat to ordinary people, but for us who have evolved, it's manageable, Qiao Lan judged. If these mice survive, their whole nest will soon mutate. Usually, the mother mouse mutates first, followed by the young mice in the nest. Right now, there are 2 mutated mice in the nest, 1 big and 1 small, likely the mother, and the first mutated young mouse. Typically, within a week, other mice with mutation potential will also mutate. If they haven't mutated after a week, the mother mouse will abandon them. Qi decided to go with Feng to kill the mice and him out of the city. Can you go alone in this situation? No matter inside or outside the city, mutated creatures will keep increasing. Qiao Lan thought Feng's fighting ability was a bit weak. It's fine. I'm an evolved psychic. I can't just run if I can't fight, Feng said confidently. It was as if the timid guy who just screamed wasn't him. Qi led him away from the villa. Because the mice were in the early mutation stage, Qiao Lan knew Qi could handle it, so she didn't go along. She was holding a crystal core, watching a video, balancing evolution and leisure. She still had half an episode left to watch, so she went back to continue. Everyone dispersed. The girl from the support team, Fu Xingyuan, thought for a moment, then looked determined and chased after them. Big brother Yi. Please wait, I want to go with you. Qi and the others had already left the community and stopped when they heard her. Qi said, no need. Go back. Also, you can call me Team Yi. His expressionless face made Fu Xingyuan hesitate for a moment. But she still stepped forward and spoke. Her tone was very firm. I want to train my courage and fighting skills. There will be many dangers in the future. As someone who awakened first, I must take on my responsibilities.
Yeah.
He didn't call him Big Brother Yi again, but changed his tone and said, Team Yi, please give me a chance to train. Also, the others at the base should train too. Ordinary people need the ability to protect themselves. We can't rely only on a few of you to guard everything, right? Qi replied, we've already started making arrangements. Soon, everyone will go out in small teams to gather supplies and train. For now, you can go back. Before Fu Xingyuan could say anything, he left with Feng. Fu Xingyuan was left at the community gate. She frowned as she watched their figures quickly disappear down the street. Without hesitation, with a stubborn look, she chased after them. Blue sister, that girl is chasing Team Yi. Could it be dangerous? Should we stop her? Xiao Tang, on the rooftop, was keeping watch with the newly formed guard team nearby. He saw the girl catch up and asked Qiao Lan through the communicator. Qiao Lan lazily said, "That's her own choice. No need to interfere. They're all adults and responsible for their own safety." But come to think of it, the base's entry checks aren't strict enough. Why didn't the guards stop her? Even ability users shouldn't be given special treatment. Without a good reason, no one should wander around freely to avoid causing trouble for the base. Qiao Lan contacted the team leader in charge of guarding the gate, Zhang Yu, and mentioned it over the walkie-talkie. Zhang Yu immediately said, "Thank you, Miss Qiao. I will take this seriously. Ability users can't enter or leave without reporting." I was just making a suggestion. How you manage the base is up to your internal discussion, Qiao Lan said, not interfering in their affairs. But Zhang Yu, this young man, was not just anyone. Back at Suehua Hotel, Qiao Lan had casually handed him a compressed biscuit in the corridor. She didn't remember him, but he remembered her deeply and was very grateful. When Qiao Lan made her suggestion, he paid close attention. He went to the villa gate, scolded the guards responsible, and personally stayed at the entrance. About half an hour later, Fu Xingyuan returned alone. Zhang Yu stopped her outside the gate. "You didn't register or report when you went out. When you come back, you'll be checked and face a day's meal suspension." Fu Xingyuan was surprised and angry. "I was going to help Team Yi fight mutated beasts." "Then, did you get Team Ye's permission before going?" Zhang Yu asked politely. Fu Xingyuan, proud and icy-faced, said, "I told Team Yi to move aside." Zhang Yu did not step back and still blocked the iron gate of the villa yard. The gate was only slightly open, but he refused to let it open further, so Fu Xingyuan couldn't enter. "Well, I just checked with Captain Yi using the walkie-talkie. As you know, this walkie-talkie has a large communication range, so Captain Yi can still contact us even when he's outside." Zhang Yu explained. "According to Captain Yi, he didn't agree for you to follow, so you should have returned immediately. But you didn't, which counts as leaving without permission, right? Miss Fu, from the beginning, the base established rules that no one can enter or leave without permission. The punishments are clear. It's all for everyone's safety." Hearing this, Fu Xingyuan's face looked very unhappy. Especially because Zhang Yu kept explaining the whole story in detail, her impatience grew stronger. She forced herself to stay calm and said, "I will explain this to Captain Yi later. You don't need to ask about it." She stared at Zhang Yu, who also stared back at her. "Step aside. Miss Fu, please cooperate with our work and stay aside for inspection. I'm different from you. Let me go back to my room." "I'm sorry, that's not possible. Are you going to let me or not?" Fu Xingyuan's energy started to surge around her. In the early stages of mutation, her control over her energy was not very refined, and the overflowing energy field gusted like wind, suddenly rushing toward Zhang Yu in front of her. His hair was blown up, and his eyes felt uncomfortable from the force. He quickly took a step back, covered his face, squinted his eyes, and looked at the two guards nearby. "Then please come in." He then opened the gate. Fu Xingyuan snorted coldly, retracted her energy, and stepped inside. "I will report to Captain Yi about you blocking me. When the time comes, let's see how he will scold you." But before she finished, the two guards suddenly moved, skillfully flipping her to the ground and pinning her hands behind her back. Zhang Yu had given them a signal with his eyes just now. "What are you doing?" Fu Xingyuan exclaimed in surprise. Realizing what was happening, she immediately fought back fiercely. Although she wasn't a combat-type mutant and her attacks weren't strong, every awakened mutant had enhanced physical strength. So, in terms of power and stamina, she was much stronger than an ordinary girl, roughly the level of a very strong adult male. The two guards, both former police officers trained in fighting techniques, couldn't withstand Fu Xingyuan's fierce resistance. She pushed and bumped them, forcing her way out with brute strength, and even kicked each of them once. Team leader Zhang Yu quickly rushed to help, but Fu Xingyuan pushed him away and fell to the ground. "Why are you bullying people?" Fu Xingyuan's face was red as she loudly questioned. She hurriedly lowered her head to straighten her wrinkled clothes, brushing off the dust on them, her eyes red with anger. I was just wandering nearby, checking the surroundings for safety. That's for the base's security. Yet you all target me. Are you jealous because I advanced earlier or because I have special abilities? Your talents are not good enough, but trying to bully someone stronger won't change the fact that you're weak. People should be more relaxed and open-minded to improve. Those with poor character won't have good results even if they evolve in the future. Remember that. Her voice was firm and loud as she taught them. This alarmed others in the villa. People busy with various tasks came out or looked through the windows. What's going on? Another telepathic investigator, Qi, who was on guard, hurried over after hearing the news. Brother Qi, it's fine. It's already resolved. Fu Xingyuan calmed her emotions and took a big step to downplay the situation. I'll tell Captain Yi later. The guard team needs to be reorganized. Jiang Yu got up from the ground quickly and explained, we were just doing our normal duty. Miss Fu didn't follow the rules and she started the fight. You guys started it first. But I won't argue with you now because I'm not someone who bullies the weak. We'll wait for Captain Yi to return and discuss everything then. Fu Xingyuan didn't wait for Jiang Yu to finish and strode into the villa.
See.
Jiang Yu looked at Qi. Only another telepath can subdue a telepath. Qi, who was previously badly injured and hadn't fully recovered, looked pale and unsteady after rushing out. He shook his head and said, let's wait for the captain to come back. He turned around and coughed severely. Jiang Yu had no choice but to put this matter aside, helped Qi back to rest, and continue tending to him. Blue sister, do you want to help? On the roof, Xiao Tang, who was with the security team, privately contacted Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan was too lazy to care. I already said not to interfere in their internal affairs. We're not part of the base, just staying here for a few days. What should we eat for lunch? Boiled pork slices sound good? She remembered there were many hot servings of spicy boiled pork in the space, with a layer of fiery red oil, tender meat slices, fresh vegetables, and bean sprouts at the bottom of the pot. Xiao Tang immediately dropped the matter and helped plan. Sure, but Xiaoli's injury isn't fully healed yet. Is it okay to eat spicy food? She can just have plain porridge and vegetables, maybe with a slice of smoked ham. Qiao Lan replied. Big sister Lan, I also want to eat boiled meat. Little Li protested nearby. You can't take advantage of my injury to keep making special dishes all the time. But we can't always eat plain food either. We're busy evolving, so we need proper nutrition, said Qiao Lan, holding a crystal core. Every time she absorbs energy from the crystal core, her body feels light and full of energy. Soon after, she feels hungry and craves whatever she sees. Little Li's eyes filled with tears. Aren't you bullying me because I don't have special powers? You're targeting me. You can't be so harsh to the weak. Boo-hoo. Little Tang had just told them about the argument at the door through the communicator. She quickly used Fu Xingyuan's words. Qiao Lan sighed. Then how do you avoid being targeted, princess? Allow me to drink porridge, but I must add smoked ham and also a portion of crispy fried chicken drumsticks. Little Li pouted. I'm not a princess with a spoiled attitude. With Sister Lan providing supplies, I get everything I want. I have a princess's life. Your flattery is kind of cute, Qiao Lan agreed, adding fried chicken drumsticks to the meal. She took out the microwave and electric frying pan, plugged them in, and started heating the food. The fast food boxes in the space were still steaming hot and well-preserved. But heating the food in a pot and then plating it made the taste much better than eating directly from the boxes. Qiao Lan reheated Little Li's hospital meal, then delivered 2 more portions to the chef father and son next door, who were recovering. She then began boiling water for sliced boiled meat and fragrant white rice, calling Xiao Tang to come down from the roof for dinner. The spicy aroma, bright red chili peppers and numbing Sichuan peppercorns floating in the soup made it very tempting. It was delicious to scoop the meat directly into the soup, or use a spoon to serve the soup and meat together over rice. Wrapping rice and meat in fresh lettuce leaves into a roll was also very tasty. One bite, and the fresh aroma of the leaves combined with the rich flavors of meat and rice, almost making her tongue want to eat itself. Qiao Lan ate happily, feeling completely refreshed. She also wondered whether Yi Qi had finished off that rat nest. If he returned after defeating the mutated beast and had a hot bowl of boiled meat, it would be so satisfying. Unfortunately, this guy insisted on sharing hardships with the other members of the base and refused to join her special meals. Sigh. No good fortune for her. Upstairs, in a certain room, Fu Xingyuan took out 2 burgers from her pocket, flattened and dirt-stained. Even so, her roommate's eyes lit up with longing. Everyone gathered around eagerly. Where did you get these? Fujia, you're so amazing. Did you find them on this trip outside? She really is someone with special powers, much stronger than us. Fu Xingyuan took back one of the hamburgers from her bag and said, "This is for Brother Yi. Don't fight over it."
Who is Brother Yi?
A woman asked. He's Captain Yi Chi. Another girl winked at her, teasing meaningfully. Everyone chuckled quietly. What are you all imagining? Fu Xingyuan blushed slightly and scolded with a serious face. We're not thinking anything, we didn't say anything, someone continued joking. Fu Xingyuan got annoyed. If you keep doing this, I won't give you any more hamburgers.
No, we're sorry.
The joking people quickly apologized, all drooling at the sight of a hamburger. Sister Fu, are you really going to give us some? Yes, Xingyuan girl, this thing is hard to find. It's very precious. We won't take credit without doing anything. We shouldn't eat it for free. Although they said this, everyone's eyes were fixed on the hamburger, eager and longing. All of them were survivors of Tsuehua Hotel. These days, they hadn't eaten well. The only proper meal was the pork ribs with green beans and rice during the celebration of the base's founding, when most of them ate until they cried. But that was the only good meal. After that, their food quality quickly declined, portions got smaller, and their daily diet was just rice soup with half a steamed bun in the morning, half a bowl of rice with pickles at noon, and porridge at night. People in the guard team or logistics team got a little extra but only a bit more bread, half a bun turned into a whole one, but the taste was bland. In this room of about 10 women, some were older, some younger. Only 3 worked in the logistics team. The rest were lightly injured and couldn't work for now. Their diet was hopeless. They ate poorly every day. So, although the hamburger Fu Xingyuan brought back was dirty and deformed, it had a meat patty, vegetables, and cheese inside, and it looked very delicious. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fu Xingyuan tore the hamburger in half. She kept one half for herself and divided the other half into small pieces for everyone, giving each a piece. It was only a small bite for each person. Some people ate their piece quickly, like Pigsy eating ginseng fruit, eating too fast to taste anything, watching others chew slowly and enjoy, feeling regretful. But even with slow eating, a small piece was gone quickly. Everyone looked at Fu Xingyuan's half with longing, silently swallowing their saliva. They didn't dare ask for more. Thank you, Xingyuan girl, this is really delicious. Yes, Sister Fu, you're such a kind person. You are the most beautiful and strongest person here, with such a kind heart. Before I met you, I didn't know there could be someone so perfect in this world. These thanks are half sincere and half flattery. I hope next time I go out to find supplies, I can share some good food with them. So, when the logistics team delivered the food, they saw a group of people praising Fu Xingyuan enthusiastically. Fu Xingyuan finished the last bite of her burger and took the lunch box from the delivery person. It still contained about half a bowl of rice and a few pickles. Is it this again? The delivery person said, no, last time it was fish spring pickles, this time it's from Fulling.
Fu Xingyuan chuckled softly.
After the delivery person left, she shared the food with everyone and said, let's just make do for now. Brother Yi mentioned that soon we will start dividing into groups to go find supplies. When that happens, I will take on the responsibility of an awakened person and find more and better food for everyone. Everyone cheered and clapped. One person said, I want to be in Fu Sisters group when we go out. It'll be safe for sure. Another said, Captain Yi even told Sister Xingyuan about the base construction early on, so he really values her. Fu Xingyuan smiled gently amid everyone's praise, but said nothing. When someone joked, not only does he value her abilities, but Captain Yi and Sister Fu look good together, she blushed and scolded, stop talking nonsense. Brother Yi is the leader of the base. Please respect him and don't make jokes about him. In the female dormitory, everyone talked and laughed happily over a burger for a long time. During the afternoon nap time, Fu Xingyuan lay on her narrow single bed, annoyed by the snoring of the two roommates. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. As an awakened person, doesn't need to be said. In the seriously injured ward, the other should have the same status as that chubby person named Qiao and the man named Tang. Since she is part of the base, her status should be higher. But Qiao and Tang each have their own rooms, while she can only squeeze in with other women. When Yiqi returns, should she ask to have her own room? Having a private space would help her improve her abilities. Yiqi should agree, right? Or, after Qiao and Tang leave, she could move into their rooms? When are they leaving? I heard it will be in a few days, but exactly how many days? Lost in her thoughts, she drifted into a hazy sleep. Just as she was falling asleep, she was startled awake by a knocking at the door. Fu Xingyuan, Captain Yi is back. He wants you to come downstairs immediately to see him, the visitor announced before leaving. Must be an important task for you, she thought. A roommate, awakened by the noise, said enviously. Fu Xingyuan hurried out of bed, quickly tidied her wrinkled clothes from sleeping, and rearranged her ponytail, then stepped out quickly. The hamburger in her pocket had been warmed by her body heat. She wondered why Yi Qi was busy meeting her. Was it, as her roommate said, an important task? After all, she was one of the few gifted individuals at the base. Or perhaps the guard team had reported her early, trying to tarnish her reputation? Feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement, she carried the hamburger downstairs, but didn't see Yi Qi in the hall or the yard. Where is Captain Yi? She casually stopped a hurried logistics staff member. Captain Yi? I think. She just went that way, the staff member replied, pointing. Fu Xingyuan followed the direction to the corridor beside the first-floor lounge. On both sides were guest rooms, now turned into recovery rooms for injured or sick people. Each door was slightly open, emitting strong smells of medicine and disinfectant. She looked into each room, but couldn't find Yi Qi. Finally, she reached the innermost room. The door was closed, but a strong smell was coming out, not medicine, but her stomach, which had only eaten half a small hamburger and a bowl of rice for lunch, reflexively growled with hunger. The rich aroma. Clearly, it was the smell of boiled meat. This was the room of Xiao Pengzi Qiao. Fu Xingyuan immediately frowned. The entire base was eating simple rice and pickles. Why was someone here having a feast, eating a big meal, and getting special treatment? Knock, knock. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Excuse me, is Captain Yi inside? The next moment, the door opened by itself. Yi Qi stepped out, glanced at her, and said, "Wait a moment," then turned to Qiao Lan inside and said, "Thank you for your suggestion. I will improve the management system immediately." "It's no trouble," Qiao Lan waved and said goodbye to the angel. Standing outside the door, Fu Xingyuan saw leftover dishes still not cleaned on the table inside. A large bowl of bright red oily soup, emitting a strong aroma. Silently swallowing her saliva, which was automatically produced, Fu Xingyuan responded to Yi Qi. "Captain Yi, the management system really needs to be improved. Gifted individuals shouldn't get special treatment," she said with a cold face, staring at the large red oil bowl on the table. "Not eating the same food as everyone else, having extra meals. How can that be called fair distribution of supplies? Miss Qiao is not a member of our base, so she does not participate in resource distribution and is not bound by the base's rules." After Yi Qi explained with a blank expression, she added, "She has provided many supplies for the base and has fought bravely for it. She is a guest of honor here. I hope everyone here will show her the greatest respect." Of course, this last sentence was a response to Fu Xingyuan criticizing Qiao Lan.
Fu Xingyuan instantly blushed.
When she first heard our base, the word we gave her a sense of belonging and closeness, as if she was on the same side as Yi Qi. After all, Qiao Lan was the outsider, wasn't she? But as she listened further, her face grew more and more displeased. It was clear that Yi Qi was suppressing Qiao Lan openly. "Captain Yi, I think." She instinctively wanted to argue. But when she looked into Yi Qi's cold yet commanding eyes, her heart trembled, and she swallowed her words. She lowered her gaze, afraid to meet Yi Qi's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she thought, forget it. Since I'm not part of the base, and considering the supplies, Captain Yi is just showing some leniency to outsiders by suppressing his own people. Once the base has more supplies and grows bigger, there will be no need to hide her feelings. Thinking of this, she felt a bit sorry for Yi Qi's concessions. Her tone softened naturally. I understand, Captain Yi. You're just teaching me a lesson. May I ask, since you just returned, is there something urgent? When she looked up at Yi Qi again, she also glanced into the house, just in time to meet Qiao Lan's gaze at the door. She secretly snorted. What's so great about flying planes? Having some supplies isn't a big deal. Everyone here has supernatural abilities. When the Blood Dawn base grows and develops, everyone will have enough to eat. Just then, Yi Qi closed the door, blocking their view of each other. Lan Jie, she's hostile to us. As soon as the door shut, Shaoli quietly whispered to Qiao Lan, guessing, is she craving meat but too shy to say it? Qiao Lan completely agreed. Yes, that must be it. In her past life, she had gone hungry herself, and seeing others with food was painfully frustrating. Moreover, the food on the table wasn't ordinary. It was boiled sliced meat, which smelled delicious enough to make anyone drool. Should we give her some? Probably not. It would affect Yi Qi's management of the base. He doesn't even eat our delicacies. That's true. Shaoli guessed again. Maybe it's also because she doesn't like Captain Yi getting too close to us. Did you see how she looked at Captain Yi? Qiao Lan's curiosity was piqued. Yes, I saw that too. She seems to have that kind of feeling. Speaking of which, Team Yi is quite handsome. If he became a celebrity, he would definitely be a top star, right? Yes. He has a good face, a great figure, and a very strong aura. Zhou Lan objectively comments. Yi Dog already has a good appearance, and after becoming an angel, he has even more shine. It's all good. Shaoli is more gossip-loving. Not only strong-looking, but also a bit cold and reserved. Very charming.
Wow.
You like him now? Not exactly. Shaoli shakes his head. I can appreciate his looks, but I can't stand his personality. I prefer someone I can talk to easily. Can you imagine Team Yi chatting about gossip, games, anime, or fashion with me? No, I can't. It's better to admire from afar than to get close, right? Cold words, a single look that could freeze you. Being around him feels uncomfortable. I can't handle it. Zhou Lan agrees deeply. I really can't handle it. If any woman ends up with him in the future, she must be a gentle woman full of maternal warmth. Definitely not someone like us. They lean their heads together, gossiping and giggling quietly. Meanwhile, Yi Qi comes out of Zhou Lan's house and walks straight through the corridor to the living room with Fu Xingyuan. He immediately reports, Gatekeeper team, you left the base without reason for over half an hour. When you returned, you refused to undergo inspection and even knocked down a team member. Logistics team, you secretly kept food and shared it with your roommate, violating the rules of unified resource management. Both violations will be punished. You will be deprived of meals for a day, confined for 3 days, and write a report of over 1,000 words to reflect on your mistakes, to be submitted before dinner tonight. After dinner, there will be a meeting where you will read your report aloud and apologize publicly to the team member you knocked down. Fu Xingyuan is stunned. Her hand instinctively reaches into her pocket, where she still has a whole burger she saved for Yi Qi. Precious food, she didn't even dare to eat herself. She thought that when Yi Qi returned, he would be busy seeing her or something important. Or even if the gatekeeper team had reported her, they would consider her special status and discuss it with her calmly. But she didn't expect the logistics team to be the ones to complain. And she certainly didn't expect Yi Qi to be so straightforward, publicly announcing her punishment in the busy living room, making her feel embarrassed. I was outside for over half an hour, patrolling the surroundings and protecting the base. Fu Xingyuan cried out in anger. I shared the food with everyone and didn't hide anything. Everything I did was for everyone, including you. She took a hamburger from her pocket and held it up in front of Yi Qi. If you don't believe me, ask my roommate. I told her long ago that this was meant for you. I'm hungry too and want to eat, but I didn't touch it. I was just waiting for you to come back, so I could give it to you. You're the leader of the base and everyone's support. We all want you to be well and eat enough. But I didn't expect you. You would be so unfair and not listen to my explanation. You believe others' lies and jealousy, and you target me. How can you be the leader of the base like this? Have you thought about the bigger picture? Members passing through the living room stopped one by one, surprised to see this conflict. The base had only been established a few days ago, and already someone was questioning Yi Qi's leadership, especially among the few with special abilities. Are you finished? Keep going, say everything you feel, Yi Qi said coldly. Fu Xingyuan was crying so hard she could hardly breathe, almost howling. Suddenly, she threw the hamburger at Yi Qi. Good intentions are mistaken for betrayal. Do you want me to hand over supplies? Fine, here. I found this in the ruins of a fast food restaurant. I scraped it out with my bare hands. My hands were cut by bricks and cement, just to give it to you. Imprisonment? Fasting?
Why?
I won't accept such unfair treatment. I'm leaving this base. She shouted and cried, glaring at Yi Qi with hatred, then turned to leave. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck in front of her. Fu Xingyuan was so scared she quickly stepped back, shocked, and looked at Yi Qi. Did you attack me? You're leaving the base and you attack me? So, this is a place where you can only enter but not leave? Yi Qi handed the handcuffs to a guard. Handcuff her, and take her away. The guards were ordinary people, not awakened or evolved, so they couldn't fight against Fu Xingyuan, whose body was already strengthened. But under Yi Qi's thunderous presence, Fu Xingyuan didn't resist this time. Tears streaming down her face pale with anger, she obediently allowed herself to be handcuffed and was taken to a small room next to the villa for detention. It was originally a small storage room of the Chu family, filled with clutter. After being cleaned by the logistics team in the past few days, it was temporarily used as a detention room. The empty, cold room had only a small window with bars. Once the door was locked, the light dimmed, and Fu Xingyuan truly felt like she was in prison. She was so angry that she sat on the ground and cried loudly. Her sobs faintly reached the villa. At this moment, in the large living room on the first floor of the villa, more and more people came to see what was happening. Yi Qi took the opportunity to give a stern talk. The rules at the base are for everyone's safety. Going out requires permission and reporting, and entering must be checked. No one is an exception. If the security isn't strict and bad people sneak in, what then? Anyone, regardless of position or special abilities, must not get special treatment. On the contrary, because some have positions or abilities, they should take responsibility and set an example by following the rules. How can they feel superior and cause trouble intentionally? The same applies to the rule of submitting supplies. Other rules are the same too. Where are the people sharing hamburgers with Fu Xingyuan in her room?
Come out now.
Yi Qi looked serious. His stormy reprimand made everyone in the girls' dormitory afraid to slack off. They all came to listen and accept the scolding. They also apologized publicly, admitting that eating privately was wrong, and accepted the punishment of missing dinner and breakfast the next day. Both meals would be skipped. No one dared to argue or make excuses. Losing 2 meals over a single hamburger was a big loss. Even Fu Xingyuan, the only woman with special abilities in the base, was disciplined. The ordinary girls dared not cause trouble. Seeing their good attitude in admitting mistakes, Yi Qi's expression softened a little. He said seriously, 1 hamburger isn't a big deal, but the key is that this kind of attitude can't become normal. If someone secretly hides a hamburger this time, next time it might be a bag of rice, a warehouse of supplies, or even weapons and guns. Joining the base means putting the base's interests first. The base is everyone's refuge, related to each person's life and death. If you have difficulties, let the base solve them. If you benefit, don't secretly hoard resources or enjoy privileges. This disrespects other members and steals resources. If caught, there will be no mercy. As for those who think the rules are too strict or punishments are too harsh and want to leave, do you want to go? Yichi looked at everyone present. He slowly said, "The Blood Dawn base is not a gang hideout. You can come and go freely. We welcome everyone to join, and you are free to leave. In the future, more bases will be established, and the authorities will also set up bases. You can transfer to others if you wish. But as long as you're here, you must follow our rules. If you break the rules and want to leave after that, sorry, finish your punishment first before leaving. Fu Xingyuan can leave. Anyone who has accepted the punishment today can leave too. Once you've finished, it's up to you. This matter is now settled. I hope everyone learns from it and moves on." Yi Qi decisively finished his speech and went to do other things. The leftover burger from Fu Xingyuan was taken by the logistics staff. After checking it was okay, they gave extra food to the patients and injured people. People gathered in small groups and discussed as they left. This was the first official punishment for mistakes since the base was established. Yi Qi acted quickly to discipline and set an example which caused a big impact on everyone. Most people supported Yi Qi's approach. Without rules, there can be chaos. Everyone in the base wants it to be safe and peaceful. There is food, medical care, and guards, which is much better than outside in the ruins. The survivors at Suehua Hotel like that there are no negative mutants here. The military, police, and nearby newcomers like the supplies and security. Everyone thinks this is the best place to live in the city until official rescue arrives. People who didn't agree either left early or didn't come at all. So, following rules and protecting the group's interests is everyone's shared goal. If everyone acted selfishly and caused trouble, the base could fall apart. Then, people would have to scavenge in the ruins, fight, steal, and risk injuries or death. It wouldn't be comfortable to live there. Even those who shared a room with Fu Xingyuan and were punished mostly accepted it. They felt the punishment was a bit harsh and had some resentment, but they kept it inside. Complimenting and flattering Fu Xingyuan was to gain more benefits. Now, seeing that's not enough, they obeyed Yi Qi's punishment for long-term peace. People weigh their options and adjust their actions to get the most benefit. At the dinner and the upcoming official group meeting, Yi Qi announced a new point-based management system for the base, which excited everyone. From now on, not everyone will eat plain bread and porridge. Instead, they can earn points based on their contributions to the base and exchange those points for better food, supplies, and services. When they earn enough points, they can upgrade to elite or core members, participate in management, and help decide the future of the base. Some capable and skilled people started to get interested and plan to take part in earning points. Those who are weaker or still injured can't do much now, but they still have hope. The base encourages everyone to exercise and learn new skills. Even the weakest and most ordinary person can earn a lot of points if they participate in the base's exercises and training activities on time and meet the assessment standards. The requirements for joining the base were also announced. Initially, the focus was on rescuing and sheltering survivors. The base was open to everyone who wanted to join during these days. However, as mutated creatures increase, joining the base will become more difficult. To join, you must have some special skill or talent, be an awakened person, or contribute supplies, or even offer mutant beast cores. In short, it will become harder to join the base in the future. The current open-door policy, welcoming everyone, won't last long. Luckily, we stayed behind at the start, or it would be very hard to get in later. Yeah, that girl named Fu Xingyuan is still causing trouble about leaving. It's easy to leave, but coming back will be hard. Did you hear what Captain Yi said? The base will help us train and learn combat skills. If we awaken, they'll also help upgrade with cores. After the meeting, everyone excitedly discussed. During the day, the small incident caused by Fu Xingyuan's arrogance was already forgotten. Even those sharing a room with her no longer cared about her burgers and started dreaming about the future of the base. But missing meals really made everyone hungry. They kept thinking of Fu Xingyuan, lying on their beds, hungry and regretting that they shouldn't have eaten her burger out of greed. Qiao Lan, I don't know how to thank you. Late at night, most people in the base were asleep, but Yi Qi and Qiao Lan walked side by side, leaving the villa courtyard. The moon, slightly redder than before, hung in the sky, and the night was cool and clear. Yi Qi softly expressed his gratitude to Qiao Lan. The point system and future joining conditions proposed by the base today were suggestions from Qiao Lan, improved by the management team based on her original ideas. Yi Qi, a detective, could go into battle or do undercover investigations. He wasn't experienced in management. In the past 2 days, he was overwhelmed with various trivial matters at the base, and Qiao Lan really helped him solve big problems. With this system, the management of the base now has a clear framework, making it easier to add details gradually. Not only did you bring supplies, but you also helped with fighting and management. You've contributed at least half of the success of this base, Yi Qi sincerely said. More than half, in fact. Without Qiao Lan, there would be no base at all. Otherwise, what would he rely on to distribute food, provide medical care, and medicine? Without Qiao Lan, he might even be dead now. Qiao Lan felt happy inside. She was praised by an angel. She spoke lightly, waving her hand. It's no big deal. No need to thank me. Let's get to work. The sooner we fix this place, the sooner you'll be safe, and I can relax and enjoy myself. As they talked, they reached the entrance of the neighborhood. The once clean and tidy asphalt road was now badly damaged by the storm, piled with abandoned cars, broken wood, bricks, and scattered trash. Right now, the base is just a single house with surrounding yard and open space, without barriers or external roads. It looks terrible. Tonight, Qiao Lan plans to help build the barrier foundation. Later, the logistics team will improve the infrastructure. Her space-based psychic ability makes it very easy to store and retrieve items, which helps her clear the road quickly. Under the dim moonlight, her heavy figure, round and plump, surprisingly jumps lightly. She hops over the ruins several times and reaches more than 10 meters away. The darkness makes her silhouette unclear. Ordinary people can't see what she's doing, but Yi Qi, with his enhanced vision, clearly sees a large, 2-meter-long concrete slab in front of Qiao Lan suddenly disappear. She jumps again, moving to another spot, and nearby, 2 abandoned cars and a large log also vanish. Soon, when she returns to Yi Qi, the road 20 or 30 meters ahead is free of large obstacles. Only some broken bricks and trash remain, easy for ordinary people to clean. You're really amazing, Yi Qi sincerely praised. Qiao Lan smiled. You're the amazing one. You can even come back to life after dying. Yi Qi corrected seriously. If you die for too long, you can't reassemble. Last time, thanks to your quick rescue, I rebuilt my heart and had enough energy to activate my source power. Without that, I couldn't truly come back. I think I need to evolve further before I can fully revive. Qiao Lan quickly waved her hand. Don't tell others about your psychic abilities and weaknesses so easily. Yi Qi said, You're not just anyone. It's you, after all, who said that. Anyone other than myself is just someone else, Qiao Lan reminded him, jumping up and patting Yi Qi's shoulder. Even if I help you, don't trust me too easily. It's the end of the world. People's hearts are hard to read. Remember that. Yi Qi said, I trust you. Qiao Lan couldn't help but laugh, thinking he was a bit silly. My angel, what do you think I am that you'd trust me so easily? Your savior. Yi Qi paused, then blurted out, Angel.
Huh.
Qiao Lan, you're also my angel. Yi Qi suddenly stood straight and saluted her. The moonlight was faint and mysterious. Qiao Lan was momentarily stunned. This sounded a bit like lines from a romantic drama. What's with the salute gesture? You really are a serious person, Angel Yi.
Come see this.
Oh my God. What happened overnight? Who did this? The next morning, the people at the base gradually woke up and were shocked to find the area around the villa was clean. All the large debris blown in by the wind had been cleared away, revealing the original small community roads that stretched all the way to the gate. The debris was piled into a large mound on an open space in the community. Some scattered around the villa, forming makeshift barriers. It looked like the kind of cover used in movies for defense. If enemies came, they could hide behind it and shoot. This meant they had created both roads and protective barriers for the base. Miss Qiao helped with this, Guard Captain Jiang Yu said proudly during a meal, as if he had personally done all the work. People started talking. Miss Qiao is amazing. She's so young, and she can fly planes and do this too. Jiang Yu paused when he heard about flying planes. Survivors who had flown with Qiao Lan also nodded quietly. Qiao Lan is indeed impressive, but her flying skills are especially notable. Everyone who flew with her had a dangerous, life-threatening experience. How did she do it?
Someone asked.
That much work in one night, it's a huge project. I heard her supernatural power is telekinesis. Oh. Everyone suddenly understood. Using her power for construction was so convenient. Soon everyone worked together. Anyone who could move helped clear the debris. They cleaned up the small items around the big framework Qiao Lan built, opening up space and roads around the base. After 2 or 3 days, the area around the base was as clean as before the apocalypse. It looked very different from the messy nearby areas. Anyone with decent eyesight could see that this place was better than others. As a result, many survivors from this community and nearby neighborhoods voluntarily joined the base, seeking safety and support. 2 new residents from the community donated their small villas, so the base redistributed housing and adjusted team members. Why would you leave your nice house to live here? That's just foolish. Yes, lacking common sense. Our high-end community has become chaotic because of this base, attracting many homeless and poor people, which has worsened security. The residents are staying inside their homes and not interfering, but some are meddling with the base. Are they crazy? Every villa has enough food and drinks. Why bother with the base? Why share food and houses with others? Other residents who haven't joined the base are secretly very unhappy. This upscale community usually has strict security and doesn't allow outsiders in easily. If it weren't for the fear of guns from Yi Qi and others, the residents would have already driven people out. More and more people are gathering at the base, so residents are locking their doors tighter, afraid of theft or forced entry. But these are just their dark thoughts. The base has no intention of robbing anyone. Under Yi Qi's leadership, it's a proper shelter, open and honest. Besides some residents joining, many survivors from the city's military and police, along with their families and friends, have come here to settle down. Without official government bases, this small refuge created by Yi Qi, who comes from a government background, naturally gives a sense of safety. It's the first choice for those longing for order. A few days later, the base grew from a few dozen people to over 200. It's well-equipped, everyone has their role, and everything runs smoothly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, fights and conflicts among survivors are getting worse. With official rescues seeming unlikely, desperate people are showing their hidden animal instincts and malice, making the living environment worse. The Blood Dawn base is like a peaceful land amid the chaos. Qiao Lan, on her side, stays at home resting while others work. She feels a bit guilty enjoying big meals while others eat simple soup and vegetables. Just then, Yi Qi comes to discuss with her and gives her a chance to contribute a little effort. The base is growing, and houses might not be enough. We may need to build simple shelters around the area or dig underground rooms to protect against the wind. Which do you think is better? Qiao Lan asks back, what do the other group leaders say? Yi Qi replies, everyone thinks underground is safer. They're all scared of wind disasters. But Qiao Lan knows there won't be any more wind disasters soon, so building above ground or underground is fine. Maybe we should wait a bit before deciding to build houses, she suggests. Right now, finding more supplies is more important. Yi Qi nods thoughtfully, that's true. Removing personnel to build houses and sending people out to gather supplies has reduced the number of workers. The base's food, daily necessities, and medicines are almost always running out. Although a shift schedule has been set, with several groups going out each day, it is still not enough. It is indeed wise to stockpile more supplies for emergencies. One cannot always rely on asking Qiao Lan for help, as overburdening a single person is unfair. Yi Qi feels he owes Qiao Lan a lot. Seeing Yi Qi's expression, Qiao Lan knows what he's thinking. But her thoughts are different. She believes that in this high-quality community, half of the houses are still standing. Besides many standalone and terrace small villas, There is also a small high-rise building. Overall, there are enough places to live, so rebuilding is unnecessary. No one should sleep peacefully next to others' problems. The Blood Dawn base is built here. Those homeowners who haven't joined the base will either join and contribute their homes or leave, as staying would disrupt the order around the base. In the apocalypse, personal property rights are less important. In such a dangerous environment, relying on stronger individuals is the only way to survive. Conversely, every powerful base would not tolerate other forces nearby, as that threatens their safety and interests. In chaotic times, there are rules to follow. Yiqi has not yet taken action to clear out the nearby homeowners, which shows his mercy. Qiao Lan does not rush him. He still has the mindset from before the apocalypse, tough and strict, but not ruthless enough. Qiao Lan, having experienced everything in the apocalypse, is cold and detached. She knows a large-scale mutation is coming, and those homeowners who refuse to join the base will face consequences. She won't persuade them to join. It's pointless to try to make a deal. Let them continue to watch and gossip. When they suffer, they will come to depend on the base voluntarily. The housing shortage will then be naturally resolved. That night, Qiao Lan went out alone. Dark clouds covered the sky, with no moon. Relying on her enhanced vision from the crystal core, Qiao Lan moved freely in the dark night. She wasn't exactly alone. She brought her white cat with her. The cat and Shaoli were both injured recently. Over the past few days, supplies of medicine, nutrients, and crystal cores have been plentiful, helping everyone recover quickly. Especially the white cat, which has had its bandages removed and is now lively and normal. Qiao Lan guessed that mutated animals would increase, so she took the cat out at night to check the situation. We still haven't figured out what this cat's special power is. She can only take it along to train so we can observe and judge. Squeak, 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 choosing any direction. After walking just 2 streets, sharp cries come from a pile of dark ruins ahead. Qiao Lan immediately becomes interested. It's not a normal mouse squeak, it's clearly a mutated one. I've heard the arrogant squeaks of mutated mice many times before in my past life, so I recognize them well. Holding the cat, Qiao Lan rushes over. Silent and unseen. Soon, in a pile of ruins and cotton, she spots 2 mutated mice with red eyes. They're not very big, and their eyes aren't fully red yet, indicating they are in the early stage of mutation. There are also a few broken mouse corpses in the nest, torn apart and mangled. Mutated mice often fight among themselves. The first to mutate kills the others and eats their siblings. It's a brutal scene. This is how Qiao Lan encounters them this time. Go, you go first, she says. She puts down the white cat, signaling it to practice its fighting skills. This early-stage mutated mouse should be manageable for the white cat, which has already eaten many crystal cores. Meow. The white cat shakes its fur in annoyance. It lets out a dissatisfied meow, turns around and walks away, showing no interest in fighting. But its call draws the attention of the 2 mutated mice. They immediately become excited and rush toward Qiao Lan. Blood-stained rodents flicker in the dark. A whiff of foul air hits her face. Qiao Lan reacts a bit slowly and almost gets bitten on her ankle by the mice. Stinky cat, you're so frustrating. She feels helpless. This cat not only doesn't catch mice but also calls them over, regardless of her safety. Quickly, she draws her usual small dagger and kills the 2 mice. Early-stage mutated animals are easy for her to handle. It's just that this cat is a bit annoying. She collects the crystal cores and tucks them away, then pulls the cat over and scolds, "If you don't work, I won't give you the crystal cores." The white cat's blue eyes blink, meows coldly, lifts its head high, and looks very disdainful. Person and cat fall into a silent standoff and continue walking forward. Not long after, suddenly, the white cat jumps out of Qiao Lan's arms with a quick movement, rubbing against her before slipping into a small alley and disappearing. Is it running away from home? Where is it going? Qiao Lan quickly follows behind. They step through dirty mud and foul-smelling trash in the alley, past several rotting bodies, until behind a broken wall, she sees the white cat's shadow. The smell of a special mutated mouse lingers in the air. Using her flashlight, Qiao Lan sees that the white cat has just killed a mutated mouse itself, digging out a crystal core with its tiny paw and tossing it into its mouth. All right, she won't give it, so it earns on its own. Okay, good job. Now, let's see who can get it first. Qiao Lan is determined to keep her pride, paying more attention to her surroundings, listening carefully for any signs of mutated mice. The white cat no longer needs her to hold it. It runs around the ruins, flashing like a white lightning, sometimes leaving Qiao Lan to chase after it. Most of the time, she finds it has discovered another mutated mouse or bug. They've been competing for over an hour, but Qiao Lan hasn't found a single mutated creature, while the white cat has collected 5 crystal cores. Oh no, T to the power of T. She's so angry she could explode. What makes her even more mad is the way back. Qiao Lan takes a different route, hoping to find something new, thinking this time she must be faster than the cat, spotting signs of movement first. But the white cat isn't looking for crystal cores now. It runs straight toward the base, arriving earlier than Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan searches around, running through the ruins, getting covered in dirt, but finds nothing. She's so tired and hungry that she returns to her room, where the white cat is already bathing in Xiaoli's arms, obediently lying there while Xiaoli strokes its fur. Seeing Qiao Lan come in, the cat opens its mouth and shows its teeth. It's holding 3 leftover crystal cores in its mouth. Today's energy is enough, so it doesn't eat them, but it also doesn't give them to Qiao Lan, deliberately showing them off. Qiao Lan explains what happened, and Xiaoli is very happy. The mischievous kid is having a fight with her mom. Sister Lan, keep being stubborn, so I can take over as the cat's new mom. The white cat seems to understand, giving Xiaoli a side glance, then jumps out of her arms and settles into the cat bed, giving her a cool, distant back. It then catches the sleeping little calf cat in the nest and licks it from head to tail.
Meow?
The calf cat, confused, opens its eyes with a dazed look. It has no idea what's going on but sees Qiao Lan. It happily runs over to her feet, rubbing against her and making soft meowing sounds. This little guy is so silly. Qiao Lan's wounded heart finally feels healed. She picks up the little kitten and presses her face against it. Xiaoli looks disappointed. Neither of these cats is affectionate toward her. Big Sister Lan, do you think its special ability might be super sharp senses, able to detect mutated beasts early? Xiaoli guesses while looking at the white cat. The white cat lazily meows in response.
Huh.
Do you think I'm wrong? Xiaoli gets out of bed and walks toward the cat bed, trying to pick up the cat. She trips over a chair along the way. She falls flat on the ground with a thud. Qiao Lan missed her catch, and Xiaoli fell hard, hitting his chest on the corner of the table. But it hurts so much. Xiaoli covered his head and lay on the ground. Qiao Lan let go of the kitten and rushed over. Xiaoli. Big Sister Lan, I have a headache. Xiaoli weakly called out a couple of times while holding his head, then fainted. Qiao Lan was both anxious and confused. Why did he hit his chest but hurt his head? She quickly carried Xiaoli back to bed and checked him. There were no obvious injuries. Could it be damage to his heart or brain? Qiao Lan didn't know much about medicine and guessed blindly. External injuries she could handle, but internal injuries she couldn't treat. Yi Qi, can you come here for a moment? Qiao Lan turned on the intercom. Without medical staff around, her first thought was Yi Qi, who had some medical knowledge from working in the hospital. Meow. The white cat left its nest and jumped onto Xiaoli's pillow. It squinted its bright blue eyes and stared at Xiaoli closely. Yi Qi arrived quickly. He took a stethoscope from Qiao Lan and listened to Xiaoli's heartbeat. It doesn't seem like the heart is damaged. It sounds normal, he frowned. But it's better to have a professional doctor check him. Qiao Lan contacted Xiao Tang, who is staying at Manhwa Hospital. How's it going over there? Is the situation serious enough that the medical staff want to leave? Xiao Tang replied, Lanjia, it might be too late.
Huh.
Do you want to come over? Lanjia, I think if they don't leave now, they might not be able to leave at all.
Qiao Lan.
All the effort she put into persuading the medical staff. They must stay safe. Xiaoli, wait for me. I'll find a doctor for you right away. Qiao Lan handed Xiaoli to Yi Qi and immediately flew to Renhe Hospital. When will Miss Qiao arrive? Is she almost here? Almost? Nurse Chen looked nervous, holding a scalpel, and kept asking Xiao Tang at the window. She'll be here soon. She's flying a plane, so she should arrive shortly. Xiao Tang put down the communicator, raised a shield with a flash of silver light to block the flaming bottle flying in through the window. Bang! The flaming bottle slid down the shield's surface and landed on the ground below, igniting on its own.
Phew.
Another flaming bottle flew over. Xiao Tang blocked again. Outside the outpatient building, chaos reigned in the yard. The glow of torches stretched from the building to the street, and the rioters' shouts and screams grew louder. A group of firecrackers had been thrown, and now they started throwing bricks and stones, hitting the building windows with loud bangs. To block the attack, Xiao Tang used his special power, moved a bedboard, and placed it over the window to block the bricks and stones.
Thud.
The broken bricks and stones hit the bedboard, making a dull sound. Thud. On the other side of the door, there was also a series of muffled noises. The troublemakers attacking the corridor were smashing the door. A few male doctors held fire axes or used broken table legs and chair legs as weapons, nervously staring at the door, which was about to collapse. Inside the room, all the medical staff gathered, fewer than 20 people, and half of them were injured. Finally, a group of volunteers and lightly injured patients fought bravely to hold the line, making way for the medical staff to retreat to the doctor's office. When Qiao Lan contacted them, everyone had just retreated to this place. But it was clear it wouldn't be long before they were overwhelmed. Dr. Ouyang, take the gun, Xiao Tang said, showing his pistol and a submachine gun from his waist. Ouyang Mia hesitated for only a few seconds before turning around, opening the safe inside, and taking out the guns and ammo left by Qiao Lan. He quickly distributed them to willing medical staff. In the past few days, Xiao Tang had given them basic gun training. For the first time in real combat, the staff were clumsy and overly nervous. The dark gun barrels pointed at the door, and before they could fire, everyone was sweating on their foreheads.
Bang!
The door was pushed open from outside. The troublemakers excitedly rushed in, seemingly crazy.
Bang!
Xiao Tang was about to shoot but froze. It wasn't him who fired the first shot. He turned to see Dr. Ouyang Mia. Ouyang stood on a stool, looking down from above, knocking down the frontmost troublemaker just as the door broke open. The loud gunshot and the blood splattering from the attacker's chest startled both sides. The attack paused instantly. Ouyang Mia staggered back from the stool and had to jump down. His hands, used to holding surgical knives, were not yet used to the recoil of a gun, so he momentarily lost control. But he clenched his teeth and quickly climbed back onto the stool, firing again. This time, he carefully steadied his body, firing several shots in quick succession. Inside the house, the distance was too close to aim precisely. The troublemakers rushing in were packed together like sardines. As soon as someone fired, they would definitely hit a target. Within moments, 7 or 8 people had fallen, some dead instantly, others badly wounded and unable to get up. The bloody scene finally made the remaining troublemakers realize the danger.
Run.
Run away. They're killing people. Someone shouted, trembling. Immediately, the villains turned around and retreated. Killing people? You started the trouble first, smashing and looting. Are we supposed to just let you do whatever you want? Ouyang Mo angrily chased out into the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Another burst of gunfire. A few slower escapees were knocked down. The troublemakers hurriedly fled, just as quickly as they came. Ouyang Mo wanted to chase them further, but his arm and shoulder were painfully shaken by the powerful recoil of the gun. His ears were ringing so loudly he could barely hear. Amid the buzzing, the medical staff behind him pulled him back into the office. At the window, Xiao Tang moved aside the bedboard and turned on a bright spotlight, shining it toward the sky. Qiao Lan's plane was arriving. Quick, go to the rooftop platform and wait. Xiao Tang organized everyone. Armed medical staff protected the group as they hurried out, running up the fire escape stairs to the roof. When they nearly reached the top, A group of troublemakers suddenly spotted them and shouted, rushing over to block and attack. Xiao Tang and Ouyang Imo both fired their guns at the same time. Amid the loud gunfire and smoke, the medical staff finally reached the rooftop helipad and met up with Qiao Lan, who had just landed. "How many did you kill?" Xiao Tang asked him through the headset as the plane took off. Ouyang Imo looked at Xiao Tang, paused for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, 8, maybe 9 or more. The chaos was too much to count. His whole arm was sore and numb from the recoil. He looked down at his hand. This was the hand that had taken lives. Suddenly, Xiao Tang said, "I killed 5. This is also my first time killing ordinary people. I used to be in the military. Killing drug dealers in the Chu family didn't count. That was different from killing ordinary troublemakers." Ouyang Imo looked up at him again. There was no need to say more. Both understood the feelings in each other's hearts at that moment. The sense of honor and responsibility that came with their profession was severely tested in this apocalyptic world. Everyone had to reevaluate their values to face this cruel, complex new world. "This is what we should do," Xiao Tang said. They looked at each other and nodded firmly. Honestly, they might doubt themselves, but mutual encouragement and affirmation gave them the courage to keep moving forward. "You all rest well here. The injured can handle themselves. You are all medical staff. Take good care of yourselves, and there should be no problem." After sending the medical staff back to the base, Qiao Lan led them into the already prepared restrooms, smiling kindly and comforting them. "Tonight's incident is minor. There will be more chances to face similar situations in the future. Get used to it early." The medical staff, not feeling very reassured, treated each other and settled down. Ouyang Imo took people to see Shaoli. After some checks, he felt there were no major issues, but they needed to observe further for a proper judgment. Qiao Lan then happily entrusted Xiao Li to their care. In the space, another plane was brought out from He Yi's research institute. Yi Qi piloted one plane, taking some people to Rendo Hospital to rescue others. There were still volunteers and patients needing help there. Ouyang Imo had already arranged everything, planning to bring those people to the base tomorrow. But tonight, something went wrong. "Listen up, troublemakers below. Withdraw immediately and stop causing chaos, or we will open fire." The plane hovered above Rendo Hospital. Qiao Lan activated a loudspeaker, repeating warnings and threats downward. The 2 remaining buildings of Rendo Hospital were now engulfed in fierce flames. The villains, illuminated by the firelight and chaos, were screaming and acting wildly. One floor was covered in thick smoke. Amid the swirling fumes, a large bedsheet fluttered in the night sky, with a bright red SOS signal written on it for help. Qiao Lan drew her gun. In recent days, Yi Qi had made simple modifications to the plane, adding 3 automatic machine gun ports connected to the control panel, which automatically loaded bullets. With a flick of her finger, bullets poured down like a waterfall. On the ground, screams erupted everywhere. The villains' lives seemed as fragile as straw, being quickly taken. Qiao Lan's face was cold. At this moment, showing mercy to the villains would mean condemning innocent people waiting for rescue to death. Her swift and fierce actions quickly scared the enemies away. The long line of torches turned back and retreated. The villains surrounding the hospital dispersed like tidewaters. Many threw down their torches and hid in the darkness, afraid of being spotted and shot by the plane above. They landed, stormed the building with guns, and rescued people. Throughout the night until dawn, Qiao Lan and her team kept rescuing and transporting survivors from Rendo Hospital. In the end, both buildings were burned to shells in the fire. The original 1,000-plus patients and their families were mostly lost in the chaos and flames, leaving fewer than 300 to be taken to the base. The sun rises, shining with bright golden light, but the hospital is in ruins. Inside and outside the building, there are bodies. Innocent people and villains mixed together, a terrible sight. People waiting around the hospital for help had already started leaving last night after the chaos began. After the fire, they escaped as far as they could. Now, there are almost no people left nearby. Looking around, everything is desolate and messy, matching the bleak atmosphere of the whole city. Ouyang Mo follows the last rescue plane back to the hospital to say his final goodbye. He stands in front of the dark, empty outpatient building for a long time, takes a deep breath, then slowly exhales. Miss Qiao, he begins, from now on, I am your person. Qiao Lan. While Yi Qi, who is directing his team to carry someone onto the plane, hears this, he stops and stands still. He doesn't look over but listens carefully. Ouyang Mo turns to face Qiao Lan and bows deeply. Miss Qiao, last night, without you, the patients on this floor would have all suffered. Our medical team might have all been killed too. Qiao Lan quickly waves her hands. No, it's not just me. Captain Yi and others worked hard too. They are great benefactors. Later, all of us medical staff will thank the base and officially request to join it, to serve long-term, Ouyang Mo explains. But Miss Qiao was the first to help us, providing water, medicine, guns, and protecting Xiaotang. You've given us so much. All the medical staff will belong to the base in the future. Personally, I will serve you wholeheartedly from now on. What Ouyang Mo didn't say was that the night she first arrived at Renha Hospital, when she barged into the room where he and Nurse Chen were arguing, she was like a shining light, illuminating his dark, uncertain path and easing his anxious heart. He was firm, persistent, and determined. But that was only on the surface. Deep inside, he and his colleagues were anxious, hopeless, and doubting themselves. They just worked desperately to ease their minds and convince themselves. Otherwise, he couldn't face this world of ruins, maybe not even survive another second. Qiao Lan's gentle smile, her calm confidence in facing all obstacles, her deals and promises, these were like a lifeline, grabbing him like a piece of driftwood in the water. Gradually, he realized that this driftwood might actually be a big ship capable of saving him. Miss Qiao, from now on, as long as you speak, I will be at your command. I am just an ordinary doctor, not an expert or professor. My medical skills are limited for now, but I will keep working to improve myself. I hope you won't look down on me, Ouyang Mo solemnly promises. He reaches out to Qiao Lan, hoping she'll accept. Qiao Lan kept thinking, wow, I got him so easily. Haha, I'm so lucky. She secretly laughed many times, but on her face, she looked serious and reached out to shake hands with Ouyang Mo. They shook hands, and she responded sincerely, Dr. Ouyang, you're too kind. Surviving after a disaster isn't easy, and people helping each other is what we should do. Don't thank me, if anything, thank fate for letting good people like us meet early. That tone should be touching enough, right? Maybe it can earn some extra goodwill. By the way, I've said it many times, just call me Qiao Lan. No need to be so formal.
Okay, Qiao Lan.
Then you can just call me Ouyang.
Got it.
Intersection. Medical aid accomplished. Square root. The two released each other's hands and hurried back to save more people, no longer exchanging pleasantries, each going their own way. Over there, Yi Qi paused for a moment, silent. Not his business. He silently commented, and then stepped forward to continue helping with the rescue. After settling the injured and the new medical staff and patients at the hospital, the existing buildings at the base were already full. With so many people and busy work, Yi Qi only had time to rest late at night. After visiting the injured team member Lao Song, he came out of the serious patient ward and saw a faint light coming from under Qiao Lan's door nearby. He hesitated briefly, then gently knocked on the door.
Come in.
Qiao Lan's clear voice responded immediately. She wasn't asleep. Yi Qi pushed the door open. A strong smell of roasted sweet potatoes hit him. What a coincidence, you're in luck. Come try some. Qiao Lan called out. Inside, Qiao Lan, Xiaotang, and a young chef were gathered around a small charcoal stove, roasting sweet potatoes. The small oven and charcoal were stockpiled before the storm, and so were the sweet potatoes. Qiao Lan had specifically ordered from the wholesale market, saying that foods like sweet potatoes, and corn that can be eaten as staple foods should be plentiful. The diligent grocery store owner brought her several large trucks of each, with various origins and types. Today's roasted sweet potatoes on the fire weren't just one kind. They included red, white, yellow, and even purple sweet potatoes with skins and flesh all purple, as well as small round potatoes that looked like tomatoes, all improved varieties. Different large and small sweet potatoes gathered on the charcoal fire, emitting a rich, layered, sweet aroma. Not just in the post-apocalyptic world. Before the disaster, gathering so many types of sweet potatoes would have been quite a task. This was a real treat. Yi Qi's stomach, not subject to his conscious control, reflexively growled loudly as soon as he entered. His serious face stiffened. A bit awkward. But he quickly ignored the awkwardness, closed the door, took a few steps forward, and stood straight in front of several people. Captain Yi? A few people paused their snack of sweet potatoes and looked at him curiously. Yi Qi spoke. Qiao Lan, how is Xiaoli doing? Qiao Lan pointed to the small bed nearby. Ouyang said she is in a stable condition. If she's just sleeping, let her sleep for a while. If she doesn't wake up by tomorrow, we'll use medicine to wake her. I was thinking about whether the smell of food could make her hungry, so I just roasted some sweet potatoes. That method of waking her up was quite creative. Yi Qi's lips pressed tightly. Ouyang, calling him so familiarly, was that appropriate?
I want to tell you something.
Go ahead, Qiao Lan thought, wondering why it sounded so serious. She put down the roasted sweet potato and stood up. Yi Qi faced her directly, his deep black eyes looking straight at her, and said seriously, I want you to know that besides being the leader of the base, in my private life, I will always serve you wholeheartedly. Qiao Lan, from now on, as long as you speak, I'll be there for you. My abilities aren't very strong, and I'm not as good with guns as you are. I'm not as quick-thinking or resourceful as you, but I will keep working to improve myself. I hope you won't mind. Who is more superior? Those saved by Qiao Lan. In truth, he knew Qiao Lan before Ouyang Mo did, sharing more life and death moments. He was even beaten up by Qiao Lan once. Did Ouyang Mo ever get beaten? Trying to show off in front of his benefactor to feel more important, he simply didn't bother to do that before, not because he couldn't. He definitely wouldn't let a newcomer outshine him. Yi Qi reached out his hand to Qiao Lan, waiting for a handshake.
Qiao Lan.
What kind of trick is this? Why is my angel talking like Dr. Ouyang? Meow meow with two cat sounds. Xiaoli, who was sleeping on the small bed, opened her eyes. Big Sister Lan, I feel a kind of strong emotion. She weakly said, it seems to be jealousy? Jealous or not, you're awake now, Xiaoli. Qiao Lan threw aside Yi Qi and rushed to the bed. You must have woken up because of the roasted sweet potatoes. Big Sister Lan, you're so happy, Xiaoli smiled. Her original brown-black eyes flickered with a faint gray light. Your eyes? Qiao Lan was surprised. Xiaoli propped herself up, half leaning on the head of the bed. I think I've awakened my abilities. Qiao Lan was delighted. Really? Really? Oh, right, her head hurt. Many people experience terrible headaches when they awaken their abilities. So Xiaoli's headache wasn't caused by falling and fainting. Was she just about to awaken her powers? What kind of ability do you have?
Qiao Lan accidentally that Xiaoli showdown.
I'm not quite sure how to describe this. Lily carefully feels a faint energy inside her, closes her eyes, and concentrates.
She hesitantly says, I think.
I can sense everyone's feelings. Sister Lan, you seem very excited right now. Brother Tang is probably happy? Are you curious? I'm not very sure. She opens her eyes and looks at the young chef. The young chef's face is swollen like a pig's head after being hurt, and he points at his head wrapped in a rice dumpling, saying, Yes, I'm curious about how you awakened your powers. I also feel a bit jealous. Why is it that when you awaken, you seem more normal than my dad? So, it's curiosity and jealousy. Lily perceives and defines what she feels, then looks at Yi Qi. There is also a very strong feeling of jealousy in this room, the most intense, she says. It's not me, Yi Qi replies. I don't envy anyone else who has awakened. Lily feels confused. Indeed, Yi Qi's abilities are so strong that she wouldn't envy her. Maybe she was mistaken about her feelings. Meow. A loud cat call makes her forget Yi Qi's emotions for a moment. She looks at the white cat on the pillow and suddenly feels excited. Sister Lan, I can sense your feelings vaguely. I feel this cat most clearly. I can even understand what its meows mean. It really wants to tell everyone that our early awakening of powers is very related to it. Meow. The white cat lifts its head proudly, sitting upright with a calm and noble expression. This time, no translation from Little Lee is needed. Everyone in the room understands its expression. Stupid humans, now you finally realize how powerful I am. For the next 10 minutes, the room is filled with cat sounds and Little Lee's serious and dedicated translation.
What?
After hearing Little Lee's translation, everyone is very surprised. They look at the white cat with curiosity, wonder, and disbelief. The white cat lifts its head even higher, nostrils flaring, showing an air of superiority. Qiao Lan quickly hides behind a folding screen. She takes out a steamed fish, heats it with some water, making the already light seasoning even lighter, and respectfully places it in front of the white cat. Master, good luck. Please enjoy your meal. Unseasoned fish suits your taste better and is healthier for you. The white cat meows, lowers its head, and squints at the fish. After a moment, it nods with satisfaction. Then it walks gracefully to the plate, sticks out its little tongue, and begins to eat with noble elegance. Qiao Lan carefully reached out and gently stroked the cat's head. Seeing that the cat did not resist, she continued to pet and rub it, beginning to play with the cat. The white cat, while eating fish, hummed happily, enjoying Qiao Lan's touch. It changed from being aloof to squinting and acting cute, clearly loving the feeling of being pampered. In just a few elegant and quick minutes, it finished a fish, threw the bones into the plate, then suddenly jumped into Qiao Lan's arms.
Meow.
It called out to Qiao Lan. Blue sister, it wants a crystal core, Xiaoli said. Qiao Lan reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of crystal cores, in various colors, textures, and grades. Generously, she offered them to the cat. Take your pick, choose freely. Take as many as you want. She was completely different from when she previously argued with the cat over crystal cores, acting fierce. The white cat looked at the pile of crystal cores repeatedly, then chose a small, light purple core about the size of a peanut. It was clear, with high purity. You're good at choosing, Qiao Lan said, handing the core to the cat. She reminded, don't be greedy. Your current energy fluctuation is only at level 1, not yet level 2. This is a level 2 core. If you swallow it all at once and can't control the energy surge, it could harm your body, okay? The white cat meowed understandingly, picked up the core, adjusted into a comfortable position, and curled up in Qiao Lan's arms, closing its eyes to rest. Qiao Lan gently stroked its fur. If you ask why Qiao Lan was initially aloof but suddenly so kind to the cat, it's because the cat is worth it. Before, she kept asking about its special ability, but it meowed so much she couldn't understand. Now, with the translation, she finally knew. Its ability isn't combat-related, nor body enhancement, nor support. Instead, it's a rare and mysterious power. It can send blessings. What does that mean? People who play games will understand. It adds luck to others. For example, if Xiao A is going out and might step on dog, but before leaving, the cat blesses him with energy, the bad luck is cancelled. He can go out confidently, without stepping on anything gross. Or, Xiaobi wants to make a simple dish like scrambled eggs with tomatoes. At first, he's just a beginner and can only cook it properly. But after the cat blesses him, the dish becomes restaurant quality, tasting as good as a luxurious feast. Or, Xiaoxi goes to buy a lottery ticket. Before leaving, the cat blesses him. He buys a ticket for 2 yuan and wins 10 yuan, making a profit. As the cat's skill level increases, the rewards grow beyond just 10 yuan, possibly reaching thousands, 10,000, or even top-tier prizes. That's the idea. Previously, Qiao Lan was always confused. Her luck in surviving the apocalypse seemed unusual, and she even suspected she might be a lucky charm. For example, when she went out for a walk in a city that hadn't yet experienced widespread mutations, she always encountered mutated beasts and managed to seize crystal cores. Also, the people around her, like Xiao Tang and the old chef, had all evolved. At that time, there were only a few people in the safe house. The chance of evolution seemed very high. In comparison, at Suehua Grand Hotel, there were hundreds of negative mutants and only one positive mutant, Fu Xingyuan, survived. The difference was huge. Another example is when she wanted to take revenge on Chu Yinong. Before she could act, she unexpectedly met Chu Yinong's uncle and found the old Chu family hideout. She also unexpectedly gained information about Aunt He's Research Institute. And on the night Qiao Lan was competing with the white cat, she couldn't find any mutated beasts herself, but the white cat collected several crystal cores along the way. All these things made her realize that the white cat was boosting her luck. You are my dad's life-saving cat. The young chef finally thought of the key point. His father was extremely dangerous when he was negatively mutated. That night, the cat kept calling, and suddenly his father woke up, attacked fiercely, and killed a second-level mutant rat, successfully transforming into a positive mutant. So, it was the cat's fault? He knelt down with a thud in front of the white cat. Thank you, benefactor. From now on, I'll be at your beck and call, wholeheartedly serving you. I haven't evolved yet, and I'm not very capable. I'm a burden to everyone, but I'll try my best to serve you and everyone. Just tell me what you want to eat. As long as I have ingredients, I can make anything. Please don't dislike me, just give the orders. Today feels like a day to show loyalty. Why are everyone so confident and determined? Qiao Lan glanced at Yi Qi. Then she reached out and helped the young chef up, speaking kindly. Don't take it so seriously. We're all comrades who've survived together. There's no need to kneel, right, Master Cat? The white cat didn't even lift its eyelids. It lazily meowed with its eyes closed, as if responding. It had quite an attitude. Xiao Li translated again. It said, Sister Lan, you don't have to call him master. It just wants you to treat it more affectionately. Cats need your love, not your respect. Oh. It's not happy being called master? Does this little guy really see her as a pet owner mother? Qiao Lan thought for a moment. How about we give it a proper name? Something cute, fitting for it. That way, it would sound more affectionate. Ever since we adopted 2 cats, they haven't had names yet. Usually, everyone calls them whatever they feel like: big white, little flower, little dairy cow, little ball, little cutie. It's time for official names. Xiao Li suggested, call the big cat Snow Prince and the little cat Flower Princess. The chef proposed, the big one can be Milk and the little one Black and White. Xiao Tang said, blue and yellow. He named them based on their eye colors. Yi Qi said, he has no talent for naming cats. Finally, Qiao Lan decided, all your ideas are good. Let's consider everyone's opinions and name the cats, De Zhuang and Xiaohan. Everyone. Is that considering everyone's opinions? Meow the white cat called from Qiao Lan's arms in a lazy, long tone. Xiao Li said, it thinks it sounds nice. It's truly a mother and child shared taste. Xiao Li wanted to struggle, but waved to call the little kitten lying in the nest. The sibling pair, born from the same mother, the brother has grown so big due to mutation and evolution, while the sister is still delicate and soft, wobbling as she crawled to the bed. Xiao Li picked her up. Be good. Do you like the name Xiao Han? It means a bit silly, but you're obviously clever, right? Should we change the name? The dairy cow-colored kitten looked at Xiao Li with a confused face. Meow? Then looked at the white cat and Qiao Lan. Meow. Looking around. Meow. The confused expression was so contagious that everyone wanted to join in the meowing. Xiao Li gave up. If a cat is called silly, then let's call it Xiaohan. From then on, De Zhuang and Xiaohan officially became members of Qiao Lan's little group. Qiao Lan had many crystal cores. She collected the cores from the mutated beasts and experiments that died that night, and occasionally went out at night to gather more. She then supplied her awakening partners with abundant crystal cores, giving as much as they could absorb. In the past few days, Xiao Tang, Xiao Li, and the white cat, under the nourishment of the crystal cores, have been improving rapidly. Xiao Tang, the first to awaken, finally reached level 1. He can now form a silver shield that bends into a cocoon, fully wrapping himself. The already level 1 white cat eats 2 level 1 crystal cores daily or absorbs half a level 2 core, bringing its realm close to level 2, waiting for the right moment to upgrade. Qiao Li is a bit slower, still at the early stage of awakening. He mainly uses the crystal cores to nurture his body, and his injuries heal quickly. The old chef, who had been in a coma, spent 24 hours holding a highly pure crystal core while sleeping. He finally woke up, regained some clarity, and his energy fluctuations approached level 1. However, his mental state was still worrying. He refused to acknowledge his previous name and insisted on being called Gengzhong. Loyal and brave, haha. I am a hero in these chaotic times. Looking at his son's face, swollen and unrecognizable, the old chef said earnestly, "My son, I was limited before and caused you suffering. But don't worry, I will become stronger and create a peaceful home for you in this chaotic world, so you can enjoy safety." The young chef comforted his father, "Don't worry about me. Take good care of yourself." It's mainly about restoring his mental clarity. The old chef pounded his chest confidently, "I am in good health and will recover soon. Son, our fight as heroes is to shed blood on the battlefield and create peace for future generations and the common people. Don't carry any burden, just enjoy my protection and live well. From now on, your name will be Gung Duofu." "How can you change my name, Dad?" "Son, my name was given at birth by a fortune teller to bring me wealth and smooth luck for life. How can I change it so easily?" The young chef protested. But Duofu sounded too rustic. "Bah, what fortune teller? Times have changed. I will personally ensure your safety from now on," the old chef declared. "Forget wealth and riches. It's the end of the world. No one can be truly wealthy now. Just stay safe and enjoy life. Duofu." Thus, the young chef was forcibly renamed Duofu, feeling like it sounded more like a pet dog's nickname. "My dad is messing with me." Qiao Lan and her friends found it amusing. They thought Gung Duofu sounded pretty smooth, so they started calling him that. While Qiao Lan's small group relaxed, healed, and leveled up, Yiqi's base was also rapidly expanding. After merging with Renhe Hospital and helping hundreds of people, news of aid and protection spread widely. Despite communication breakdowns, more and more people in the city learned about Blood Dawn and came with their families to seek refuge. They couldn't accept everyone freely. Although Yiqi, Ouyang Mo, and others were willing to help any newcomers, the base's size limited them. So, they set some rules. Every day, only 10 new members would be accepted unconditionally. Others wanting to join had to provide supplies or crystal cores in exchange for protection, effectively paying a protection fee. Priority was given to those with essential skills like medical, military, police, or technical work needed by the base. The newly recruited people are not yet official members of the base, they are only probationary members. They need to earn enough points to become full members. Probationary members do not receive 3 meals a day, only a bowl of rice porridge to keep them alive. If they want to eat other food, they must find it themselves. Medical treatment also requires using resources or labor. Their treatment is much worse than that of official members. Despite these harsh conditions, 9 out of 10 people still choose to join, showing how difficult life in the city has become. There are many criminals who cause chaos, and recently some animals have started to behave aggressively. Many people find it hard to survive, especially the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Having a safe place to live with protection is very precious for them. This situation makes the older members feel proud, and they work even harder. At the same time, a new rule called the elimination system was introduced. Every week, members are ranked by points. Those with the fewest points, except for the sick, will be demoted from official members to probationary members until they earn enough points to return. To keep their status, the older members are very motivated to earn points. The base's construction and development are progressing rapidly. The surrounding infrastructure is being cleaned up continuously. Roads are being cleared further out. 2 excavators and bulldozers found in ruins have been repaired and are working steadily. Several new mechanics are busy every day searching abandoned vehicles on the streets for usable parts and repairing them, preparing for when the roads are open again. A small villa has been turned into a medical center. The medical team, led by the Renha hospital staff, has trained new assistants to handle simple patient care and treatment. There are also teams for sanitation, disinfection, and heavy labor, totaling nearly 100 people, all busy and working hard. Teams for searching for supplies outside are forming one after another and starting their missions immediately. The guard team has grown to over 100 members, mostly young people with military or police backgrounds, or strong and healthy. The logistics team has tripled in size to support daily operations of the base. A fitness and training team has been officially established, leading everyone in daily physical exercises in shifts to improve their strength. All aspects of the base are advancing quickly. After being confined for many days, Fu Xingyuan realized that the base had changed completely. As a core member with special abilities, she was at risk of being demoted to the probationary team because she had no points. Her roommates, who had praised her for a long time over a burger that day, were also busy earning points in their posts and had no time to flatter her. Standing alone in the empty dormitory, Fu Xingyuan's eyes filled with tears. The noisy hustle and bustle upstairs and downstairs made her feel even lonelier, as if she didn't belong here. There's no place for me here anymore. After searching for a long time, Yi Qi couldn't be found. She also didn't get a reply when she asked someone to pass on a message, so Fu Xingyuan decided to leave. "Where are you going?" At the gate, she was stopped by the security team, who asked her to register and report. Fu Xingyuan smiled bitterly. "I don't need to report anymore. I'm leaving the base. From now on, you won't be able to control me." At this moment, the guards were all new and didn't recognize her. They wondered why this girl was acting so strangely. Others wanted to get in, but couldn't, so why was she leaving? But leaving was her choice, so the guards simply followed protocol and reported it upstairs. "Wait a moment. Our team leader will come to confirm before you can leave." Fu Xingyuan smiled indifferently and waited. Since she was already planning to leave, she didn't mind waiting a little longer. Suddenly, a person covered in blood staggered along the neighborhood road, running toward them. From afar, they shouted, "Quick! Find Captain Yi. The medical point is in trouble. Help!" Before reaching them, the person fell down with a thud and lost consciousness. Fu Xingyuan was faster than the guards. She jumped lightly over the iron fence with her enhanced body and ran outside, following the direction the injured person was coming from. "Hey, you can't leave now." The security team thought Fu Xingyuan was trying to escape in chaos. "Stop talking nonsense. Go help the person." Fu Xingyuan turned back and shouted angrily. She led the way alone, using her super-fast awakening abilities to reach the villa medical point first. The villa was surrounded by tall walls, which miraculously remained standing during the wind disaster. These walls, originally meant to serve as a barrier for medical aid, also blocked the view of the main house, making it unclear what was happening inside. "What's going on?" Fu Xingyuan stopped two panicked people rushing out of the courtyard. "Mutated monsters." The two stammered, their faces pale. They pushed past Fu Xingyuan, screaming and running away when she tried to ask for more details. More and more people ran out screaming. Fu Xingyuan pushed through the crowd, struggled to get into the courtyard, then into the main building of the villa. Screams, chaotic fighting sounds, and gunfire filled the air, creating chaos inside. "Everyone leave now. Quickly. Medical team, help the patients escape. Those with guns go to the 3rd floor. The monsters are there." Someone shouted through a loudspeaker, giving orders. Fu Xingyuan rushed up to the 3rd floor amid the crowd. The intense gunfire made her ears ring. A large, shiny golden creature suddenly rushed toward her, knocking her down the stairs before she could steady herself. It felt as if a heavy stone slab was pressing down on her, causing intense bone pain. Her vision was filled with a row of sharp, gleaming teeth dripping blood and sticky saliva, only a few centimeters from her face. It could bite her at any moment. Her mind went blank, her body stiff with fear, unable to move even her little finger. All her courage to help others vanished like air in this moment. I am going to die. That was the only thought in her mind. She had no other ideas.
Bang, bang, bang.
Another series of loud gunshots rang out. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body as the golden creature stepped on her and jumped away. Following closely were armed people chasing after it. The ringing in her ears from the gunfire was sharp and like a thin wire disturbing her hearing. Monsters around her were screaming, and people were shouting and yelling. She didn't know how she managed to stand up. Dazed, she followed the sound of gunfire to the second floor and finally saw what the monster looked like. It was a huge, shiny golden rat. Its eyes and whiskers were gold, and its glossy fur shimmered in the sunlight coming through the window. It was beautiful, like a divine creature, but also fierce and terrifying like a demon. People trying to escape were caught by the rat. Their bodies were torn apart easily, like soft tofu, leaving blood and severed limbs everywhere, like a scene from. The armed guards hesitated to shoot, afraid of harming the people, giving the monster a chance to attack freely. Soon, the guards arrived, dropping their guns and rushing at it with sticks and weapons, but they suffered heavy losses too. Miss Xingyuan. It's Miss Xingyuan. Among the suffering crowd, someone from her building recognized her. It was a woman in her 50s, an assistant in the medical team, who knew that Xingyuan was an awakened person. Seeing her as a savior, she rushed toward her instinctively, calling for help. She also shouted to others nearby, "We're saved.
Hurry."
Before she finished, the golden rat leapt up and knocked her down. With sharp, hooked claws, it pierced her back. Xingyuan's body stiffened. She watched helplessly as the woman lost her life right in front of her, but she could do nothing. She couldn't move her hands or feet, and she couldn't even scream. Overcome by fear, she stood there like a wooden doll, helpless as the rat jumped from the woman's back and lunged at her.
Bang!
Silver light clashed with the golden rat. The giant rat fell, its silver light shattering into stars and dispersing into the air. At that moment, the golden and silver colors intertwined, beautiful and breathtaking.
Wow.
You beast! How dare you cause trouble in the human world?
Take this.
A loud, confident shout accompanied by flashes of sword light. Fu Xingyuan saw a thin, dark-haired young man and a plain-looking middle-aged man suddenly appear and fight the huge rat together.
Are they
the people who were with that chubby girl named Qiao? I am saved.
The person I disliked has saved me?
After fear left her and she took a deep breath, she suddenly fainted. When she woke up again, it was dark outside. She was lying in a makeshift observation room at the medical station, surrounded by people with minor injuries, chattering about the dangers of the day. She listened for a while and learned that the giant golden rat monster had been driven away and was nowhere to be found. Everyone was worried it might return. Some people, frightened by what happened, left the base, about dozens of them. Most stayed, because although they were scared, the outside city wasn't much safer than the base. Encountering a giant rat monster and having skilled fighters drive it off was rare outside. Whether they stayed or left, they were just gambling with luck. This chaotic world made everyone feel unsafe everywhere, just getting by, full of worries. According to the guards' reports, more than 30 people died today, and over 10 were seriously injured. We don't know if they'll survive. Sigh, we're all just lucky, a clinical worker sighed. Thanks to Dr. Ouyang and the others for reacting quickly. When the monster appeared, they fought back with guns. Otherwise, who knows how many more would have died. Yeah, I didn't expect Dr. Ouyang to be not only skilled in medicine and kind but also so powerful. While people discussed, Fu Xingyuan left the observation room. After registering at the security desk, she headed back to the main house. On the way, she saw several groups rushing by, logistics team, medical staff, guards, all busy with their tasks. It seemed everyone was working hard, except her, who felt useless. Hey, aren't you the girl who wanted to leave during the day? Someone from the main house's guard team recognized her. Our team leader is busy right now. Maybe you can report your departure tomorrow? Fu Xingyuan opened her mouth but said nothing, just nodded, and went into the villa. I am useless, she thought. It turns out I was just lucky to awaken a special power. In reality, I can do nothing. I used to think I could save many people, but that was just my assumption. It turns out I need others to save me. Otherwise, I would have died today. Faced with monsters twice, I was so scared I couldn't move. Forget about fighting monsters or saving others. I couldn't even run away. The frightened patients running and screaming were braver than me. At least they could move and shout. I couldn't even scream. The face of the aunt who died in front of me, the shock and despair on her face, the confused and accusing look in her eyes, kept swirling in my mind. Looking back, my previous pride seems so silly. I thought I was special in the base, completely different from ordinary people. I even thought I could stand shoulder to shoulder with Captain Yi. Captain Yi was stepped on by the monster, but still managed to get up and fight again. I am now afraid even to think about the bloody scenes from earlier today. I am useless. She had red eyes, trying to hold back tears by sniffing hard, or else she would feel even more embarrassed. Standing blankly in the yard, Fu Xingyuan didn't know where to go.
Hey,
are you awakened? Suddenly, a loud shout made her jump. Turning around, she saw the man who fought the giant rat with a knife during the day had somehow come beside her. I sensed a faint energy fluctuation from you. You must be an awakened ability user. The man was excited, speaking loudly. What are you doing here? Every moment counts. Time is precious, like gold. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, about to crush it.
Ha.
In life and death situations, every awakened person should use their power quickly. Don't waste your life. Young lady, what is your ability? Fu Xingyuan was stunned. She vaguely remembered seeing this man in the sick room before. He was unconscious then, but now he looked so energetic after waking up. Hurry up. Tell me what you can do. The man was aggressive, his eyes wide like bronze bells in the night. Fu Xingyuan felt her heart tremble under his stare and instinctively revealed her support ability. You can boost others' attack power? That's a great help. From now on, follow me and assist in battles. My name is Zhenzhong, and with your help, we can make achievements. The old chef laughed loudly, pulling Fu Xingyuan away and taking her to a newly built training ground behind a building to practice her ability. What kind of ability does the old chef have? He specializes in physical attacks. Enhanced physical strength makes him better than others at his level. For example, if other evolvers can deal 1 point of damage with a knife, he can deal 10 times more powerful. His body automatically releases energy into his weapon when attacking. This is a skill that others need long training to master, but he naturally knows how to do it. Even with a normal knife, he can kill a second-level mutated beast. This was the reason he easily defeated the red-eyed rat during a quick attack at the safe house. Obsessed with his own power, he pulls Fu Xingyuan along like a treasure. This girl can help him make his already terrifying strength even stronger. So, he forcefully trains with Fu Xingyuan to improve their teamwork. At this moment, in the main house meeting room, Yiqi reviews today's mutant beast attack with the leaders of each team and the elite guards. They plan to upgrade defenses and pursue the culprit. Qiao Lan, as a guest, attends the meeting. When the discussion ends, the only other investigator who has awakened, Diqi, stands up and apologizes sadly. Today's casualties are my responsibility. As a mutant with healing abilities on duty, I was drowsy and took a nap during my shift, so I didn't notice the mutant beast sneaking in. Many people died because of this. I accept punishment. He looks at Yi Qi with determination. Captain, I've let you down. Please give me a fasting punishment, confinement, a public apology, deduction of points, and demotion to probationary member. Let me go to the most dangerous places to search for supplies. I will not take any resources from the base for the next year. I accept life and death. The guard leader of the medical point quickly stands up. This isn't your fault. You already worked half the night yesterday. Today, it's understandable that you're exhausted. We ordinary guards can rotate shifts and rest, but you mutants are few and often on duty nonstop. Plus, you're still injured. If you're punished, Our entire team will share the penalty. Yichi raises his hand to stop the argument. Let's not hold anyone responsible for now. Everyone should focus on hunting the golden mutant rat. If we're right, this rat is probably the one the prisoner mentioned. Marshall, a member of the criminal organization, also known as Serena, the mutant beast raised by Zhao Tinyu. The enemy is fighting back. We must strike back. The current guards are quickly divided into two groups, one to strengthen the defenses of the base buildings and the other to protect the teams searching outside for supplies. Recently, each search team has reduced their outings, and every trip outside must be accompanied by guards. The base currently has too few special ability users, only Thunder and Healing Leaf Qi, Fire Investigator De Qi, recently released helper Fu Xingyuan, and a middle-aged man who just arrived yesterday. This man's ability is not combat-related. According to tests, it is similar to healing but not for injuries. Instead, it can soothe people's emotions. For example, if someone is crying loudly, he can use his power to lessen their pain and stop their tears. This calming ability is somewhat useful for keeping the base members emotionally stable, but it is weak in combat. It is uncertain whether he will develop stronger powers after leveling up, but for now, he is not useful in the task of chasing the mutated giant rat. On the other hand, Qiao Lan's team is different. Qiao Lan has impressive shooting skills, Xiao Tang has a protective light shield, the old chef Geng Zhong can wield a large kitchen knife to fight, and the cat Dazhuang can send blessings. Their small team is well-balanced for both attack and defense. So, during the mission to chase the mutated golden rat, Yichi announced publicly, "Please welcome our most important friend and guest, Miss Qiao Lan, our 24-hour strategic partner, to assist us." Everyone stood up and saluted Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan was not polite. She rolled her eyes at Yichi in front of everyone. "Stop flattering me. I said I would help, and I will. Just make sure you're safe. Tomorrow I'll take people out to find the rats." She left the meeting room, and Yichi led everyone in applause to see her off. But she returned shortly after. Standing at the door, she called out, "Don't assign Fu Xingyuan to her schedule. My chef took her away for training in the back." Jiang Yu, the gatekeeper team leader, exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot." Someone reported during the day that Fu Xingyuan was leaving the base. "I was busy and forgot to handle it." Yichi frowned. Then, the base's ability users won't count her. After the meeting, Yichi stayed behind with Investigator De Qi. "Are your injuries better?" De Qi was injured on the way back from Renha Hospital, caught by a mutated dog. Qiao Lan had saved him then and brought him back to Yichi. "Captain, it's almost healed." De Qi held out his hand, and a brighter flame flickered on his palm than before. "Don't worry about my injuries, Captain. Just tell me if there's anything you need." Yichi sighed slightly. "There are too many people in the base. Right now, only you and I can use combat abilities. We can't stop searching for supplies. I need to go out regularly to help the search teams. The base can only rely on you to work hard. Don't worry, Captain. I won't fall asleep again." De Qi stood straight and promised confidently, "Be careful too." Yichi patted his shoulder twice. "Captain, you're the same. Going out isn't safer than staying at the base. The city is so chaotic now." Yichi suddenly said, "There's something I find strange. You've always been very responsible, never slackened during missions before. Since awakening, your body feels better, so why are you suddenly feeling sleepy? That rat came so suddenly, so think carefully. Are there any strange details?"
Daqui's face darkened.
"Are you suggesting? Maybe there's a spy in our base," Yichi said slowly. De Qi was silent for a moment, then suddenly realized.
"Oh, no wonder."
"I also felt something was off. I was very alert every morning, but today I was extremely sleepy and just fell asleep at my desk. I drank a glass of water earlier." "What kind of water?" "Someone from the medical team brought it. They said it was extra water for the guards. Everyone got some. I didn't think much and drank it. Soon after, I felt very sleepy." Thinking about it, De Qi was very annoyed. "But I can't remember who the helper was. I only know she was a woman, and her appearance and height didn't stand out." Yi Qi paused for a moment, then said, "No need to worry. Since this person acted once, there will be a second time. You should notify the guards to pay close attention to the female helpers at the medical station and keep a secret watch."
Yes.
Yi Qi left the villa alone and walked slowly along the neighborhood road, deep in thought. Qiao Lan soon followed. Yi Qi asked, "Still not asleep?"
No.
"Where do you plan to search tomorrow?" Qiao Lan thought for a moment. "Let's go west. It's a good chance to check the situation there. I plan to find a safe house on the west side of the city."
Yi Qi posted.
"Are you leaving?"
Yes.
"Once we take down that big golden rat, you should be able to handle things here," Qiao Lan had already told Yi Qi. Once the situation was stable, she would leave with her team. She could also free up 2 rooms in the crowded base. She really didn't want to live among so many people anymore. It was very inconvenient, and while others were suffering, she felt it was too comfortable for her and felt a bit guilty. "Feng Feng has sent a message," Yi Qi said as he walked. "What's the news?" Country E and Country W have exchanged nuclear bombs. 2 other major countries are on standby with their nuclear arsenals. Originally, Country B, which had no nuclear weapons, suddenly struck, destroying the long-time hostile neighboring country. 2 neighboring cities in the southwest of City C are connected by Feng Feng's journey through the city. He nearly lost his life on that side. Mutant animals are more numerous there than on this side of City C, and the survivors are also more fierce. The situation elsewhere is equally grim. I heard that in a northern province, mutant animals have already taken over major cities, causing heavy human casualties. It is said that the western region is somewhat better. The land is vast and sparsely populated, with animal groups not densely packed. 2 large official bases are being built there, and they're starting to take shape. Feng Feng, as a special investigator, carries the most advanced communication device issued by headquarters. Even when basic public communication has completely failed, he can still contact headquarters and other investigators in different areas. So, he receives a lot of information from various sources. Qiao Lan listens silently and realizes that her past life's experience is quite similar. In the early days of the end of the world, it was the same situation. Things will get even worse later. The nuclear war continues, along with many local conflicts. After natural disasters, humans did not unite to rebuild their homes, but instead fought among themselves. Mutant beasts quietly rise in different places, fighting humans for the already limited living space. There are also various natural disasters: frost, snow, scorching heat, extreme cold, volcanoes, earthquakes. This planet has completely changed. All kinds of creatures, including humans, must quickly adapt and evolve to survive in this new environment. However, humans used to city civilization are no longer familiar with the laws of the jungle. They are far behind other creatures in this survival race. Even with the emergence of powerful supernatural beings, the overall decline of the human race cannot be stopped. In her past life, Qiao Lan survived more than 4 years in the end times. Human numbers kept decreasing, cities became deserted, and the land was bleak. And in this life, she looks back at the several buildings of the base. In a city where power outages are common, these few houses with lights on seem like small boats in a dark sea. Wrapped in endless darkness and the unknown, they might soon be overturned and swallowed by the vast blackness. Or perhaps they will stand firm like lighthouses, guiding all survivors forward. This hope is faint, but it is still hope. Gradually, a smile appears in Qiao Lan's eyes. A bit optimistic, a bit firm, a bit resigned and indifferent. This life is different from her previous one. Even if it's just a tiny spark of hope, a flicker of light, she must hold on. If necessary, she can die again. She's died before. What's the big deal? Yi shouty, look, we've known each other for so long, helped many people, fought many bad guys, and eliminated many mutated beasts. Thunderous methods built this base. Originally, City C had no survivor shelter, but now we made one. We are very strong, right? No matter how tough the situation is, as long as we keep moving forward, we can always go from winter to spring. Don't you think so? See how poetic my analogy is? From winter to spring, very poetic, isn't it? She patted Yuqi's shoulder like a big sister. Stay strong, little brother. But because of the height difference, she had to jump a little to pat his shoulder, which made her big sister attitude a bit less serious. Oh well, don't worry about these small details. In short, her encouragement made Yuqi feel better. Look at his eyes in the night. They are so bright. His tense mouth relaxed and there was a slight upward curve, wasn't there? You speak very well, but why do you still call me little brother? Yuqi's voice carried a faint smile, even joking a little. Despite receiving bad news from Feng Feng and other distressing messages, he still calmly and firmly handled the base's affairs. But deep at night, talking with Qiao Lan, he suddenly felt a bit more relaxed. She seemed carefree, not caring about anything. It made him also feel lighter. Yes, she's right. Just keep moving forward. Calling me little brother makes us closer, right? Qiao Lan shook her head with a smile. All right, it's late. I'll go back to sleep now. You should sleep early too. Tomorrow I'll take some people out to find the golden mouse. Everything will go according to plan. Don't worry. Yuqi nodded, watching her. Yes, everything according to plan. Qiao Lan turned back toward the villa. She noticed Yuqi was in a bad mood during the meeting today, so she came to comfort him. The angel had saved her in her past life, giving her hope to live. She wanted to return the favor by caring for the angel in every way, body and mind. Now that she's comforted him, she'll go back to sleep. By the way, she should take a shower before bed. She hadn't washed for days, and her body felt sticky and uncomfortable.
Qiao Lan.
Yuqi suddenly called her.
Huh.
Qiao Lan turned around. The night was cool and clear, and the two stood on the clean sidewalk of the neighborhood, a few meters apart, looking at each other. Yuqi was silent for a moment before speaking. After you get rid of that mouse, are you leaving?
Yeah.
Didn't he just say that earlier? Why ask again? Qiao Lan looked at Yuqi with confusion. Oh, Yuqi said. A what? Zhou Lan waited a few seconds, then realized the other person had no further words. Silence. Silence. Silence is tonight's Kongqiao? A long-forgotten poem from her school days suddenly popped into Zhou Lan's mind. I think I'll go back to bed? She coughed softly. Okay, Yuqi replied with just one word. The atmosphere was really awkward. Why was he responding with just one word at a time? Zhou Lan was confused and felt a bit uncomfortable and strange. Trying to make conversation, she said, Good night then. By the way, do you want to take a shower? No. Relax and take a shower. I can provide water and a bathtub. It doesn't use the base's water supply, just a private favor between friends. Thanks, but I don't need it. Come on, if you don't shower for a long time, you'll start to smell. What about your feet? At least wash them and change into clean socks, Zhou Lan enthusiastically suggested. Talking about something felt better than the awkward silence, and it made her feel more comfortable.
Yijipo said.
He hadn't washed his feet in many days. He took a few steps closer, making sure no one was around, and softly said, Thank you. Water is precious. After you finish your shower, could you share some water with me to wash my feet? Wow, such a way of living. Zhou Lan wanted to offer clean water, but seeing how firm Yuqi was about his principles and not wanting to take more than the base members, she agreed. She went back to her room, took a warm bath in the bathtub, then poured half a basin of used water into a bowl and called Yuqi into her room. Recently, because the base was crowded, several guards had moved into her room, making it inconvenient for him to carry a basin back to wash. Others didn't even have foot-washing water, and although it was reused water, it was a special privilege for him. So he sat in Zhou Lan's room and took off his shoes to wash his feet. As he took off his shoes, two cats, one big and one small, jumped up from the cat bed, even the tiny kitten leaping half a foot high. Xiaoli and Zhou Lan looked at each other, both holding their breath. It was really smelly. Not just a little smelly. Zhou Lan pinched her nose, moved to the window, and opened it wide.
Comrade Yeji.
Throw away those stinky socks and shoes. I'll give you new ones. Please consider the feelings of the people. Yuqi silently put his torn heel socks, with 8 of 10 toes exposed, into the water, washing his feet while rubbing the socks. If they weren't so dirty and smelly, he wouldn't have been tempted to join Qiao Lan's little luxury. Since the storm disaster, he hadn't washed his feet in so many days. After his body was reorganized, it didn't magically remove all dirt and odor like some stories say. It was still smelly. Releasing unpleasant odors in a girl's room is indeed embarrassing. But the main issue is that earlier outside he wanted to ask whether there was a chance for Qiao Lan to stay.
Could he
not leave or live nearby so they could meet often, even outside the base? It wasn't because he wanted her supplies or help. It's just that in this ruined city, the situation is unpredictable. Once they say goodbye, it feels like they don't know when they'll meet again, leaving a sense of uncertainty and emptiness. His strong, unwavering will showed a hint of longing and softness. But he hesitated and hadn't spoken yet. Suddenly, Qiao Lan shifted the topic to bathing and foot washing. Somehow, he was convinced and ended up washing his feet. The scene suddenly turned awkward. That fleeting softness and longing disappeared instantly. At this moment, only the embarrassment of having smelly feet overwhelmed him, like a rising tide. He quickly scrubbed the mud off his feet until the water turned black. Qiao Lan didn't want him to stop and change the water, adding soap and disinfectant. Finally, there was no more smell. She forcefully handed him a pair of soft new socks and new shoes. No need, Yiqi refused. It wouldn't look good for the base members to see him in new clothes. Qiao Lan directly helped him put them on. Put them on. Wash your feet thoroughly before wearing these smelly shoes and socks. Otherwise, it's pointless. The shoes and socks match your original color and style. If you look closely, you can't tell. Besides, what if someone notices? Core members who contribute a lot get good food and nice clothes. Isn't that okay? She took out 10 pairs of new shoes and matching socks from her space, packed them into a small box and said, later, put them on the list of items available for points exchange. Encourage everyone to earn points. Yiqi silently accepted Qiao Lan's gift. This girl always finds a way to turn problems into solutions. Actually, it might be better if she managed the base. He would be more suitable as a soldier fighting on the front lines under her command. That thought flashed by quickly. Yiqi looked at Qiao Lan, who was wearing a bathrobe after her shower, her face flushed and delicate. He immediately dismissed the idea. Forget it. If she's tied to the base, she loses her freedom. Every day, she'd be caught up in complicated matters. There'd be no chance for her to enjoy herself. He'd rather work hard himself and give her more space to relax. Thank you. Good night. After washing his feet, Yiqi carried the box full of shoes and socks and said goodbye. As the door closed, Qiao Lan sighed softly. In her past life, she never imagined that one day an angel would wash their feet with her bathing water. What a wonderful coincidence. Looking at the bathtub still filled with water, Qiao Lan, like before, did not pour out the wastewater but stored it in a container. There is a foldable basin specifically for collecting household wastewater, used for washing faces, bathing, washing hands, and cleaning dishes. After collecting enough, it is purified and reused. In the end-of-the-world scenario, everything is scarce, especially clean, toxin-free water. Recycling is the best option. Life is long, but resources are only 30 million units. We must cherish and use them wisely. Shaoli watched nearby and sighed. Back when life was normal, we really wasted resources. We used the tap to wash our faces and hands and took long showers. The bathtub was filled completely, and when the water cooled, we casually poured it out and refilled the cup. We drank half a bottle of drinks and threw away the rest. We never thought that one day, tap water would stop completely and finding clean drinking water in the city would be so hard. Qiao Lan said, it will be even harder in the future. When the water quality changes completely and rain contains toxins, it will be even worse. Also, eating. Sister Lan, before, if I ordered takeout and didn't like the food, I would just throw the whole thing away. When eating at restaurants, I wouldn't bother to pack leftovers, wasting food that way. Now, it's good that a few of us have enough to eat, but look at the people in the base. working so hard every day, yet they only get a little bit of food and outside the base no one gets anything at all. It's so sad. Now, everyone must regret wasting so much grain in the past.
He definitely does. Qiao Lan not dead.
She also deeply regretted her past life. Many times when she was starving and almost dying, she felt very regretful for not valuing food and water. She also regretted the small, trivial things in life, things she used to toss away casually without feeling guilty. When everything was gone, she felt heartbroken, and those things could never come back. So in this life, even with a full space of supplies, she wouldn't waste or indulge recklessly. She would enjoy what she should and cherish what she must. She would never sit back and do nothing. No matter how much supplies there are, they will run out someday, so she must always replenish them. Therefore, in the days ahead, as promised, whenever she and her little friends went out to look for traces of the golden mouse, they would definitely search for places that might have supplies and stockpile resources. Other survivors can only rummage through the ruins above ground, but Qiao Lan is different. She skillfully uses space. When no one is around, she directly collects large obstacles to clear pathways. This allows her to explore deeper into places like pharmacies, hospitals, malls, supermarkets, hotels, and restaurants. Some storage rooms are blocked by debris, making it impossible for others to enter, so the supplies inside become easily accessible to Qiao Lan. After more than 10 days of going out, she hasn't found the golden rat, but she has gathered quite a lot of supplies. Old hero, you should come with us today. We really can't find that beast on our own, and we need your help. Early one morning, before leaving, Qiao Lan respectfully invited the old chef. The old chef's injuries are fully healed, and his health is normal. There's no problem for him to go out for a walk. Hearing this, the old chef chuckled. Indeed, I must personally take action. But I still need to stay at the base to guard it, in case mutated beasts invade again. Passing by, Yiqi interrupted. I'm not going out today. I'll stay and guard. All right, then. I'll go explore with you guys, said the old chef. He packed 2 kitchen knives, carried the silent Fu Xingyuan, and left the base with Qiao Lan and the others. Today, Yiqi didn't go with the supply search team because 2 members of the base had awakened. He asked Qi to take these 2 early-stage mutants to train, so they could help protect the supplies while others went out. After checking the base twice and confirming everything was normal, Yiqi stayed in his room to absorb crystal cores and train his energy control.
Captain.
There's a situation. Around noon, a guard hurriedly ran in. Yiqi followed the guard to the rooftop and looked out. In the distance, a large crowd was rapidly moving toward them along the street. From far away, they could hear the shouting and noise of the crowd. Yiqi picked up the binoculars found by the search team. Through the lens, most of the people in the crowd looked excited and frantic, holding weapons and sticks. It was clear they didn't come with good intentions. Yiqi's face darkened. Gather everyone. Those who can use guns stay behind to defend. The rest follow me out. Soon, a team of over 50 people assembled. Led by Yiqi, they rushed toward the approaching crowd. The battle quickly began. The guard team hid behind street barricades and fired at the attackers. But the attackers were prepared. They used thick steel shields to block the bullets, and the team kept advancing. The sound of gunfire echoed into the base. Everyone was filled with fear and unease. In the medical station, Ouyang Mo ordered the medical team. No matter what happens, keep working. Carry your guns with you and be ready to transfer patients immediately if there's an emergency. Understood. The medical staff were used to Dr. Ouyang's calm and steady leadership. After a moment of panic, they gradually calmed down and continued their work in an orderly way. Ouyang Mo finished treating a new severely injured patient and went to his office to change his blood-stained coat. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly turned around. He saw a small, golden mouse sitting quietly on a treatment bed beside the door, looking at him sideways like a little calf. Ouyang tried to draw his gun but failed. The mouse kicked him away. This huge mouse, almost crushing the small bed, could be described as calm as a statue when still and quick as a rabbit when moving. It looked at Mo as if it were sculpture, making him think that he could quickly draw his sidearm and shoot it, aiming for a kill. The gun, a Type 54 Black Star given to him by Qiao Lan, was China's first standard weapon issued to the military. It was a classic model with great stopping power. Even at 500 meters, a shot could be deadly for an ordinary person. It wouldn't pierce the skin of a mutated beast, something proven during the last invasion by this mouse, but it could still cause pain and injury. However, the mouse's speed was much faster than during the last attack. Just as Ouyang reached for his gun, the mouse moved. It pushed off the small bed with its hind legs, breaking the bed apart with a loud. At the same time, the mouse leapt into the air, bringing a foul stench with it, and lunged straight at Ouyang. Its sharp, hooked claws reached toward his chest. In a panic, Ouyang leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, but his arm was deeply scratched by the claws. The mouse curled its hind legs and grabbed his waist, yanking his gun away, then slammed him into the wall with great force. Ouyang felt as if a speeding car had hit him, his bones almost breaking. He spat out blood and slid down the wall, weak. The golden mouse's eyes flashed with ferocity. After landing, it quickly jumped toward him, its protruding front teeth aiming at his throat.
Bang!
A deafening gunshot rang out. The golden mouse shivered violently, halting its attack. Blood, foul and thick, sprayed out, staining its golden fur. The mouse froze for 2 seconds. It felt as if everything had been paused.
Creak.
It wasn't a scream, but almost a wail of pain. Suddenly, it leapt 3 meters high and hit the ceiling, then fell heavily to the ground. The long, whip-like tail trembled violently, with more blood flowing from beneath it. In convulsions, it turned its huge body and lunged toward the door. At the door, Nurse Chen, who had just fired a shot, was trembling all over. The recoil from the gun was too strong. When she shot, the gun slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. But her bullet hit the mouse. It was different from what she expected. She had aimed to hit the mouse's eye when it first lunged and hit the ground. She had just entered the room, and the mouse was side-on to her, perfectly in line for a shot. But she missed. Her marksmanship was poor. She had only just learned how to shoot during a quick training session. When she fired, the bullet was still 1 or 2 meters away from the mouse. However, the mouse suddenly lunged toward Mo, chasing the bullet. By a strange coincidence, the bullet hit its rear. And it hit right in the flower area. Even a sharpshooter aiming carefully might not be this accurate on the first try, but Nurse Chen was just that lucky. The mouse, furious and in terrible pain, abandoned Mo and lunged at Nurse Chen. In her fear, Nurse Chen was slow to react and had no time to dodge. She saw the mouse pounce on her, its enormous weight pressing her down. Suddenly, a silver shield appeared out of nowhere between the mouse and Nurse Chen. It saved her just as she was about to be crushed. The sudden disappearance of pressure made Nurse Chen feel lighter. Without time to think, she rolled and scrambled on the ground, slipping free from the mouse and rushing toward Mo, who had fallen in the corner of the room. Ouyang!
Dr.
Ouyang! Are you okay? In that moment, her rescuer was already engaged in a fierce battle with the golden mouse. It was Xiao Tang. His light shield was now larger and stronger than before, able to withstand the direct impact of the golden giant mouse. But after the impact, the silver light vanished immediately, and he had to gather energy again to form a new shield. The mouse's counterattack was faster than his ability to reform the shield. After being hit in the flower area, the mouse became extremely aggressive, entering a frenzy. Xiao Teng fought it twice, nearly being pierced through the head by its claws. He barely escaped by rolling on the ground and activating his shield for protection. The mouse's violent charge shattered the office wall, sending dust and debris into the corridor. People at the medical station screamed and ran in panic. A loudspeaker suddenly crackled to life. The mutated beasts are invading, and 3 special ability users are fighting them. Please stay calm and evacuate the building quickly according to the usual drill. The repeated alarm helps people feel more confident. Although they are still scared, they start to leave in an orderly way. Who are the three ability users? Besides Xiao Tang, there is also the old chef Geng Zhong and Fu Xingyuan. When Xiao Tang rushes out of the corridor, the old chef pulls Fu Xingyuan and breaks through the window together. They wield 2 kitchen knives, ready to attack, aiming at the back of the mouse. Young girl, fill my attack power to the max. Max it out. Fu Xingyuan is frightened by the bloodstains on Ouyang Mo's body nearby. She suddenly feels extreme fear. Her hands and feet turn cold like snow. Her heart races so fast she almost can't breathe. Dust flies in the corridor outside the broken wall. The images of the golden mouse, Xiao Tang, and the old chef move quickly and chaotically, making her dizzy. I can't do it. I can't control my energy. I can't gather my strength to help Geng Shu. I am useless. 4 days and nights, she practiced so many times in the training ground. She was very skilled. But in battle, she only feels fear. I'm really useless. She stands blankly by the window, frozen in the position she was carried in. Suddenly, she starts crying. The corridor ahead is in fierce battle. Nurse Chun is bandaging Ouyang Mo. Everyone is busy and doing their part. Only I can't do anything. I just stand here crying. She breaks down in tears. She even wishes the mouse would just come and bite her to death, rather than being a burden and making a fool of herself here. But the old chef and Xiao Tang work together. With their knives and shields, they attack and defend, trapping the mouse. It can only jump around angrily in a small area and can't escape their range. It's impossible for the mouse to bite Fu Xingyuan or anyone else. So, this time, the mutated beast invasion caused less damage than before. Ouyang Mo was injured first, but there were no huge casualties. Soon, all the patients upstairs and downstairs at the medical station have been evacuated from the building. People move quickly along the clean, tidy roads of the neighborhood toward the main house. Those with minor injuries help each other walk, while the seriously injured and sick lie on mobile stretchers pushed by medical teams. Though busy and messy, they move fairly fast. The main house opens its gates to shelter everyone. Soon, the courtyard and the building are crowded with people, talking anxiously. The heavy sounds from the medical station's fight and the mouse's howling make everyone nervous and scared. And outside the community, the continuous gunfire and the news that over 1,000 villains are attacking the base made most people look pale and unsure of what to do next. Why do bad things always happen on the same day? Is the base going to fall? The timid started trembling and crying. It seems the shelter, which was built not long ago, is about to be destroyed. It's all because of that broken base. The neighborhood is no longer safe. They've brought mutated beasts and thugs. They want to destroy our community. Let the thugs destroy that base. I'd rather join the thugs and go rob and fight across the city than stay near this broken base. Other residents of the community secretly curse the base. Look at how miserable they are. They deserve it. Let them be destroyed. They're occupying a prime spot in the neighborhood, affecting everyone's life. This place was originally our property, our community. These people have probably forgotten that the roads around the community were cleared by the base, and they also enjoy clean, neat roads when they go out. Right now, they are just annoyed that the base is taking up their living space and don't want to admit that if the roads weren't cleared, they wouldn't have much space to live either. Some residents living in high-rise buildings farther away are throwing bottles at the base from a distance. Although the bottles can't reach the base, it's a clear way to show their anger and glee. Throw 2 more and hit those bums. Ha ha ha. What's this? The Crimson Dawn base. A bunch of starving bums. Laughter and curses are very close to Qiao Lan, right at her feet. But she ignores them. A bunch of people who will be over soon aren't worth her energy. Right now, she is lying on the roof of a high-rise building, using an abandoned water tank as cover, dressed in gray camouflage canvas, blending almost completely with the cement ground. With a rifle in hand, she uses the scope and binoculars to look around quietly, searching for potential enemies. The golden mouse wouldn't appear out of nowhere. Someone must be controlling it. The person controlling it can't be far from the mouse. It's very likely Marshall, whom she hasn't seen in a long time. The opponent she first encountered when she flew a plane. Because of her inexperience, she lost control and missed him. That guy is also good at long-range shooting, and she's a little excited to meet a worthy opponent. How are things on your side? Suddenly, a voice from the communication headset asked about Yi Qi. Qiao Lan glanced at the street where the mob was approaching and said, "Everything is normal."
How about you?
From the high vantage point, she could see the long line of the crowd, about a mile long, with at least 700 or 800 people. She also saw Yi Qi and his group behind a makeshift shelter made of rubble and bricks, fighting back with guns against the attacking crowd. The gang in the city started small but grew into a large force. They moved like locusts through different districts, stealing supplies, bullying women, beating men, and harming the elderly, children, the sick, and the disabled. Many people had died. This wave of bandits was powerful and destructive, seeming capable of destroying everything. A team from the base had already learned about their movements during their search for supplies outside the city. Survivors from other districts also arrived, trembling as they described the terrible things they had seen. Yi Qi had long wanted to eliminate them, but the base was busy and short on supplies, so he couldn't focus on that. Now, they had come to this district early and started attacking the base. The Blood Dawn base nearby was well known, so it was inevitable that the bandits had their eyes on it. A battle was bound to happen sooner or later. Amid the gunfire, Yi Qi's voice came through the headset.
"We can hold out for a while.
Everything is proceeding as planned." Understood. As planned, Qiao Lan narrowed her eyes. She kept scanning for enemies without stopping, her gaze sharp as she carefully examined the entire neighborhood inside and out. "Xiao Tang, do you need me to come over?" Seeing dust rising from the windows of the small medical building, indicating intense fighting, Qiao Lan spoke with Xiao Tang. "No need.
We can handle it."
After a moment, Xiao Tang's voice came through, panting heavily. There were loud bangs and crashes, mixed with the old chef's angry shouts. Indeed, the fight was tough. During the last invasion by the Golden Rat, Xiao Tang and the old chef could only hold their ground against it. Killing it was much harder. They had let it escape last time, but this time, "Xiao Tang, hold on a little longer. I'll be there as soon as I can." Qiao Lan cut off the communication, focusing her eyes even more sharply and searching more quickly and carefully. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Hi, I found you." Through her scope, she saw a small, square window in a tiny villa, where she recognized a face she had briefly seen before, someone she didn't know well. It was the person who had tried to shoot her in a trench coat. According to the prisoner, he was the second in command of the Ma Xie gang. It was a dark situation. Qiao Lan carefully adjusted the angle of her gun's barrel. The small villa where the enemy was hiding was just across the street from the medical point. She searched around for a while, even checking the street, but didn't expect this guy to have the courage to go so deep into danger, so close to the base. "Who gave you the courage? Sister Jingru?" Qiao Lan muttered in annoyance and pulled the trigger.
Bang, bang, bang.
3 shots fired in quick succession. Using her rifle like a machine gun, a normal would lose accuracy under such heavy recoil, but Qiao Lan's 3 shots were very steady. After shooting, she leapt into the air, no longer hiding her position. She used a rope to hook onto the railing, flipped over the balcony, and in the blink of an eye, slid down the rope from the 2nd or 3rd floor. The rope was too short, so she jumped down directly. With a loud bang, the ground shook 3 times. The fat girl's weight was no joke. Someone jumped from the building. Suddenly, there were shouts of surprise from the residential building. When the people who shouted peeked out the window to look down, Qiao Lan had already switched guns and run out quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye.
Fake.
Fake corpse? What do you mean fake? I didn't die. Qiao Lan rolled her eyes at the scream behind her, but she didn't have time to explain. She quickly moved toward the building where the enemy was hiding. Come on.
Lazy.
Hurry up and take me out." Inside the small villa, Marshall was angrily scolding his subordinates pushing the wheelchair.
Why are they so slow?
Can't they be faster? It was a life-or-death moment just now. Just as he was leaning out the window to look outside, his broken leg, still healing, couldn't hold him, and he slid back into his wheelchair. At that moment, 3 bullets hit the wall opposite the window with a loud bang. 3 bullets embedded closely together. That was a sharpshooter. Feeling confident in his marksmanship, Marshall immediately realized he had encountered a master. While grateful for his luck, he didn't dare think too much. He quickly sat in his wheelchair and fled. There was a secret passage in the basement of the villa leading outside the neighborhood. His subordinates pushed Marshall through the tunnel at full speed. Qiao Lan was running across the neighborhood. It took less than 2 minutes from the shot to reaching the target building. Her body, nourished daily with crystal cores, had excellent stamina. She kicked open the locked door with a loud bang. In the villa's living room, the bodies of the original owners lay stiffly, blood dried up, evidently dead for some time. Who did this? Did Marshall kill these people, or... Qiao Lan didn't have time to investigate. The thought flashed through her mind quickly, and she hurriedly passed through the living room filled with corpses, rushing toward the small room where Marshall had been earlier. Where did he go? Qiao Lan saw that no one was inside. She casually checked the neighboring rooms, but they were also empty, so she didn't rush to chase. Instead, she released large stones and bricks collected from the ruins into the space, blocking the windows tightly and making the room dark. Then, she turned on a footstep investigation light. A few days ago, she found this portable, high-powered light in a ruined police station. It emits a wide, flat beam that helps spot bloodstains, fingerprints, and especially footprints that are hard to see with the eye. Under the light, the seemingly clean floor revealed a messy trail of footprints and 2 wheel marks. How could there be a cart? What kind of tactics are the enemies using? Confused, Qiao Lan carried the investigation light and followed the footprints to the basement. The footprints and wheel marks stopped at the wall's base. She immediately understood there was a hidden door or compartment. She tapped the tiles at the wall's base, and the hollow sound confirmed her guess. She didn't bother opening the hidden mechanism. Instead, she fired her gun repeatedly, smashing the tiles open. Inside was a dark tunnel, dimly lit by a weak sensor light. Qiao Lan threw in a light stick and saw that it wasn't just a dead-end hiding spot, but a deep, seemingly endless passage. She listened carefully and faintly heard footsteps far away. Had the enemies run away? She jumped down and turned on a very powerful spotlight. Seeing no traps or danger ahead, she stepped forward to chase. The tunnel wasn't straight. It had turns and curves. Qiao Lan prioritized safety over speed and ran slowly. Yezi, watch for interception. The enemies ran through the tunnel. I suspect it leads outside the neighborhood. It's too long. She communicated with Yi Qi through her radio while running and occasionally fired 2 shots ahead. The loud gunfire echoed in the tunnel. Marshall and his men near the tunnel entrance were stunned and deafened, but Qiao Lan was unaffected. Since her shooting skills suddenly improved, her body parts seemed to automatically strengthen for shooting. Her ears, nourished by her crystal core, no longer reacted to the nearby gunfire. She wouldn't go deaf or get tinnitus. Near the exit, the tunnel became straighter. Qiao Lan vaguely saw figures ahead and immediately fired. Hurry up! Marshall shouted angrily at his men. His men staggered and were shot in the legs. Good for nothings. Marshall saw they couldn't speed up and drew a knife from his pocket. He quickly slit the throat of one of his men with a backhanded motion. The unlucky subordinate, terrified, covered his neck and collapsed dead. Marshall's cold face showed no emotion. Useless people are not worth pity. He squinted his dark, snake-like eyes, reached into his inner coat pocket, and took out a small wooden box. He opened it and shook out its contents. Immediately, a series of tiny squeaks and screams echoed in the corridor, growing louder and more intense, accompanied by the flapping of wings and muffled thuds. I'm sleeping, little demon, sorry. I can only raise you this far. Wake up now. Marshall muttered softly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. His carefully raised pet, more beloved than Serena, once had a bright future. but he couldn't wait for it to grow up. In a critical moment, a hero cuts off his own arm, and a gecko loses its tail. He could only use it to buy time to escape. Otherwise, should he drag his broken leg into battle against the sharpshooter? That would be suicide. At this moment, the footsteps behind him grew louder. The distant searchlights shone even brighter. Marshall no longer hesitated. He took one last longing look at his pet, then desperately pushed his semi-automatic wheelchair toward the nearby corridor exit. Thud, thud. The thing he left behind on the ground, under the faint glow of the emergency wall light, suddenly spread its wings. Its body grew larger, from a tiny bundle of a few centimeters to the size of an old corn cob. Its wings stretched nearly a meter long. Sensing the light from the searchlights, it flapped its wings and flew toward the glow. At first, it wobbled but soon adapted to flying with both wings, becoming steady. "What's that?" Qiao Lan ran and suddenly saw a dark shape rushing toward her. At first, it seemed small, but it kept getting bigger. She stopped and looked carefully with her flashlight. Big ears, large wings, a furry body. "Is that a bat?" Qiao Lan was instantly creeped out, her memories from the past quickly resurfacing. A mutated bat. More ferocious and frightening than the mutated rats at the start of the apocalypse. Why would it appear now? The mutated rats haven't fully spread yet, and it's not the time for bats to run rampant. Qiao Lan quickly summoned a large stone from her space and held it in front of her. The bat couldn't stop and directly crashed into the stone, squealing sharply. Qiao Lan fired her gun through the gap in the stone. The rapid-firing LS-7 rifle shot water like bullets. Soon, she emptied 5 magazines, firing over 100 rounds into the bat. The searchlight's beam pierced through the bat's body, showing it had been shattered into pieces. But, miraculously, it still lives. With its torn wings full of holes, it struggles to fly and stay balanced. All the bullets from the bat's attack are embedded in the tunnel walls, and dust and debris fall down. Qiao Lan dares not shoot anymore. She doesn't know if the underground tunnel is sturdy. If it collapses, how will she handle being buried underground? She quickly turns and runs, urgently contacting Yiqi. The enemy has escaped. Can you find them? There's also a mutated bat. Be very careful. If you encounter it head-on, avoid getting its blood or saliva on you. It's highly toxic. Stay back and shoot. Watch out for its ultrasonic waves. They can cause dizziness and make people unable to move. She doesn't know if this bat can use sonic attacks, but to avoid casualties, she warns based on her past experience. Bats not only squeak, but also emit ultrasonic waves above 20,000 Hz. Normally, humans can't hear these sounds, but mutated bats in the apocalypse produce ultrasonic waves that can affect the nervous system. In the late stages of the apocalypse, some powerful mutated bats' sonic waves can cause people to bleed from the 7 orifices and die. So, after shooting, Qiao Lan runs away quickly, not giving the bat a chance to attack with ultrasonic waves. A large stone blocks the tunnel, preventing the bat from flying through, and she successfully returns to the ground along the original path. When she reaches the building's exit, she hears Yiqi's response through her headset. "I see the bat. I'm going to deal with it. You support the medical point." "Got it." Qiao Lan wastes no words, holding her gun and heading straight to the nearby medical point. While running, she switches to a rifle, crouching on the wall of the yard, quickly aiming. The golden mouse, fighting fiercely with little Tang the old chef, flickers in and out of the window grills, moving very fast. Qiao Lan isn't Nurse Chen. She doesn't rely on luck. Calm and focused, she seizes the fleeting opportunity. Bang! She fires a shot. The golden mouse spasms midair and screams as it falls. The bullet passes through its eye. It's blinded. "Gung uncle, kill it." Qiao Lan shouts into the building. "Leave it to me." The old chef's voice is deep and powerful. A sharp kitchen knife leaves deep wounds on the golden mouse. But after going blind, the more frantic mouse becomes, making it even harder to approach. The old chef, not very skilled in combat, faces danger several times. Luckily, little Tang quickly throws out a light shield, saving him from life-threatening situations multiple times. Little Fu,
Little you.
increase the attack.
Come on.
Fu Xingyuan still stands there, pale-faced. Little Tang, Gung Uncle, move aside. Seeing the battle too intense, Qiao Lan decides to shoot again, aiming for a quick and decisive finish. Once Xiao Tang and the old chef moved aside, she steadied herself and carefully adjusted the gun's aim. When the restless mouse opened its mouth to bite again, she decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet shot through the mouse's open mouth and pierced its back of the head at an angle. But surprisingly, the mouse didn't die. It paused slightly, then staggered around twice before becoming frantic again. Its sharp screams sounded like a deadly cry, causing Xiao Tang and the old chef to cover their ears. This is more than a level 3 mutation, maybe even level 4.
Qiao Lan ku set sop ti.
Early in the apocalypse, Saint Yas's people had already created level 4 mutated beasts. It was hard to believe anyone was still alive. Squeak, the golden mouse howled loudly. Its piercing cry was so sharp that even Qiao Lan's ears, used to gunfire, felt overwhelmed. Woo-woo, in the distance, a similarly sharp sound echoed, coming from an unknown source. Hearing this, the golden mouse suddenly darted like possessed, smashing a big hole in the building, then jumped down and headed straight for the sound. It was blind, so it didn't watch where it was going, pushing through walls and crashing into buildings like a train, rushing wildly forward. Humans couldn't keep up with its speed. If Foam were here, he might have a chance to catch it. But that guy was incredibly timid. Even early-stage mutated mice made him scream and run for his life. Chasing the golden mouse was impossible for him. He definitely wouldn't want to do that. So Qiao Lan continued to hide on the rooftop, sniping at the mouse. Her bullets couldn't its fur, so she aimed at its injured rear. After several shots, most likely to hit, except for those blocked by buildings. Such resilience. Qiao Lan watched the mouse, still running wildly after being shot, and felt amazed. Level 4+ mutated beasts really had incredible vitality. The mouse ran too far outside the neighborhood. She couldn't catch it anymore, and she had no more shots left. She could only contact Yi Qi. Yi Qi was confronting a bat that had been beaten into a sieve. Bright purple lightning crackled in a dense attack, forming a glowing web that covered the bat. Despite being shot many times, the bat didn't die. It endured the lightning, flapping its wings desperately. Blood dripped from its body, creating a foul-smelling smoke on the ground. Definitely toxic. Yi Qi controlled the lightning while continuing to shoot at the bat, carefully guiding this stubborn little creature away from his allies to avoid hurting others. He saw the enemy in a wheelchair. The man was a good shot. After a few rounds, he still hadn't found a chance to kill him. Meanwhile, the bat appeared, and the man had somehow gone into hiding. The mob's attack caused chaos around them, and there were no more people left to search for or chase that person. While everything was messy here, both Qiao Lan's warning and the golden rat arrived at the same time. Yi Qi's face changed color. He was about to warn everyone to be careful of the rat, but the golden rat leapt over them, howling as it charged into the mob's long line. Suddenly, screams erupted from the crowd. The huge golden rat collided with many of the mobsters, biting and clawing, causing widespread injuries and casualties. It didn't stop. Following the sharp sound, it ran into a nearby alley. Marshall, sitting in a wheelchair, saw several dead mobsters around him, with gunshot wounds clearly visible. He put down his whistle and hugged the golden rat that had run up to him. The rat was covered in foul-smelling blood. Its head, shot twice, rested in his arms, howling and trembling. Marshall was furious. This time, his carefully raised little demon bat was gone, and Princess Serena was badly wounded, almost ruined. The losses were heavy. Not far away on the street, the mobsters were shouting wildly, gunfire creating a tangled web. The world was noisy beyond measure, but Marshall's heart was filled with a mixture of anger, despair, and dead silence. He took out several hand grenades from his pocket, pulled the pins, and threw them into the crowd.
Boom.
Smoke and fire lit up the scene. He finally felt a bit of relief, laughing loudly while holding the golden rat. Serena, stay alive. We will come back to take revenge, I promise. He left the wheelchair, climbed onto the back of the golden rat. Holding a whistle in his mouth, he blew a gentle, soft tune. The rat staggered but stood up again, guided by the whistle, and crookedly ran forward. Marshall took out a special communicator from his pocket. Mr. He, you said this trip would be safe, foolproof? This is a trap. You destroyed my hideout, and now you're scheming against me, trying to make me a stray like you? You're wrong. You'll pay for this. Before the other side could reply, he hung up and rode the rat into the city ruins. Marshall has failed. In an abandoned building in the city, a woman with the surname, he put down her communicator. Once the refined professional in a sharp suit, now she was covered in dust and dirt. Her hair was neatly combed but greasy and tangled. Her face, usually cold and stern, looked pale and thin. Life after fleeing was tough. She looked toward the balcony. There, in the midday sunlight, was a figure just as ragged and disheveled as her, but standing calmly. She smiled and said, as expected, Marshall is no match for them. The woman reminded, Marshall seems to have a pretty good mutant beast. He's secretly bred it outside the company, and there's also that bandit's help. Xiao He, remember, no matter how powerful a mutant beast is, it's still just an animal. Humans are the greatest of all. Of course, I mean the good ones, not the rabble. Bandits are just trash. She then ordered, future research should focus on humans. We need to work hard to create excellent test subjects. The main company's instructions have always prioritized animal experiments. Had just handled things there. Good scientists should have their own ideas.
Yes.
The figure stood up and stretched lazily toward the sunlight. Xiao He, from now on, your work will be tough. I think it's time for me to go out for a walk. The woman stepped aside to let the leader leave. Creating all things, each in its time, to become beautiful. But from start to finish, humans cannot fully understand this. Her low murmur faded as the figure disappeared into the distance. The woman watched respectfully, full of admiration. The battle outside the base didn't last long. The appearance of the golden giant rat caused the bandits to panic and scatter. They thought it was a monster released by the base. It caused fewer casualties than the base guard's bullets, but it sparked great fear. After all, the apocalypse had just begun. People had mostly seen small animals, not a giant, shining rat as big as a calf. Plus, the purple lightning released by Yi Qi's team was quite frightening. The bandits' fighting spirit was crushed by fear. Under continuous gunfire from the guards, they gradually dispersed. Yi Qi led his team back to the base, not pursuing further. Limited manpower meant it was better to hold the position. The resilient bat was later captured by Xiao Tang, wrapped in a full shield, and taken back to feed the dogs. Bullets and lightning couldn't kill it. A mutant dog tore into it and ate it. This dog was a confiscation from Chu Yinong, a gift from Aunt He. Qiao Lan had kept it in a cage, and now it finally came into use. The dog, after eating the bat, kept barking, its eyes red and a bit frantic. Qiao Lan ordered the old chef to stand by with a kitchen knife. She went to find Yi Qi. Are you hurt?
How about you?
Any injuries? Both spoke at the same time, concerned. They looked each other over carefully, making sure everything was okay before feeling relieved. Team Yi, the scouting team has returned, a subordinate knocked and reported. Qiao Lan and Yi Qi exchanged a glance. Let's go. They walked side by side, one after the other. Today's events weren't just a coincidence. Some mysteries are finally about to be revealed.
Captain.
In a small storage room behind the villa, the search team had just returned and was handing over supplies to the warehouse manager. Seeing Yi Qi approach, Investigator De Qi hurried over to greet him. Today, 2 small teams went out. One was protected by a group of security personnel with military and police backgrounds, and the other was guarded by De Qi and 2 new Awaken members from the base, mainly to train their combat skills. De Qi looked serious and regretful. Captain, how many of us were hurt or lost? If I had known the base was attacked today, I wouldn't have gone out. Yi Qi remained calm. We didn't lose many. Miss Qiao and her team arrived in time to help. Qi looked at Qiao Lan behind Qi and sighed. So once again Miss Qiao came to help. Then he asked, how many people were killed or injured? I heard that big golden rat is back again? Qiao Lan said, yes, it's back. But aside from Dr. Ouyang getting hurt, no one else was injured by it. In fact, the rat hurt itself quite badly. Whether it can survive after escaping is uncertain. Also, thanks to its accidental distraction, we managed to disperse the rioters early. In the whole fight, only 2 security team members died and about a dozen others were injured. Every loss is sad, but considering the large-scale attack today, it's fortunate that our casualties are so low. Thank goodness. Qi exhaled deeply and looked grateful at Qiao Lan. Thanks to Miss Qiao setting up those barriers on the street, we were able to reduce the casualties.
Qiao Lan sợ mai.
How do you know it was mainly the barriers? Maybe it was because Captain Ye's abilities were so good that they stopped the rioters? Qi was momentarily stunned and scratched his head. Miss Qiao, you're joking again. No matter how powerful our captain's abilities are, he can't stop so many rioters. It's probably the barriers you made. Such a slight remark about your captain. Aren't you worried he'll be upset? But you're right. It's probably the barriers that made the biggest difference. It's almost like you saw the scene of the attack firsthand. No way. I just got back and only heard about it from others. Qi turned to Qi and reported, Captain, this trip went smoothly. We didn't encounter much danger. Our team found some daily necessities, though not much food, just half a box of mineral water, which is quite rare, and a few medicines. He pointed at 2 newly awakened individuals standing nearby. Both of them did well. They are brave. When they encountered some suspicious people on the way, they took the initiative to threaten them. However, they didn't encounter mutated beasts or fight anyone, nor did they use their powers. Next time, they'll have another chance. Qi nodded to the 2. You 2 go back and rest. We're not tired. After we finish counting supplies, we plan to help clean the medical station. I heard they broke a lot of things there, the 2 said eagerly and started moving supplies. Qi looked back at Qi. His deep eyes were calm and still, like the night sky. When he looked into them, it felt heavy and oppressive.
Qi was surprised.
Captain, why do you keep looking at me like that? Maybe he's looking at you because he finds you interesting and wants to get to know you again, Qiao Lan said with a smile. Or maybe he's curious why you stopped talking to me and is trying to change the subject. Qi scratched his head. Miss Qiao, don't joke like that. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow. I'm not joking today. Every word I just said was aimed at you, because I don't like you today. Miss Qiao?
Daquilo orchid shorkid. Qiao Lan poutet.
Surprising, huh? If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you on the street that day. It might have been better if you had been bitten by the mutant dog and died. But, speaking of which, Marshall's dog bit someone on the street. Why did you go to stop it? Aren't you on the same side? Qi's face changed in shock. What are you talking about? His cry made everyone working around the small storage room turn to look. Captain, listen to her. Come with me. Let's go inside. Qi interrupted Qi's complaint and turned toward the villa. Humph. Qi snorted angrily at Qiao Lan. Let's go inside. I want to see what you're trying to accuse me of. Qiao Lan smiled and followed Qi. Qi walked behind her, angrily accusing her of slander as they moved. Captain, I admit Miss Qiao has helped us a lot, but she can't just say whatever she wants. Captain, do you really believe her? You've only known her for a few days, but we've worked together for 2 years.
And
he didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, he changed direction and leapt over the wall at an incredible speed, landing outside the community and rushing away. The sudden change was so quick that no one around reacted. But it didn't include Qiao Lan or Qi. Although the 2 people were ahead of Qi, the moment he turned, they both reacted immediately. One chased after Qi over the wall, with the other following closely behind. When Qi had only run a few dozen meters away, they stopped him. Qi blocked the front, and Qiao Lan stood behind, surrounding Qi. Qi looked unhappy. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun with one hand and ignited flames in his palm with the other. The flames were brighter than before, more than twice as bright. Captain, don't force me. This fat woman only has some supplies. Are you trying to please her by attacking me without knowing the facts? I am your comrade who has fought alongside you through thick and thin. He raised his gun and aimed at Yiqi. They were only about a meter apart. If he moved his finger, Yiqi's head might be blown off. Yiqi didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and looked calmly at the fire in Yiqi's palm. He said, "The fire you showed yesterday wasn't this bright. You've been hiding your true power." Yiqi replied, "I don't want others in the base to know my real strength. Isn't that okay?" She also never told everyone how strong her ability is. Captain, I don't know what I've done to offend her. Don't believe her slander.
Qiao Lan sermai.
If you're truly innocent, why run? Come inside and explain everything. Don't try to sow discord. What's your real intention?
Daqui showdown grili.
Didn't we agree to leave the base? Why aren't you leaving? Are you planning to cause trouble here? I get it. Today's attack on the base must be related to her. She's using me as a shield. Captain, have you ever thought that the suspicious traitor you've been suspecting might actually be this mysterious fat woman? Otherwise, why did she come back in time to support us after chasing mice outside? Maybe she was lured here by the mice. Qiao Lan was furious. How many times had he called her a fat woman just now? So what if I'm fat? Do I eat your rice? She pulled out her gun and aimed at Yiqi's vital points.
Yeji.
His heavy mood was starting too. Is this girl really so clueless? She's called a traitor, but she's worried about her weight? Junpeng, stop struggling and biting. You know I won't easily target anyone without solid evidence, especially colleagues. Yiqi called out Yiqi's full name in a serious tone. Before Qiao Lan could derail the conversation, he brought the situation back on track. Also, I don't want to hear the word comrade from your mouth again, Yiqi said coldly. You have betrayed those who sacrificed. Lightning flickered in his palm. A purple glow shone alongside the flames in Yiqi's hand. Under his heavy gaze, Yiqi instinctively stepped back but was pressed against the back by Qiao Lan's gun. Captain, do you really believe her false accusations and blame me unfairly? His voice trembled as he questioned. Junpeng, do you remember? After the first invasion of the Golden Mouse, I said there might be spies in the base.
What did you say then?
What did I say? Yiqi stared tightly at Yiqi, wary of the purple light in his palm. I said someone gave me a glass of water, and then I fell asleep. Was that a woman, an assistant from the medical team?
Yes.
You even told me to warn the security team to watch out for the female assistant at the medical station. Don't you remember? Now you're here to investigate me again.
Yevi sleeps pressed tightly.
Not far away, Investigator Lao Song's voice sounded. Yiqi, I've been watching you. That day, no woman assistant gave you water. You lied to the captain. Yiqi's face turned pale, but he dared not look at Lao Song and remained cautious of Yiqi. I didn't lie, Captain. Why did you have Lao Song watch me? Is he secretly reporting on me? He's been spending days with that chubby woman. Don't you think they might be working together to frame me? Why would I frame you? Lao Song stepped forward a few steps. During the attack in Qiao Lan's underground safe house, he was seriously injured while protecting Xiao Li and others from intruders. Since he's not an awakener, even with the crystal core nourishing him, his injuries haven't fully healed. His steps were unsteady. He stared at Yiqi with fiery eyes. When did you betray us?
Tell me.
Xiao Zhou is dead. Lao Huang is dead. Deng Zi and the others are all gone. Our investigation team left the capital, and now only a few of us remain. You still dare to betray? Do you think that's right? Are you crazy? Still trying to blame others? Are you stupid? Do you think the captain is an idiot? Brother Song, I didn't. Yiqi suddenly started crying amidst Lao Song's roar. He lowered his gun, and the flames in his palm extinguished. He looked down at Lao Song with a defeated expression, shook his head, and muttered, I really didn't. Brother Song, I was wrong to suspect you earlier, but I truly didn't betray anyone. Brother Song, I don't understand this at all.
Boom.
A burst of fire exploded. In an instant, the elemental flames, which had already gone out, suddenly flared up fiercely, engulfing Lao Song's entire body at close range. While setting the fire, Qi quickly rolled behind Lao Song, using him as a shield. He aimed his gun at Qiao Lan's head and fired. Sometimes, the softest target is the easiest to catch. Qi's powerful electrical abilities and quick reactions made him hesitant to confront directly, but Qiao Lan was only skilled with a gun. He didn't think she could react quickly in close combat. However, he was wrong. Qiao Lan didn't dodge or flash. The bullet aimed at her forehead simply vanished, using space to absorb the bullet. In her previous life, she only dared to try this at level 4, but now she took a risk, and it worked. Immediately afterward, she fired 2 shots back. Qi's legs were instantly bloodied, and he collapsed to the ground. Even as he fell, he tried to shoot again, but Qiao Lan shot twice more, breaking both of his arms. Qi had just awakened recently, and his body wasn't strong enough. The bullet's damage was enough to hurt him badly. When he fell, Lao Song's flames around him immediately went out because he hadn't trained to control energy while badly injured. At this moment, because of the commotion, many people in the base came to watch but dared not get close. They stood far away, pointing and talking. When Lao Song's flames extinguished, someone ran over, waved his hand, and froze Lao Song in ice, leaving only his nostrils breathing. After being burned by fire, icing him was a reasonable way to cool him down physically. This ice ability user was one of the 2 newly awakened. Qi had just praised him for being brave and willing to act, and now he proved Qi was telling the truth. He really dared to go in. But he wasn't on the same team as Qi, so that praise was just words. After wrapping Lao Song in ice, the person also covered the wounds around Qi with ice. The ice slowed the bleeding, making it easier to interrogate and preventing him from fainting from blood loss. After finishing, the ice user was exhausted and sank to the ground, panting. He said, "Sorry, my energy is depleted. I could only make this much ice." "That's enough." Qiao Lan threw him a crystal core from an early-stage mutated beast to help him recover. She also quickly called someone to take Lao Song to the medical station for burns. "I won't go. I want to see this kid confess." Lao Song roared angrily from inside the ice. Old investigator Niu Jin came over. Qi didn't dare delay, worried about Lao Song's treatment, and his patience was running out. He stopped talking to Qi. Qi refused to admit anything and directly exposed him. Qi Junpeng, during the first invasion of the Golden Rat, it didn't break through from outside but appeared silently inside the medical station. There must have been an insider or secret passage. I wasn't at the base then, but I have reasonable suspicion of everyone there, especially you, who was supposed to guard the medical station but was napping instead. But just a test, your lie about a non-existent water-delivering assistant was an attempt to divert my investigation. I went to ask Old Song, who has been secretly watching you on my orders, and he immediately exposed your lie. That day, no one brought you water. Why did I have Old Song watch you? I also had others watch Old Song. Almost every initial member of the base was secretly monitored by me, and everyone was watched by others, because during the night raid, the enemy was already prepared, which shows we had a traitor inside. I suspect everyone and investigate everyone. Since you lied, the investigation focus is now on you. We quickly found the secret passage in the building at the medical point. The golden mouse entered through there, but I didn't make it public. Yesterday, Old Song discovered new footprints near the secret entrance, and the access control was slightly open. This morning, you volunteered to take 2 new Awaken members out for training. Could this be too coincidental? Are you creating an alibi for yourself? Miss Qiao led a team to search for the golden mouse outside, just to distract others and make the traitor think the investigation was focused outside. She never left the base far, so she could return quickly if needed. Today, because of your unusual behavior, she only wandered outside briefly and then quietly returned to the base, waiting near the medical point. Sure enough, the golden mouse came again. Qi Junpeng, the attack by street thugs wasn't accidental either, right? Yesterday, you had 2 secret communications with someone behind a secluded spot, probably connected to the criminal gang or the thugs. While speaking, Qi took out a communication device from his pocket. Its color and model are completely different from those used in the investigation system or by the military in the armory. This is probably a device used internally by your gang, right? Yiqi held the device in front of Deqi, asking him to examine it carefully. You're very meticulous. This device isn't on you, and you hide it outside after each use, burying it in the ground. Deqi, with his limbs broken and lying on the ground, had no color left on his face but still said, You're just guessing. One communication device can't prove anything. Yiqi coldly replied, Then what about the family that lived in that building? The knife wounds on them matched the blade of your usual dagger. He looked up at the nearby base members watching and waved at someone. Please explain. A man with noticeable wrinkles around his eyes ran out from the crowd. He looked at least 50 years old. He quickly saluted Yiqi and said, The house where the enemy is hiding, with a secret passage, has all its residents dead. Based on the level of decomposition, bloodstains, and other factors, I estimate they died between 11 p.m. last night and 1 a.m. this morning. Heavily injured at the back of his head with bruising, the middle-aged man's fatal wound was in his throat. It appears he was hit with a blunt object, knocked unconscious, then stabbed in the throat, which caused his death. Another elderly man had multiple stab wounds and blows. His fatal wound was in his heart. The killer, right-handed, stabbed from the left side, piercing the second rib into the heart. It seems he died after a struggle with the attacker. The two middle-aged and young women showed no signs of fighting or struggle. They were killed instantly with a single stab, the knife piercing the ribs into the heart. The angle and depth of the wounds were similar, indicating the same attacker. From the wounds, the murder weapon appears to be a short, broad, curved knife, 15 to 20 centimeters long, with a pointed tip, blood groove, and a small chip at the end. After the man finished speaking, Yiqi checked on Deqi and pulled out a dagger from his back pocket that matched the description perfectly. If there was another dagger like this, the chip at the tip of the blade was not common and was unique to this one. This is a veteran detective from our city's police. He knows how to examine corpses and investigate scenes. Today, I asked him to examine the house, and his conclusion once again points to you. He doesn't know you beforehand. Is there any reason to frame you? Yiqi asked, and Deqi's face turned even paler. Members of the base come from all walks of life. It's true, there are some talented people among them, and they often come in handy at critical moments. The detective's findings clearly show that Deqi sneaked into that house last night, killed the family, and created the conditions for Marshall to infiltrate and control the Golden Mouse. He is right-handed, has a dagger matching the description, and the habit of stabbing from the left side into the heart, just like Deqi. Also, he did leave the medical station for a while around midnight last night.
Why?
Deqi, why? Old Song shouted angrily from the ice. This base wasn't easy to build. We've put in so much effort, lost so many people, just to have a safe place now. How could you collude with the bad guys? Who are you betraying? You're an awakened one. You could do so much more. Why are you doing such evil things? The destruction of the base, what good does it do you? What is your true purpose?
Daqui is speaking.
Say something. You're brave enough to do it but not to admit it?
Coward.
Old Song shouted angrily, but Deqi's pale face gradually showed a mocking smile. Foolish, he finally said. He looked at Old Song, Yiqi, the old policeman, Qiao Lan, and everyone nearby. The world isn't as simple as you think. All living beings are just ants. In the eyes of the powerful, you and I are just sheep to be sheared, skinned, and eaten, before and after the disaster.
Haha.
He chuckled dryly. The laugh was weak, sharp, and filled with despair and madness. Fools. Those who sacrificed were fools. The ones supporting the base are fools. I am a fool too. You think you can control your fate?
Ha.
It's just like me. Such silly justice, such silly effort. I'll tell you. Actually. Your sudden attack. As he spoke, his breathing grew heavier and more rapid. His eyes became unfocused, and finally, he opened his mouth but couldn't finish his words. He gasped loudly, like a fish stranded on the shore. His lips were bright red, and his body twitched. Cyanide. The old policeman beside him hurried over and pried open Qi's mouth. Fragments of glass between his teeth and gills showed he had hidden poison in his mouth and had bitten it earlier. Cyanide, known as the lightning killer, can cause unconsciousness within seconds and death within 1 or 2 minutes if the dose is enough. Emergency! Is there anyone who knows how to treat cyanide poisoning? The policeman shouted into the crowd. But there were no medical personnel around. After the attack on the medical station, the medical team was busy cleaning up the scene and rescuing the injured in street clashes, with no time to come here and watch the spectacle. In a way, Qi had cut off his own chance for rescue. He convulsed, stiffened, and stopped breathing in front of everyone. Soon he lost his life. His eyes wide open, mouth agape. Many people couldn't bear to look closely. Why did you commit suicide?
Why?
Old Song roared unwillingly, tears in his voice, betrayed by his comrade, betrayed by his own hand, and the sudden self-destruction, like witnessing a comrade's sacrifice, was heartbreaking. Qi quickly ordered someone to carry Old Song to the medical station. The guards dispersed the crowd. Standing beside Qi's body, Qi remained silent for a long time. His face, usually expressionless, was now as calm as the deep sea. No one knew what he was thinking. Then he personally searched Qi, doing a final check. Afterwards, he carefully carried Qi to a quiet place, where lightning helped with the cremation, and he set the body ablaze. The ashes were scattered near the graves of his comrades. If the martyrs are watching from heaven, they have the right to question the traitor among them. Although handling Qi's betrayal personally made Qi feel complicated, the situation didn't allow him much time for mourning or sadness. After the attack, the base was busy with many tasks. He kept working until nightfall. Qiao Lan was also busy, helping to repair the damaged walls of the medical station, clearing the battle scene on the street, and reinforcing the shelter. Her ability to move objects with her mind was very useful for dealing with the debris. Once the street outside the community was secured again and the medical station was back in use, with medical staff and patients moved back, Qiao Lan, who had worked most of the day, was very hungry. But she didn't go straight home to eat. Instead, she went to Ouyang Mo's bedside. Unlucky Dr. Ouyang was the only seriously injured person during this invasion. His arm was scratched by a rat's claw, his internal organs were impacted, and he was bleeding in some areas, both internal and external injuries. Fortunately, the medical team's experience in treating injuries had allowed them to give him timely and proper care. Now he was lying in bed with a fever. Though weak, he had survived. Qiao Lan, why are you here again? He asked when he saw her come in. Qiao Lan carried a plastic bowl of fast food and sat on a stool by the bed. Are you tired of seeing me?
No.
Ouyang Mo was naturally happy to see her. But Qiao Lan had already visited him twice that day. Now she was back, and he felt like he was bothering her. Have some porridge. The nurse said you can eat light food now. Qiao Lan raised the head of the bed, so Ouyang Mo was semi-reclined, then fed him the porridge from the plastic bowl, along with chopped pickles using a small plastic spoon. This was a meal ordered through space, and it was still hot, just right to eat. Ouyang Mo's face turned slightly red. He instinctively opened his mouth and drank the spoonful of porridge. Qiao Lan continued feeding him, and he quickly said, I can eat by myself. Have you eaten? Stop talking nonsense.
Eat.
Once I feed you, I'll eat too. Don't be stubborn, hurry up and eat. I want to have dinner early too. Qiao Lan fed him spoon after spoon. Her actions weren't gentle, and her tone was rough, but Ouyang Mo felt very cared for. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Come in.
Qiao Lan was busy feeding the meal, not turning around. The door opened, and Qi stood at the entrance. The warm scene of her feeding porridge by the bed made his usually calm eyes slightly tighten. Captain Yi. Ouyang Mo, facing the door, was the first to greet Qi. He was eating porridge when he spoke, choking on it and coughing uncontrollably.
Ah.
Qiao Lan instinctively leaned back with a bowl of porridge, avoiding the spray from his cough. Are you okay? Don't talk while eating. She took a small bottle of mineral water from her pocket, opened it, and handed it to Ouyang to take a few sips, helping him stop coughing. Then she turned to Yiqi. You should come and visit Dr. Ouyang too.
He's really hurt badly.
The wound on his arm needs to be monitored for infection, especially since some mutated beasts have poisonous claws. We don't know if he's been poisoned. She casually took out another small bottle of water and handed it to Yiqi. At the moment when Qiao Lan leaned back to avoid the cough, Yiqi's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. Does this girl have a cleanliness obsession? He hadn't noticed before. When Ouyang Mo coughed, her first reaction was to dodge, then she showed concern. That says a lot. It shows she's not very familiar or close with Ouyang Mo, not truly caring. Yes, investigators are good at noticing problems in details. Yiqi took the small bottle from Qiao Lan and put it into his pocket. Thanks. Usually, Qiao Lan would give him extra water or food, but he usually refused, sharing the hardships with the base. But now that Ouyang Mo has also drunk, and they're both people Qiao Lan saved, he couldn't just ignore her kindness, right? If he doesn't drink now, he'll give the extra water to those injured in today's battle later.
Your cheeks are red.
Are you feeling unwell? Yiqi approached the bed and looked at Ouyang Mo. Ouyang Mo coughed for a while, feeling pain in his internal organs, and lay weakly down. His pale face made the red flush on his cheeks even more noticeable. Coughing made me like this, the doctor said weakly. Before coughing, your face was already red, probably from the hot porridge? Yiqi swallowed this thought and said nothing. After all, he was injured and an important medical member of the base, so he didn't want to upset him further. How does the wound feel? Yiqi genuinely cared about Ouyang Mo's injury and asked carefully. After finishing his conversation with Ouyang Mo and helping him settle down to rest, Yiqi and Qiao Lan left the ward. You're not just here to visit Dr. Ouyang, right? Qiao Lan noticed Yiqi seemed distracted while in the ward. Yiqi replied, I came to see you and also to check on him. So, mainly, he came to see me. Qiao Lan knew he probably had something to discuss. What is it? Yiqi did not beat around the bush and said directly, some owners do not agree to enter the base. But in the past few days, I estimate those troublemakers will come back again. His face, which had cooled down, showed a flicker of irritation. There is a secret passage at the medical station, and nearby houses also have secret passages. The community might have other hidden routes, so the base must investigate thoroughly. After the fight, he sent people door to door to check and look for possible dangers in houses that are not yet part of the base. Of course, the process was chaotic. The owners did not agree, and the guards used force. That was not all. Yiqi had no problem breaking into people's homes to knock and investigate because it was for the safety of the base. But then, another matter made him very annoyed. No, very annoyed. He did not show his feelings in front of his subordinates, but when facing Qiao Lan, he did not hide them. Clearly there is danger. Why won't they cooperate? The base guards are limited in number and can't protect everyone across such a large area. If they refuse to enter the base, and troublemakers come again, no one can guarantee their safety. Is obeying the base's rules worse than risking their lives? He grumbled with a frown. He ordered people to notify the entire community, urging owners who had not joined the base to come quickly, so they wouldn't be attacked again by street troublemakers. The base planned to tighten its defenses and would no longer patrol the streets because that would weaken internal security. They couldn't always rely on Qiao Lan for help, right? However, the people tasked with notifying almost got scolded by nearly 90% of the owners, and some even got hit. These people not only refused to join the base but also insulted and mocked harshly. It was clear that the base Yiqi worked so hard to support was not trusted or accepted by these people. Qiao Lan smiled. Brother Yi, do you know there was a popular saying online before? It was called, give up the helping obsession, respect others' fate. Everyone has their own destiny. You can't save everyone. Yiqi was hearing this for the first time. He paused and looked at Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan's round face, smudged with dust from work, was dirty and looked like a rice dumpling covered in soil. It was far from beautiful, but quite cute. So cute that, like a gentle breeze, It instantly blew away Yi Qi's irritation. "Maybe I'm overthinking," he said with a shake of his head and a smile. The smile flickered and quickly disappeared, full of helplessness and heavy relief. But he had finally come to terms with it. In this chaotic world, full of disasters and troubles, living is not easy at all. Each individual is too small to make a big difference, including him. He cannot be a savior. With the people around him, he doesn't even know how far he can lead them. He can only save those who are willing to be saved. For those who refuse to get close, what can he do? His abilities are limited, so he can only respect their fate. He had prepared himself mentally before, trying to convince himself, but he never felt at ease until now, when he finally became firm. "You're not meddling. You're just too kind-hearted," Qiao Lan said again, lightly tapping Yi Qi's shoulder on tiptoe, with sincere words. "Brother Yi, things are different now. You need to tone down your sense of justice and responsibility. Don't always show it openly. Be a bit tougher. After all, so many people are counting on you to lead." "I know." In that moment, Yi Qi felt as if the small, chubby hand that patted his shoulder was full of magic, giving him courage and strength. It was amazing. This girl, several years younger than him, was calmer and clearer in her mind than he was. Suddenly, he realized he had been relying on her lately. Whenever he faced a tough choice, he habitually went to her for advice. And she really could give good advice, like a life mentor, even better than his old comrades who had been with him for years. "This doesn't make sense. Why do you keep calling me younger brother?" He didn't like this dependence. It felt like he had become a boy relying on his older sister, yet she really did call him younger brother. First it was little brother, now it's younger brother again. Was he that childish? "Oh, just a casual call. Don't mind these details," Qiao Lan said casually, waving her hand. "You can also call me sister or aunt, whatever makes you happy." "Little girl." Yi Qi felt helpless about Qiao Lan's mischievous attitude, reaching out to ruffle her spiky hair. "Uncle Geng is calling you." Ahead on the road, Fu Xingyuan stopped a few meters away and spoke to Qiao Lan. After saying that, she turned and hurriedly left, as if fleeing. Qiao Lan slapped her forehead. "Oh right, I forgot that dog." The mutated dog infected by the bat was unstable, and the old chef was watching over it. She didn't want anything to go wrong. She quickly said goodbye to Yi Qi and hurried after Fu Xingyuan. "Why are you running?" Fu Xingyuan ran very fast. No wonder she was an awakened one. Qiao Lan only moved a little and managed to catch up. "Why are you running?" "I'm not going to eat you," Qiao Lan said, reaching for Fu Xingyuan's arm. Fu Xingyuan, as if scalded, quickly pulled away and ran off behind the main house. There was a lamp and an iron cage. The old chef sat confidently in front of the cage. As soon as he saw Qiao Lan, he shouted, "Come and see quickly." Seeing the old chef's happy face, Qiao Lan felt relieved. At least it wasn't a mutant dog causing trouble. She approached the cage, which was covered on 3 sides with black cloth. Under the light, she saw a small brownish-red dog lying inside, resting its chin on its front paws. Its eyes were black and shiny, and it looked quite cute at first glance. "Where's the dog?" "Old Hero Geng. Where is the dog you were supposed to watch?" Qiao Lan was genuinely startled. She had asked the old chef to guard a mutant dog from Aunt He's secret lab. It was a mixed breed, brownish-black, resembling a teddy or a schnauzer, about the same size as a teddy or schnauzer. But this dog in front of her was small, with a reddish-brown coat, and looked like a tiny teacup dog. The old chef, feeling proud from being called Old Hero, chuckled happily.
Ha ha ha.
"Look, this is the dog." Qiao Lan was speechless. Worried that the fierce mutant dog might escape and bite someone, she stopped trying to talk to the nervous old man and turned to Fu Xingyuan. "This is a big matter. No more messing around. Quickly tell me what happened. Where did that dog go? Isn't it right here?" It ate a bat and started to get restless and roll around. Then it suddenly fell into a deep sleep. The longer it slept, the smaller it got. "It just woke up like this. Uncle Geng told me to find you." Fu Xingyuan avoided looking at Qiao Lan, speaking stiffly, hiding his guilt about past foolish actions when facing her. Qiao Lan was surprised. She grabbed the two of them and asked repeatedly, finally confirming it was true. The old chef even had a video. His phone couldn't connect to the internet, so its communication function was useless, but it could be used as a camera. Qiao Lan's phone had full battery and was always charged. She carefully watched the transformation process of the mutant dog in the video, exclaiming inwardly, "Wow, this is incredible. We're so lucky." The bat not only didn't poison the dog, but also triggered a positive secondary mutation. She quickly performed a thorough test on the tiny dog. After an hour or two of effort, she confirmed that the dog had truly evolved. Its size was like Conan's, but that was just an appearance. The real change was in its intelligence, no longer a dull, confused dog that could only be controlled by infrared devices, but now a clever, alert creature. Its cloudy eyes became clear like spring water, sparkling and bright, watching people. Its emotions, joy, anger, sadness, were all easily visible. Qiao Lan fed the little dog some ham sausages and beef jerky. Surprisingly, it ate 5 sausages and a pound of jerky. It then treated Qiao Lan like family, happily playing and cuddling. When asked to do math problems, it quickly answered that 1 + 1 = 2 and 5 - 2 = 3. In terms of special abilities, it was originally very fierce with strong attack power. Its claws were green and poisonous, but it didn't show any special powers. Now, it has no new abilities, but its poison is even stronger. Its entire body is toxic. Teeth, claws, saliva, mucus, tears, all contain poison, with higher toxin levels than before. Its aggression has also increased. Qiao Lan estimates its fighting strength is just above level 2. However, it looks harmless and adorable, with no green claws and a pink, cute appearance. Such a confusingly cute dog snake. With proper training, it might have the potential to become even stronger. Suddenly, a white shadow darted over and lunged at the cage, barking and biting fiercely.
Woof. Sobi.
The tiny dog curled up, trembling, with big, watery eyes filled with tears and fear. Shaoli, who was chasing the white cat Dazhuang, looked worried. Blue sister, Dazhuang is about to bite this little dog. He's very, very angry. Even dried fish didn't work. Qiao Lan couldn't calm or persuade the furious white cat. She remembered that the mother cat had died after a fierce fight with a dog to protect her kittens. Sigh. The white cat definitely couldn't tolerate this dog. It's its natural enemy. If this dog weren't a dog but a mouse, the white cat might not be so aggressive. Okay, I understand. I won't keep it just because it looks a little fierce. How strong can it be compared to you? Even if it's stronger than you, I still want you to stay away from it. Only after Qiao Lan kept persuading did the white cat gradually calm down, though it still growled at the cage. The little dog looked pitiful, trembling inside the cage. Shaoli quietly whispered to Qiao Lan, "Blue sister, this little dog is a bit sneaky." Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow. "You sense that?" "Yes." Shaoli nodded cautiously, glancing at the dog. "Don't be fooled by its pitiful look. It's not afraid at all. It's full of fighting spirit and schemes." As expected, Qiao Lan knew that based on the dog's strength level, it shouldn't be afraid of the white cat. Despite the white cat's large size and fierce appearance, its level is lower than the dog's, and its attack power is weaker. Plus, the dog is poisonous. A dog that seeks sympathy and pretends to be innocent, a clever little dog. This situation makes it impossible for an old chef to guard properly. Old Gung, the hero, probably has less insight than this dog. While sleeping, Qiao Lan moved the dog's cage into her room and warned sternly, "Stay still and stop pretending to be innocent, or I will get rid of you." The puppy looked at her with teary eyes, nodded, and obediently lay down. In front of the dog, Qiao Lan bathed, dried, fed, cuddled, and held the white cat and the kitten, making sure the dog understood its low status. The two cats were always hostile toward the dog, showing no friendliness all night and occasionally threatening it at the cage. Even the kitten was fierce, waving its pink paws and making loud sounds at the dog, looking very serious. But Qiao Lan's affection calmed the two cats, especially the white cat, which was rewarded with several high-quality crystal cores. Qiao Lan praised it for doing a great job today, saying the medical point was very lucky, with only one injury, such a rare success. Qiao Lan and Yi Qi's secret plan was to lure the enemy out, but it was risky because of limited manpower. Mistakes were inevitable, and they had to use this strategy under the circumstances. The danger was unpredictable, so they relied on the white cat's mysterious blessing. The white cat indeed did not disappoint. After spending more than 10 second-level high-quality crystal cores and exhausting itself, it successfully reduced casualties at the medical point. Such achievement deserved high praise. Even without the dog's provocation, Qiao Lan would still praise the cat enthusiastically. At bedtime, she forcibly put the white cat into her bed and hugged it. Dazhuang twisted and struggled, unwilling, but Qiao Lan held him tight and wouldn't let go. He reluctantly snorted and lay beside her pillow. Later, when Qiao Lan fell asleep, her arm relaxed. Dazhuang could have run away, but didn't. Instead, he leaned his face close to her. He held her round, shaved head with his paws, looking very content and purring softly. Inside the cage, the puppy whined with resentment. Humph, stinky cat, but I arrived here before you. Just wait and see what happens when time passes. Can't I get more love for my owner, the tiny, adorable me? But he didn't expect that there wouldn't be a future. By the next day, Qiao Lan had given him away. Cat, o dog.
Yiji.
Can this tiny thing be a guard dog, responsible for protecting the base and warning? Don't worry, this little thing might be pretending to be innocent. You can't feel its energy fluctuations, right? Zhou Lan glared at the dog. Release your energy. Don't hide it. The timid little dog immediately stopped hiding and naturally released its energy fluctuations. Yi Qi frowned, sensing danger. A of purple lightning turned into a tight, impenetrable electric net that covered the dog. The dog was startled. This person is even more frightening than the owner. The dog obediently retracted its energy, becoming a cute, pitiful little teacup dog. Yi Qi looked at the small dog for a moment, thinking it was okay, and accepted Zhou Lan's gift.
He named the dog Cha-Cha.
Xiao Li commented, very fitting, this dog really is like tea. Yi Qi was confused. He only thought it looked small like a teacup. He was also a bit unsure, besides caring about the safety of the base and the reason why cats and dogs can't get along. Did Zhou Lan have another meaning in giving him a dog? For example, she once called him a dog. Did she really give him a dog? He was thinking about what to give Zhou Lan in return. First, as a gift. Second, as a farewell. Zhou Lan was leaving. The golden mouse was heavily injured, almost dead, and wouldn't recover soon, so Zhou Lan didn't want to stay at the base anymore. To thank Yi Qi and respond to the martyr's feelings, she had protected the base for a while, helping it through the tough early days of construction. Now, she wanted the base to grow on its own. She had her own life and goals. Yi Qi announced a party to send off Zhou Lan and to celebrate the expansion of the base. The base now had over 1,500 members and occupied the entire neighborhood. Yi Qi guessed correctly. The gang of street thugs returned that night and launched a surprise attack on the neighborhood. They were incited secretly but were basically locusts looting everywhere. The base couldn't get in, but they still had their eyes on the nearby luxury neighborhood. The base tightened its defenses, only reinforcing around a few buildings and one main street, leaving other areas unguarded. The thugs raided the neighborhood at night, causing destruction, theft, arson, and violence, acting like they did in other parts of the city. Hundreds of locusts swept through. The neighborhood was looted completely. More than half of the survivors died, leaving fewer than 100 people. They supported each other and came to the base seeking medical help and rescue. Yi Qi didn't agree to take them in immediately. It wasn't because of revenge for their refusal to cooperate when invited, but to clear potential dangers from the base. He sent people to negotiate and set rules until everyone agreed to hand over their houses and join the base. All residents had to obey the base's management, turning the entire neighborhood into the base's territory. This made those people provisional members and the lowest rank among them. Later, they quickly identified those who held grudges against the base, complained secretly, spoke negatively, and encouraged others to resent the base. They were unkindly expelled and left to fend for themselves. Is this being cold-hearted? For the safety of everyone in the base, potential troublemakers cannot be tolerated. In normal society, discipline and rehabilitation are common, but in the post-apocalyptic world, this isn't possible, at least not now. Everyone's living space is small. Those who refuse to fight for their own survival and hold prejudiced hostility toward the base must face the consequences themselves. The base took over the entire neighborhood, quickly reinforced defenses, built structures, and rearranged housing assignments. The chaos caused by bandits in the city led more survivors wandering outside to seek refuge in the base, causing the population to rise rapidly past 1,000, heading toward 2,000. The base expanded quickly, but cohesion was lacking. Organizing a group activity to boost unity was very necessary. Yi Qi announced a party. Wow, only a month or two after the disaster, you've already built such a big base. Qiao Lan was genuinely impressed. She remembered that in her previous life, about 2 months after the disaster, she was hiding with Xiao Tang, struggling through tough times. And not long after, Xiao Tang was gone, something she preferred not to recall. Back then, there was no base in City C. Survivors were barely surviving in various parts of the city, bullied by gangs, and eaten by mutated rats. Compared to the sturdy shelter and busy, orderly base now, it was like night and day. Qiao Lan thought Yi Qi was truly amazing. In his previous life, he was known as the infamous King Yi. Now, he was the respected leader of the base. Indeed, strong people can succeed whether they act alone or with others. Looking at his smooth, sharp-featured face, Qiao Lan thought he looked even more handsome. Can I call you Yi boss from now on? You're really impressive. Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled. Yi Qi quickly adjusted his slightly raised smile and said, seriously, I can't take all the credit. I've always said, this base wouldn't be possible without you. No, it's mainly your leadership. You've contributed a lot. You're amazing. You're really impressive. What kind of business praise is this? In her previous life, Qiao Lan never dreamed she would be joking and laughing with King Yi. And he even planned a special party just for her. Is this the treatment of a socialite? Honestly, wouldn't that be too much trouble? Qiao Lan has never been a delicate socialite in her life. Plus, although half of it is to celebrate the base's expansion, the other half is in my name, Qiao Lan hesitated, a little worried. Could it cause rumors or gossip about us? You're now a leader of over 1,000 people, so you should take care of your reputation. Yi Qi couldn't help but laugh. Qiao Lan admitted he looked quite good when he smiled. But he was still annoying to talk to. He said, what are you thinking, you little chubby girl? Chubby? Qiao Lan took a deep breath. Loudly, she said, I love my body. I eat well, drink well, and gain weight happily.
I'm proud.
Can you grow some flesh if you want to? You skinny monkey, Yi. Then she turned and walked away. Yi Qi was left standing there, confused. Was he angry? Why was he upset? It reminded him of their first meeting at the library, when she suddenly got furious and hit someone. At least this time, she didn't hit anyone. Does that mean their relationship is better than before? Yi Qi went to find Ouyang Mo. He asked privately for early-stage bipolar disorder. What medication is best? Do you know? Ouyang Montak. Amid Qiao Lan's little grumbles and Yi Qi's big doubts, the first party at the Blood Dawn base finally started on a dark, starless night. The first performance immediately amazed everyone. What was this show? It was called Foodie Little Expert. In the central square of the community, a makeshift wooden stage was built. On it, a small coal stove was burning with bright flames, with a small pot on top. The base members sat densely below, and those nearby could smell the delicious aroma rising from the hot steam. It was the smell of rich, instant noodle seasoning. It was so tempting it was almost overwhelming. What about viewers far away who couldn't smell it? There was a big screen on stage showing the coal stove and small pot via a camera. The live broadcast was connected through high-definition video cables. This way, Even distant viewers could clearly see what was happening on stage and imagine the rich smell of the hot steam. People who weren't interested in the party at first, or who were immersed in sadness, despair, hunger, or illness, couldn't help but be drawn in by the fragrant soup, staring eagerly at the screen. Dear brothers, sisters, elders, and fellow villagers, this is the first group celebration at our base. Although the world is destroyed, lives are overturned, loved ones are lost, and this might seem inappropriate for a celebration. But believe me, it is only in moments of extreme despair that we must stay strong and face things with optimism. We should cheer, celebrate, and enjoy every small, funny thing, laughing wildly like crazy, because we want to survive. We carry the memory of our lost loved ones and live bravely, steadily, and sincerely. Living in this bleak world feels hopeless, but maybe, just maybe, survival is the only hope we have. Face reality, be strong, don't think too much about anything. Tonight, let's have a party. Our Blood Dawn base will surely find a new dawn of life amid bloodshed and disaster, moving toward a completely different new world. Now, please enjoy our first show, The Foodie Expert. Food is scarce, but we find joy even in hardship. Everyone, this isn't a waste of food. Although our supplies are limited, we have enough confidence to support this small entertainment. This show tells us that in the near future, everyone will be able to enjoy instant noodles as much as the contestants do. Not just instant noodles, we will have many delicious foods. As long as we work together, the beautiful dream of returning to normal life is waiting for us ahead. During the host's lively explanation, the show begins. It's a competition. Set up a pot, cook a packet of instant noodles on the spot, then divide the cooked noodles into 3 bowls with equal portions. 3 randomly chosen audience members go on stage, each holding a bowl, and eat together quickly. The one who finishes the noodles the fastest, under the rule of chewing each bite 20 times, wins. The prize is half a pack of small crispy noodles, 2 slices of Huzi ham, and a dragon wing spicy. The crowd erupts in excitement. There was some chaos during the random selection, as everyone wanted to eat the cooked noodles, eager to step on others to get a turn. Several groups of guards worked hard to maintain order, finally helping the lucky winners climb onto the stage. The 3 winners rushed to their bowls, eager to start before the host even announced, grabbing with their hands because they couldn't wait for chopsticks. If not for the host's loud warnings that skipping the 22 rule would mean no prize, they might have swallowed half a bowl of noodles in one gulp. They gulped down the broth and noodles together, munching loudly, chewing 20 times super fast before swallowing. Gulp. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The big screen shows 3 mouths gobbling food wildly, very intense. The high-quality speakers spread the sounds of eating to every corner of the small square, making everyone feel anxious and their stomachs rumble loudly. What a food attack! In a world where everyone is hungry, this show seems like it's here to fight against society. In just half a minute, even with the strict rule of 20 chews per bite, all 3 contestants finished the race very quickly. The first person to finish won by just 1 second. He received half a bag of crispy noodles, 2 slices of ham, and a spicy snack, and ate them right away, without stepping down. This made the other 2 contestants regret missing out. One person slapped himself on the face in frustration. Just 1 second faster. Why didn't he hurry up? The audience below licked their lips and swallowed nervously, feeling jealous. The base only provides rice soup or porridge, a small amount of rice. Tastes bland and not enough to fill them. Doctors, guards, excavator drivers, and other key workers get extra food allowances, but others only get plain water and broth. New members have to find their own food. In this situation, who wouldn't want to eat hot instant noodles? Do you have anything you want to say? The host handed the microphone to the winner. The winner, still licking spicy snack juice from his lips, almost ate the microphone too. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at the host with anticipation and asked, I want to have a second round. I want one too. The 2 contestants who lost at the side spoke in unison. We want one too. The crowd below cheered loudly. There will be no second round. the host dismissed the contestants and announced the next program. The audience was very disappointed. They didn't want to watch the next shows. What could be more delicious than eating? On stage, there were singing and dancing, comedy acts, and martial arts performances, but the audience's interest was low. Team Yi, it seems. The party isn't going very well. The person in charge of organizing the event approached Yiqi. They had planned to strengthen everyone's unity through the party, but because of a bowl of noodles, everyone's minds were elsewhere. It's hard to say if they can really come together. Yiqi was sitting in front of a small coal stove in Qiao Lan's room, focused on cooking instant noodles for her. He remained silent after hearing this. He understood how the audience felt. It's tough to just watch and not eat. Is there any good way? The feeling of hunger is really hard to solve effectively. The first game was about eating, which was a really bad idea. When planning it, we only thought about attracting everyone's attention with a big stunt. Now, we've definitely attracted attention, but maybe too much, and it might get out of hand. Qiao Lan smiled and said, "It's easy. Give everyone a sausage, and they'll all be happy." Yiqi silently looked at Qiao Lan. Where would the base get so many sausages? Over 1,000? Where could they find that many? Qiao Lan said, "It's simple. I can borrow some from you. Luckily, I still have some stock." Since Yiqi's team was present, she didn't take anything out immediately. Instead, she pretended to walk toward the helipad, then went to her plane and brought out a box of sausages. When she was about to bring it into the house, Yiqi stopped her. "That's enough. Are you sure?" "Yes. Instead of giving everyone a whole sausage, give them a quarter. That way, less than 400 will be enough." He was careful with the budget. Since taking charge of the base, he felt like he had to be very strict about spending. Qiao Lan clicked her tongue. "You're so stingy." She took 20 packs of 20 sausages each and handed them to Yiqi. Before accepting, Yiqi asked, "Since you're borrowing them, when should I return them? Do I need to pay interest?" Qiao Lan smiled and said, "No fixed deadline. I believe Captain Yi will return them early. When that happens, just give me 21 packs back." She wanted to collect a little extra as interest. Yiqi thought about it and reluctantly agreed. He was willing to spend a lot to boost the team spirit. Later, he planned to find some time to gather more supplies, especially more sausages, to return to Qiao Lan.
Great.
With these, the atmosphere will definitely be lively. His subordinates happily took the sausages and went out to distribute them. Soon, lively cheers came from the community square, loud enough for everyone in Qiao Lan's room to hear clearly. It was definitely the sausages working their magic. Yiqi finally felt a little comfort about the money he had spent. But the next moment, Qiao Lan looked at him with a mischievous smile. "Do you want to eat a sausage?" she asked playfully. The noodles in the pot were cooked. Yiqi served the noodles into a big bowl, poured the broth, which smelled delicious, and brought it to Qiao Lan. He replied, "I don't want to eat sausages." "What about the noodles?" "Also not interested." "Oh, what a pity. Captain Yi's sausages with instant noodles are really tasty." Qiao Lan picked up her chopsticks, took a big bite of noodles, blew on them a few times, then slurped them into her mouth. Then she peeled a sausage and chewed loudly. "Hey, I still have a marinated egg in my pocket." She touched a small packet of homemade marinated eggs, opened it, licked the juice inside clean, then took a big bite. Ham sausage and marinated eggs are classic companions for instant noodles. Eating them together is very tasty.
Yeji silentli slalohed.
Willpower is strong, but it's not the same as automatic reflexes. He couldn't hold back his saliva, but with great determination, he turned around and went to the stove to boil water for another packet. Maybe I should do it myself," Shaoli said timidly. Qiao Lan said, "Hey, Captain Yi said he wants to send us off. We agreed to give him a chance to show his thanks. He must cook the noodles himself for us. I can't stop him." Actually, she was the one who suggested it. "Tomorrow would be wasted if he didn't. You said you didn't know how to thank me for all I've done for the base. I don't ask for much, just a few packets of instant noodles." Yiqi then squatted by the stove to cook noodles. Qiao Lan gave him 3 packets, 1 spicy beef flavor and 2 mushroom chicken flavors. "Humph. all debts from his past life. He wasn't planning to argue about it anymore, but Yi Qi said she was fat. Jealous and petty, Qiao Lan brought up old grievances. Let him cook, just watch, and not let him eat. So, Qiao Lan, Xiao Li, and Xiao Tang each ate one packet of noodles cooked by Yi Qi. The master chef father and son shared a bowl of rice topped with ingredients. They weren't very interested in instant noodles because of their cooking skills. Just after finishing, Old Song, a lightly burned investigator wrapped in bandages, came to see Qiao Lan off. The smell of food made him swallow hard. But he had just finished a hospital meal and refused Qiao Lan's offer to feed him. Then I'll give you a crystal core. Qiao Lan pulled out a handful of tiny initial crystal cores, about the size of rice grains, from her pocket. Ignoring Old Song's refusal, she forcibly handed them to him. No need to thank me. Use the crystal cores to recover your health soon. Old Song nodded strongly. If Qiao Lan hadn't kept providing crystal cores to nourish his body, his repeated internal and external injuries wouldn't have healed so easily. Although he was badly injured in Qiao Lan's safe house and saved her friends, Qiao Lan also saved them. They helped each other, and it's hard to say who saved whom. In the end, everyone was a good comrade. He put away the crystal cores and secretly vowed that if he ever had the ability to get more crystal cores, he would definitely give many to Qiao Lan. If he couldn't get crystal cores, then he would find something else to give her. You all must be very careful after leaving the base. The city outside is chaotic. If anything happens, just come back. Our base will always be your support, Old Song said with reluctance, watching them leave. Qiao Lan smiled and agreed. Okay, if you need anything, just contact me. We are always the strongest support for the base. Although she was upset with Yi Qi, helping was her duty, because Yi Qi was her angel. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. The visitor entered and looked a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was at first. The young man approached Qiao Lan. Miss Qiao, it's me. Do you remember the people we saved near Manhwa Hospital? At that time, that person is also here. Qiao Lan remembered. Oh, it's you. You've also come to the base? Back then, when she first went out with Xiao Tang to practice their abilities, they killed a mutated dog belonging to Marshall and saved several people. Among them were Chi, Uncle Chu Enong, and 2 firefighters. The person in front of her was one of those firefighters. Traitor Chi was someone the investigators didn't want to mention, so they used that person to refer to him. It's me, Miss Qiao. We were saved by you and went to Manhwa Hospital. You also gave us food and medicine, even a few cans of luncheon meat. I will never forget you in my next life. This was Xiao Zhang, a young firefighter who had survived with the others from Manhwa Hospital and come to the base. He had volunteered there for a few days, helping medical staff maintain order and gather supplies. When he arrived at the base, he was surprised to find his lifesaver here, but he didn't dare to bother her because it was obvious that Qiao Lan was a high-ranking member of the base. Until he heard that Qiao Lan was leaving, he gathered his courage to come and thank her and say goodbye. Miss Qiao, I became a member of the base's guard team the day before yesterday. If it weren't for your rescue, I wouldn't be here today. I will work hard and not let you down. You're too kind, really, Qiao Lan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had just casually helped that day, mainly because she was interested in the crystal core of the mutated dog. Xiao Zhang was being overly serious. Where's your comrade? I remember he was badly injured back then. Is he okay now? Qiao Lan remembered another firefighter from that time. Thinking about it, she considered giving him a crystal core to help him recover faster. She liked firefighters who were injured while saving others. But Xiao Zhang's face darkened. At Manhwa Hospital, due to a shortage of critical medicines, he succumbed to his injuries and died. Sorry. Qiao Lan understood from Xiao Zhang's expression and didn't ask further. Life was too fragile in this world. Xiao Zhang suppressed his sadness and forced a smile. I believe our base will get better and better, and we will reduce such tragedies in the future. People died too easily outside, which made this base all the more precious. Yi Qi and Lao Song both nodded. Everyone is willing to risk everything, even their lives, to develop the base well and protect more people. Xiao Zhang looked at Yi Qi and Lao Song's expressions, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Captain Yi, although it's not very appropriate to bring this up, I still have to say that when we were attacked by the mutated dog on the street, Comrade De Qi was genuinely trying to save us. He was almost killed by the mutated dog. Yi Qi and Lao Song looked at each other, their moods suddenly becoming heavy. De Qi, based on his usual behavior, was not really a bad person. He was very dedicated and active during missions. They couldn't understand why he betrayed them this time. Unfortunately, the cyanide was too toxic and they didn't get a chance to investigate properly. As the topic shifted here, Qiao Lan finally spoke the words she had been wanting to say to Yi Qi. Are the top leaders really united inside your organization?
Yekui met Qiao Lan's gaze.
His lips pressed tightly together, and he didn't speak. The words De Qi said before he died clearly implied something. About power, commoners, fools, and ridiculous efforts. It led people to think in dark directions. Lao Song said bitterly, I know the old man Duan at the top best. He's a stubborn old man who would sacrifice his life for the country, more pure than us. But there is more than just old Duan at the top. Some people, even before the disaster, had strange, sinister intentions. Yi Qi paused for a moment and said, maybe De Qi changed. Those words were just his last attempt to sow discord before he died. Otherwise? Qiao Lan asked. Yi Qi's gaze was deep and serious. Otherwise, I, Lao Song, Feng Feng, and hundreds of comrades within the organization will personally root out the traitors and deal with them. Yes, deal with them thoroughly. Lao Song said angrily. Keep the base safe and investigate De Qi's case without relaxing. Yi Qi had already planned the future. People need help, crimes need to be investigated, both must be done with equal strength. The burden on his shoulders was heavy. But what could he do? Something simply had to be done by someone. Relying on his already strong supernatural abilities, surviving in this chaotic world was easy for him. Who doesn't know how to seize supplies? Who doesn't know how to take control of safe shelters and dominate the weak to serve oneself? But that was not the path he wanted. If everyone selfishly swept the snow in front of their own door, ignoring others' lives and the fate of the world, then the world would truly be destroyed. The living would be nothing more than walking corpses. He would rather carry the burden himself to enjoy peaceful days for many people. Of course, these people include Qiao Lan, and she is very important. He works hard and struggles so that Fatty can live peacefully and comfortably, gaining more weight, growing from a slim figure to a small round ball. Thinking of that scene, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Captain Yi, if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. After expressing his willingness, Xiao Zhang said goodbye to Qiao Lan. Miss Qiao, I won't bother you anymore.
I won't bother you either.
Old Song prepared to go back and continue healing, eager to recover quickly and contribute to the base. Uncle Song, wait. The obedient little chef, Gung Duofu, who had been quietly standing nearby, called out to Old Song. He looked at his father for a moment, then nodded firmly, as if making a decision. He took a few big steps and knelt in front of Old Song. He bowed his head 3 times with a loud thud. Uncle Song, you saved my life and my dad's life. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be alive now. So, I want to recognize you as my adoptive father. Old Song was shocked. Death. He repeatedly said no, 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 but Gung Duofu was very determined and called out Dad several times. The old chef came over, holding Old Song's hand. Brother Xian, don't refuse. Let this boy be filial to you. From now on, the 2 of us will be brothers, and I will give you half of my life. The other half naturally belonged to Qiao Lan. The father and son had already agreed to follow the life-saving and caring Qiao Lan, so the other benefactor, Old Song, could only accept being a father in return. Old Song, you really don't need to.
It's settled then.
The old chef made his decision, and no one could refuse. Old Song had to be the father, whether he liked it or not. Nearby, Xiao Zhang, a former firefighter now in the guard team, was inspired and looked at Qiao Lan. Miss Qiao, you also saved my life, so should I recognize you as my godmother? Qiao Lan looked at him speechlessly. Xiao Zhang chuckled. Just joking. Qiao Lan handed him a few cans of luncheon meat and some bottles of water, then shooed him away. After Yi Qi and Old Song left, only Qiao Lan and her small group remained, along with 2 cats. Qiao Lan confirmed with everyone one last time, if you decide to follow me, we will leave the base tomorrow and find a new place to live. If you want to stay in the lively base, that's fine too. If you don't want to stay at the base later, you can always come to me. Although she was determined to keep enjoying life with Xiao Tang and Xiao Li, she still needed the cook's fighting skills and cooking abilities. But she wouldn't force anyone. Everyone should do it willingly. As a result, Xiao Li, Xiao Tang, and the chef's son all firmly decided to follow. Qiao Lan happily said, "Great. Thank you all for your trust. Don't worry if you follow me. You'll have plenty of good food, and the living conditions are totally fine." The old chef led the applause. Everyone followed suit, clapping enthusiastically, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. The old chef then asked, "Old man wants to take a disciple. I wonder if the Lord agrees?" Qiao Lan thought to himself, if only you could speak normally, I would agree to any request. You're planning to take Fu Xingyuan, right? Exactly. She adds attack power, and I'll be even stronger. Qiao Lan said, "Are you sure about that? I heard she trembles when she sees mutated beasts, has 0 fighting ability, and can't really add to her attack during real battles." The old chef pounded his chest confidently. "Old man will train her hard. I promise not to use your resources or ask for your protection." Qiao Lan let the old chef do as he pleased. She just saw him as an extra piece in the team. If she becomes a problem later, she can just be discarded. Fu Xingyuan was quickly called in by Geng Doufu, who was acting on his father's orders. Apparently, the old chef had already discussed this with her beforehand. When she entered the room and heard that Qiao Lan agreed, she lowered her eyes and walked over to Qiao Lan, her face flushing red with embarrassment and a bit of reluctance. She said quietly, "I'll train with Uncle Geng. I'll find my own water, face life and death on my own. If there's trouble, I don't need you to save me. If I die, it's my own fault, and I won't blame you. But I'm grateful you're giving me a chance to train. If you need me, I'll help anytime. This is what I want to do, so you don't need to worry." Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow. "Quite proud, huh?"
How old are you?
Fu Xingyuan replied dryly, 21. He didn't expect her to be a bit older than him. Qiao Lan chuckled softly. Her way of speaking and acting was pretty childish. But who cared? If she wanted to follow, let her follow. The cheers and applause from the evening party made Qiao Lan feel a little excited. She had peeked at the rehearsal yesterday out of curiosity and roughly knew what the program was, but the live experience might be different. She was a bit eager to join in the fun. "How about we go take a look?" Everyone agreed happily. After all, in the days after the disaster, normal social life had disappeared. It was rare to have a party to watch. After dinner and feeling full, going out for some entertainment sounded great. When they arrived at the scene, it was even more lively than she imagined. There were crowds of people, colorful flags waving, and cheers everywhere. Maybe it was because of the effect of a quarter of a hot dog, but the audience's cheers felt very energetic, as if thousands of spectators were shouting with all their might. The program was quite average, like a small school class party before the apocalypse or a small company gathering. However, the audience responded very enthusiastically. This shows that during the days after the disaster, people's lives were very dull and lacking in excitement. On stage, an older man from the logistics team finished singing a song. Yi Qi stepped onto the stage. He wore simple dark blue sportswear, probably pulled from the ruins of a mall. The size was a bit big, and the style was old-fashioned, but it couldn't hide his tall, strong figure. On the big screen, his serious and stern face appeared. He looked calm and deep, yet shining brightly.
Team Yi.
Boss Yi, Yi Qi, you are our god. Brother Yi, I love you. The crowd cheered loudly, like fans seeing their idol. The party had been going on for over half an hour. The atmosphere was lively and joyful. People openly expressed their love, which they normally wouldn't say. Girls and older women shouted "I love you" to Yi Qi, and many men and older men joined in the fun. This love wasn't romantic. It was admiration from those saved, and respect from the organization members for their leader. Qiao Lan stood in a corner behind the crowd, stroking her chin and thinking. The big screen was clear enough to show Yi Tian's handsome face perfectly. It was worth her effort yesterday to go out searching for a large screen device. She finally found a set in the underground warehouse of the city TV station ruins. Her effort was not wasted. Seeing so many people worshipping her angel made Qiao Lan feel happy inside. This was her angel. She had known him in her past life. Who was more impressive than her? Everyone, is the party fun? Yiqi asked on stage. Yes, fun. The crowd replied together. Yiqi looked serious and said, very good. The effect of relaxing everyone has been achieved. Now, everyone please calm down.
Huh.
The audience felt something was off. Then Yiqi said, next, let's hold a memorial service. The crowd. Qiao Lan. No, he wasn't an angel. He was a devil. While everyone was stunned, Yiqi handed the microphone back to the host. The host was Zhang Yu, the team leader of the security group and a survivor of the Tsuehua Hotel. He was good at creating a lively atmosphere during celebrations. Now he suddenly became serious, very different from before. He looked over the crowd with a heavy voice. Each of us has loved ones who lost their lives in the disaster. Those friends, companions, and teachers who once gave us warmth and happiness, those parents and relatives who raised us with care and are willing to give us their best, those children whom we have poured our hearts into raising, yet still feel we haven't done enough, those lovers who promise to stay together through thick and thin, no matter what, and even the celebrities and idols who are far away yet close in our hearts, giving us strength and joy. Even the people we find annoying or dislike, our rivals and enemies, whom we once wished would disappear, and the strangers we pass by without noticing, background figures in our world. They are gone now. They will never speak to us again. We no longer have the chance to make them smile or cry, to share moments of anger or joy. No more hugs, no more companionship, no more words left unsaid, no more actions undone. Is the greatest distance in the world that I stand before you and you do not love me? No, compared to the disasters before us, that idea feels too sentimental and light. We finally understand. The greatest distance is the separation between life and death, the parting of soul and body. The joyful atmosphere quickly turns cold. Cries rise from the crowd. Soft sobs. Sudden wails. More and more people break down, clutching their heads and crying loudly. Just moments ago, before Yiqi stepped onto the stage, everyone was laughing and celebrating wildly. It's not that people are losing their minds. It's just that these suppressed feelings have always been there. People can deceive themselves into forgetting, pushing forward, ignoring everything for a while, indulging in a chaotic, mediocre party. But grief and despair cannot be ignited easily. If they are, they will erupt like a volcano. Zhang Yu isn't very eloquent, nor does he try to be emotional. He speaks simply and directly, touching on the deepest pain everyone fears to face. The entire hall is crying. Zhang Yu himself is crying. Next to Qiao Lan, Xiao Li, and a few others are crying too. Even Xiao Tang, who usually believes men shouldn't cry, can't hold back, tears streaming down his face. Qiao Lan sighs quietly. This is the beginning of the end. People still cling to old memories, their hearts fragile. As the world becomes more hopeless and everyone is exhausted from fighting for survival, with no time to breathe, fragility becomes a luxury and a danger, something that can lead to death faster. Qiao Lan doesn't cry. Tears had already dried up in her past life. She understood early on that crying couldn't solve any problems. Seeing over 1,000 people crying together opened her eyes. Maybe she was cold-hearted, but she only felt that time was passing slowly, and her legs ached from standing. On stage, Yiqi didn't cry either, his expression as cold as usual. He stood quietly, watching everyone vent their tears. Until everyone was tired of crying, the sobs gradually weakened, and a few fainted from exhaustion and were carried out. Only then did he take the microphone. He spoke. I hope tonight is the last night for everyone to be weak and reckless with tears. Tomorrow, except for the duty staff, everyone will have half a day off to rest and sleep. No work or training. But after waking up, starting tomorrow afternoon, everyone must get back into shape, do what needs to be done. Because the harsh reality far surpasses our grief. If we're not strong, we can only die. Latest news. In the eastern and southern districts of the city, the epidemic has already begun to spread widely. The infected areas are expanding quickly and spreading toward us. In some of the worst areas in other provinces, the epidemic has wiped out all the survivors. After a major disaster comes a major epidemic. We must endure it. Biological mutations are worsening. Over the past 2 days, the teams out searching for supplies have definitely felt it. Encounters with mutated creatures are more frequent than before, and besides rats, more mutated animals are appearing. Everyone needs to be clear that more mutations will happen with more creatures and a greater variety. We have no choice but to keep fighting and strive to become stronger. Supplies are still scarce and hard to find. We need to tighten our belts and endure this tough time. The base is preparing for large-scale resource searches and farming. Our goal is long-term survival and steady development. One thing to be grateful for is that the large-scale nuclear war didn't affect us. Our missile defense systems, nuclear deterrence, and strategic negotiations have bought us a brief window of survival. But the future is unpredictable. We must develop the base during this time, build a strong fortress for survival. Only then can we have a future. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. Our chance to survive depends on us fighting for it with our own hands. Tonight, we gather to celebrate, to cry freely. Tomorrow, we must gather our strength, work hard, and fight for our lives. Now, the memorial service begins. Everyone is asked to observe a moment of silence for 10 minutes, to say farewell to all the precious things we have lost in life, to friends and loved ones who have gone far away, and to those old times we failed to cherish properly. Please cherish these memories. After tomorrow, I hope no one will delay important matters because of sadness or longing. It turns out this so-called memorial service was not held for a specific person. Music and somber sounds play. People, stirred by Yi Qi's speech, experience confusion, fear, and a little hope. All these feelings gradually settle during the solemn and mournful music. This is the moment to say goodbye. The past cannot be retrieved. We must cut ties and gather courage to face the future. Everyone stands quietly, deeply remembering. The loudspeaker plays recordings of old air raid sirens, long whistles, and mournful music blending together. That old era has truly ended. Now I will announce 2 things. At the end of the music, Yi Qi speaks again with a serious tone. These are 2 new measures decided by the base management, hoping to help everyone. What are these measures? People, just waking from their memories, look confused and turn their eyes to the serious leader on stage. Yi Qi announces 2 measures. One is to start a contact plan for the families and friends of all official base members. Any official member should provide personal details, names, addresses, appearances of friends and family they lost contact with due to the storm. Photos are preferred. The base will help find and gather information. If the lost contact is in the city, teams searching for supplies will also help look for them. If they are outside the city, Yi Qi will share the list internally and communicate with colleagues in other areas. It's difficult, as many places outside the city still don't have established bases, but doing this can bring some results. When this measure was announced, the whole scene was shocked. Everyone had lost so much in the disaster. They were afraid for their lives and never dared to think about contacting loved ones. Yet, the base was willing to help find missing friends and family. Official members were so excited, full of longing for those they lost. The disaster destroyed everything. The days when they could just make a video call to loved ones thousands of miles away are gone. Besides feeling regret for not cherishing their time together and convincing themselves they'd meet again after death, they had no other options. But if, in the future, Life is not just about living, but also about staying in touch with friends and family, knowing each other's news, and even meeting again. Isn't there more hope? Many people started crying again. Those who were preparing eagerly wanted to become official members soon. Yiqi announced another plan that gave them more hope of becoming full members. The evolution trial. This idea came from the incident where Aunt Chu let the Chu family and others hunt down survivors to select test subjects. Of course, the base wouldn't do evil hunts or human experiments. Instead, they would choose a group of talented people and train them very strictly, using lots of crystal cores to stimulate early awakening. Because the base needs more awakened people, everyone also needs to become stronger early on. Only then can they face the increasingly harsh world. Where can I sign up? I want to join.
Me.
I'm very strong. I'll awaken quickly. Being strong doesn't guarantee awakening. Look at me. I have a special body type, super flexible and soft. Maybe I can evolve snake-like powers. I'm a yoga and meditation master. I have a strong intuition. With one chance, I will become a powerful mental awakener. Once the plan was announced, many people in the audience started shouting to sign up for the training. They eagerly listed their special skills. Some even joked about strange talents like I can roll my tongue 3 times or I spend a lot of money. Overall, everyone was very enthusiastic. After all, in a world where anyone could die at any moment, who wouldn't want to become a strong awakener for extra safety? Seeing Yiqi and other awakeners perform so brilliantly made everyone jealous and even cried. Don't worry, the base will open registration tomorrow afternoon. You need to report your friends and family info and sign up for the trial. There will be a queue for registration. But I want to remind you, this trial is very tough. You might get hurt or exhausted. If you're not mentally prepared, don't participate. The base only trains you. Life and death are your own responsibility. Yiqi emphasized this, but it didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Many understood that even if the training was exhausting, it was better than starving or being bitten by mutated beasts. All right, now it's leisure time for tonight. The base has prepared some buffet food, which can be exchanged with points. Feel free to help yourselves. After Yiqi left the stage, the host played a video of a past spring festival gala from the old world on the big screen and arranged for the buffet to be served. The video was full of singing, dancing, and laughter, attracting everyone's attention. In the past, everyone didn't bother to watch the Spring Festival Gala on New Year's Eve, but now they think, wow, it's so good. I really want to go back to the old days sitting on my sofa at home, eating dumplings and watching TV. Time flies and never comes back. Old memories can only be recalled. Why didn't I cherish those moments? Oh. Under the protection of the guard team, the buffet was brought onto the field by logistics staff. Small carts held bread, buns, sunflower seeds, soda, and other snacks. It was simple but very tempting. Before the end of the world, this wouldn't be called a buffet, just some small snacks. Now, they are precious delicacies. Prices were clearly marked and quite high. For example, a small bread cost 10 points. In the medical station, as an assistant, earning only 10 points a day, working hard all day just to buy a small bread? It was too expensive. Still, some couldn't resist and gathered around the food carts to exchange points for food. The supplies on several carts were quickly gone. Watching the evening show and eating made for a rare pleasure. Those without points, a few lucky ones who managed to exchange food, shared a bite or two, while most watched longingly, swallowing their saliva. Many secretly vowed to earn more points in the future, so they could exchange for whatever they wanted to eat. Compared to the crowd at the evening event, Qiao Lan's late-night snack was a bit of a luxury. She was on the roof of a small high-rise in the base, boiling fish soup in a pot. Before the end of the world, she had caught some fresh fish while collecting water outdoors. Now, she took them out of the preservation space, big, fat fish that still looked fresh, just as they were when killed. Qiao Lan chose the 2 biggest fish and handed them to the young chef, Gung Duofu. Gung Duofu said, "These fish are fresh. Why not use traditional fishing methods to make a natural, wild flavor? Do as you like. Qiao Lan trusted his cooking skills completely. She handed over the fish and sat on the rooftop, eating crispy fried peanuts and drinking small beer, watching a video of the evening show on the square. Not far away, she could see everything clearly. The sound was loud enough, and she didn't have to squeeze with thousands of people. She could enjoy her own food, such a comfortable feeling. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Nurse Chun, supporting the still-injured Dr. Ouyang Mo, followed by the medical team from Manhwa Hospital, arrived at the rooftop. Qiao Lan quickly stood up, smiling warmly. "It's nothing. I'm about to leave. Please have a meal on me." In the future, when someone gets injured, sick, or faces danger during evolution, medical staff will be needed often. Of course, it's important to build good relationships with them. On the rooftop, Xiao Tang and Xiao Li had set up a large dining table. There were small alcohol stoves on it, keeping steaming porridge, fragrant buns, and dumplings warm, along with a few fresh and light side dishes. A group of medical staff looked at the scene, saliva almost dripping from their mouths. Since arriving at the base, they had learned that not every meal was good. Usually they ate plain porridge and rice with small portions. The medical staff received extra rations, but it was still not as good as before the end of the world. Although having some food was better than nothing and much better than starving at Manhwa Hospital, everyone still longed for proper meals when they saw real dishes. Ouyang Mo wanted to refuse, but just as he opened his mouth, Qiao Lan stopped him. "You shouldn't feel embarrassed to eat. Don't make things difficult for others. Everyone is going to eat. This is my treat, and it has nothing to do with the base. You don't need to worry about what others might say." Meanwhile, Gung Duofu had already cleaned the fish scales, removed the guts and gills, washed everything thoroughly, and applied a little yellow wine to the fish to remove the smell. He stuffed 2 slices of fresh into the fish's belly. They built a simple clay stove with bricks, using chair legs as firewood underneath. Cold water was poured into a large bowl, the fish placed in it, covered with a lid, and steamed over water. All the medical staff's eyes were fixed on the pot, eagerly waiting. "Come on, everyone, have some appetizers before the meal." Qiao Lan laid out many cushions on the ground, inviting everyone to sit cross-legged. She handed out small snacks she had prepared earlier: peanuts, sunflower seeds, hawthorn slices, candies, and so on. The medical staff cheered happily, thanked her, and started eating. The thin clouds in the sky had disappeared at some point. The red moon hung in the night sky, casting a blood-red glow over the stars. As they ate snacks, they felt the delicious taste reminiscent of life before the end of the world, almost bringing tears to their eyes. Yet, they couldn't help but look up at the strange, eerie moon. "Recently, we've watched it turn red day by day," someone said. "Isn't that a bad sign?" Someone worried. "It's so crimson like blood," someone was afraid. Qiao Lan also looked at the moon. If her life now was the same as before, then on this night when the moon turned completely red, the mutation of all the animals in the city would officially begin on a large scale. Bang, 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 Gung Duofu, the cook, was preparing to eat fish. During the steaming process, he was pounding garlic on a chopping board and slicing to make dipping sauce. The strong garlic aroma mixed with various seasonings, wildly stimulating everyone's taste buds. "I'm so hungry, so hungry." Several lively young medical staff shouted excitedly, eyes full of anticipation, saliva dripping as they looked at the food. Suddenly, a doctor holding his stomach said, "I'm starving to death," and collapsed onto a colleague, resting his head on the person's thigh and foaming at the mouth. This frightened the colleague greatly. Is he really starving to death? He's having a sudden illness. We need to rescue him quickly. Nurse Chun hurried forward. After everyone was shocked, they quickly helped. Since they are medical staff, they knew how to check and treat. They laid the person flat on the ground and examined him. Everyone realized this was not an ordinary illness. Although they had seen many diseases, they had never seen someone with veins bulging all over, pale gray skin, eyes suddenly rolling back, and the black pupils enlarging rapidly. This is an awakening. Qiao Lan, who had seen many similar cases before, judged confidently. She approached with her white cat, took a crystal core, and sent energy into the person's forehead, chest, and key points on the body. Within minutes, the abnormal signs disappeared. The person lay peacefully, breathing evenly, as if asleep. Qiao Lan patted the white cat's head. Good kitty. During the early chaos of the apocalypse, many animals and humans experienced mutations. Not all mutations could be called evolution. Many were negative mutations, and some people died suddenly from failed mutations. If a crystal core had been used during mutation, it might have helped promote positive evolution. Qiao Lan not only used a crystal core, but also used the blessing buff from her white cat, quickly stabilizing the situation. He's fine now. Let him rest for a while. Maybe when he wakes up tomorrow, he'll become an awakened person. The medical staff sighed in relief. Qiao Lan was a senior in awakening, and everyone trusted her. Someone went downstairs to borrow bedding and arranged for the sleeping mutated doctor nearby. Over at Yugua, Gung Doufu lifted the lid of the pot. It's ready to eat. Everyone instinctively gathered around the pot, staring at the steaming vapor. Soon, the steam dispersed like clouds after rain, revealing a tender, fat, and delicious big carp at the bottom of the bowl. Even Qiao Lan, who had not lacked good food, and Ouyang Imo, with the strongest will, couldn't help but swallow. The medical staff, who had envied their colleagues' awakening earlier, now only lamented that he lacked good fortune. While awakening is precious, delicious food is even more valuable. If they had to choose between sleeping through the awakening or feasting on fish, even Ouyang Imo couldn't be sure he wouldn't choose to eat. This period of time had really worn them out. Gung Doufu stepped forward and handed each person a pair of chopsticks. He said, "To keep it fresh, we didn't add salt during steaming, so you'll need to dip it in sauce. I have prepared various dipping sauces here: juice, soy sauce, small chili peppers, minced garlic, oyster sauce. Everyone can choose according to their taste." Everyone cheered loudly again. Holding back saliva, they insisted that Qiao Lan take the first bite. When Qiao Lan used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish, dipped it in sauce, and put it in her mouth, everyone eagerly reached for their own, taking 2 or 3 bites in a flash. Soon, only the head and tail bones of the big, fatty fish remained. Those who moved slowly only managed to grab one piece, feeling secretly regretful. The quick and clever ones took several bites, chewing happily and reluctant to swallow, constantly clicking their tongues. Everyone looked at the bottom of the bowl, still wanting more. Qiao Lan smiled. "There's one more fish. It'll be ready soon. Let's eat something else first." She led everyone to the dining table. After the excitement of grabbing fish meat, everyone felt more relaxed and started eating and drinking happily. Qiao Lan initially organized this gathering to build connections and use good food to win over the medical staff for future favors. But now, she couldn't help but be affected by the lively atmosphere, feeling the warmth and excitement of a rare gathering of friends. After Rebirth, she hadn't often gone out for dinners with many acquaintances at Suihua Grand Hotel. Last time, she was too nervous about the approaching apocalypse and didn't enjoy much. This time, it was her first real gathering with many familiar people in over 4 years of her life. The feeling of normal social life hit her strongly. Qiao Lan couldn't help but feel genuine emotion. There wasn't enough food because she was worried everyone might overeat and get stomach aches after being hungry for so long. There was no alcohol because the medical staff had to work the next day. The environment wasn't perfect. The rooftop terrace looked out over the distant ruins of the city. The background entertainment wasn't great, and the big screen in the square was a bit far away. In short, there were flaws everywhere. But somehow, this feeling was just so wonderful. "I really miss the old days, going to a restaurant with friends and eating and drinking all night," whispered Xiaoli quietly beside her. She shared the same longing as Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan nodded. Who wouldn't miss that? Soon after, Gung Doufu brought out another large fish, this time spicy Sichuan-style grilled fish, which was quickly finished again. Then came a soup made from fish bones, with 2 pieces of lamb added, fresh fish and lamb, making the broth incredibly delicious. Everyone held their bowls, sipping the fish soup carefully, savoring every drop. Some people started crying while drinking. Everyone understood why. Hey, just now at the evening event, Captain Yi said that after the memorial, everyone should try not to dwell on the past, someone reminded. The person crying quickly wiped away their tears. Qiao Lan stood up, raising her fish soup like a toast. I propose a toast to everyone. Borrowing a quote from Dr. Ouyang, I believe that we, the people, should do what we are supposed to do. Everyone should move forward. If more people in the world worked as hard as we do, the world would recover faster from its problems. I believe that in the future, we will have more chances to gather and enjoy good times together. Life will definitely get better than it is now. Even if we can't go back to how things used to be, we should try to stay positive.
Cheers.
Everyone stood up. Cheers. I want a drink too. Suddenly, a weak request came from the other side.
Hey.
He's awake. Everyone was surprised to see that the doctor, who was expected to wake up only tomorrow, had already woken up during the hour-long meal. Is it okay now? What's your special ability? Qiao Lan stepped forward and taught him how to feel the energy inside his body, curious about his power. The young male doctor closed his eyes and used Qiao Lan's method to sense the energy. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Whoosh! A small flame shot out from his armpit, burning a hole in his clothes. The flame moved along his arm to his fingertips, then continued forward for more than half a meter before disappearing. Fire element.
Qiao Lan Ji.
Elemental awakeners are good for fighting, because their attack power is strong. Losing a fire-type awakener from the base was unfortunate, but quickly gaining this new fire-type was like fate. But something fell off. The fire from De Qi's palm was real, but many elemental awakeners attack from their palms, like Yi Qi. Why was this doctor shooting fire from under his armpit? In the future, he might only be able to wear sleeveless shirts, or his clothes would get damaged easily. Qiao Lan taught him to try changing the energy flow inside his body to see if he could direct it to his palms. They practiced for over half an hour. Everyone, disappointed yet amused, realized that this doctor could only shoot fire from his armpits. But he was very excited. That's pretty good. I'm the first person at Renha Hospital to awaken my power. Dr. Xiao Hui felt full of energy and begged Qiao Lan to take him out to test his ability immediately. Qiao Lan looked up at the blood moon in the sky. It was already late at night. This was also the time when many nocturnal mutated beasts were active. All right, then let's go out and have some fun, she agreed. She led this newly awakened person out of the base. Miss Qiao, where are we going? Zhao Hui asked excitedly. Before leaving, Qiao Lan briefly communicated with Dazhuang. The white cat, feeling lazy, didn't want to go out. It just meowed twice out of instinct, indicating they should head west.
We're going west.
Qiao Lan trusted Dazhuang's judgment. This cat has a special instinct for lucky opportunities. I wonder what good things I might encounter on this trip. Miss Qiao, isn't this amazing? A normal person who can breathe fire. Haha, like a fire-breathing dragon from Western myths. Now I feel so evil. Do you think I might become a big villain dragon someday, raising my arms and burning everything in sight, destroying the world?
Ha!
Qiao Lan didn't expect Zhao Hui to talk so much, just as much as Feng Feng. On a quiet night, the stars twinkle in the sky. Qiao Lan wants to enjoy the open, free night, but Zhao Hui keeps talking excitedly. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought him out. His constant chatter is hard to bear. In the ruined city, broken buildings lie quietly in the night, like sleeping giant beasts in shadow, fierce and jagged. As they walk, besides Zhao Hui's noisy talking, everything around is mostly silent. From time to time, sharp cries or desperate moans come from somewhere, startling and eerie. There are also rustling sounds in the alleyways and broken windows, maybe mutated rats running around or other animals. Occasionally, red eyes flicker in the cracks of buildings, staring faintly. It really has increased. Qiao Lan knows those are mutated rats. They vary in strength, but all are very bold. The phrase timid as a mouse no longer fits. These mutated rats are very active and see humans as prey. Qiao Lan and Zhao Hui walk openly on the street, not hiding their footsteps or voices. So many rats are attracted from afar, watching and waiting for the right moment to attack. Most survivors would be terrified. But Qiao Lan is used to bringing rookies out to level up. She's happy to see more rats. They reach a more open area, probably a square where grandmothers danced before the apocalypse, now deserted. She stops there. Let's stay here. You can burn the rats freely. I'll cover you. Don't worry about missing any. They won't hurt you. Zhao Hui looks around. Where are the rats? Miss Qiao, I think you're mistaken. Before he finishes, a dark shadow rushes past him, making him jump 3 feet high in fright.
Wow, what is that?
It's moving so fast. Oh my god, it's a rat.
Ah, 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 ah.
So scary. Miss Qiao, let's go back. I regret this so much. The mice that had been hiding and following secretly finally couldn't hold back after the two stopped. One by one, they rushed out to attack. In just a few minutes, about 50 or 60 mice appeared. Qiao Lan sat on the ground, holding a knife in each hand. Whenever a mouse came near, she would swiftly and accurately cut off its head. These early-stage mutated mice were quite fragile. Their fur couldn't withstand the blade, and she had already killed 7 or 8 in no time. Surrounding her were the bodies of mice with their heads and bodies separated. She sat calmly and confidently, which scared the other mutated mice. They were bold, but not very smart. Their natural instinct to avoid danger made them quickly abandon Qiao Lan and focus only on Zhao Hui. This frantic, panicked person looked much easier to deal with. Help! Miss Qiao. Miss Qiao, you're like my sister, aunt, and mother.
Please save me.
This is too scary. I want to go back. I don't want special powers anymore. I want to be an ordinary person. The screams were continuous, mixed with his frantic jumping and flailing. If someone didn't know better, they might think he had been bitten many times by mice. But he hadn't been bitten at all. Although he was shouting happily, he was also spraying fire enthusiastically. While shouting, he kept spraying fire from his armpits, not aiming, just spraying wildly, burning the mice that surrounded him. Qiao Lan watched nearby, ready to act if a mouse tried to sneak up and attack him. But Zhao Hui didn't give her the chance. If the mice could talk, they would be frustrated and shout, "What's wrong with this person? He's pretending to be weak to trick us." But he's actually deadly. Soon, dozens of mice either turned to charcoal or fled with flames, disappearing quickly. The mutated mice that hadn't yet attacked silently and swiftly ran away, giving up on hunting these two humans. They knew they couldn't win, so they escaped. All right, stop shouting. Qiao Lan was confused. This rookie wasn't weak in battle. His flames were bright and powerful, and he sprayed fire frequently. His energy level seemed high, and his talent was good. But what was he so afraid of? She stood up and held down the still panicked Zhao Hui. All the mice were gone, but he kept shouting and spraying fire, almost hurting Qiao Lan, who was trying to approach. Luckily, she dodged quickly. So scary. I don't want to kill mutated animals anymore. I don't want to practice my powers anymore. Please take me back now, sob, sob, sob. I was pushed to the ground. Zhao Hui was still calling out and even crying, feeling very scared and excited. Qiao Lan saw that this was not good, so she took out a calming agent from her space and injected him quickly. She told him to calm down, as the long period of tension could cause mental problems. She didn't give too much, worried about aftereffects, so Zhao Hui took some time to respond after the medication took effect. He fell asleep, breathing heavily. Qiao Lan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, thinking how exhausting this was. Compared to her little brother Tang, who was so easy to take care of during training, this was much harder. But how can she take this person back? Qiao Lan tried to lift Zhao Hui but then gave up, feeling he was too heavy. He didn't look fat, but men are usually heavier than women. This guy probably weighs around 130 or 140 pounds. Qiao Lan didn't want to carry something about her own weight all the way back. Even though her crystal core-nourished body gave her the strength, she didn't want to tire herself out. Thinking mischievously, she considered killing him and putting him in her space to bring back. Carrot. She first left Zhao Hui aside and went to dig for crystal cores among the rat corpses. Who's there? Halfway through digging, she sensed movement nearby, clearly not a mutated beast. While questioning, she already darted over. Her heavy body felt as light as a feather. With a few jumps, she reached a pile of rubble. She stopped someone trying to escape. With a click, she unlocked her gun and pressed the barrel against the person's forehead. Are you trying to die? Qiao Lan's voice was low, but full of killing intent. In the apocalypse, hiding and spying are forbidden. Spying often means an imminent sneak attack. When faced with this, there's no need to ask questions. Just eliminate the threat. That's the rule in the later stages of the apocalypse. Otherwise, why did she hide her instant noodles that time? When she saw a group of people fighting with another group, she didn't dare to watch openly and ran away quickly, afraid of being killed. She was so scared she even forgot she had a space to hide her instant noodles, losing a whole pack for nothing. Her finger was on the trigger, ready to shoot the other person in the head at any moment. Don't kill me, I didn't. Hey, are you Xiao Qiao? The other person stammered, then suddenly asked with a hint of surprise. Qiao Lan was stunned. That voice sounded a bit familiar. Old Gua from the spicy hot pot restaurant. Lil Qiao, is that really you? Oh no. How did you come over here? I looked for you in your basement later, but I couldn't find you. The room was full of blood. Everything was a mess. There were deformed animal bodies and bullet holes. It scared me to death. I thought you were in danger. But since I didn't see any bodies, I didn't want to believe it. I kept thinking you were still alive. Old Gua started crying as he spoke, pushed aside Qiao Lan's gun, and hugged her tightly. Just being alive is enough. Just being alive is enough. Boo-hoo. The old man's tears flowed freely as he held Qiao Lan's shoulder tightly, patting her forcefully, as if he had found a long-lost family member. When Old Gua's face appeared, Qiao Lan quickly turned off her flashlight. It's natural to blind enemies with bright light, but it's impolite to do so to someone you know. She also put her gun away into her space and hugged Old Gua again. Uncle Gua. It's hard to say she wasn't emotional. After the storm in her previous life, she never saw her old friends again. And in this life, after eating a big bowl of hot pot in the store on the day she hoarded supplies, this was her second time seeing Old Gua. The last time was when Old Gua was found by Yi Qi on his way and brought to a safe house for her. Although she gave him medicine and food before leaving, she didn't expect Old Gua to last long. In chaotic times, it's easy for people to die. She didn't expect much, so she wouldn't be disappointed. But she never thought Old Gua would survive until now. Meeting him often in the end times is a gift from heaven. What was once just an acquaintance now feels especially close because of this blessing. Moreover, Old Gua has a good character. Last time in the safe house, he insisted on giving Qiao Lan the marinated egg meant for his daughter, which moved her deeply. So this time when they meet again, Qiao Lan feels like reuniting with a family member. Uncle Gua, have you awakened? Qiao Lan sensed a fluctuation of energy from Old Gua. Although very faint, it definitely existed. Old Gua was stunned, quickly let go of Qiao Lan, and shyly rubbed his face. I heard people call it awakening. I don't know what it really is. Anyway, after being sick once, my body did get stronger than before. Did I make you uncomfortable? Sorry, I got too excited and forgot to control myself. He looked down and quietly paused for a few seconds. Qiao Lan immediately felt that his energy fluctuation disappeared. Even standing right in front of her, she couldn't sense him anymore. He seemed not like a living person, but more like a panel or a sculpture. Qiao Lan is sure that if she passed by Lao Gu with her eyes closed, he wouldn't notice her. Uncle Gu, tell me more about your special ability. It sounds really powerful. Qiao Lan pulls Lao Gu along as they return to the small square they just left. Zhao Hui is still lying on the ground, asleep. She can't go too far, or the noisy chicken might be eaten by a mutant beast passing by. Surprisingly, Lao Gu can hide his own aura. Usually, it's quite good if an awakener can hide their energy fluctuations. Most people who just awaken don't have this ability. They need to control their energy very well before they can do it. But Lao Gu not only hides his energy, He also keeps his aura very well concealed. That's rare. She takes out a small bottle of mineral water and a little bread from her pocket. She eats and talks while Lao Gu eats too. She squats on the ground, still digging for mutant mouse crystal cores. Lao Gu explains that he was seriously ill not long ago. He had a high fever that wouldn't go away and was close to death. His wife and children were crying holding him. Suddenly, he woke up full of energy and his illness was gone. His body also changed in strange ways. Later, someone said he had awakened a special power. It was very lucky, and such chances are rare. He was very happy and continued to survive with his wife, children, and other companions. The environment became tougher, but everyone worked together and kept going day by day. Besides him, there was another female awakener who was very strong and was the leader. Recently, because the place they used to stay, the entertainment city that Qiao Lan found for them, had a serious outbreak nearby, they were worried about getting infected. So, they all moved to this part of the city. At night, Lao Gu used his hidden ability to scout around. Unexpectedly, he saw a scene where two people were bravely killing mutant rats. He watched for a while, then prepared to leave. But he accidentally farted, revealing his presence, and that's how Qiao Lan found him. If it hadn't been for that, he could have escaped completely. Qiao Lan couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Gu, did you eat soybeans? Why can't you control your gas? Lao Gu awkwardly smiled. Haha, I found a moldy steamed bun in the ruins yesterday. Eating it gave me a stomach ache. Having something to eat is already good. The survivors, starving and desperate, even eat sand and dirt. Moldy buns are considered good food. Because of those moldy buns, most of the team had stomach problems today and are lying in the temporary shelter. If he weren't on a reconnaissance mission, he wouldn't want to come out and waste energy. Here, eat this bread to settle your stomach first. I'll find you some medicine. Qiao Lan searched in the space for anti-diarrhea medicine and stomach remedies. After finding them, she pretended to take some from her pocket and offered them to Old Gua. No, I can't take them. I still haven't returned the medicine I borrowed from you last time. Old Gua refused. And then I went to look for you again just to return your medicine, but he realized that Qiao Lan and the others had disappeared, and the few bottles of blood pressure medicine he had finally found in the ruins had been used up by his wife. Now, there was nothing left to return to Qiao Lan. He felt embarrassed. Not only did he refuse the medicine, but he also didn't eat the bread and water Qiao Lan just gave him. He pushed them back. We have many people, and everyone helps each other. It's okay for now. Qiao, keep your things safe and don't give them to others easily. Qiao Lan was curious. In the end of the world, most people surviving together just share a place to stay. Everyone manages their own food and water, and when mutant beasts appear, not everyone fights together. Some even push their companions toward the beasts to escape themselves. How could Old Gua's group still help each other? After asking carefully, she learned that Old Gua's group of survivors mostly consisted of people who had gathered during a meal at Tsuehua Hotel. At that time, under the organization of a small grain shop owner, over 200 people moved to the amusement park. Over the days, there had been internal conflicts, fights, deaths from illness, departures, and expulsions. Only about 40 people remained from that group. Including the original staff at the amusement park, the total was over 50, now the small surviving team. The team was led by a woman named Wen, the owner of the amusement park. They searched for supplies, fought against malicious people and mutant beasts, and helped each other through hardships until now. Qiao, why don't you come with me? There are more of us, so it's safer than surviving alone. Have you seen those gangs of looters? They're terrifying. It's really dangerous to meet them alone. By the way, where are Xiaoli and Xiaotang? And have you awakened your abilities? You were so fast when you chased me earlier. Old Gua eagerly invited her. Our sister Wen has rules. Those with abilities have more responsibilities and get more food and water. Once you join us, you won't go hungry. Uncle Gua, do I look like I've ever gone hungry? Qiao Lan turned on her flashlight briefly and waved it in front of her face. Her smooth, chubby face looked healthy and full of energy, which puzzled old Gua. It really didn't look like she had ever gone hungry or suffered much. She looked clean and full of vitality. However, I can come check out your place. I'll go once this guy over here wakes up, Qiao Lan said, pointing at Zhao Hui, who was sleeping nearby, and smiled. A powerful female leader with special abilities? This piqued her interest. Yi Qi's base is in need of skilled people. If she could persuade old Gua and the female leader to join, wouldn't that be great? Miss Wen, you should go rest for a while. I'll take the night shift. In a ruined building, 2 damaged rooms house over 50 people. A 12-year-old girl yawns widely, tears in her eyes, clearly exhausted, but she gently nudges the shadow sitting at the window, quietly saying it's her turn to watch. The room is dark without lights, the faint glow of stars and the moon barely illuminating the space. The shadow at the window sits with legs crossed, her figure graceful and curvy, the kind of body that makes women envy and men stare intently. The woman looks up at the blood moon in the sky, her wavy hair casually tied behind her head, a few strands falling softly on her cheeks, looking lazy and relaxed. Hearing the girl, she turns her head and smiles. What kind of night watch can you do? A sneaky mouse might come, and you wouldn't even notice. The girl hesitates. My dad should be back soon. I can watch with him then. You've been traveling all day. You should rest more. We'll need you tomorrow. If you don't rest well, and danger comes, how can you protect us?
TC.
Little girl, just like your dad, always nagging. The woman extends a long finger and gently taps the girl's forehead. Meanwhile, among the people lying on the ground inside the room, someone groans in pain and sighs in their sleep, clutching their stomach and turning over. Soon, 2 more people wake up, crying out in discomfort. They ate moldy bread that upset their stomachs and are lying on the cold ground in early winter, feeling miserable. One person can't hold it anymore, clutching their stomach and rushing outside to relieve themselves. The woman warns, "Don't go too far." The person responds and immediately squats behind a pile of broken stones a few meters away. The sounds of diarrhea and gasping wake more people inside, and soon a few others get up to go to the bathroom. It's too dark to see clearly, so everyone, regardless of gender, squats behind the stones to do their business. In the apocalypse, there's no room for delicacy. No one dares to walk far alone at night, especially in dangerous times. A careless step could lead to being attacked by villains or bitten by mutated beasts, and they never come back. This can't go on. The woman frowns as she hears people crying out in pain while relieving themselves. Tomorrow, old Gua should go look for medicine. Otherwise, before the plague even arrives, some of you might die from diarrhea. Before she finishes speaking, a sudden scream pierces the air. It's shrill and horrifying. Everyone's hearts tremble with fear, and they quickly stand up in alarm. The woman's movements were faster than everyone else's, like lightning, as she leapt out of the house in response to the sound. She rushed to the person screaming nearby. That person was a man experiencing diarrhea. He had been calmly squatting on the ground, but suddenly he screamed and jumped up, stiff and flailing like a zombie, bumping into others nearby who were also going to the bathroom. The woman turned on her flashlight. She sensed a fluctuation of energy, but in the dark, even with her enhanced vision, she saw no mutated creatures. The flashlight illuminated the man's twisted, angry face. His eyes bulged with pain, frightening everyone. Suddenly, he stopped running, stood still, and his scream became even more desperate and loud than before. Where is it? The woman shined her flashlight over him several times, but found no wounds or signs of a mutated creature. His nose and mouth started bleeding. Then, the scream suddenly stopped. He stood motionless for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. Without his scream, everyone could hear a faint, unsettling crackling sound coming from inside him. The woman's face changed. She drew a small knife from her belt and stabbed it directly into the man's bleeding mouth. Others gasped in fear, thinking she was attacking him. But when she pulled out the knife, everyone saw a struggling, wriggling worm on the tip. The scream grew even louder. What is that thing? Is he going to mutate? The woman threw the worm onto the ground. Before it could escape, she quickly chopped it into pieces. At this moment, the man had already died. Hold this, use the flashlight. She handed the flashlight to a young girl who was running over. The girl shone the light while the woman quickly cut open the man's clothes and stripped him. Everyone saw that his chest and abdomen were sunken, and his Adam's apple was soft and sagging. Snap! The woman sliced open his chest and abdomen with her knife. Everyone was terrified to see that his internal organs had disappeared, leaving his body hollow. That was a mutated worm. I don't know how it got inside him, but it quickly devoured his 5 internal organs, the woman explained. It turned out that the reason the man was jumping and screaming before he died was because his internal organs were being eaten by the worm. How painful that must have been. Everyone felt a cold shiver run down their spines.
Just remembered.
A man who had been relieving himself suddenly spoke, recalling what had happened a few minutes earlier. At that moment, he had just crouched down when he suddenly felt something strange below. He quickly stood up and moved to the side. In the darkness, it felt like he stepped on something soft and squishy, but he didn't pay much attention. When he crouched again, he heard a popping sound, like opening a wine bottle, followed by a scream from the nearby corpse.
Could it be?
He guessed with a shiver, something crawling into him from where he defecated. It wasn't a wine cork being pulled. It was the sound of a bug squeezing into his body. A few people who had just gone to the bathroom at the same time all felt a tightness somewhere, and their fear grew. The stomach pain and the urge to go to the bathroom suddenly disappeared. Is this world no longer safe even for diarrhea? Could mutant bugs crawl inside and eat you from the inside out? Everyone go back to your rooms. Turn on all the flashlights and check the surroundings. The woman immediately ordered. Soon, everyone from the 2 rooms gathered together. There were about 10 flashlights shining around the walls of the room to look for any other mutant bugs. The woman took a flashlight alone and carefully searched the place where everyone had just used the bathroom. Soon, under a large stone near the wall, she found 2 more crawling bugs wriggling. The energy of the awakened person spilled out, wrapping around her blade. She quickly cut the bugs in half before they could escape, turning them into meat pulp. Sizzle, rustle. The tiny sounds grew louder. The woman frowned and stood up, shining her light around. She saw a bug crawling out from in the stone. Then another and another. In the countless gaps among the ruins, many bugs emerged, dense and writhing. Get out of here. The woman turned and ran, urging everyone to escape. The group hurriedly fled the dilapidated building and reached a street full of obstacles. Sizzle. Rustle. Looking back, the dense army of worms was actually chasing after them. They moved slowly but terrifyingly. What should we do? Someone wet their pants in fear. The woman's expression hardened. What do we do?
Run.
Everyone panicked and ran down the street. Just after passing an intersection, suddenly 2 people emerged from a nearby alley, heading straight for them.
Dad?
A little girl behind the woman exclaimed happily. Wenjie, my dad is back. Mom, look, it's Dad.
Wait.
The person next to Dad. As they got closer, the flashlight illuminated the other person, and she became even more excited. Short and chubby, that's Sister Qiao Lan, right? Qiao Lan, who often comes to our house for spicy hot pot. The medicine she gave me last time was great. She's still alive. The young girl let go of her companions and hurried toward Old Gua and Qiao Lan. She opened her arms and ran to Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan, sister. Qiao Lan stopped and froze in place. Suddenly, she was filled with joy. Pa Ji threw Zhao Hui, who was sleeping on her back, onto the ground and also opened her arms to run over. Big sister. She shouted happily, more excited than the young girl. She bypassed the young girl and ran quickly, hugging the woman with the surname Wen. Big sister. Big sister. So it's you. She lifted the woman up and spun her around several times. The young girl? She looked at her empty arms where she had tried to reach, then at Qiao Lan, who was excitedly hugging someone else. Her confusion was deep, mixed with a little embarrassment. Qiao Lan's excitement was overwhelming. Uncle Gua, Is this the very impressive woman leader with the surname when you mentioned? Old Gua, who was confused, replied.
Yes.
Qiao Lan's eyes lit up. So, the boss's surname is Wern. And she's still as beautiful and charming as in her past life. Holding the woman, Qiao Lan kissed her fiercely several times. Moi.
Moi. Moi. Step back.
The woman couldn't take it anymore. She released her energy, and with a shock, she pushed Qiao Lan, who weighed over 100 jin, 2 meters away. Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled. Big sister is really powerful. She was already so strong at the beginning of the apocalypse. Feeling the slight dull pain from the energy shock, she felt very happy. In the blink of an eye, she pressed closer again. Tears filled her eyes. Those were tears of excitement. Old Gua, who did you bring back? The woman placed her hand on Qiao Lan, forcing her to keep a one-arm distance. If she hadn't heard the young girl call Qiao Lan's sister and seen how familiar she looked, she would have taken drastic action when Qiao Lan suddenly lunged at her. Who knew if it was a hug or an attack? Wen Jia, she's a former regular customer at my shop and a student at C University. Last time I went out to find medicine, I was chased and beaten. It was her friend who saved me. The medicines were also given to me by her, Old Gua quickly explained. He also helped Zhao Hui, who was thrown on the ground, to stand up and hang on his shoulder. Oh, I see, the woman said after hearing Old Gua talk about Qiao Lan. Now she understood. Then she asked, does she have mental issues? Probably not. Old Gua wasn't very sure. Qiao Lan should be fine. She had been acting normal until now. But now her behavior, like obsessively sticking to Jia. What's going on? No problem. I'm a normal person, a decent person. Qiao Lan quickly explained herself. At this moment, a swarm of bugs crawled closer from behind. Qiao Lan turned her head and, unable to stop to chat, immediately signaled Lao Gua, you take the others and run to a safe place up front. Wait, leave him behind. She ran over to Lao Gua, took Zhao Hui, and roughly pinched him a few times to wake him up, forcing him to regain consciousness before the calming medicine wore off. This is the advantage of being an awakener. For ordinary people, the medicine's effect still worked, so no matter how hard she pinched, it was difficult to wake him. Zhao Hui blinked drowsily and asked Miss Qiao, what's wrong?
Go.
Use your strength and burn the bugs. Qiao Lan carried him and rushed toward the bug pile. She shined her flashlight, revealing a dense line of bugs forming a giant dragon shape, plump and bulging. Zhao Hui was instantly terrified and woke up completely. Help! Help! Take me back quickly. I want to go to the base. I'm not a superpower user. I'm just an ordinary person. Screaming loudly, he was thrown into the bug pile by Qiao Lan. The flames flickering from his armpits immediately burned the bugs around his feet to ashes. Qiao Lan stood outside the circle, encouraging him actively. Don't be afraid. Just set fire. These early-stage bugs are very fragile. Ordinary fire can kill them, let alone your fire element superpower. Burn them all without hesitation. In this situation, fire-type superpowers are the most useful. Qiao Lan herself was only skilled in fighting and shooting. Facing the dense bugs, she found it hard to attack directly. She couldn't just hit them one by one, that would be too tiring. Besides, she knew exactly what kind of creatures these bugs were. In her past life, she had seen them eat people many times. What if one accidentally crawled into her pants or shoes and got inside her body?
Ugh.
The consequences would be unthinkable. At this moment, she didn't regret bringing Zhao Hui out. She secretly admired how powerful Big Cat de Zhuang was. If he said there was good luck in the West, then there really was. Meeting Lao Gua was lucky enough, but she hadn't expected an even bigger surprise, meeting the Big Sister boss. What a coincidence. The Big Sister boss was being chased by bugs, and she was with Zhao Hui. This was a perfect chance to earn her favor. The Big Sister boss didn't recognize her yet, so Qiao Lan needed to work hard to build a good relationship with her. Big Sister, you guys go ahead first. After I deal with the bugs, I'll catch up with you. We can talk later, Qiao Lan politely suggested to the woman with the surname Wen. The woman didn't seem to want to leave, only instructing Lao Gua to take his people and go first. She stood beside Qiao Lan, carefully watching Zhao Hui burn the bugs. "Are you sure ordinary fire can kill these disgusting creatures?"
she asked.
Qiao Lan nodded happily, acting as obedient as a little white rabbit. The girl looked around and pulled out a piece of fabric from a pile of discarded stones by the roadside. She reached into her pocket, took out a lighter, and lit the fabric. When the flames grew strong, she threw the burning into the pile of bugs. "You're right," she said, watching the fabric burn and the bugs turn to ash, confirming Qiao Lan's judgment.
Qiao Lan smiled sweetly.
"Big sister, your way of lighting the fire is so cool." Her voice was pleasant and charming. "Huh." The girl chuckled, pulling out half a cigarette from her pocket, lighting it, and glancing at Qiao Lan. "Do you know me?" Qiao Lan answered with a vague smile and a little lie. "I didn't know you before, but now I guess I do. Uncle Gua said you're really impressive. I want to stick close to the big sister, who's a boss." The girl raised an eyebrow. "Give me a cigarette, and I'll let you stick close."
Ah.
Yes. Qiao Lan quickly rummaged through her space for cigarettes. She had plenty of cigarettes and alcohol stored. These were valuable in the end times. She took out a box of Jiaozi cigarettes and offered it eagerly. "Big sister, here." The girl was surprised. "You really have a whole box?"
Wow.
Hee. I found it by chance a few days ago while looking for supplies. "I don't smoke, so you can have it." Qiao Lan shoved the cigarette into the girl's hand and then hugged her. A box of cigarettes was enough to win over a boss. Such a good deal. The girl was tall, and Qiao Lan was shorter, so she leaned her head against her shoulder. "It smells so good." She sighed happily. She looked like a mischievous troublemaker. The girl pushed her away again. "I said I'd help you stick close, but what's with hugging me from above?" She opened the cigarette box, skillfully took out one, lit it, and took a deep drag. Half the cigarette was gone in one puff. She enjoyed the smoke, slowly exhaling a few round smoke rings. "Thanks, little sister. Your name's Qiao Lan, right?" she asked, holding the half-smoked cigarette with her slender, elegant fingers and waving it at her. "Haven't had a good smoke in a long time. For this cigarette, I'll be friends with you." Yes. We're friends now." Qiao Lan nodded excitedly, like a chick pecking at grains. Stockpiling supplies really paid off. She never thought she'd get the boss's approval so easily. "Big sister, what's your last name?" "One, right? What's your first name?"
Can you tell me?
she asked. While they talked, Zhao Hui had already burned most of the bugs on the ground. The remaining bugs, instead of chasing humans, retreated in groups into the ruins, no longer a threat. The girl flicked her cigarette ash and gave Zhao Hui a thumbs up, praising her. "Great job." Then she turned to look at Qiao Lan. Her shimmering eyes reflected the firelight, and her red lips parted slightly. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request. This money is of course not the paper currency or gold and silver from before the apocalypse, but valuable supplies now." That charming smile made Qiao Lan suddenly remember a poem she used to memorize. "But a smile that brings 100 charms, no beauty in the palace can compare. Spring cold grants a bath in Huaqing pool, warm spring water smooths and washes the jade-like skin. Attendants lift her gently, delicate and weak." Just at that moment when Qiao Lan couldn't help but get a bit cheeky. "If I add more money, besides watching, what else can I do?" When Jiao smiled softly, "Whatever you want." Qiao Lan's eyes widened in surprise. When Jiao added, "As long as the money is enough to make me happy." She stretched one leg out of the water, showing a straight line, with tiny, delicate toenails and some red nail polish, like cherries. Her fingers, like spring onions, gently touched every inch of her skin. Qiao Lan gasped in awe. "Wow, the boss is so beautiful. Her charm level is really high. Even during a bath, scrubbing mud, she still looks so alluring." "Big sister boss, I wouldn't dare do anything to you." Qiao Lan chuckled. "Just want to ask, how much reward would make you agree to stay with me?" When Jiao smiled. "Want to keep me and have me work for you?" Sorry, dear, selling my body is okay, but working hard? No way. I like my freedom. That lazy tone made Qiao Lan feel relaxed all over. She secretly thought if I were a man, I would definitely have a good romance with my sister boss. Big sister, you've misunderstood. I wouldn't dare ask you to work yourself to death. I just admire you and want to be your partner or friend. We could hang out together every day, right? Most of my friends are awakened or have mutated pets. When danger comes, we won't panic. Plus, we have a chef to cook for us, so life is pretty good. Sister, join us. When Qiao shrugged.
No, dir.
I can't abandon my friends. Qiao Lan felt very disappointed. On the way back to the base with the boss and old Gua and the others, she tried every way to persuade her boss sister to join her small group, or at least to join Yiqi's base. She kept trying but was always rejected. When Jiao and her team of over 50 people, led by old Gua, originally wanted to persuade Qiao Lan to join them. But when they heard she already had her own team and a friendly base called Blood Dawn, they gave up. When Jiao let her teammates choose freely. Those who wanted to stay with her could follow her. Those who wanted to go to the Blood Dawn base, she didn't stop them and even helped them safely there. More than 50 people discussed secretly, and after careful thought, about half of them decided to go to the new base. After all, having a stable home and a strong background in the official management makes the base look more organized, giving people a greater sense of security. Although the rules are strict and the work is hard, in this chaotic world, such strictness makes people feel safe and have a sense of belonging. When Jiao then escorted these people to the base. Initially, once they arrived, they were supposed to leave. However, Qiao Lan persuaded them with the promise of a normal meal and a hot shower. She successfully convinced Wen Jiao to enter the base and go to her room. Wen Jiao didn't just enjoy herself. She bargained with Qiao Lan and agreed to help her build a new safe house. In return, Qiao Lan would provide her companions with a meal and a hot shower. Soon, a group finished their simple meal of porridge, small dishes, and bread, and eagerly started bathing. But their treatment was different. Qiao Lan offered Wen Jiao a private bath with a single tub and half a basin of hot water. The others only had half a basin of water each, standing to wash themselves. Wen Jiao's small team, with over 20 people, split into male and female groups and happily took their baths. Even if the water was limited, everyone enjoyed it immensely because they hadn't bathed in a long time and smelled terrible. Being able to relax in a safe place and wash with hot water was like heaven in this chaotic world. Everyone was happy, but Qiao Lan was not pleased because her efforts to persuade the big sister to join her once again failed. Big sister, won't you reconsider? After bathing, everyone left the room except Wen Jiao, who stayed to do her makeup. Qiao Lan, still hopeful, asked again. She pouted and looked at the big sister with teary eyes, like a little victim who had been bullied. When Jiao looked into the mirror Qiao Lan offered, carefully applying moisturizer, serum, essence, lotion, and cream to her face, neck, and hands. After finishing, she smiled at Qiao Lan. Thanks for the skincare products. They're really good. I almost couldn't resist agreeing to you. Yes, agree. Qiao Lan shouted inwardly. But when Jiao once again hurt Qiao Lan's fragile heart. She wanted freedom, to do things her own way, and disliked teaming up with others or obeying anyone. So, whether it was staying with Qiao Lan or trusting Yiqi, she didn't like either option. And she had the confidence to be stubborn because she was strong enough. Qiao Lan sighed deeply and gave up trying. She knew Wen Jiao's personality very well. In her past life, a leader from a large base had taken a liking to her beauty and strength, and Wen Jiao was chased and cornered for a long time. Later, her pursuit turned into a deadly chase. Wen Jiao was injured many times but fought back fiercely each time, inflicting deep hatred on her enemies. The main base gathered all its experts to hunt her down, yet Wen Jiao refused to give up. She single-handedly defeated about 70% of the enemy's top fighters, turning a large base into a small one, breaking through the encirclement, and fleeing for her life. When Qiao Lan met her, she was still badly wounded after a fierce battle, her strength greatly diminished. The two women tested each other several times before finally trusting one another and teaming up to survive. Despite her injuries, when Jiao was still stronger than Qiao Lan. But what Qiao Lan admired most was not her strength, but her positive attitude. She still kept herself neat, beautiful, and confident in the apocalypse. With wavy hair, fiery red lips, fashionable clothes, and high heels, she fought in high heels as if walking on flat ground, making her extremely agile and powerful. Qiao Lan could only look up to her with admiration and respect. However, in the apocalypse, humans increasingly lost their racial advantages as mutant beasts became too fierce. Even a strong leader like her couldn't withstand a mutant beast attack. Although she fought bravely and killed the monster, she was seriously injured and near death. Big sister, you're a top expert. Cough cough. Your chance of survival is better than mine. When I die, you dig out my crystal core and use it to heal yourself. At that moment, Qiao Lan was also badly wounded and near death. They only had about a week to team up and survive, but during several life and death moments, they developed a deep friendship. They trusted each other enough to have each other's backs without fear of betrayal. They weren't family, but they were like family. Qiao Lan was willing to give her crystal core to her senior to help her recover and survive. She coughed up blood while persuading her. The senior smiled, also coughing blood, and said, "It's no use now. My heart's broken. That small crystal core of yours is useless to me. But my crystal core can save you." She was already a level 5 expert, but Qiao Lan was just a level 2 rookie at that time. "Don't hesitate. Dig it out. I'm already doomed. If you delay any longer, we'll both die. If one of us survives, it's enough." The senior drew her knife and slit her throat, ending her life. She could have lived at least 10 more minutes, but she sacrificed herself to give Qiao Lan a chance to survive. In her final moments, she chose to give up her life. Sister. Qiao Lan, who had learned not to cry during her wandering life, clenched her teeth and, on her senior's still warm body, dug out a crystal core as clear and bright as a diamond. She survived. Her senior died. Qiao Lan used up the clean drinking water carefully found by 2 people to clean the corpse of the boss. She stitched up the wounds, dressed her in neat clothes, and put on her favorite beautiful high heels from when she was alive. She buried her deep underground in the safe house where they had lived together. The boss loved beauty the most in her life, and Qiao Lan wanted her to leave looking clean and beautiful. Because of that crystal core, Qiao Lan not only healed quickly but also advanced from level 2 to level 4, becoming a skilled fighter. In the days that followed, she continued to live with the boss's share of life. But she never knew the boss's true identity, background, or even her name. In the tough world after the apocalypse, everyone carries scars they don't want to touch or memories they prefer not to recall. They chose to take care of each other's feelings, not ask questions, and not investigate. As long as they fought together to survive, trust in battle was enough. Qiao Lan later regretted this. Why didn't she have the courage to ask for the boss's name? After Rebirth, she often thought of that brave and beautiful female boss. She had changed the fates of Xiao Li and Xiao Tang, so maybe she could meet the boss again? Those thoughts flashed by quickly, and she didn't dare to hope. Who would have thought she would meet her by miracle? It turned out the boss was someone from the entertainment city she had booked. What a strange fate. She finally learned that the boss's sister was named Wen Jiao. What a beautiful name. What a beautiful person. Qiao Lan just wanted to cling to the boss like an accessory, making up for all her past regrets. But she also had Xiao Li, Xiao Tang, and the chef's family to look after. The boss also had her own teammates to care for. Without a chance to share life and death, the two teams wanted to merge but found it much harder than just 2 people teaming up. Alas, fate but no love. If only I had gone to live in the entertainment city with everyone back then. Maybe I would have met the boss sooner. Qiao Lan's thoughts drifted away. But unfortunately, there was no what if. And if she really had gone to the entertainment city, perhaps the base of Yi Qi wouldn't have been built. Is there a way to have both worlds, loyalty go and win? Always optimistic and carefree, Qiao Lan suddenly felt a little wistful. Warm Jiao Jiao reached out and gently rubbed her head. Thinking too much, little sister. Let's go. Qiao Lan snapped back to reality and looked closely. The boss's sister had already applied makeup and skincare provided by her. Her beauty doubled, making her stare without blinking. So beautiful, so charming. Qiao Lan immediately hugged the boss tightly, pressing close. Softly and gently, she suggested. Once the safe house is set up, don't rush to leave. Take another bath. There will be a private bathroom then, and I'll give you a massage bath, much more comfortable than before. Every second she could keep the boss by her side was precious. When Jiao Jiao chuckled softly and hugged Qiao Lan again, her freshly painted red nails gently brushed Qiao Lan's face. She playfully asked, "You're so nice to me. What are you up to?" Qiao Lan looked at her eagerly and asked, "If I say I've fallen in love with you, would you believe me?" "Yes," when Jiao Jiao tilted her head. "I always feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Maybe we were lovers in a past life?" Exactly.
Qiao Lan not dead we got to sin.
That's a perfect comparison, sister. Then she quickly denied, No. Lovers can betray each other. We're closer than that. They could exchange crystal cores, a sign of a deep bond, true loyalty. Shaoli, standing nearby, rested her chin on her hand and watched quietly. The scene of the two sisters hugging and whispering sweet words was so beautiful. Suddenly, she felt like she didn't belong in the room. Carefully, she hugged her little cat and prepared to leave. As she opened the door, she froze.
Kaptain nhé.
Standing at the door was Yi Qi. For some reason, his face looked a bit grim. "Are you here to see Sister Lan?" Shaoli asked curiously. "When did Captain Yi arrive? Why didn't he knock?" Yi Qi glanced inside. At the dressing table, Qiao Lan and Wen Jiao Jiao were still holding each other, not separated. He looked at his watch and said in a serious tone, "It's now 10:15 in the morning. You said you'd leave the base at 10, but you're late. Are you still leaving?" He was here to see Qiao Lan off. Unfortunately, he interrupted them. Let's go. We're leaving now." Qiao Lan waved at Yi Qi. She kissed Wen Jiao Jiao twice on her fragrant, curly hair, then stood up. "Sis, shall we go?" They were all planning to leave the base to find their own way, so they decided to go together. Yi Qi's gaze swept over Qiao Lan holding Wen Jiao Jiao's hand. Then he turned and left first. Old Guo's family didn't leave with Wen Jiao Jiao. The couple and their daughter chose to stay at the base. When saying goodbye, Old Guo kept apologizing to Wen Jiao Jiao, his face full of guilt. His sincerity was clear, but their decision to stay was firm. Since the wind disaster, when Jiao Jiao had helped them a lot, she had saved their lives twice. Out of gratitude, they should have stayed close and helped her in return. But in the end of the world, Old Guo, with his wife and child, didn't want to owe favors or act impulsively. Old Guo's daughter kept wiping her tears, feeling very sad. "Big sister Wen, where will you go? Will we see you again? Will you come back to visit us?" Warm Jiao Jiao gently comforted the young girl, saying, "Don't cry. Everything will be okay. We will meet again someday." The leader was generous and smiled at Lao Gu and the others who chose to stay. "Don't feel bad about leaving me. If I didn't stay with you, wouldn't that also be unfair? In this world, find supplies and don't get caught up in feelings. Living strongly is the most important thing." Qiao Lan nodded approvingly, giving a thumbs up. "My big sister is amazing. Beautiful, strong, and kind-hearted." She quietly called Lao Gu aside, and while hiding behind her, she handed him some medicines, some for diarrhea, some for his wife's high blood pressure, and some common medicines. She warned him, "If you need help, find Captain Yi. If you're hurt or sick, see Dr. Ouyang. Mention my name in front of them, and it will help." Lao Gu's eyes glistened with tears. "Thank you for the medicines. I still haven't repaid you for everything. I don't know how to thank you." "There's no need to thank me. Just listen to Sister Wen. Living well is thanks enough." Qiao Lan felt a little guilty about Lao Gu. They were just acquaintances before, not close friends, and if she had known Lao Gu was such a kind person even in the end times, she would have insisted he stock up on supplies and find a safe place earlier. But she didn't know then, and she wouldn't have dared to tell someone she didn't fully trust about her visions. Luckily, Lao Gu was now a psychic and could get many conveniences at Yiqi base.
Ms. Qiao. Ms. Qiao.
I finally get to talk to you. Do you remember me? You saved my mother's life. I never thought I'd see you again. A man rushed over, interrupting her private talk with Lao Gu. Qiao Lan looked over. He looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, she remembered. He was a small grocery store owner who used to help her with wholesale before the end of the world. She had invited them all to a dinner at Suihua. His mother's apartment building collapsed, but because he was in Suihua, he escaped unharmed. Later, he organized everyone to go to an entertainment center to take shelter. You're still alive? That's lucky. How about your family? Qiao Lan asked. The small store owner said, they're all alive. My mom, wife, kids, and father-in-law, all together at the dinner. We're all safe. Miss Qiao, you are our great benefactor. Sister One and brother Lao Gu are too. We're so grateful. Yesterday, I saw you and Lao Gu come back and I wanted to talk to you, but you were busy. I finally got the chance now. Sorry to bother you. Her mother and father-in-law are alive? Qiao Lan was surprised. In this world, the elderly often suffer, but the small business owner and his family are quite organized. I must say, they are very lucky. Sometimes luck is also a form of strength. Old was said nearby, Xiao Qiao, you don't know, Lao Kai might have done something. When we were at the entertainment city, he handled water storage and distribution, tracked personnel changes, and managed daily chores. His quick work impressed Wen Jia. Oh, Brother Gua, don't mention those small things. You're flattering me. You're the real talent, the awakened one. This small business owner is friendly and loves to make friends, typical of a businessman. Qiao Lan has known this for a long time. When he first helped with wholesale, he arranged so much goods in one afternoon, saving Qiao Lan a lot of time. His ability to handle matters is indeed strong. Hearing Old Gua speak, Qiao Lan becomes thoughtful. The Yiqi base is in need of a good housekeeper. The logistics team was assembled temporarily. The leader is from a police background and trustworthy, but his management skills are lacking. Often, Yiqi has to handle various tasks himself, which makes him very busy. Jia, is this person trustworthy? Will giving him a big responsibility backfire? Qiao Lan asked directly in front of the small business owner. When Jiao glanced sideways, what big responsibility? Let him fight, that's useless. Handling small chores is fine. And about trustworthiness? The boss snorted. He's not a good guy, always trying to get small benefits, sneaky and clever. But don't worry, he's too timid to cause trouble. If you let him manage supplies, he'd just secretly hide half a loaf of bread and eat it behind your back. He wouldn't do anything too bad. The grain shop owner blushed awkwardly, embarrassed. So when Jia already knew he was stealing bread, he thought he was sneaky and unnoticed. Qiao Lan smiled softly. Her and her sister's judgment were the same. Female heroes see things alike. Then she took the grain shop owner to Yiqi. Oldie, I want to introduce a logistics housekeeper to you. He's capable, but a bit slick and loves to take advantage. As long as you keep him in check, he'll be very useful. Hey, what's your name again?
Kai
Jinbao. The grain shop owner was stunned by the huge opportunity before him. What? He just arrived at this big base and now he's going to manage logistics? How much good food must there be? The whole family finally won't go hungry. Long live President Xiao. He's glad he made this effort to get close today. Long live Brother Gua and Wen Jia. Thank you for your kind words. Yiqi's cold gaze swept over Kai Jinbao, making him break out in cold sweat. My heart, which was just excited, instantly cooled down. This big boss looked much scarier than Sister One. Kai Jinbao? Yiqi suddenly spoke. The young boss shivered. Here, what's going on? Why does he call me by a rival's name? Is he going to hurt me? Do you steal from the logistics department? Yiqi asked slowly.
No.
Under Yi Qi's cold stare, Kai Jinbao's sudden idea of stealing some good food from logistics to feed his family disappeared completely. Yi Qi said, "Miss Qiao recommended you, so I will arrange it. Just pretend to be the deputy logistics leader, follow the leader's orders, and help handle miscellaneous tasks. As long as you follow the rules and don't steal, I won't hurt you." Kai Jinbao shrank his neck. "Oh my, he's so scary. Will I be killed for stealing here? I absolutely won't, I swear." "That's good." Yi Qi looked at him and then walked away because a subordinate came to report something. Kai Jinbao let out a deep breath. If Yi Qi didn't leave soon, he might his pants. "Miss Qiao, can I resign?" he weakly asked Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan chuckled. "Resign before you even start? That's impressive. Don't you want to earn more points and food for your family? The key positions at the base come with extra benefits." "But Yi Qi." "Don't worry, he's just warning you. Usually he's not so scary." "Yi Qi is a good person," Qiao Lan encouraged. "Reliable and capable people are hard to find." Qiao Lan thought the little housekeeper she recommended for Yi Qi was quite suitable. Plus, with a family, he's a bit more dependable than someone who can leave the base anytime alone. But why does Yi Qi look so unhappy? Qiao Lan blinked, unable to understand. Since they met today, his face has been sour. Could it be that he's upset because she's leaving, throwing a tantrum? Just before she could say goodbye to Yi Qi privately, those who had dinner at Suihua and then moved to the entertainment city to hide, following Kai Jinbao's example, came over to thank her one after another. Surrounded by everyone, Qiao Lan had to put Yi Qi aside first. After some small talk, she could feel that everyone was genuinely grateful. Without her initial efforts, these people might have been in danger or had no chance to follow Big Brother when later. But Qiao Lan wasn't stupid and also sensed that everyone was deliberately flattering her. Kai Jinbao talked with her for a while and became the deputy logistics leader at the base. Did everyone want to seek her favor? But Qiao Lan looked around and really didn't see anyone suitable for a certain position at the base. She calmly reminded everyone, "No need to thank me. At this time, survivors rely on their own hard work to stay alive. In the future at the base, as long as you work hard, there are plenty of points waiting for you, and everyone can live a good life." Everyone heard this and understood that Qiao Lan no longer intended to recommend anyone, so they had to give up. They felt a little disappointed, but didn't dare complain. In this world, just being alive is good, and having a big base to settle in is already a blessing. The group chatted for a while, then suddenly someone couldn't help but say, "Ah." At that time, General Qiao ordered us to buy quite a few goods. If we had known the end of the world was coming soon, we would have kept those supplies. Then we wouldn't have gone hungry or thirsty later. Someone else responded, "There's no point in talking about this now. Who could have predicted it back then? Even if we had kept the supplies and didn't give them to General Qiao, our small storage room might have collapsed long ago, and everything inside could have been taken away." Qiao Lan's heart moved. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Since there were many people, she decided to clarify things clearly to avoid future trouble. She naturally echoed that person, sighed deeply, and stomped her feet repeatedly. "It's better if you don't bring this up. Now that you mention it, I regret it so much I feel sick." "What's wrong, General Qiao? Did those goods you ordered?" the others asked in surprise. Qiao Lan suddenly burst into tears, tears streaming down her face.
"Ugh, don't talk about it.
"I lost goods worth millions, all blown away by the wind. Not a single thing left. The roof and walls of the warehouse are gone. I don't know where they went. I went back later, hoping to get some rice and grain to increase supplies for the base, but everything was gone. Nothing left."
"Boo-hoo."
"Why was the wind so strong back then? Couldn't it have left me a bag of rice? It's all gone. Where did it away to? That was goods worth millions. Are there now scattered supplies all over the city? It's a blessing for many people, though.
Milio."
I might as well not have ordered anything. At least the money would still be mine." Qiao Lan hugged her head and cried loudly, becoming more and more upset. She cried so hard she squatted on the ground, then lay down on the floor, kicking her legs and tears flowing freely, like a heavy child throwing a tantrum. Everyone was a little shocked. Her cry was so heartbreaking that people thought she might pass out at any moment. At this time, among the departing and farewell groups, there were Wen Jiao Jiao and her friends, Old Gua and others, as well as Yi Qi from the base, medical staff, and people like Jiang Yu who had been cared for by Qiao Lan, all gathered together. Whether before or after the end of the world, everyone who knew her always remembered her as a cheerful, lively person. No one ever saw her cry like this before. Could it be that the chubby girl has tears but doesn't shed them easily, only because she's not truly hurt yet? Is she overwhelmed by loss and sadness, unable to control her feelings?
Qiao Lan.
Ouyang Imo was the first to rush out from the crowd and gently pick up the lying Qiao Lan. He couldn't lift her completely. He only supported her upper body, changing her position from lying down to sitting.
Ugh.
The young doctor, still injured from the rat attack, pulled at his wound with force, causing him to gasp in pain. But he still used his trembling arm to support Qiao Lan. He kneeled on one knee, anxiously asking, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? What happened?" He didn't know about Qiao Lan's stockpiling before the end of the world. This made her feel embarrassed to cry. She was afraid that struggling might hurt him more. But she couldn't hold back her tears. The scene was intense, so she decided to act fully. She could only sit obediently and sadly in Ouyang Mo's arms, her crying still loud but not daring to lean on him, afraid of hurting him. Ugh, I was very rich, very rich. Before the storm, I bought a lot of things to open a supermarket, but everything turned to nothing. I lost all my money, and the stuff was blown away by the wind. Why am I so unlucky? Ouyang Imo quickly comforted her. Don't cry. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Losing some money isn't a big deal. It's not just a little, it's a lot, millions, tens of millions. Ugh. Little Qiao, don't cry. I also lost over $1 million in savings, my house collapsed and my shop is gone. Everyone has suffered roughly the same, Old Gu hurriedly advised. Yes, President Qiao, you still owe me for the goods. Remember, it's a natural disaster. Everyone has lost a lot. We're all in this together. Please stop crying. You're making me want to cry too. Kai Jinbao also tried to comfort her with the Qiao Lan. Right, President Qiao, you also owe me for the follow-up goods. Don't cry anymore. We won't ask for the money now, haha, someone joked. Qiao Lan pretended to listen carefully to everyone, taking the chance to make her crying gradually lessen until it turned into sobs. It's good that they're not asking for the follow-up payment, since I never really planned to pay. She wiped her tears and sighed. It's my fault. I shouldn't have cried. I kept telling everyone to be strong, but I'm just a coward myself. You're still young, just a little girl. Ouyang Imo comforted her gently, close to her. Qiao Lan looked up and met his caring gaze. He looked at her and softly said, if you want to cry, just cry. Constantly pretending to be strong can be tiring, so. He didn't finish his sentence.
Swish.
Qiao Lan was suddenly pulled away with great force. Yi Qi had come over unnoticed and grabbed Qiao Lan's arm, making her stand up. He knew Qiao Lan's secret about storing emotions inside and understood she was crying and pretending. He had planned to let her handle it. But Ouyang Imo suddenly ran over, and the two hugged each other, exchanging looks, one with tears in her eyes, the other gentle and caring. What were they doing? They'd been told not to vent with loud crying in the base. That was against the rules. Yi Qi might have pulled a little too hard. Suddenly, Ouyang Imo realized Qiao Lan was getting up and instinctively tried to stop her. As they tugged, Ouyang Mo's injured arm hurt badly, and he couldn't help but cry out. "Ah!" Qiao Lan was startled. "Ouyang Yu." She instinctively twisted her body to avoid hurting Ouyang Imo more, but Yi Qi was still holding her. Because of this, her balance was off, and her foot slipped. Just as she was halfway up, she fell heavily again. Yi Qi was surprised. He didn't want to fall on Qiao Lan. In a rush, he suddenly pulled harder, whoosh, and lifted Qiao Lan into the air. But he overdid it and lost his balance himself, slipping and sitting on the ground with a thud.
Bang!
Qiao Lan, who had just been lifted, crashed onto him. They both fell to the ground together.
Ouch.
Qiao Lan exclaimed in pain.
Ugh.
Yi Qi took a sharp breath. Coincidentally, their faces pressed close together. When she screamed in surprise, her front teeth hit his lips. His mouth started bleeding. Her teeth had blood on them, salty and bitter. Qiao Lan, angry, pushed herself up and glared at Yi Qi. What are you doing? Yi Qi's mouth was numb from the impact.
He was also quite heavy.
Qiao Lan only managed to lift part of herself, with most of her body still pressing down on him. She was not light.
Get up first, he said.
How am I supposed to get up if you just tell me? Qiao Lan was a little annoyed. She was acting her scene well, so why did Yi Qi interrupt her? Lie on me like that, with so many people watching, Yi Qi said seriously. It's not like I'm taking advantage of you. Qiao Lan snorted coldly. You just touched my lips, so who's being inappropriate? That was my first kiss. Yi Qi glared at her angrily. How could this girl be so shameless? Qiao Lan raised her chin defiantly at him. Qiao Lan, are you okay? At this moment, Ouyang Mo, who had been knocked over nearby, got up and came over to help Qiao Lan. When Jiao Jiao was watching and giggling, saying, "Little sister, you've been hugging and kissing so much. You're still young, but you're quite lucky." Qiao Lan let out a small cry, smiling at the boss with a toothy grin. What a blessing. I only like you. Sister suddenly, her lips felt warm.
Huh?
She looked down in surprise. Does Yigo just kiss me? What kind of fantasy world is this? What's going on? Your first kiss. Wasn't it already given to me long ago? Yi Qi looked at Qiao Lan, his eyes narrowing slightly, glancing at Ouyang Mo and Wen Jiao Jiao. His dark eyes, already deep and mysterious, now looked as dark as the night sky, like a swirling black hole, making it hard to look directly at him. Qiao Lan froze completely. Her quick thinking suddenly stalled. She was stunned for a moment before realizing what Yi Qi meant.
She stammered that.
That was an emergency. Resuscitation. Artificial respiration. Is that considered a first kiss? Could a sudden collision count as a first kiss? Yi Qi's lips curled into a cold smile. Is he trying to pretend to be a victim? Congratulations, you succeeded. He tilted his head again and kissed Qiao Lan's lips. In front of everyone, the blood from his lips smeared onto Qiao Lan's lips. Her chubby face, like a big bun, now had a touch of red, quickly followed by 2 more blushes. Her round face turned as red as cooked shrimp in visible seconds.
Ah!
Qiao Lan screamed and jumped back, covering her flushed cheeks, stomping her feet in anger. She wanted to crush Yi Qi into mud. Yi Qi calmly stood up, dusting off the dirt on his clothes. He looked at the crowd, who were either stunned, excited, or confused. Then his gaze lingered on Wen Jiao Jiao for 2 seconds before locking onto Qiao Lan. Do you like women? It's okay, I don't mind. As long as I like you, that's enough. In that moment, Yi Qi suddenly had a flash of insight, understanding why he sometimes felt anxious or inexplicably upset these days. It was because someone had captured his heart. So that's what love feels like when it blooms. He, at 25, had never experienced this before. Falling for a girl under 20 was unexpected. But once he felt it, there was no hesitation or doubt. He dared to accept his feelings and act on them. However, as the leader of the base, he couldn't be too open about his feelings to avoid causing trouble for the girl. Why are you screaming? Do you think I like you? You've watched too many cheesy romance dramas. It's just a polite farewell kiss. Yi Qi's face was cold, his tone even colder.
Yigu.
Qiao Lan was about to go crazy. Her heart had already fluttered wildly just now, and now this dog says it's just a polite kiss? Oh, haha, you're the one who watches too many bad dramas. I screamed because I was angry at you.
Offer Valkish.
Is there even lip contact? You mountain fool. You want to kiss face to face. People do not lose their spirit in defeat. Qiao Lan glared disdainfully at Yi Qi and wiped the blood from her lips. She then turned around warmly to hug Old Gua, Ouyang, Zhangyu, and others, exchanging French-style cheek kisses. Really? Thanks for the reminder. Yi Qi, not willing to show weakness, also exchanged polite cheek kisses with Xiao Tang, Xiao Li, and the chef as they prepared to leave. Of course, the distance was much greater. Only when he approached when Jiao Jiao did he get closer, whispering a warning during the kiss. Don't bully her. Respect her feelings for you. When Jiao Jiao's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled calmly. She whispered back, haha, if no one had her back, I might really want to tease the little sister a bit. Their eyes met, sparks flying at the contact. If our meeting was just an accident, then our parting feels unexpectedly hard to say goodbye. Suddenly, a rough voice sounded over the guitar music, disturbing everyone. It was indeed a disturbance, even an invasion, because it was so unpleasant to hear. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Old Song, wrapped in bandages, holding a worn-out guitar he must have found somewhere, singing and walking toward the gate. The investigator uncle smiled widely, probably feeling good about himself. A nurse quickly stepped forward and took the guitar away. You're still injured. You shouldn't be showing off by playing the guitar. I specially learned a song for the young people. I wanted to sing it for Qiao Lan. That song isn't young anymore. It was popular over 10 years ago. Oh, really? But it's really beautiful. Stop playing. Focus on healing. The music stopped, and everyone sighed in relief, grateful to the nurse. Old Song was reluctant but said goodbye. Qiao Lan, see you later. Wishing you safe travels. Come back and visit often. Qiao Lan quickly replied, yes, I'll definitely come back often. Maybe I'll come tomorrow. Then how about I play and sing come home often? Old Song was eager. When I was young, I used my guitar to charm many girls. My playing is pretty good. No need. It's getting late. We're leaving now, Qiao Lan thought to herself. Maybe his playing was okay, but his singing was terrible. Better to forget it. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Take care. Qiao Lan and her group gradually walked away. Everyone stood at the gate, watching them leave with lingering feelings. Parting hurts. Even though the farewell is in front of us, saying goodbye isn't too far away. If it's fate, then we can look forward to tomorrow. Somehow, Old Song secretly took back his guitar and started another round of singing. Everyone dispersed quickly. The medical staff grabbed the guitar and took Old Song back to rest and recover. The area was now empty, leaving only the gate of the guard post, which was very quiet. After some time, an old man with gray hair slowly and steadily arrived at the entrance of the base. He was dressed neatly in a stained Zhongshan suit, with a pale face and poor health. He paused at the gate, quietly observing for a moment, then approached the guard. He spoke politely and confidently. Young man, excuse me, is this the Blood Dawn base? I heard you accept survivors. I wonder if I can stay here. Could you please help me? From a high vantage point, the ruined city after the disaster looked very impressive. The background was bleak and broken, like a dull, blurry painting. The surviving buildings were just small spots on the canvas, scattered and messy, with no beauty. The roads, once the city's lifeline, were twisted, broken, or blocked with debris, making travel impossible. This city is completely ruined, when Jiao Jiao said, flicking ash from her cigarette and raising an eyebrow. She looked away from the city below and turned her gaze to the surrounding mountains and fields. The sunset's orange glow faded into gray-white as the sun set, with fog gradually thickening, blurring the world. Her long eyelashes blinked as she squinted, trying to see far away, thinking aloud, I wonder what's outside the city. Living in the mountains or by the water might be easier than staying here. She shook the prey in her hand, an overweight, large wild rabbit. One was a body enhancement type, strong in attack, defense, agility, strength, and recovery. Every aspect was powerful, with no weaknesses. Although her abilities were purely physical, they were stronger than elemental powers. Yesterday, she had crushed a level 1 mutated rat with her bare hands, which was extraordinary. So, encountering an unmutated wild rabbit was unlucky for it. It could only become food on her plate. Qiao Lan was holding a string of wild birds, 2 large mountain sparrows and about 10 small sparrows, none mutated and edible. The harvest was quite good. She smiled and nodded, replying to Wen Jiao Jiao. I don't think that's possible, sister. Wild game can sustain us, but mutated animals probably don't taste good. And animals are manageable, but bugs and insects are too tricky. Imagine late at night, peacefully sleeping, when suddenly thousands of mutated ants quietly crawl over to bite us, covering us from head to toe. Or walking on the road, and a swarm of mutated wasps buzzes past. Alright, stop talking. Wen Jiao Jiao shivered and pressed out her cigarette on a rock. As dusk fell, the mountain became less safe. The two groups didn't delay anymore and quickly carried their prey down the mountain. This was the 10th day since they left the base. Qiao Lan and her small group of 6, along with Wen Jiao Jiao's group of over 20 people, were now in the western outskirts of City C. This area is a mix of urban and rural land, where city edges meet wild mountains. Qiao Lan came here to find a place to settle down. Wen Jiao Jiao's group was also looking for a new home. They left the base together and traveled westward without splitting up, wandering nearby for several days. Qiao Lan had long liked this area. It's neither wild countryside nor the city center, mostly wasteland with little development. Because resources are scarce, large groups of survivors or wild animals wouldn't gather here. Of course, mutated rats, small animals, and insects are more common than in the city, but much less than in the wild mountains. Skilled awakened individuals can handle them easily. After scouting, Qiao Lan chose a small suburban factory. It's a 4-story building, half of which has collapsed. The remaining first and second floors are enough for their needs. There's also a large yard, open and flat, where anyone or any animal approaching the building can be seen. Outside the yard is wasteland, which extends the yard's defenses. Half a mile away is a highway, making it easy to go into the city or out to the countryside. Wen Jiao Jiao's group liked a farmyard just 1 or 2 miles from the factory. It's a cave-style rural inn. The buildings on the ground are destroyed, but the underground caves and surrounding cave houses are intact. It's a courtyard with 4 sides, about 10 rooms, perfect for their group of over 20 people. After some discussion, the two groups decided to occupy these 2 places as neighbors. Though a mile or 2 apart seems far, it's actually good in the end-of-the-world situation. They can live without interfering with each other daily, and if something happens, they can help each other quickly. For awakened individuals, a mile or 2 is nothing. They can run there in minutes. That day, everyone settled in a small community's ruins, preparing to rest well for the night. Tomorrow, they would split into 2 teams and head to their chosen bases. Before dinner, Qiao Lan and Wen Jiao Jiao, both energetic and fast, went to a small hill 5 kilometers away to hunt for wild game to add to the meal. They also checked if there were any big dangers on the mountain, since it wasn't far from their bases. In the end, everyone was happy, they found game, and the mountain was safe. The mutated beasts there weren't dangerous enough to threaten the area soon. The 2 of them traveled back and forth for an hour, relaxed and chatting happily, returning to the small community where they were temporarily staying. Before the storm, this community was a suburban village with houses and yards. Now, only ruins remain. The villagers are probably dead or gone. The place is completely empty. Zhou Wen and his group of over 30 people settled in the ruins of 2 neighboring courtyards. They set up about 10 tents against the broken walls, with 2 bonfires in the middle and pots for boiling water.
Wow.
So much food. Today is a lucky day, meat. I want to eat meat. But can we eat sparrows? Of course. Roasting them is especially tasty. I used to catch sparrows in the snow and eat them when I was a kid. Qiao Lan and Wen Jiao Jiao's return made their friends waiting for dinner very excited, and everyone started talking eagerly. Especially the big wild rabbit, which everyone was looking forward to. This was the chef's moment to shine.
So, go.
The old chef sent his son to gather mountain game. Since the mutation, the old hero had stayed away from the kitchen and no longer cared about cooking. His son, Gung Duofu, loved cooking and cherished every chance to show his skills. He stepped forward, took the rabbit from Wen Jiao Jiao, and politely explained to everyone, fresh wild meat is best prepared simply, with little seasoning. The natural flavor and wildness are what matter. But since spicy rabbit hot pot is also very delicious, I plan to divide the rabbit into 2 parts. One steamed plainly, the other cooked in a spicy hot pot. Does anyone have different ideas? Hurry up and cook. As long as we can eat, it's good enough. Everyone was starving, so they didn't care whether it was steamed or braised. If it took too long, they might even eat it raw. Gung Duofu carefully cleaned and prepared the rabbit in front of everyone's curious and expectant eyes. He divided it quickly into 2 parts. Then he placed one portion of meat on a clean wooden board, scored it with sharp wooden slices, and arranged it on a bamboo steamer, which was placed inside a ceramic pot filled with water at the bottom. All these cooking tools were found in the village ruins. He also found an iron wok and a stainless steel steamer, but he chose not to use them, sticking instead to wooden, bamboo, and ceramic utensils. Metal cookware can affect the original flavor of the meat, he explained as he worked. Especially for steamed or lightly seasoned meat, wooden or ceramic pots are best. But for the spicy version, it didn't matter. Rich chili and pepper aromas would mask any other odors, so metal cookware was fine. Once both portions of rabbit were in the pots, Gung Duofu quickly cleaned and prepared the wild birds brought back by Qiao Lan, one for soup, the other for roasting over fire. At this time, the porridge in a large pot was also ready. The aroma of rice mixed with the increasingly strong smell of meat, making everyone anxious and eager. One Jiao sent someone to serve the porridge. Each person took a bowl and crouched nearby, blowing on it and drinking. Little Tang took his own bowl and also poured half into another bowl. He stood up and left the yard, heading to an adjacent yard without a tent. Fu Xingyuan was there. It was already dark. She had lit a small fire in the corner, curled up against the wall, nibbling on a hard, dry bun. Here. Little Tang approached, placing his bowl next to the small fire. I don't want it. I can get my own water and take responsibility for myself. Fu Xingyuan pushed the bowl away. Little Tang frowned. You didn't eat anything yesterday. I ate today. Fu Xingyuan raised her hand, showing half a dry bun she had pulled out from the ruins of the village not long ago. Drink the porridge too. You're sick, and Uncle Gung will worry. Little Tang turned to leave. Fu Xingyuan insisted she didn't want it. Loudly, she told Little Tang to take the porridge back. Please.
Can you
Give me some? A weak girl's voice suddenly came from a dark corner nearby, surprising both Little Tang and Fu Xingyuan. They were both awakened individuals with sharper senses than ordinary people, yet neither of them had noticed anyone there. Who's there?
come out?
Fu Xingyuan moved faster than Little Tang, darting like lightning from the corner. She also grabbed a burning stick, which could light the way and serve as a weapon. In an instant, she pressed the burning tip of the stick close to the speaker's face. It was like the move she made when she pulled out her gun to threaten Qiao Lan. She had practiced it secretly, about 70 to 80% skilled, but still not very experienced.
Ah!
The other person gasped. In the firelight, a pale, terrified face appeared from the darkness.
Don't hit me. I'm hungry.
I just want to eat something. It was a young girl with messy hair and dirty clothes, blinking in the firelight, trembling as she raised her hands to cover her face.
Who are you?
What's your name? Where did you come from? Fu Xingyuan asked fiercely. Today, she had encountered a nest of mutated rats on the road, early stage, easy enough to deal with. But she didn't dare get close. The golden rat had left a deep psychological shadow on her. Feeling overwhelmed with sadness and frustration, she directed all her anger at this strange girl who suddenly appeared in the dark. I am just in this village. Before the girl finished speaking, Xiao Tang stepped closer and looked carefully at her face. Really? But I think I've seen you before. But where, he couldn't remember at the moment. The girl lowered her head and said, Can you give me some food? I am very hungry, very hungry, very hungry. Fu Xingyuan pushed a wooden stick forward, scaring the girl into retreat. She kept pushing until she was pushed against a broken wall corner and couldn't stand steadily, falling to the ground. The girl started crying. Fu Xingyuan shouted, Why are you crying?
Tell me who you are.
Do you think we would just give food to someone we don't know? Put your hands down, so we can see your face. She reached out to grab the girl's hand, covering her face. The girl dodged to the side, avoiding her.
Fu Xingyuan was surprised.
She was awakened and faster than normal people. Are you also awakened? She reached again at a faster speed, but the girl rolled on the ground and again dodged her. Fu Xingyuan quickly used her wooden stick as a weapon, stabbing toward the girl. The girl dodged left and right, making Fu Xingyuan miss every time. I just want some food. You won't eat that bowl of rice, so why won't you let me have some? And you hit me. That's too unfair. The girl cried and complained. I hit you because of your sneaky behavior, hiding and coming from an unknown place. Fu Xingyuan was angry. You're really good at turning things around. At that moment, Xiao Tang suddenly remembered something. He looked surprised at the girl rolling on the ground. You're Lan Jie's classmate. You're still alive? How come you're here?
Fu Xingyuan stopped in shock.
A classmate of Qiao Lan? Did I mistake you for someone else? Xiao Tang threw a light shield next to the girl, blocking her from rolling away into the distance. His expression turned serious, and he asked, Are you hiding nearby to do something bad? You have hostility towards Lan Jie. I don't believe you're just here for food. Fu Xingyuan secretly relaxed, glad she hadn't hit the wrong person. I don't know you guys. I'm just hungry. Please give me some food. The girl covered her face and cried sadly. If you are truly harmless and not threatening, maybe you'll get some food, Xiao Tang said, trapping her with his light shield and telling Fu Xingyuan to call Qiao Lan for help. As Fu Xingyuan turned around, she suddenly felt a gust of wind behind her. She quickly crouched down, and Xiao Tang also moved swiftly to block a punch aimed at Fu Xingyuan's back. The girl didn't succeed and stopped attacking. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the ground. Then, astonishingly, she slipped out of the narrow gap between the light shield and Fu Xingyuan, sliding along the ground. She disappeared quickly into the darkness. Xiao Tang looked surprised. He had never seen anyone escape in this way.
Ah! Fu Xingyuan shouted.
She was facing away from the girl and didn't see much detail, only a dark object quickly rushing past her feet and disappearing in the blink of an eye.
What?
What kind of mutant creature is that? She froze with fear. She wasn't afraid of people, but she was scared of mutant creatures. Xiao Tang quickly chased after it, but caught nothing and returned shaking his head. It's not a mutant creature. At this moment, people from the neighboring courtyard heard the noise and came over to ask what happened. Xiao Tang told Qiao Lan, I think I didn't mistake her. It was the girl who ran into our room crying and making a scene at Suihua Hotel. Qiao Lan mostly forgot about that. After thinking carefully, she remembered there was still that one person. Qiao Lan didn't invite that girl to the dinner. She just went to eat there herself. Who knew that night her boyfriend died in the dormitory building that collapsed in the storm? She blamed Qiao Lan for organizing the dinner, saying if it hadn't been for the dinner, she and her boyfriend would be together, and her boyfriend wouldn't have died. She was being unreasonable. Did I knock her out then?
Qiao Lan the can.
How did she survive and still be alive? Among the survivors rescued from Suihua Hotel by Yi Qi, she wasn't there either. Where did she come from this time? Fu Xingyuan was still scared.
So fast.
Like a big snake sliding away. The meat is ready, Chef Gung Dafu's long shout echoed. Qiao Lan waved her hand. Come on, let's eat the meat first. We'll deal with other things later. Nothing was more important than eating. Everyone discussed and hurried back to the bonfire next door. On the steaming pot, a large bowl of rabbit meat was shining and oily. Everyone was salivating. Gung Dafu had prepared a dipping sauce with soy sauce, oyster sauce, minced garlic, sesame, and about 8 other seasonings. Once everyone had their chopsticks ready, he sprinkled chopped green onions and into the sauce. Then, with a splash, hot oil was poured over it. The sizzling hot steam rose, and the fragrant aroma of the sauce mixed with the scent of and green onions, filling everyone's noses. It was so delicious. Gung Dafu said, the steamed meat has no seasoning. You dip it in the sauce. Let's eat. Qiao Lan ignored the instructions and directly picked up a piece of meat. She dipped it in the sauce and put it in her mouth.
Wow.
It was incredibly tasty. Seeing Qiao Lan go first, everyone eagerly reached for the meat in the pot. Delicious. Wow, I've never had such tasty rabbit before. Rabbits are so cute. How can you not dip them in sauce? Crunch, crunch. In the blink of an eye, over 30 people scrambled to eat. Not only the steamed rabbit was finished, but the spicy rabbit hot pot was also all gone. Gungduafu, to take care of everyone's stomachs, prepared a large bowl of spicy potato starch soup, which was finished quickly. The spicy meat was delicious and wouldn't cause stomach trouble, satisfying everyone's cravings. Everyone was still eager, licking their lips and sighing, then turning their eyes toward the roasted bird meat cooking nearby.
Hey,
Who dares disturb us? Speak clearly. Old man won't tolerate monsters causing trouble here. Meanwhile, Chef Lao and Fu Xingyuan didn't eat the meat. Fu Xingyuan refused to eat, while Chef Lao was busy gathering information about the enemy. He looked serious and repeatedly asked Fu Xingyuan about the situation earlier. He even went out to look for the girl's trace but found nothing, then insisted on staying awake himself to guard the night, not allowing any troublemakers. The old hero was very enthusiastic, and Qiao Lan didn't want to spoil his mood. She held the white cat, Dazhuang, to the side near the person's hiding place and quietly discussed with Xiaoli. She said to the cat, "Be good, sweetheart. Help find that person's trail. When we move into the new house, I'll specially decorate a room for you. You'll be happy." The white cat's blue eyes sparkled. After a moment of silent thought, it meowed, agreeing to help. Xiaoli added as a translator, "It wants a very soft bed, a level 3 crystal core, and all the roasted bird meat over there." Qiao Lan hugged the cat and comforted it. "Dear little one, no more level 3 crystals, but 2 level 2 crystals. I'll leave half of the roasted bird meat for you, and the other half is for my sister one. I can't give it all to you." The white cat reluctantly agreed, jumping down and preparing to leave. Qiao Lan quickly pulled it back. "With your white fur, you'll stand out in the dark. How can you do secret reconnaissance?" She took out black ink from the space and dyed the pure white cat into a black one. Dazhuang was so angry he ran to the pot, grabbed the whole roasted bird that Gungduafu had just taken out, and quickly disappeared.
ha ha ha. That was so satisfying.
"One more bowl, boss. We're out of rice."
What?
"Just enough to fill my teeth, and now it's gone?" "Yes, it's all gone." His subordinate took the rice pot, which was completely empty at the bottom.
Bang!
The man was furious, slammed his bowl onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. He stood up, his muscles bulging, tall and strong, almost reaching the ceiling. 2 flashlights hung from the ceiling, casting a yellowish glow, and his huge shadow almost covered the whole room. Everyone in the room trembled with fear. "All a bunch of useless eaters. You can't find supplies, and you make me eat so much rice every day, causing me to go hungry." A man spat angrily at the people, causing them to shrink back and tremble, afraid to speak out. No one dared to argue that only 1 pot of rice was cooked today, all for him, and no one else got any. There was no rice for others to eat. The man had awakened as a mutant, extremely powerful. His punch could crush a person's skull. "Go cook another pot." He ordered his subordinate who was cooking rice. The subordinate trembled. "Boss, we're out of rice."
What?
"Just a few days ago, I fought and killed a group of people to get 2 bags of rice, over 100 pounds, and now it's all gone? You really are useless. Wasting food." After roaring, the man's face suddenly changed, and he grinned fiercely. "It seems we can't support so many people in our group anymore. Snap." He grabbed the subordinate's neck and broke it. Everyone in the room screamed in shock, but couldn't make a sound. A few fainted immediately. Others stared blankly at the terrifying scene, hoping they might faint and escape the horror. But in the next moment, the man ordered, "Cook him and eat him. And those who fainted, cook them too." Soon, the man dragged the broken neck body and the fainted people away. He looked around the room with a sinister smile. "Turning those who waste food into food is the best way for us all to survive." "Boss, the 2 people who escaped this morning have been caught," some subordinates reported suddenly. The man laughed loudly. Perfect. Chop them up and cook them. Add more salt, cure them, and save them for later. Then he grabbed a young woman who was trembling in the corner, dragging her into the next room. Inside the closed door, muffled cries of pain and pleas for mercy, mixed with the man's wild laughter, could be heard. In the big house, the man's fierce followers also began to act, choosing women from the crowd and doing terrible things to them, as if they were beasts, ugly and disgusting. Outside, the sound of knives and axes smashing into bones echoed loudly. Inside, chaos and madness reigned. The perpetrators were reckless, and the weak were as insignificant as mud. This was a small survivor group formed after the disaster, trying to stay alive together. Initially, everything was normal. People helped each other, based on a community of residents, gradually growing to nearly 100 members. But as supplies became scarcer and official rescue disappeared, everyone understood that society had collapsed. Fights and violence broke out. Some people left because they couldn't take it anymore, and those who stayed lost their sense of morality amid the chaos. Later, the first evolved individual appeared. Later, there was a second one. Using them as the center, people divided into different ranks, leading to oppression, plunder, and slavery. Until now, the huge man became the absolute boss. The other two awakened individuals acted as his assistants, leading a group of thugs, completely treating ordinary team members as slaves or victims. Men did hard work and were often beaten or scolded. Women were frequently taken away to be used for their release. Out of nearly 100 people, fewer than half remained, most of whom were thugs. The rest suffered greatly, as one can imagine. Why didn't they run? The awakened ones were good at tracking, so if they escaped, they would definitely be caught and face worse consequences. Tonight, the situation worsened. The leader started killing people for food. The survivors were terrified, crying, and hopeless under the exploitation of the beasts, feeling powerless. Suddenly, the light in the room dimmed. Then it quickly returned. A flashlight hanging from the ceiling seemed to be blocked by something. But the people inside were reckless and scared, and no one noticed an extra person standing quietly in the corner. Until the beasts finished venting, one of them suddenly shivered and was startled. That thing scared me to death. Who the heck told you to stand there? Hey, you're not the girl who ran away the day before yesterday? One man shouted, and the thugs quickly surrounded the girl standing silently in the corner. A girl coming back? Maybe she couldn't eat or drink outside and couldn't hold on. Anyone trying to escape gets killed. Wait a moment, with her look, haha, we should first. A group of beasts cursed and started touching her. In the gaps where a few salty hands reached out, the girl suddenly slipped up the wall, defying gravity, moving like a gecko to the ceiling and holding on steadily. Has she awakened? Everyone was surprised. The girl looked disgustedly at the group of beasts below and said with a sickening tone, I'm looking for the boss. I have something important. Where is he? During the brief moment of silence, as everyone looked at each other, disturbing sounds came from the next room. The girl frowned but then understood. She looked at the tightly closed door, hesitated for a moment, then a fierce and determined look flashed in her eyes. She slid from the ceiling to the door, then turned and stepped down, pushed the door open, and went inside. She closed the door behind her. Who the heck disturbed me? Inside, the man was furious and shouting loudly. When he saw the girl's face, he stopped cursing, sneered, and with a muscular arm, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Didn't I run away? How do they know to come back? Are they too attached to messing with me? Haha. The man let go of the nearly unconscious woman beneath him and started bothering the girl. The girl quickly felt like a small boat caught in a raging storm, as if she might be torn apart. She felt helpless and in terrible pain. Anyway, this isn't the first time I've been humiliated. One more time doesn't matter. She clenched her teeth to comfort herself, filled with resentment.
So, Lan.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to come back and suffer. I finally escaped successfully. Really, she had already decided to forget past grudges and didn't want to argue with Qiao Lan and her group about what happened before. The world had turned upside down, and when they met again, everything had changed. As long as they gave her a meal, she was willing to let go of old conflicts and be friends. She was even willing to join them and use her awakened abilities to help. But unfortunately, that group was unreasonable. They always fought her whenever they met. If she hadn't run so fast, would she still be alive now? Boss, I didn't run away. I was looking for supplies. Despite the intense torment, the girl forced a smile and said, I found a place with rice, meat, and many beautiful women. The weather is nice today. Qiao Lan stretched lazily and moved her muscles. The early morning light on the eastern horizon was golden, quite beautiful. The nearby ruins and distant wilderness looked even better in the golden glow. Get up, exercise, eat, and get moving. The sound of a cooking spoon hitting a basin served as an alarm clock from Gung Duofu, the cook. The camp quickly became lively. Everyone hurried out of their tents, took them down, packed their belongings, and after simple morning exercises, over 30 people lined up to wash their hands with half a basin of water. Then they queued for breakfast. Each person received a hot half bowl of rice soup, a fifth of a steamed bun, and a small piece of cold meat jelly made from last night's leftover bones and meat. Everyone happily ate together, full of cheer. Such a simple breakfast was a rare delicacy in the end-of-the-world scenario. Not everyone could enjoy it. Under Zhou Wen's leadership, the team was efficient in defending themselves and gathering supplies, gradually improving their lives. The air here is so good, fewer people, fewer corpses, and it smells much better than the city. The place we're heading to is even fresher. Let's hurry up and get there early. Once we settle in, we won't need tents tonight. Everyone was full of hope for their new home. After breakfast, they quickly set out. The two groups are heading in different directions, but they still have a little way to go together. Over these days, they've grown familiar with each other. Now, as they walk, they begin to say goodbye and agree to stay in touch in the future. Zhou Blue, feeling mischievous, asks Wen Jiao, Big sister, will you stay at my place for a few days? No, but since you promised to give me a massage in the bathtub, just call me over when you're ready. That will definitely be ready soon. Zhou Blue smiles with her eyes. At the fork in the road where they will part ways, Zhou Blue hugs Wen Jiao tightly. Her head leans against her shoulder, and she lingers, reluctant to leave. Wen Jiao reaches out and touches Zhou Blue's recently trimmed short hair. The soft, fuzzy texture feels nice. How about you come stay in my cave for a few days? It has a heated bed, a kong, that's warm and cozy. As winter approaches, it's getting colder every day. The kong is more comfortable than a bed. Oh, and Sakura, go check on that. When Jiao sees two people stumbling and running from a crooked path in the distance, she sends a quick, clever girl from the team to ask what's going on. Soon, Sakura returns with the two women. Help us. As they get closer, the women are very emotional. They stumble and fall several times before reaching everyone. They kneel and knock their heads on the ground repeatedly. Please take us in. We can do any kind of work. We won't ask for food. We'll find our own. Just don't leave us. Someone is trying to kill us.
Meow.
Near Zhou Blue's feet, Dazhuang, covered in black fur, glares at the two women angrily. Xiao Li quietly tells Zhou Blue, these two are from that group. Dazhuang lets out another angry meow. Last night, it was chasing after that snake-like person, which is why it's all black now. It recognizes the women. It tracked them by the scent of the snake-like person and found two of the group members. That's why it's upset when it sees them.
Are they good people or bad people?
Zhou Blue asks. Xiao Li and Dazhuang look at each other for a moment. It says that when it saw them yesterday, they were being held by a male human. As for whether they are good or bad, it doesn't know.
Oh.
At this moment, the two women kneel on the ground, crying and telling their suffering. They have been oppressed, exploited, beaten, and even assaulted. They were almost killed and eaten. Please take us in. Will you take us away? If not, those people will catch us and we will surely die. The women cry and beg. Their torn clothes reveal bruised, purple skin and bleeding wounds, looking very pitiful. Many people in the team are moved by their suffering. The old chef shouted, "How hateful! Such a beastly scoundrel! You two speak quickly. Where is this beast now? When I catch them, I will tear them to pieces and uphold justice for heaven." Gung Duofu hurriedly pulled his father back. "Calm down. Our team leader, Miss Qiao, is in charge." "My son is sensible," the old chef nodded to Qiao Lan. "Leader, I volunteer for the fight. Uncle, you rest. I can't stand bullies who hurt women. Leave it to me." Wen Jiao had the team members help the two women up and then stayed behind. "Where are those people?" The two women trembled as they answered, "A few kilometers down this road. There's a ruined market. They just arrived there recently. But please, don't go looking for trouble with them. They're very strong, with several mutated ones. Please, let's hurry and leave. The farther, the better. They killed several people last night." Wen Jiao quietly watched the two women. After a moment, she looked at Qiao Lan. They exchanged glances and both faintly smiled. Night fell deep. The day had gone by quickly. After traveling and tidying up the house, everyone gathered around a warm, large bed stove, covered with blankets to keep warm, chatting. In the charcoal basin beneath, a few potatoes were buried, filling the room with a warm, dry, fragrant aroma. Wen Jiao used fire tongs to pull a potato out of the ashes, wrapped it in thick paper for insulation, and tucked it into her pocket. "Eat on the way. You all go to sleep first. I think I'll be back late at night. Miss Wen, be careful. Miss Wen is so capable, she'll be fine. Remember to bring back some spoils. Go ahead, Miss Wen. I'll stay on watch here." People said their goodbyes one after another. The two new women sat at the head of the bed stove, while someone nearby carefully bandaged their wounds with disinfected alcohol and gauze. Their careful care moved them to tears. "Are you really going? They're very strong and dangerous." When Jiao smiled.
"Probably not as scary as me."
It's the dead of night, perfect for a surprise attack. Holding the hot potato, she turned and left the room. Inside, everyone was chatting and joking, sharing the potatoes as a late-night snack, then going to sleep and returning to their rooms. Only the two new women remained in the room. Outside, the voices gradually faded, and it was clear everyone had fallen asleep. The two women lying quietly on the bed suddenly sat up, moving carefully and quietly getting off the bed. "What are you doing?" one asked softly. The other, still lying down, responded, "Are you really going?" The person lying down suddenly sat up and grabbed their companion. "They treat us well, taking us in, giving us food, healing our wounds. Maybe we should really stay here. There's lots of women here, and the leader is a woman too. She probably won't hurt us, and—" "Stop talking nonsense," the other whispered angrily. "Are you crazy? No matter how good this place seems, we'll end up dead or destroyed in the end. Do you think that one Sheng can fight them? If the boss finds out you're planning to betray, you'll be food for them. Don't drag me into this if you're crazy." The second person froze, caught in a battle of thoughts, hesitant and conflicted.
But
what? You think this place is good? Once the boss takes over, we can stay. We've done something good this time, and maybe the boss will see us differently. Maybe things will be better for us. At least, we won't be tormented every night by several people again. The two remained silent in the dark, facing each other. After a moment, the person on the bed bit their lip. Finally, they also got off the bed. Together, they quietly slipped out of the room. Each of them pulled out a small bag of strange-smelling powder from their clothes. Late at night, the courtyard was very quiet. Near the steps from the courtyard to the open ground was a small guardhouse, where a guard was inside. A faint light shone through the paper windows. Two women tiptoed over, crouched beneath the window, and listened carefully. They heard faint snoring inside. They gently knocked twice on the window, but the snoring continued. They knew the guard was asleep. So, they split up. One ran up the steps to the courtyard and lit a small bag of powder. Sizzle. The powder burned quickly, and a bright flame flashed and disappeared. Soon, They heard the sound of wings flapping in the dark.
Coo.
Cuckoo. A gray pigeon swooped down from the sky. The woman who lit the fire held some prepared beans in her hand. The pigeon landed and ate the beans, then spread its wings and flew high into the night sky. It's done. They'll come soon. How are you over there? The woman returned to the courtyard and met with another. The other nodded. It's done too. She had already burned another bag of powder into smoke, sprinkling some into each room. The smoke was enough to make people faint. Now, everyone inside was asleep and unconscious. The two women held hands tightly, feeling nervous, scared, and anxious. Are we doing the right thing? Or will we face punishment? They thought about the many women sleeping in the yard. When those bad people arrived, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted? They have seen women tortured to death on the spot. They don't know how many of the women in the yard tonight will survive, women who were lively and cheerful during the day. Both women are sweating coldly in their palms. After a moment of silence, the more ruthless one says, "In this world, there's no such thing as karma. Only the bad survive. We've suffered so much. Is it because we did bad things before? We are good people. We haven't done anything wrong. What about them? They commit evil every day, yet they live well. The world is upside down. If we feel sorry for the women here, who will feel sorry for us? Who will save us?" "Yes, yes." The other sobs. "No one will save us. We can only save ourselves. As long as we stay alive, it doesn't matter who dies." "Right. These women have had good days for too long. It's time they suffer a little. Why should all the hardships of the world be on us?" "Exactly." The two cling tightly to each other, curled up in the corner of the wall, encouraging one another, quietly waiting. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches. Yuga guides them through the air. A tall, strong man leads a group of more than 10 villains, waving knives and axes, laughing wildly as they rush into the yard. Haha, what a nice place. The yard is tidy. From now on, this place belongs to us. Brothers, let's go. The torches light up the surroundings and reveal the villains' twisted, arrogant faces. Two women, acting as spies, are dragged to the leader, trembling with fear but surprisingly praised. Not bad, not bad. You did well. Great job, haha. They breathe a sigh of relief, glad they weren't beaten. Then they hope that with this achievement, their living conditions might improve. The man laughs loudly. Let me take a good look. I haven't noticed before. You two look pretty good. Rewards for your efforts. From now on, you won't have to serve those scoundrels anymore. The women are delighted. Things seem to be getting better. But then the man says, serving me specifically, starts tonight. He grabs the two shocked women and kicks open a small empty house. The women panic. No, boss. There are many beautiful women here, and they're very clean. Leader one is even prettier. I won't let them go, of course. You two, get ready to entertain me. What, you refuse? The man slaps the women hard. The women are terrified and hopeless. They never expected it to turn out like this. Being mistreated by the boss is more terrifying than being abused by other bullies.
It's easy to be tortured to death. Boss, please.
I beg you. Their broken pleas are drowned out by the man's loud, reckless laughter. At this moment, other bullies have already rushed into different rooms, shouting and laughing as they see their sleeping prey on the bed. Above the courtyard, a girl stands quietly. Listening to those wild sounds, she chuckles softly. Coo, coo, coo. A pigeon circles in the air. She lifts her head and says, "Thanks to you tonight, haha." Your laugh sounds terrible, not as nice as a pigeon cooing. Suddenly a lazy, charming woman's voice speaks behind her. The girl is startled. Reacting quickly, she doesn't turn around but slides sideways, slipping about 2 meters away to the other side of the courtyard. She really does look a bit like a snake. Xiao Fu, you were right. Another teasing laugh sounds just as she is getting up. That's so annoying. Another angry voice responds. The girl is shocked to realize she is surrounded. 3 people block her escape routes on 3 sides, and she doesn't know when they approached. Surprised? You think you're pretty good at sneaking around, but we're even better at hiding. Qiao Lan smiles slyly, teasing. That's because your level is too low. If I'm right, you just awakened a few days ago, right? A rookie among rookies, the worst of the worst. Actually, that's not entirely true. The girl still has some skill, otherwise, she wouldn't have been hiding in the dark at the camping site last night. If you don't look carefully, you really can't notice her hiding ability, which is somewhat similar to Lao Guo's. But in a hostile situation, of course, you have to belittle the opponent as much as possible and step on them hard.
Qiao Lan.
The girl grits her teeth. She's pushed to the edge of the courtyard, surrounded on 3 sides, with only the backyard as an escape route. Can't you stop laughing? She forces out a twisted, cold smile and jumps into the courtyard. In the rooms around, the bully's shouts continue, sharp and high-pitched, sounding quite excited. The girl looks at Qiao Lan with hatred, feeling a sense of revengeful satisfaction. Your friends are suffering, and you're laughing?
Disgusting.
You're the real trash. Qiao Lan looks unfairly at Wen Jiao, saying, Sister, she's insulting us.
Bang.
The next second, the girl is knocked to the ground. Wen Jiao moves with lightning speed, jumping from the top of the courtyard into the yard in an instant, punching her down. The girl's half-face was badly injured, lying on the ground feeling dizzy, unable to escape or fight back effectively. My sister is so cool. Qiao Lan cheered. The big sister figure, high heels, big wavy curls, a slim waist and long legs. She acts quickly and confidently, so beautiful and fierce. Most importantly, she felt a kind of sweet pampering, just a little act of coquettishness, and someone fiercely protected her. It was so happy. Can I go in? Before Wen Jiao could intervene again, Fu Xingyuan jumped down from the top of the pit, cautiously asking. The enemy was someone who had run away from her last night. She felt ashamed and wanted to take back the situation herself. Wen Jiao smiled. As you wish. She crossed her arms and stood aside. Fu Xingyuan approached the girl, looking down from above. She changed her attitude from cautious to fierce, saying harshly, Run. Aren't you good at running? Then run. She stomped on her several times while speaking. The girl was hurt in her chest. Both were awakened, but Fu Xingyuan's strength was much weaker than Wen Jiao's. The girl wasn't subdued. Instead, she was stimulated, and her dizziness seemed to lessen a bit. She rolled away quickly. Struggling to lift half her body, she looked around the room, alert to her opponents. She realized something was wrong. If there was a scene of villains bullying the weak inside, why were Qiao Lan and the others not worried and even entangled with her?
Boss.
Help! She shouted toward the room where the man had gone inside. Fu Xingyuan rushed forward, throwing punches and kicks. Still daring to shout for help? Shameless. You're also a woman, helping bad men bully others of the same gender. Do you have no conscience? Too bad you're wrong. You're trash, a fool, probably clueless about our plans because we're well prepared. Just look at your stupid face and see that your pitiful IQ can't understand our setup. You're the trash. The girl screamed. Fu Xingyuan's words drove her crazy. It was bad enough to fight, but why did she have to insult and belittle her? The pain from her injured face couldn't stop her anger. She stopped hiding and got up to fight Fu Xingyuan. One was in support type, the other a stealthy escape artist. Neither was very strong or skilled in fighting, so their fight was just slaps, hair-pulling, pushing, and shoving, basically a more intense girl fight. Nearby, Wanda Lao, the big boss, kept frowning as he watched. It was a messy, ugly fight. Wanda Lao's eager fist was stopped by Qiao Lan, who jumped down swiftly. Big sister, let's not get involved in small fights. Wen Jiao lowered her fists, annoyed, and walked past the 2 tangled-up cowards, heading into different rooms. All right, that was terrible. Let's just play for a bit. She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, giving instructions inside. Inside the room, it wasn't scenes of villains abusing a helpless woman. On the contrary, the villains who had rushed in, squealing and shouting, were now still shouting, but not out of excitement. Rather, out of pain. Each was with ropes, either pressed to the ground or hanging on the wall. They were whipped with small whips and big sticks, their bodies battered beyond recognition, their faces unrecognizable. They had no shame and they didn't need any. They also lacked one more thing: life. The more days they lived, the more harm they could cause. So, one Jiao gave an order, and her team responded enthusiastically, "Yes, Sister One, right away." They eagerly struck the villains a few more times, and the bravest, those who had seen blood before, stepped forward to end each villain's life. The dead villains were carried out of the rooms and laid in the yard, in a line of over 10 bodies. The girl fighting Fu Xingyuan was shocked. Her heart fluttered, and Fu Xingyuan pressed her down and held her tightly, delivering a fierce. Her other cheek also sagged. By then, her remaining strength was nearly gone. She lay there like a broken sack, allowing Fu Xingyuan to handle her. Her last flicker of hope vanished when the boss's headless body was thrown out of the room, replaced by despair. "Beast, you make me so angry." Bullying the weak isn't heroism. The old chef, holding a bloody head and with a knife, stormed out of the house, furious, and threw the head into a pile of corpses.
"So you
Use tricks and schemes. Despicable. Deliberately setting us up." The girl, her mouth crooked from the beating, muttered incoherently. Fu Xingyuan, irritated, punched her again. "Are you a scoundrel? Your ability to twist the truth is getting better. What do you mean we're scheming and despicable? Weren't you the ones who sent people to ask for help and sabotage? Why is it only okay for you to be shameless and harm others? Just because you enjoy torment doesn't mean everyone is as vile as you. We won't dance with wolves or serve tigers. We fight back and kill back, understand?" The old chef loudly praised. "Well said. Good disciple." Those who assist villains are even more evil than the villains themselves. Encouraged by her wish, she straightened her posture and sharply scolded him. While hitting, she said, "I heard you're a classmate of old Qiao. You don't deserve it. Someone kindly offered you a meal. You also escaped a natural disaster and now blame her? Now it's even worse. For a small grievance, you bring bad people to cause trouble. You're petty and wicked. Even someone like you can evolve? Heaven really is blind." The girl lay on the ground, beaten badly, dizzy and confused. Hearing Fu Xingyuan's constant scolding, she was deeply upset. Feeling hopeless, knowing she couldn't escape this disaster, and overwhelmed with unfairness and anger, she suddenly gained incredible strength. She flipped herself over and pushed Fu Xingyuan to the ground. She screamed, "You are the stupid and wicked ones. You have no idea what I've been through. No one can imagine what I've suffered. Why should I, a good person, suffer and endure? You all, the bad people, can eat well and stay warm and talk without caring. Boo-hoo, why? I will kill you all. I'll cut you down." Crying loudly, she dashed around like a madwoman, but she dared not confront anyone directly. She tried to get up and grab her again, but she didn't dare hit her. She looked at Qiao Lan and the others, more afraid to act. She dared not provoke the old chef, who was holding a knife and glaring fiercely. Even the ordinary onlookers with sticks and whips she saw, she didn't dare to offend. After running wildly for a while, she suddenly rushed into the room where the boss had been.
Ah!
2 women shrank in the corner, screaming. These undercover women had been brought in by the boss to be assaulted and were terrified. Then, they were nearly scared to death when an old man with a knife suddenly jumped out from under the bed. The boss, who looked fierce and terrifying, was quickly killed by the old man. His head was chopped off in one strike, blood pouring out, shocking them so much they felt like their souls left their bodies. Now, trembling and half-dressed, they huddled together in the corner. Suddenly, the girl burst in, and naturally, they were terrified. "You 2 despicable women. It must be you who betrayed us and leaked secrets, collaborating with bad people to trap us all. I will kill you." The girl, acting like a madwoman, rushed forward. With the strength of an awakened person far beyond ordinary, she quickly choked one woman until she stopped breathing. "Help! Help me!" The other woman, terrified out of her mind, knelt and crawled out of the room, begging for help from the people outside. You still want to run? You can't escape. If I can't kill them, can I kill you too? The girl chased her out of the house and quickly ended her life. Qiao Lan and the others did not step forward to stop them. It is possible to save someone, but why should we? Do we want to be tricked again? The story of the old man and the wolf, the farmer and the snake, played out in front of everyone as a real-life fable. If Qiao Lan and Wen Jiao hadn't noticed the flaws in the two people early on and had already planned ahead, the entire yard would have suffered tonight. They insisted on walking down a dead-end road, and no one could stop them.
Ha ha ha.
The fate of a traitor. After the girl killed someone, she became even more crazy, her eyes red with hatred as she stared at everyone in the yard, shouting sharply, "You will also face a very bad ending. Very bad, for sure, for sure." Suddenly, she flipped and climbed up the wall like a gecko, moving along the straight wall to the ground above the courtyard. Although she almost fell twice along the way and was clearly not as agile as before, she still managed to reach the top. Fu Xingyuan was surprised. "I clearly knocked her out. How does she still have strength?" The old chef advised, "A last burst of strength before death." Really? Fu Xingyuan was unsure. But she couldn't let anyone escape from her hands again, so she immediately ran into the courtyard and chased after her. "Be careful, disciple." The old chef drew his knife to help. Qiao Lan smiled and stopped her. "If she can't handle these small tricks, why is she still in our team?
Kick her out early."
She looked up and aimed her gun at the pigeons still circling in the sky. "Do you want to come down yourself, or should I shoot you down? I've never tasted of mutated pigeon's flavor. I heard pigeon soup can invigorate blood, improve skin and hair, and help healing, but I might be too hot and full to drink it. Sister Wen, do you want some?" When Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Not interested." A few of her girls hesitated. "Can we try?" Qiao Lan said, "Sure. If it doesn't listen and gets shot, then I'll stew it for you to drink." The gray pigeon cooed sadly a few times, clearly sensing the gun aimed at it. In the harmonious atmosphere of discussion, it nervously flew down. It landed cautiously on Qiao Lan's shoulder, softly cooing as if begging for something. "I don't understand." Qiao Lan quickly grabbed it, tied its wings, legs, and beak, blindfolded it, and hung it at her waist. "Let's wait for Xiao Li to translate this part."
For now.
She stepped into the courtyard, watching Fu Xingyuan chase the girl's distant, blurry figure, and raised her gun, following from afar. "Sister Wen, that was so dangerous. Luckily, you planned everything in advance." "Yes, I didn't believe it at first. I really couldn't see that these two had problems." "Sister Wen, how did you find the flaw?" In the yard, everyone was busy cleaning up the villain's body while exchanging thoughts. In the glow of the torch, when Jiao carefully examined her bright red nails. Fortunately, the color was intact and hadn't smudged during the struggle. Then she cast a sidelong glance at the girl who had asked questions. "How did I find out?" "I've seen many people, and I can tell when someone's got a problem," she said. When she saw those two women during the day, their eyes looked full of fear, but she noticed flashes of nervous scheming. She could tell they were hiding something. That nervousness wasn't about fear of being rejected. It was like they had a secret and were afraid of being caught. Running an entertainment center, she'd seen all kinds of people, some suspicious and strange. Without sharp eyes to see through them, she'd be worn down by all the bad influences. When Wen Jiao said she wanted to take in those two women, she was just trying to see what they were up to. Sure enough, they kept talking about how powerful the villains were and warned not to cause trouble, yet they clearly told the villain's address, as if they were afraid she wouldn't find it. Plus, she didn't rely only on her instincts and experience. She had Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan's team included a young girl, Li Wenjing, who was good at sensing spirits and translating animal sounds. Last night, when the black cat returned, she told everyone that one of the villains kept a mutant pigeon, which was very good at tracking. So, how could those two women escape several kilometers without being caught? That was strange. Moreover, Li Wenjing sensed a strange, inexplicable emotion in their fear. All these signs pointed to a plan, So when Jiao Jiao and Qiao Lan decided to pretend to take in the women and made arrangements in advance. At night, when Jiao Jiao pretended to go out for a surprise attack, everyone followed the plan and acted as if they were asleep. Sure enough, the two women didn't disappoint. They started making small moves. Unfortunately, everyone was prepared. The smoke powder they threw into the room was stopped by sand dust before it took effect. Then, everyone hid inside, holding knives, axes, and sticks. They unintentionally caught the villains off guard, who rushed in happily without caution. No matter how fierce or cruel the villains were, everyone had survived hardships in the apocalypse. They were tough and fierce in fights. Only those who were strong enough could survive until now. Tonight's biggest hero was the old chef. The veteran hid in the connected Kong tunnels of each room, ready to assist at any moment. But unexpectedly, the leader of the villains entered a room alone, giving him a chance to catch the bad guys and bring justice. The tall, strong awakener was clearly a powerful melee fighter, difficult to deal with. The old chef managed to strike him down with a single, which was quite frightening. "Uncle, here's the crystal core for you. It's your prize." When Jiao Jiao took the mutated crystal core from the villain boss's head, cleaned it carefully, and handed it to the old chef. "I don't need it." The crystal core was already a level 1 item, not a junk from the early mutation stage, but the old chef was undeterred. He insisted that when Jiao Jiao use it, saying that their team had many women, and she needed to become stronger to protect everyone. "Just take it. My lord will surely support me," the old chef said loudly. "My lord admires you, and would gladly give you any treasure." Everyone cheered. When Jiao Jiao was speechless. Was the old hero always this offbeat? She put away the crystal core and decided to wait until Qiao Lan returned. What a pity about our alcohol and bandages. If we had known they weren't good people, we wouldn't have wasted them on them. The girl who once treated the two undercover women now felt regretful about the supplies. The old chef spoke earnestly. "This is pre-battle investment. Without medicine, how can we show our sincerity in accepting and confusing the enemy? But still, medicine is so precious. It's okay. When my lord goes out, he'll surely seize more." He was very confident in Qiao Lan. Indeed, Qiao Lan was now chasing Fu Xingyuan and the girl, having already reached the temporary base where the villains were staying. The girl didn't run away in another direction but came back first, clearly intending to loot the supplies before escaping. Unfortunately, Fu Xingyuan didn't give her a chance and intercepted her. At this moment, they were fighting. Qiao Lan sneaked into the room where the villains stored supplies and began collecting items. Of course, someone tried to stop her. Their boss had taken half the men out hunting, leaving a group of thugs behind to guard, and they all rushed to attack Qiao Lan. She shot them all down. Her silenced gun made little noise, but she was so fast that the remaining men were terrified. These men were all oppressed lower-class workers, especially afraid of the thugs. Now a more terrifying figure appeared, and some of them fainted on the spot. Those who didn't faint trembled and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan ignored them and continued collecting supplies from the storage room.
Well,
the supplies were decent. Besides food, there wasn't much else. According to Hei Mao, the boss was quite a big eater. There were some clothes, medicines, bottled water, toilet paper, and other daily necessities. There were also 2 guns and a small amount of bullets, which was a little surprise. Qiao Lan packed all her belongings and stored the boxes in her space. Then she turned around and asked the survivors, "Where is the second in command? Didn't they say there are 2 mutants?" "No, I don't know. Zheng Tuer seems to have gone out with the boss. Li Tua was just here, right?" The survivors couldn't give a clear answer. Qiao Lan thought for a moment and then contacted Wen Jiao Jiao. The military radio communicator that Yi Qi had made could work within 5 kilometers. "Big sister, the pigeon keeper might be inside the corpse. Keep looking, and don't waste the crystal core if you find it." "Okay." Wen Jiao Jiao didn't recognize Zheng Tuer, and since the dead had no energy fluctuations, it was hard to tell who was who. So she took her people and knocked open each villain's head to search. After searching for a while, they found a tiny piece of trash crystal core, smaller than a grain of rice, with many impurities. When Jiao Jiao was very disgusted. What a useless thing. No wonder the powerful mutant was killed by her subordinates with a stick, no different from killing an ordinary villain. It turned out to be, so that no one realized he was awakened. Better than nothing, Qiao Lan ended the communication. According to the report from Black Cat, the pigeon keeper didn't seem to be a fighter, mainly relying on mutant pigeons to track the escapees. The crystal core was trash, but at least they got the pigeons. Qiao Lan took the pigeons from her waist and untied them. Aren't you good at tracking? Then find out where Li Tuer went. She smiled and ordered, can you understand human speech? Find him now, no tricks, or I'll feed you peanuts. Of course, not real peanuts, bullets. The gray pigeon indeed understood. It shrank its neck in fear and let out a bird burp. It flapped awkwardly into the dark, beginning to search for the target. Xiao Fu, are you okay? If not, I'll do it. You're taking too long. Before following the gray pigeon to track, Qiao Lan passed by Fu Xingyuan, who was still fighting, and called out. The two novice girls were fighting so badly, it was embarrassing. They had been at it for about 20 minutes, with no clear winner. The fight was already ugly, and now both were exhausted, looking more like bears wrestling, clumsy and awkward. Opening the door for another, and there was finally home. I can do it. Don't interfere. Fu Xingyuan panted heavily, holding on. Qiao Lan said, don't lose her again. If she runs away again, I'll kill myself right here.
Fu Xingyuan shouted.
Today, one of them was definitely going to die no matter what. Qiao Lan no longer paid attention and followed the pigeon's flight path. While running, she kept her gun aimed at the pigeon, firing whenever she thought its route was suspicious. The bullets narrowly missed, grazing the pigeon's wings and startling it into flapping feathers and dropping down. After 2 or 3 shots, the pigeon became very obedient, circling about 10 meters above Qiao Lan's head, not daring to move even a step closer. Coo, coo, coo. After about 10 minutes of running, the pigeon suddenly made a soft call. Then it glided low and landed on Qiao Lan's shoulder. Did you find it? Qiao Lan asked.
Coo.
Where is it?
Coo.
If you know where it is, why don't you fly over and show me? Coo, coo, coo. Not understanding each other was really frustrating. Qiao Lan stared at the pigeon in the dark, trying to figure out what it meant. Suddenly, a cold feeling rose from her feet. Without thinking, she quickly flew about 2 meters to the side. When she landed, she didn't stop but rolled forward with the momentum, rolling a few more meters before stopping. Why did she do that? She didn't know, just her instinct. At that moment, just as she stopped rolling, boom. A loud explosion, flying dust and stones. Where she had been talking to the pigeon, the ground exploded. Thick smoke, dust, and debris, clearly indicating someone had planted explosives nearby. If she had moved more slowly, she might have been blown apart. Who's trying to set me up? I'm tired of this. Qiao Lan was angry. She valued her life and didn't want to die. Dying would waste her good space and resources. Let me see which wants to me up. She jumped up and ran around quickly, making circles nearby. This was to prevent enemies from sneaking up and attacking her again. Moving fast made it harder for them to aim. While running in circles, she kept her eyes sharp in the dark, her fingers steady on the trigger. I found it! About 20 meters away in the field. In the darkness, a figure sneaked out from behind a large tree trunk. Then it crouched low, hunched over, and tiptoed away in small steps. The surroundings were pitch black. The person wore black clothes, and with poor eyesight, it was hard to see who they were. But Qiao Lan knew who it was. She wouldn't let them escape. She stopped and aimed her gun.
Bang.
A shot hit the person's leg. With a scream, the person fell to the ground. But they were tough and quickly got up and kept running, limping but still fast. Remembering how close she had come to being blown up, Qiao Lan maliciously shot again, hitting the other leg. Given her shooting skills, it was easy for her to shoot someone in the head instantly, but she deliberately didn't let the opponent die quickly, wanting to prolong their suffering. Please spare me. We have no grudges, no enemies. It hurts so much. The man was shot in both legs, screaming and rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. Qiao Lan approached, sensing a faint energy fluctuation from him, recognizing he was an awakened person. "Are you one of that group's lieutenants, one of the 2 deputies under the boss?"
Imli.
"I was forced to join them. I haven't done anything bad. I'm a good person." Suddenly, a pigeon, blown away by the explosion and now limping back with most of its feathers missing and one wing deformed, flew awkwardly toward him, seemingly seeking revenge for being blown away. It pecked fiercely at the man's eyes, clearly angry about being attacked.
Ah.
"Dead bird. You stupid bird. Go away." The man covered his face and rolled away to avoid the attack. Qiao Lan caught the pigeon and asked, "Is this Li, one of the lieutenants, your boss's deputy?" The pigeon nodded rapidly, making a coo-coo sound. Qiao Lan switched from gun to knife, swiftly cutting off the man's hands, then dragged the helpless body and turned toward the villain's hideout. Along the way, the vengeful gray pigeon kept pecking at the man's head and face. The mutated bird's attacks were much stronger than normal birds, leaving the man bloody and battered. But Qiao Lan didn't stop him. In the scene reported by the Black Cat Dazhuang, all the thugs, including the 2 deputies, had participated in the cruelty and abuse that night. It could be said that no one among these villains deserved sympathy if they died. Qiao Lan, still haunted by the explosion and revenge, didn't want him to die peacefully, so she dragged him back to their base and left him in front of the trembling survivors. "All 3 mutants are dead, and the thugs are gone. Here, a chance for revenge. Leave one alive, then you're free to go anywhere you want." The survivors, battered and traumatized, looked at each other in disbelief. After a long moment, they finally understood what had happened. The pigeon resting on Qiao Lan's shoulder and the bloody, battered appearance of Li made them both incredulous and convinced. The monsters who had oppressed them were finally destroyed. When the first person hesitantly stepped forward, trembling as they slapped Li hard, everyone suddenly realized what had happened. They began cautiously testing, then gradually started kicking and hitting the man. And then they went wild. They men and women rushed forward, treating Li Tuer like a punching bag, hitting, kicking, scratching, biting. The long-suppressed shame and hatred burst out all at once, unstoppable like an erupting volcano. They cried loudly, howled, and vented their madness. In less than 10 minutes, more than 10 people beat that person into a bloody mess, completely dead, with no human shape left. Yet they kept hitting the bloodied mass, as if they no longer knew anything else to do besides strike, as if life had no other purpose. Qiao Lan watched for a while, then left the house. Doing evil always leads to self-destruction. Wrongdoers will not have a good ending. But those survivors, tortured and broken, truly wonder if they are still survivors after losing all hope and faith. Sometimes, death might be a better escape. Qiao Lan never found an answer to this question. Anyway, she was determined to keep living. No matter how shattered the world was, she wanted to live on in a better way. Outside, Fu Xingyuan and her opponent had fought half a mile away. Qiao Lan walked a long distance before reaching them. The 2 young women were exhausted, lying on the ground, too weak to get up. Fu Xingyuan was slightly better, with minor injuries, mainly exhaustion. The other girl was badly hurt, her face swollen, one leg deformed, either dislocated or broken. Perhaps realizing her death was near, as Qiao Lan approached, she weakly asked Fu Xingyuan, "What is your name? Let me die, so I can die knowing I'm dead." Fu Xingyuan answered weakly, "I'm not worthy of knowing your name," sighed Spirit. Qiao Lan couldn't help but laugh softly. The girl's fading gaze, very hard to hold, slowly turned and focused on Qiao Lan. Hatred nearly burst out of her eyes.
Qiao Lan.
You will have a bad death. You caused me so much suffering. You will go too. I curse you, and everyone around you. You all. Cough, cough. She suddenly started coughing violently, blood at the corner of her mouth. Qiao Lan stepped forward and placed a hard stone under her neck to lift her head, so she wouldn't choke on her own blood. "Look how kind I am, returning evil with good. You curse me, and I give you a pillow, she said with a smile. Stop pretending, Qiao Lan.
Cough, cough.
The girl's hatred was intense, but she couldn't finish her words, coughing too hard. She gradually lost consciousness. In her dazed state, her gaze suddenly focused again, locking onto Qiao Lan. Staring at Qiao Lan in a daze for a moment. Suddenly, with deep affection, she called out, Mom.
Qiao Lan. Mom.
A little girl with twin buns, just a bit taller than the sink, needed to stand on a small stool to reach the laundry in the basin. Her rolled-up sleeves were already wet from washing, and her wet collar clung coldly to her skin. She washed very carefully, her eyes shining brightly, her small hands vigorously scrubbing the cold water, as if it was the most important thing in the world. Hearing the door open in the hallway, she didn't turn around but continued busy, loudly calling out, Mom. Mom would be happy to see me doing chores. On TV, little Bunny's mom always gives her a big hug when she does housework, praising her as a good and sensible child. Later, when Mom comes over and asks what I am doing, I will say I am helping wash clothes. Will she hug and kiss me then? The little girl happily guessed. At the door, the woman saw the small figure at the sink and exclaimed, You're playing with water again. Mom misunderstood. The girl shivered instinctively under her mother's scolding, forgetting about little Bunny. Did you know water prices have gone up again? I work so hard to support you, and all you do is waste money and cause trouble for me. The woman hurriedly changed her shoes, full of anger.
Mom.
The girl quickly stopped and turned around, anxiously explaining, No, I wasn't playing with water, Before she finished, her sudden turn shifted her balance, and the stool she was standing on wobbled and fell over. The girl landed the ground. The wet floor was slippery, and she hurt herself badly. Her elbow hit the floor, and half of her body felt numb. She broke out in cold sweat. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to cry, still looking at her mom with hope and seriousness, trying to explain. I was helping Mom wash clothes, not playing with water, Mom. I can help you with chores now. You're useless. Look at all this water everywhere. Look at yourself. You got the clothes wet and I still have to wash them. You're just causing trouble all day long. The woman ignored her explanation, pulled the girl up from the ground, and harshly made her stand against the wall. Then she quickly cleaned the bathroom, scrubbing and washing, rinsing the clothes in the basin and hanging them to dry. Still not changing out of those wet clothes? Why are you just standing there? Should I do it for you? A woman's cold fingers, dipped in icy water, poked the little girl's forehead. The bright sparkle in the girl's eyes has gone out, along with her hope. She lowers her head, tears in her eyes, and hurriedly runs back to her room to change clothes. Mom, I can wash myself. Hurry up and give me your clothes. The woman snatches the wet clothes from her arms and begins scrubbing them loudly in the basin. The girl stands quietly nearby, full of sadness, tears falling silently. Why are you crying? Did you do something wrong? You need to think carefully about what you did. The woman takes the cleaned clothes to hang them, then busy herself cooking, washing dishes, tidying the room, and doing small side jobs until late at night. The girl lies in bed, not yet asleep, blinking in the darkness, occasionally sniffling and wiping away tears. The woman quietly enters the room, lying down beside her daughter. She suppresses her tired, aching body and gently holds the small girl. Mom was wrong to get angry with you today, but it's because you did something bad. Mom is sorry, but you must promise not to cause trouble again. Mom, I didn't do anything today. No talking back. The woman interrupts her daughter's brave explanation with a stern tone. Remember, we are different from others. Other families have responsible fathers, but you don't. That man abandoned us, owes a lot of money, and made it so we can only rent an old, broken building. We live simply, and we can't even afford to use the water heater. In winter, we wash our faces and clothes with cold water. Mom works 3 jobs hard, and you can't go to a good kindergarten because of him. But heaven made us face this hardship. We have no choice. Mom can only work hard and endure everything. You need to be more sensible. Listen, you're still young, but you can't make even a small mistake. Our life is already tough enough. We can't afford any errors, understand? The girl listens silently, held in her mother's arms. After a moment, she nods with tears in her eyes. Mom, I understand. The woman sighs deeply. Child, don't blame Mom for being strict. This world is tough on honest people like us. Be good, Mom loves you. Mom, I love you too. I love you the most. The woman tears up. Mom hits and scolds you, but you still love Mom, right?
Yeah.
Good girl, your mom's good girl.
Mom.
The girl feels very sad. Even though she has received her mother's hug and praise, she still wants to cry. Full of sadness, but not knowing where it comes from. Only by holding tightly to my mother, using all my strength to curl into her arms, can I feel a little warmth. It's so warm, so warm. Mom's embrace is the warmest. Mom is holding me. I love being in her arms.
But
the girl feels a bit lost. After a moment of confusion, she finally remembers she is grown up now, no longer the little girl who had to stand on a bench to reach the sink. But when she was young, her mother's arms were so warm. Even if this is just a dream, she wants to keep dreaming forever. Always dreaming of being the girl who is hugged, who can find some comfort even when she feels very sad. Mom, I don't want to grow up. Being a child is hard, but growing up is even harder. I try to be honest and work hard like Mom, but life is tough, and I'm not happy. Many people bully me. I've been hurt badly, but those bullies are doing well. I'm poor. I can't afford good food or clothes. I can only eat wherever I can. Suddenly, the girl wakes up from her dream, realizing she's just been freeloading. Qiao Lan's dinner party caused her boyfriend's death. The only person who ever gave her warmth was her mom, who was exhausted and tired. And Qiao Lan's actions caused her mother's death. Storms, mutations, villains. The girl becomes fully alert. She remembers everything. Qiao Lan killed her boyfriend and even knocked her out. When she was at the hotel, during the storm pause, the staff irresponsibly kicked her out. After the disaster, she wandered everywhere searching for food, fighting with survivors, getting bullied and beaten, living like a stray dog, until she joined a gang. It started okay, but soon she was enslaved at the bottom. When her powers finally awakened and she tried to escape, she met Qiao Lan's group again and was bullied once more. Why does fate always turn against me? Why do people keep hurting me? My life can't afford even a small mistake, so I've never done anything wrong. I work so hard to live, but I just can't go on living anymore. One after another, bad people keep appearing in my life. I really can't go on.
Mom.
Are you in heaven? Will you come to take me? The girl, both awake and confused, thinks about this, feeling a strange sense of relief. Finally, she doesn't have to try so hard or fear making mistakes. Suddenly, in her blurry vision, she sees her mother, who has long passed away.
Mom.
She calls out with deep love, waiting for her mother's hug. You've disappointed me so much. But what she gets in reply is a very stern scolding. Mom? The girl feels endless fear. It's like what she experienced since childhood. Every time she was scolded, her body would shake uncontrollably, and sometimes she would even wet her pants but wouldn't dare to say anything. Afterwards, she would quietly hang her wet pants to dry or slowly dry herself by wrapping her hands around her body. Mom, I'm going to die. Why can't you just hug me? She thought desperately and sadly. What's wrong? Did you lose control and wet yourself? Suddenly, Qiao Lan noticed that the girl, who called her mom, was emitting a warm, damp smell. With a flashlight, her pants were soaked through. Looking into her eyes, they were unfocused. But she was still breathing, faintly, with a very sad expression. The sadness was as thick as summer thunderstorm clouds, making anyone who saw it feel their heart tighten. Qiao Lan was momentarily stunned. This rookie girl always acted strangely, blaming others for everything, which was very annoying. But at this moment, she also felt pity for her. What kind of feelings could create such deep sadness? Mom, hug me, okay? The girl bravely begged into the empty space. I want to die in your arms, is that okay? You're so useless. You've awakened and evolved. With such strong abilities, you still got killed. I've always told you not to do wrong things, but what have you done? But she was still met with scolding. The girl cried, Mom, I didn't do anything wrong. I tried very hard. Those people are just too bad. It's not my fault that I was attacked. Really, it's not my fault. Of course it's your fault. If you had worked harder, been more patient, and waited until you were stronger to run away and seek revenge, you wouldn't have been killed. You would have killed others. But there are many of them. I'm so disappointed in you.
Mom.
Don't call me Mom. You're not worthy of being my daughter. The imaginary mom in the void gradually disappeared, leaving only her last words. You and your dad are just irresponsible people, only running away from responsibility, leaving a mess behind. I didn't run away from responsibility. Mom, don't go. Don't leave me alone. In her overwhelming fear, the girl reached out to grab the fading shadow, but it was futile. Why do you always blame me? It's not my fault. It's not my fault that you work hard, that life is hard, that you're poor. It's not my fault if you are exhausted. No, don't blame me, Mom. The girl cried so sadly. Mom doesn't want her anymore. Even if she was about to die, her mother refused to hug or comfort her.
Mom, why?
Actually, as long as you can forgive me just once, I can endure anything. Mom, please hug me, okay? In the flickering light, the fragile shadow finally disappeared completely. At the end of her life, she still didn't get the hug she had hoped for all her life.
Mom.
The girl's hand, raised in midair, froze stiffly. The light in her eyes also dimmed completely, turning dull gray.
Her last faint breath was gone.
She died. In the smell of, Qiao Lan saw the girl's expression become more and more sorrowful, so sad it was hard to breathe. Qiao Lan even wondered if this annoying girl's awakening was a mental ability, not an escape skill. Because why else would she feel so deeply sad and empathetic, showing genuine pity for the girl? The girl's final stretched hand and her frozen face, full of despair, grief, and helplessness, looked like a child who would never get candy, dying with a huge regret that could never be made up for. It was so pitiful and heartbreaking. Qiao Lan looked at the girl's stiff, dead body, silent for a moment, then finally let instinct override reason. She reached out and hugged the other person. No matter what mistakes you made in life, you're already dead, and we killed you anyway. Well, I won't hold it against you. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth. Rest in peace. Qiao Lan didn't mind the strong smell on the girl's body. She held her stiff body in her arms and gently patted her shoulder. Miraculously, the girl's stiff, outstretched arms suddenly softened and wrapped around Qiao Lan. Her expression of despair and grief was replaced by a gentle smile, a feeling of great satisfaction. Qiao Lan put the girl down. A corpse that could smile and hug might be creepy, but Qiao Lan only felt the girl's sweet satisfaction. Strange. A corpse showing emotion? Qiao Lan couldn't understand.
She decided not to think about it.
She reached out to close the girl's eyes, said sorry, and with a swift motion, took out her crystal core. Just because the corpse returned a gentle hug doesn't mean I won't take the crystal core, right? One thing doesn't have to be connected to another. Besides, if I don't take it, someone else will. Better for me to take it than let others get it for free.
How are you? Can you get up? Qiao Lan asked Fu Xingjuan.
Fu Xingyuan, exhausted and pale, lay on the ground, but still gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand, feeling dizzy, and said weakly, no problem. That's right. Qiao Lan nodded her thumb in approval. Life is tough, and strong people tend to live longer. Two people are walking back. Oh right, there is a crystal core with the villain's second-in-command, Li Tuer. Qiao Lan just watched those people fight enthusiastically and didn't disturb them. Now she's going back to that house to continue digging. The survivors are still inside the house. Qiao Lan ignores them and walks straight to the deceased Li Tuer. After carefully sensing the energy fluctuations, she uses a knife to extract the crystal core. She wants to leave, but is stopped by a few survivors. Benefactor, you helped us kill the bad guys. You're a great hero. Can we follow you in the future? We're willing to work hard for you. Qiao Lan quickly jumps away and rushes out of the house. She thinks to herself, I don't need oxen or horses. I have plenty of beef and donkey meat in my space. Don't flatter me by saying you want to protect me. Benefactor, please take us. Those people try to chase after her, but they can't compare to Qiao Lan's speed with Fu Xingyuan. Qiao Lan pulls little Fu along and runs far away. She only leaves behind a distant comment. I heard there's a base in the city, which is her way of showing kindness. Whether the base accepts them depends on their rules. Qiao Lan doesn't care much. Ahem. The communicator in her arms vibrates slightly. She takes it out, and the indicator light flashes on a specific frequency. Qiao Lan immediately recognizes it as Yi Qi's signal. It's a private channel for the two of them. Should she answer? She hesitates.